gets buried in Congress.
And understanding that strategies is essential.
Absolutely.
The stakes just couldn't be higher. We know the relentless pressure that rising costs are putting on household budgets, especially for those whose income is fixed. This update, it offers a potential lifeline.
And here it is, the immediate headline-grabbing reason we're diving into this right now. The White House proposal for a $2,000 stimulus check, or dividend payment as they're also calling it, is officially back on the table for early 2026.
And not just on the table. The administration is signaling a very aggressive intent to move on this.
Exactly.
So for you, the listener, the critical question becomes eligibility. If you receive Social Security, SSI, or SSDI, are you automatically included in this? And we have clear, authoritative indicators from the Treasury Secretary, Scott Bessent, and also the White House Economic Advisor, Kevin Hassett. They're confirming that the proposed $100,000 annual household income limit is the sole determinant.
The sole determinant. That's the key. So we need to unpack this entire situation, what this $2,000 means for your eligibility, the unexpected economic conditions that even made this possible, and the critical legislative deadline that determines when we'll actually see an official plan. Welcome, everyone, to the deep dive crafted just for you. We know that navigating all these updates about potential federal payments can be overwhelmingly confusing. It really can, especially when those payments involve benefits like Social Security or SSDI. When you're constantly trying to balance your monthly budget against this persistent, grinding inflation, just separating rumor from reality is exhausting.
And that is precisely our mission today. We are going to cut through that complexity. We're using the latest authoritative statements coming directly from the White House, specifically recent remarks from the economic advisor Kevin Hassett. And as we'll discuss, he is a really critical figure in the administration's economic strategy.
Right, and his comments build on previous statements from Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent, especially regarding those eligibility criteria.
Exactly.
Our goal today is razor-focused. We want to provide absolute clarity on this proposed $2,000 payment. So we need to answer the crucial questions based on these sources. Who exactly is this for? And we want to focus on how non-filers and fixed income beneficiaries are included.
And why now? Why is the administration choosing to push this discussion right now after months of, well, relative silence on the topic?
And finally, when? When on the legislative calendar can we realistically expect the official plan to be delivered to Congress?
We're going to merge the economic reality with the political playbook to show you exactly how this impacts your wallet. We'll show you how an improved economic outlook, and this is a genuine, measurable shift in federal finances, is suddenly creating the space, as they call it, for a payment that just seemed completely improbable a few months ago.
And what that signals about the administration's priorities heading into 2026. Okay, let's jump right into the core of this proposal. We're talking about a significant one-time financial event, a $2,000 payment. And the terminology the administration is using is, I find it fascinating.
It is.
They're using stimulus check and dividend payment almost interchangeably.
Right. And while the end result, money in your hand, is the same, that distinction really hints at the economic philosophy that's underpinning this whole move.
How so? What's the difference?
Well, a dividend suggests returning excess government revenue. It's like a profit-sharing check from a company. And that's a key part of the economic justification that Kevin Hassett is providing.
So it's less about stimulating a failing economy and more about sharing the success of a strong one.
Precisely. And that framing is critical because Hassett is the source of this new confidence. He's the White House economic advisor, and it's worth noting his influence runs deep. He is currently on the short list of individuals the president is interviewing for the next Federal Reserve Chairman position.
Wow. Okay, so when a figure of that stature makes definitive statements about the financial feasibility of a $2,000 payment...
His comments are not speculative.
Right.
They are backed by the administration's deep analysis of current tax receipts and budget forecasts. This isn't just wishful thinking.
Let's dig into that a little bit more, because when we hear stimulus, like you said, we remember the pandemic, massive cash injections designed to jumpstart a stalled economy. But a dividend feels different. It implies a payout based on profitable returns.
It does.
So if Hassett was skeptical over the summer, what were his specific concerns then? Was it just a numbers game, or was he worried about inflation?
His earlier skepticism, according to his own statements, was a pure numbers game. It was all about the budget. He openly stated there just was not enough space in the budget or the economic environment to confidently move forward with a payment of this size without, resorting entirely to debt financing.
Which is always a tough sell, politically and economically.
Always. And it indicates a really rigorous internal calculation. The administration wasn't just floating a political idea for headlines. They were waiting for the fiscal reality to align.
So the concern over inflation is always there, but his focus was really on the revenue side.
It shifted entirely. Once the revenue numbers started coming in and dramatically exceeding expectations, the entire conversation changed internally.
So what exactly changed? What were the specific, measurable economic factors that suddenly created this space for a $2,000 dividend payment for millions of Americans?
Hassett cited three highly specific and, frankly, very compelling economic factors that have just drastically improved the outlook.
Yeah.
And they really validate that dividend framing.
Okay, what's the first one?
First, we've seen a couple quarters of almost 4% economic growth.
Which is a powerful indicator. Historically, 4% is considered really robust growth.
It's huge. And achieving that rate usually signifies higher consumer spending, greater business activity, and, crucially for this conversation, increased tax receipts.
So more people working, wages are hopefully growing, and then government naturally collects more revenue from payroll and income taxes.
Exactly. That growth directly fuels the government's available revenue pool. It's the engine behind the surplus.
Okay, so that's factor one, strong growth. What's number two?
Second, the government is running a significant financial surplus for a few months in a row.
And a surplus, just to be clear, means the government is taking in more money than it's spending on its day-to-day mandatory obligations.
That's right. And when you have sustained periods of surplus, the conversation fundamentally shifts. It goes from one of, cutting costs and tightening belts to one of discussing the appropriation of excess funds.
Which the administration can then brand as returning a dividend to the taxpayers. It's a much more positive message.
A much more positive message.
All right, and the third factor.
And third, this is the most concrete and quantifiable factor that Hassett raised. The deficit, relative to the previous year's forecast, is down by a remarkable $600 billion.
$600 billion. I mean, that's a colossal number, but we need some context. That reduction is often relative to what were probably some pretty grim forecasts to begin with, right?
That's an essential critical analysis, yes. While the overall federal deficit is still immense, a $600 billion reduction in the annual shortfall, that provides genuine, tangible relief on the immediate fiscal health metrics.
So to put it into perspective, what does that figure represent? How much room does that really give them?
Well, let's think about the cost. The estimated cost of a targeted $2,000 payment to households under that $100,000 limit would likely be in the range of, say, $200 billion to $300 billion.
Okay.
That depends on the precise eligibility counts, of course. But the fact that the deficit reduction is double the potential cost of the payment, that's what gave Hassett the confidence to say the space is there.
I see. So it suggests they can fund this payment entirely through the current surplus and these savings without adding significant pressure to the national debt.
Exactly. And that allows them to bypass the usual political arguments about fiscal responsibility that would normally bog down a proposal like this.
So if you take them all together, robust growth, a current surplus, and this massive deficit reduction, it paints a picture of fiscal stability. And that stability allows for this large, non-emergency, revenue-driven spending.
And that's why Hassett's confidence shifted from, I wasn't so sure to, now I'm pretty sure that there is space.
It's an endorsement based on data, which makes the whole proposal much harder for opponents to dismiss purely on budgetary grounds.
Precisely. This isn't being framed as emergency spending that requires massive new debt. This is being presented as using the fruits of a strong economy to directly benefit those who need it most.
Which brings us to the funding mechanism, and you mentioned this key legislative term, appropriation. The discussion, I remember, initially involved using tariff revenue. Is that still the sole source of money for this, or is it just coming out of general revenue?
Hassett clarified this point very clearly. While tariff revenue is part of the overall government income stream, the funding for this comes from general revenue. As he put it, the government gets taxes, we get tariffs, we get all revenue from lots of places. All of that money just flows into the central government accounts.
So the source of the money isn't as important as the mechanism for actually releasing it?
That's the key.
And that mechanism is appropriation.
Exactly. Hassett stressed that the critical step is that Congress has to decide how to spend that money. The payment must be an appropriation.
And that's a crucial distinction. It takes us out of the world of economics and squarely into the legislative realm.
It does.
An appropriation means Congress has to pass a specific bill explicitly authorizing the Treasury to spend $2,000 per eligible household.
Yes.
So how does that differ from, say, mandatory spending, like Social Security or Medicare payments? People might get those confused.
That's a great question. Mandatory spending is automatic. It's dictated by existing permanent laws. Social Security benefits are mandatory. They happen every single month, unless Congress passes a new law to change the underlying structure.
Right.
An appropriation, however, is discretionary. It requires Congress to actively vote and pass a bill to spend the money now.
Which means this $2,000 payment won't be permanent. It's a one-time measure.
A one-time measure, completely dependent on the political will and the legislative capacity of Congress in 2026. And this dependency on an appropriation is what sets the stage for the crucial legislative strategy we're going to discuss in a bit.
That makes perfect sense. So the economy has provided the money, but Congress still has to approve the spending. But before we look at how they plan to pass it, we have to address the single most urgent question we hear from our community. Am I actually eligible for this $2,000 if I am on a fixed income? Let's move to the most critical detail for you listening right now. Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent first indicated this threshold, and Hassett's interviewer consistently reiterated it during their conversation. The payment is strictly targeted at households making less than a specific threshold.
And that threshold is the linchpin of the whole proposal. The payment is targeted at households making less than $100,000 per year.
Right.
And we want to emphasize this because if your household income is above that line, you are likely excluded from this specific dividend proposal.
Okay, let's define household income here, just to be sure. This is the confirmed eligibility threshold under $100,000 annual household income. Does that include all sources of income?
It does. It should include all taxable and non-taxable income sources combined. So your Social Security benefits, any pensions you have, limited earnings from a part-time job, or even investment income.
So everything added together for everyone in the household.
Yes. The $100,000 figure is the administration's clean marker for defining low to middle income families and individuals who, in their view, need this financial relief the most.
And the focus on the ceiling is very intentional, isn't it?
Oh, absolutely. The administration wants to ensure the funds are distributed as targeted financial relief. It's designed to benefit those who feel the pressures of inflation most acutely. And by choosing $100,000, they encompass a huge swath of the working class, retirees, and the disabled community.
Okay, so now we need to speak directly to the massive community of the people who are listening right now who are retired or living on disability benefits. We hear constant concerns from people in this community. Social Security retirees, SSI recipients, SSDI recipients, seniors who aren't working, and individuals who may not even file a traditional federal tax return.
Right, because their income is exclusively non-taxable benefits.
Exactly. And the common anxious question is always, I don't file taxes, so I won't be included.
Or, past stimulus payments required me to have filed in a previous year, and that was a headache. We hear that all the time.
So how exactly did the White House source material address the status of these non-filers? This is so important.
This is where we can offer that critical clarification based directly on the source's discussion. The interviewer brought up this exact concern, and the response was definitive. Eligibility has nothing to do with that whatsoever.
Nothing to do with that whatsoever.
Let's break down what that means for you, the fixed income listener. It means whether you file a traditional tax return or are currently working is not the primary factor for inclusion or exclusion.
So it's a different system than before.
Well, in previous stimulus rounds, the IRS used tax filings as the default fast track for payment. But the government learned a hard lesson. They learned that relying solely on tax filings complicated distribution immensely for the millions of people who receive automatic monthly federal benefits but just don't meet the filing threshold.
Okay, so if they aren't relying on tax filings as the primary method, how do they know my income is under $100,000? How does the government identify and send payments automatically to these groups?
This relies on the synergy between the Social Security Administration, the SSA, and the Treasury Department. It's a system they've been refining. The SSA has robust, verified databases containing the income information and direct deposit details for every single person receiving Social Security, SSI, or SSDI.
So they already have the data they need.
They have it. If your only income is your SSA benefit, let's say it's $22,000 a year, the SSA already knows your income is well below the $100,000 limit. They don't need a tax return to prove that.
So this is a system they've used before.
It's one they refined during the previous stimulus rounds. The government should be able to cross-reference their benefit recipient lists with that $100,000 income criteria. As long as your total household income, including all your sources, whether it's retirement, disability, small pensions, is under the limit, you should be included.
And the payment process should be automatic.
It should be automatic using your existing direct deposit or direct express information. No extra steps needed for most people.
That is the core takeaway. The source of that income is secondary to the amount. Let's use a specific example just to make this really tangible for people.
Good idea.
Let's consider a retired couple. Their only income is, say, $45,000 a year from their combined Social Security benefits, plus maybe another $10,000 they take from a small 401k withdrawal.
Okay.
So their total household income is $55,000.
Which is safely under the $100,000 threshold. That makes them eligible under this proposal.
No question.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Or now consider the SSI recipient who is getting, say, $1,000 a month, which is $12,000 a year, and nothing else. They are undeniably low income and need this aid. The $100,000 threshold ensures they are not excluded based on some administrative technicality like their filing status.
Right. So this proposal, by focusing solely on that income ceiling, it really is designed to be highly inclusive of the fixed income community.
That's the clear intention.
And this clarification provides, well, it provides dignity and necessary relief. For someone living solely on disability or Social Security, $2,000 is not just a little help.
No, it's life-changing.
It can be. Covering crucial vehicle repairs, replacing an aging appliance, or just providing some breathing room against the constantly rising price of essential groceries and prescription copays.
It connects emotionally with the listener because it's their reality. The administration, by framing eligibility this way, is signaling that they understand the economic pain of the last few years is concentrated among households whose incomes just have not kept pace with recent price increases.
So we can be confident, based on Hassett's commentary, that the intent is to include virtually all fixed income beneficiaries who meet that income cap.
That is the message they are sending, yes.
Let's spend a moment on the rationale for the $100,000 figure itself. It's a clean, round number. Is there any historical precedent for using this specific ceiling for targeted relief, or is this figure chosen purely for, political expediency?
Well, it's a bit of both. The $100,000 marker is often used because it roughly captures the upper bounds of the middle-income tax bracket, especially when you consider household income, not just in individuals.
Okay, that makes sense.
During previous economic relief discussions, you saw the concept of a means-tested benefit, often centering around figures between $75,000 and under $20,000. By choosing $100,000, the administration strikes a balance.
What's the balance?
They are able to say this is targeted relief, it's not universal, while also ensuring the vast majority of seniors and low-income families are included.
So it makes the spending more efficient and also more politically defensible. They can call it genuine aid for those who need it, not just a giveaway.
Exactly.
So the message is clear. If you are relying on federal benefits and your household income is under 6 figures, you are squarely in the target demographic for this proposed $2,000 dividend.
That is the crucial takeaway for our community listening today.
Okay, so understanding the eligibility is only half the battle. Now we need to look at the legislative clock. If the economy has created the space for this payment, as Hassett claims, what's the timeline for the political reality?
Right.
We know appropriations are necessary, but if the money is there, why wait until 2026?
Kevin Hassett was specific on the expected official announcement timeline. He anticipates the president will bring forth the official proposal to Congress in the new year, so early 2026.
And the delay until the new year is tactical, I assume.
It's completely tactical. They want the proposal to drop when the new legislative session starts to maximize its visibility and impact.
But early 2026 is inherently vague. I mean, if people are trying to plan their finances, especially for unexpected costs, they need to know the realistic deadline for this proposal to emerge.
And that's why we have to analyze the political calendar. Hassett's own uncertainty was telling. He said, is it like early 2026, like the first week of 2026? Is it February? Is it April? We don't really know, right?
And that forces us to look beyond his words and examine the political urgency behind this.
It does.
Which leads us directly to the core incentive of the midterm election.
That is the driving force behind the timing. Hassett anticipates that if the administration is serious about making this a key piece of their legislative and campaign platform, which all signs indicate they are, then the official proposal must come out before the national political messaging window really closes for the midterm election cycle.
Okay, so what specific deadline does that suggest? When does the focus truly shift to full-on campaigning?
Realistically, the proposal needs to be delivered to Congress sometime before mid-February, or certainly before the end of February.
Why that window specifically?
The logic is tactical. By February or March, the political dialogue of the entire country shifts overwhelmingly to campaign pitches, fundraising, and defining the stakes of the election. The administration wants this $2,000 payment to be a key, aggressive messaging point that they can point to as evidence of successful economic policy and direct relief delivered to the middle and lower classes.
Right. If they wait too long, say, until April or May, the political narrative will already be crystallized around other issues, and this potential financial boon will lose its impact as a campaign tool. It just becomes a late-breaking announcement, not a defining legislative achievement.
Exactly. This proposal is driven by economic feasibility, but its specific timing is dictated by political necessity. The administration knows that tangible relief, a $2,000 check that directly addresses cost of living concerns, is an incredibly powerful narrative to carry into a competitive midterm cycle.
So to maximize that benefit, they need the proposal introduced, the debate started, and the mechanism for passage clearly defined early in the year.
That's the playbook.
Okay, let's zoom in on that mechanism for passage, because this is where the policy meets the probability. We established Congress needs to appropriate the funds, but major spending bills normally face the 60-vote requirement in the Senate to overcome a filibuster.
Right, which is a very high bar.
This is where the magic word reconciliation comes in.
This is where it gets really interesting. This specific legislative vehicle is crucial. Lawmakers have already indicated they are likely planning at least 2 more reconciliation bills between now and early 2027.
Which makes reconciliation the expected route for any major appropriations bill that doesn't have broad bipartisan support.
It's the only path, really.
Okay, let's explain the significance of reconciliation in plain language for our listeners. Why is it considered a floodgate that can bypass all that gridlock in Washington?
Well, reconciliation is a special, powerful legislative tool, and it's designed to fast-track certain budget-related items. Under normal Senate procedure, like you said, you need 60 senators to agree to end debate, to break the filibuster before you can even vote on the bill itself.
And that often kills legislation that doesn't have that broad bipartisan support. We see it all the time.
We do. But reconciliation fundamentally changes those rules of engagement.
How so?
It allows the controlling party, assuming they hold a simple majority in the Senate, which is currently 51 votes, to pass key legislation, like a massive $2,000 targeted payment with only a simple majority vote.
So just 51 votes.
Just 51 votes.
Yeah.
It bypasses that 60-vote hurdle entirely, making bipartisan buy-in completely unnecessary for passage.
That dramatically increases the probability of this payment becoming law, assuming the administration chooses to attach it to one of those bills.
It does, but reconciliation has strict limits, right? They can't just put anything they want in there. We should probably talk about the Byrd rule.
Yes, that's the essential technical detail, isn't it?
It is. Reconciliation is governed by the Byrd rule, named after Senator Robert Byrd. And this rule dictates that any provision included in a reconciliation bill must have a direct impact on the federal budget. It must be about spending, revenue, or the debt limit.
So it has to be a budgetary matter.
It does. And furthermore, it must not increase the deficit beyond a certain window, which is often 10 years.
So how does this proposed $2,000 payment fit so perfectly within the confines of the Byrd rule?
Well, the $2,000 payment is a direct appropriation of funds. It's pure spending, so it's clearly budgetary. That's the first test. And since Hassett confirmed they have the economic space and the projected surplus, the administration can argue that this one-time dividend does not significantly increase the long-term deficit.
I see.
It is the perfect candidate for a reconciliation bill because it is a direct spending item aimed at specific income groups. It's budget relevant and therefore protected from being struck down under the Byrd rule by the Senate parliamentarian.
So if they use reconciliation, they don't have to convince the opposition. They just have to keep their own party in line and adhere to those strict budgetary rules.
That's the challenge.
And that offers a clear, high-probability path to getting checks into people's hands before the election.
That is the key analysis. The fact that the leadership is already planning 2 more reconciliation packages between now and early 2027 makes this the logical place to attach the $2,000 dividend. It shifts the focus from will it pass to a high-level internal question. Will the administration prioritize this dividend over other spending priorities within that same bill?
And given the messaging benefit for the midterms, that prioritization seems highly likely.
It seems very likely.
This gives us a concrete roadmap then. The economic conditions are favorable due to strong tax receipts, the official proposal is coming in early 2026, and the legislative strategy using a simple majority reconciliation bill is already in place to maximize the chances of passage. Now that we've covered the economic why, the eligibility who, and the legislative when, let's contextualize this payment and detail the next steps for you, the listener. First, is this $2,000 something permanent, like an increased cost of living adjustment, or is it a one-time event?
Based on everything we know from the source material, Hassett's comments on using current economic surplus, and the necessity of using an appropriation bill, we have to stress this is a one-time measure.
Not a permanent change.
Not at all. This $2,000 dividend is fundamentally distinct from the annual cost of living adjustments, or SALLAs. Those are formulaic increases built right into Social Security law based on inflation metrics. This is separate.
And it's also separate from any discussions about long-term structural Social Security reforms, right? The ones aimed at ensuring the program's solvency over decades.
Completely separate. This is a snapshot solution that's leveraging current revenue. It's a short-term fix.
And for our listeners, especially those on fixed incomes who rely on every single dollar, understanding that distinction is crucial for financial planning.
It is.
It's $2,000 of necessary breathing room. It offers temporary relief and dignity, but it's not a permanent increase in your monthly income.
And we have to temper the excitement with that reality. However, the fact that the administration is even discussing using government surpluses for direct household payments, rather than, say, paying down debt immediately, that is a significant political and economic trend worth watching.
It says a lot about priorities.
It prioritizes immediate tangible relief for the low and middle income populace.
That leads us to the next steps. What should people be doing right now to prepare, and what should they look out for, knowing the payment is likely going to be automatic?
The first thing is to reiterate the critical fact. We are waiting for the official proposal from the president in early 2026, probably before the end of February. That official proposal will contain the exact final language defining eligibility and the administrative process for payment.
Right. And since no application process is mentioned or implied, and past payments to SS and SSI recipients were largely automatic, the focus for you should remain squarely on monitoring the legislative movement, not scrambling to fill out paperwork.
That's right. There should be nothing for you to do right now. The administration has proven its capability to use existing government databases for direct deposit and mailing information for Social Security, SSI, and SSDI recipients.
So they would almost certainly use those same mechanisms again.
It's highly probable, which means the payment should simply appear in your bank account or on your Direct Express card, just like your monthly benefit.
But what is the next step for the listener? What can they do to be ready?
The next step for you is to prepare to verify your information once the announcement is official. You should watch for official letters in the mail or check verified government websites from the SSA or the agency tasked with payment, which is often the IRS confirming the process.
And crucially confirming that your income falls under that $100,000 limit.
Exactly. And if you have moved or changed banks recently, now is the time to make sure your official SSA records are up to date. You can do that through the My Social Security portal online.
That's a great practical tip. We must also anticipate the common pitfalls. We are talking directly to a vulnerable population that is frequently targeted by scammers.
Yes.
Whenever major federal payments are discussed, scam artists materialize instantly, and we need to provide a visceral, strong warning.
This is paramount. We need to be specific about the tactics they use. The IRS, the Social Security Administration, the VA, they will never, ever call, text, or email you asking for money, gift cards, or critical personal information like your bank account number to process this payment.
Never. If someone calls you claiming to be from the SSA and says you need to pay a $20 processing fee with a gift card to get your check,
that is a 100% guaranteed scam. Hang up immediately.
if they text you a link and ask you to confirm your details for the $2,000 payment.
Do not click that link. It's malware designed to steal your identity. Delete the message.
So what should people trust?
You should only trust verified, official government communication. Look for a letter in the mail from a U.S. government agency, or check information posted directly on the Social Security Administration's official website, ssa.gov, or the White House Economic Briefing page.
And if you're ever in doubt,
Hang up. Delete the text. And you call the official, verified government line published on their website, never the number that the caller give you or the one in the text message. Staying informed is your best defense against these predatory schemes.
absolutely. Finally, let's look at the financial protections for this potential payment. If this $2,000 arrives, will it be taxable? And maybe more importantly for our low-income listeners, will it affect their eligibility for other means-tested benefits like SNMP, Medicaid, or housing assistance?
That's a critical question. And while the official bill language is still pending, we can look at previous stimulus payments for guidance. Typically, these funds are classified as tax-free disaster or relief payments. That means they won't be subject to income tax.
So you get to keep the full $2,000.
You should. And furthermore, and this is critically important for SSI and Medicaid recipients, Congress usually includes specific language ensuring the payment is excluded from being counted as income or resources.
For how long?
Usually for a period of time, often 12 months, for the purpose of determining eligibility for federal means-tested programs.
And that protection is essential to prevent people from losing their housing assistance or SNAP benefits just because of this one-time aid.
It's vital. It would be a catastrophe if this help ended up hurting people by kicking them off other essential programs. So we'll be watching for that specific language in the bill.
That protection is vital for maintaining the economic stability of the lowest income recipients. It has to be in there.
It does. And if we connect this whole discussion to the bigger picture, the administration's focus on leveraging this short-term growth for a one-time targeted payment. It raises a fundamental long-term question for you, the learner. This is something profound to mull over as you watch this legislation unfold.
Okay, what's the question this dividend proposal forces us to ask about the future?
The question is this: will future economic surpluses, as they occur, be consistently treated as opportunities for similar short-term dividend payments to boost household finances immediately? Or will political priorities shift, and will those surplus funds instead be channeled toward addressing the profound, multi-trillion-dollar long-term funding challenges for massive entitlement programs like Social Security and Medicare?
That's a powerful distinction. It really speaks to two competing philosophies of governance.
It does.
One philosophy prioritizes immediate, tangible relief, a dividend, to prove the economy is working for the middle class right now.
And the other prioritizes generational solvency, using current economic success to shore up the financial foundations of the programs that millions of people will depend on for decades to come.
It's the difference between fixing a leak in the roof today versus reinforcing the entire foundation for the future.
That's a great way to put it. And the decision to use a temporary surplus for a dividend is a policy choice that says a lot about current priorities, particularly leading into an election year. It defines the current administration's approach to fiscal success, distributing the gains directly rather than locking them away for future trust fund needs.
And this $2,000 proposal puts that choice into sharp, immediate focus. It offers crucial breathing room today, but it completely avoids that larger structural policy debate.
It kicks that can down the road.
Okay, let's bring it home and make sure you walk away with the 3 critical facts you need to remember about this White House proposal and what you need to do next.
Yes, we've distilled this complex update into the absolute essentials, empowering you with clear, actionable knowledge.
Fact number 1. The proposed payment amount is $2,000. It's being framed as a dividend payment, and it's driven by current strong economic performance, specifically that $600 billion deficit reduction.
Fact number 2. Eligibility is tied strictly to a $100,000 annual household income limit. Crucially, this includes Social Security retirees, SSI and SSDI recipients. And the payment should be automatic via existing federal payment systems, regardless of whether you file a traditional tax return.
And fact number 3. The official proposal is expected in early 2026, most likely sometime before the end of February. This aggressive timeline is driven by the need to position it for the midterm elections, and the likely legislative vehicle for passage is a simple majority reconciliation bill, which bypasses that 60-vote filibuster threat.
So what does this all mean?
It means we are on high alert for the official announcement in the next few weeks, and you need to keep a close eye on your household income numbers once the official bill is drafted to make sure you fall under that line.
We understand that for those of you on fixed incomes, these potential financial updates can provide crucial breathing room. They can alleviate anxiety and restore dignity. Just knowing that the conversation has shifted from economic feasibility to the legislative timeline is a major step forward for those who desperately need the support.
And we want you to stay informed and protected against scams. Please stay with us so you don't miss any critical follow-up details on specific eligibility rules, payment dates, or final payment methods once the official proposal is released in early 2026. This is the moment to verify your facts and prepare your household finances.
Please share this deep dive with others, your friends, your family, or anyone in the retiree or fixed income community who relies on this information. Knowledge is your greatest defense in these situations.
And drop your comments and your questions down below. We'll be tracking all the developments around this $2,000 payment, the use of reconciliation, and any specific language added to protect those on means-tested benefits. Until next time, stay well informed. And
You are about to hear about a major financial update that, for millions of Americans, could provide some really significant and immediate relief.
this isn't just a rumor.
No, not at all. This isn't wishful thinking. We have confirmation of a concentrated high-level commitment coming directly from the White House.
Right.
A commitment to deliver a payment of at least $2,000 straight to you.
In the form of a dividend or, a stimulus check.
And we can verify the extraordinary level of seriousness here.
We can. We are analyzing 5 distinct, really high-profile data points from the administration that, when you put them all together, they mean something big.
What's that?
It means the administration has, they've effectively cornered themselves. They have gone so far in their public commitment that backing out now would be extremely difficult.
So we're going to unpack the critical details.
We are. Who qualifies? Why the administration believes they can fund this whole thing using tariff revenue, which is a big question.
A huge question.
And what specific steps they have to take next to make this payment a reality for you.
This deep dive is, it's absolutely critical information, especially if you rely on a fixed or a limited income.
Mm-hmm.
If you are a senior, a retiree, or if you're currently receiving benefits like Social Security, SSDI, or SSI.
Which is our program for the lowest income seniors and disabled people.
Exactly. For you, this potential $2,000 payment could be life-changing. It really could be the breathing room you need against this relentless inflation.
Yeah.
We're going to analyze the statements from 3 very high-profile officials, the economic advisor, the Treasury Secretary, and the press secretary, to give you a clear, concise picture of the political gravity and, of course, the financial specifics of this payment. Okay, let's unpack this. Our deep dive today is into a potential financial dividend of $2,000 or more.
At least $2,000.
Announced by the president, and it has received immediate, high-level, and frankly, highly unusual support from across the administration's top ranks.
Right.
For you, the learner, who needs quick, reliable, actionable financial knowledge, our mission is very clear. We need to verify the depth of this commitment and distill these early, crucial details about who qualifies and how this payment is being funded.
And we really need to address the controversial use of tariff revenue.
We do.
What's fascinating here is not just the dollar amount, it's the level of kind of synchronized administrative buy-in.
What do you mean by that?
Well, when you have the economic advisor, the Treasury Secretary, and the press secretary all speaking in unison right away, backing the president's public posts.
It's not just a coincidence.
No, it transforms a political idea into an official administrative challenge. It means the gears of the White House machinery are turning right now, actively studying the logistics and the legal pathway to get this payment delivered.
So this isn't just a political trial balloon. It's more than that.
Much more.
Mm-hmm.
When cabinet-level officials attach their reputations to a specific, unlegislated financial figure like $2,000, it creates this powerful internal momentum.
So we're going to synthesize the weight of this collective commitment. The president's own repeated promise and these statements from the 3 top officials to understand the full scope of what the White House is now obligated, at least politically, to deliver.
It's the speed and the concentration of these 5 affirmations, all in such a tight time frame. That's what signals genuine intent. The commitment is so deep that the political cost of failure is now astronomically high.
And that creates a sort of self-imposed deadline, an urgency.
Exactly, an urgency that makes this proposal stand out from others we've tracked in the past.
Okay, let's start with the announcement itself, the anchor point for this whole policy discussion.
The core claim.
It came directly from the president, the distribution of at least $2,000 in the form of a dividend.
And the repetition is key here. He didn't just float the idea once.
No.
The source material shows a second immediate post doubling down on that $2,000 minimum payment.
And what does that tell you?
It confirms that the figure is fixed in the administration's intent. They haven't given themselves any wiggle room to propose, $500 or $1,000 later. They are publicly committed to that minimum amount.
But that $2,000 figure it's substantial.
Yeah.
For so many of our listeners on fixed incomes, where the average Social Security benefit is hovering around, what, $1,700 a month?
Right around there, yeah.
So $2,000 is more than a month's income. It's not just a nice bonus.
No, it's survival for some.
It represents covering an unexpected car repair or catching up on overdue utility bills or just buying essential medications without having to choose.
Right.
But as you noted, the real story is the immediate and synchronized backup. This is where we see the administrative machinery really start to engage.
That's right. We look first at Kevin Hassett, the economic advisor. His input is crucial because his job is to determine the financial feasibility. He's the architect of the policy's financial foundation, so to speak.
So Hassett is the one responsible for getting the numbers straight. What did his initial review conclude, specifically about how this payment could be made without, increasing the national debt?
Hassett's primary finding provided the unique and politically advantageous spin on this. He confirmed that based on his review of the tariff revenue.
The money coming in from tariffs on imported goods.
Exactly, the money currently flowing into the Treasury from that. He says there would be enough money to pay for the $2,000 checks without needing to go into the rest of the budget.
Okay, that claim about tariff funding is absolutely critical. What happens politically if the numbers that Hassett provided, if they turn out to be wrong?
It introduces immense political risk. I mean, Hassett is lending his professional credibility to this idea that this is debt-free relief.
Which is a huge selling point.
A massive selling point. This claim immediately differentiates the proposal from past stimulus packages, which, relied heavily on deficit spending.
Right.
By tying the funding to existing tariff revenue, it becomes so much more politically palatable to lawmakers who might otherwise resist these kinds of direct payments. It changes the narrative from spending to redistribution.
And Hassett also clarified the procedural path forward, right?
Yeah.
He confirmed that this payment will require legislation.
Yes. That single sentence cuts off any speculation that this could be some kind of quick executive order.
It has to go through Congress.
It has to go through Congress. And his concluding point was just as important. He confirmed the matter is being actively studied and is in discussion.
And what does that phrasing tell you?
It tells us the administration is already in the detailed drafting phase. They're figuring out the specific protective language and the implementation rules. They're not just talking about it anymore.
So we have the economic architect confirming the mechanism and the need for congressional approval. Who is next to affirm the commitment?
We moved immediately to Scott Besson, the Treasury Secretary. His involvement is essential because the Treasury is, it's the massive distribution system for all federal payments.
So if the Treasury Secretary is involved,
they are past the idea phase and deep into the how do we move the money phase.
the Treasury Secretary's commitment is really the functional confirmation of financial backing. What was his specific pledge?
His statement was very, very clear. The White House is committed to making that happen and is currently exploring all legal options to get that done.
That phrase, exploring all legal options, what does that signal in administrative language?
It's code for we are determining the exact legal vehicle, the specific sections of the tax code or existing legislation we need to amend, and all the regulatory steps necessary to initiate the distribution. It confirms that active logistical work is underway.
Okay, and rounding out this trio, we heard from Caroline Levitt, the press secretary, who handles the public communication strategy.
Right. And her role was to consolidate the messaging and project that unified commitment. She confirmed the president made it clear he wants to make it happen. And then she reiterated that the team of economic advisors is actively investigating the pathway.
But she also added a note of caution.
She did. She provided the necessary caution. They do not yet have a specific timeline or any of the granular details on distribution, which is, perfectly expected since the proposal has not yet cleared that legislative hurdle.
Let's just reflect on the weight of this for a second, this convergence. We have the president setting the amount.
At least $2,000.
The economic advisor establishing the source of the money and the legal necessity.
The Treasury Secretary confirming the commitment to actually distribute it.
And the press secretary maintaining that public momentum. It's a full-court press.
It is. The source material is very clear. This level of commitment is rare, and it effectively paints the administration into that very tight corner we talked about.
They've created a massive public expectation.
Huge, especially among their core constituencies, seniors, low-income families, disabled voters. If they fail to deliver on a $2,000 payment they have now confirmed 5 separate times, the political fallout would be immense.
And that self-inflicted pressure is the strongest momentum driver pushing this proposal toward Congress.
Absolutely. That pressure gauge is what assures us that this is a serious priority, not just some fleeting idea. The administration is now highly motivated to find the congressional votes needed to turn Hassett's calculation into a signed law.
Right. The commitment itself has become the policy's engine.
It has. We've established the urgency and the amount. So now let's pivot to the two most critical practical questions for you, the listener.
Okay.
Who exactly is getting this money, and how deep is the rabbit hole of this whole tariff funding mechanism?
Let's focus intensely on eligibility. This is probably the most vital information for our listener community of retirees and, low-income individuals.
It is, and the administration seems to have defined the target demographic relatively clearly right from the beginning.
The president's initial statement gave us that broad, encouraging framework. The dividend would go to everybody except high-income people.
Which sounds great.
It sounds great, but when we talk about federal relief, the definition of high income can be, well, a little tricky. Did the economic advisor, Hassett, offer a more concrete preliminary threshold?
He did, and this is a crucial figure for you to keep in mind for planning. Hassett stated that the $2,000 rebate would be aimed at families making less than, say, $100,000.
$100,000. That is an extremely high ceiling for an exclusion threshold.
It is.
Especially when we consider that many of our listeners are individuals, not families. Let's discuss the profound implication of that number for our core audience, people on Social Security, SSDI, SSI, and low-income VA recipients.
This proposed income ceiling is a very strong signal that the primary beneficiaries are those living on fixed or limited incomes. For perspective, the vast majority of Social Security recipients and virtually all SSDI and SSI beneficiaries fall well below that $100,000 family threshold.
So this suggests the rules will be structured to include them.
It strongly suggests that the rules will be structured to include those who need the relief most. The individuals currently struggling to keep pace with inflation on fixed budgets.
It provides significant reassurance that this demographic is the explicit focus here.
It does.
While the final rules have to be set by Congress, establishing that preliminary income bar at $100,000 means the administration is explicitly advocating for the inclusion of anyone receiving federal benefits designed for the disabled, the elderly, or the low income.
And this targeting connects right back to the nature of the payment.
How so?
Because it's framed as a dividend or a rebate tied to tariff revenue, it's being positioned as returning money to the consumer class, the very families who bear the cost of tariffs that get passed on by importers.
That's a clever political framing.
It is. It allows them to justify delivering the payment only to low and middle income Americans.
This brings us directly to the proposed method of funding. Let's spend some real time on this tariff funding concept, because this is the most complex and, frankly, the most questioned part of this entire proposal.
It absolutely is.
Explain again how the administration claims this works, using tariff revenue instead of, dipping into the federal budget.
Okay, so the premise is that the U.S. government is currently collecting significant revenue from these tariffs imposed on imported goods. Hassett is asserting that this specific revenue stream, this existing pool of money, is sufficient to cover the total cost of the $2,000 checks.
Without requiring new debt.
Without requiring new debt or diverting funds from other established programs like defense or education or healthcare.
That is a massive financial claim. And the source material noted there's significant external calculation skepticism. Why are other financial experts questioning Hassett's numbers? We can give you the full picture of this conflict.
We absolutely do. The skepticism comes up for a few reasons. First, tariff revenue fluctuates. It fluctuates wildly based on international trade volume and political relationships.
That's not stable.
It's a very unstable source for a massive, guaranteed nationwide payment. Second, and this is probably the most important point, the revenue generated by tariffs isn't typically just sitting in a general account waiting to be distributed. Much of that money is already earmarked by Congress for specific trust funds or programs.
Earmarked for what, for example?
For instance, customs duties often feed general treasury accounts, or they're used to enforce trade laws, things like that.
So even if the revenue exists, if it's legally earmarked for something else, the administration can't just spend it on a dividend.
Not without Congress specifically de-earmarking it first, which just adds another layer of legislative complexity to this whole thing.
Exactly.
And look, to cut $2,000 checks for tens of millions of families earning under $100,000 would require tens, maybe hundreds of billions of dollars.
A staggering amount of money.
It is. External calculations suggest that the annual tariff revenue, even at robust levels, might not be consistently high enough or even accessible enough to fund this payment year after year if the program were to be made permanent.
So what are the critics saying Hassett is doing?
They're saying he is either overstating the revenue or he's underestimating the cost, or maybe a little of both.
So the dilemma is clear. The administration is using this tariff funding claim as the political justification for the payment, but the financial mechanics of that claim are questionable.
Right. If Congress decides the math is too risky or unreliable, they face a choice. Either use general budget funds anyway, which completely defeats the original premise, or vote the proposal down entirely.
And that legislative negotiation is why we have to now address the critical information gaps that directly impact the practical lives of our listeners.
Exactly, because this is still in discussion. We lack the crucial details that will only be settled in the final legislative language.
Let's focus on those missing details, starting with the impact on existing federal benefits, which I know is the #1 concern for our low-income audience.
This is the most vital aspect for you to understand, especially if you receive supplemental security income or SSI or Medicaid. We need to know, will this $2,000 dividend be taxable or tax-free, and how will it affect your eligibility for other programs?
Can you explain why the tax status is so incredibly important for fixed-income recipients?
Of course. If the $2,000 is counted as taxable income, it could push certain low-income individuals over tax filing thresholds, creating an unexpected tax bill at the end of the year.
Which nobody wants.
Nobody wants that. But more critically, for means-tested programs like SSI, the distinction between income and resources is, it's life-changing.
What do you mean by that?
SSI and Medicaid eligibility rely on extremely low limits on both your monthly income and your countable resources, your assets. Typically, that's just $2,000 for an individual.
So if this $2,000 is counted as income in the month it's received, what happens?
It could potentially reduce or even eliminate that month's SSI benefit entirely.
Okay.
And if it remains in your account and is counted as a resource in the following months, it could push you above that $2,000 resource limit, which could potentially terminate your benefits completely.
That is the nightmare scenario we need to avoid.
It is. However, there is precedent here. When prior large stimulus payments were issued, Congress often specifically included protective language.
What kind of language?
Language stipulating that the money would be entirely excluded from counting as income or resources for federal benefit programs for a specified period, usually about 12 months.
And that ensures the payment actually provides relief.
Yes, without kicking people off of essential programs like SNAP, which is food stamps, or Medicaid.
The fact that the Treasury Secretary is exploring all legal options gives us some confidence that the administration is aware of this massive danger.
It suggests they're currently drafting language aimed at including these protections. They simply cannot afford to give $2,000 with one hand and take away Medicaid or SSI eligibility with the other.
So we have to trust that the commitment is genuine and that the drafting team is prioritizing benefit protection.
We do. But until that legislative language is published, we cannot confirm these protections. So you must proceed with caution and keep track of this specific detail.
Let's also touch on the missing payment details. If Congress approves this, what are the chances of a quick turnaround on getting the money out?
Well, we don't have exact payment schedules yet, but based on prior experience, if legislation is passed quickly, the distribution methods will rely on the existing infrastructure. Meaning direct deposit for those receiving Social Security, SSDI, or SSI via established bank accounts, or the Direct Express card.
And what about the timing? Will everyone get it at once?
Probably not. Payment schedules might be staggered based on benefit type, or, more commonly, based on the recipient's birth date, similar to how regular Social Security benefits are paid out now.
So that means we have to wait for the final bill to get the specific dates, but the most likely scenario is that they will rely on the same secure payment methods you already use.
That's the most logical path.
And this leads us perfectly into the urgency and the risks involved with such a large public commitment.
Right. Here's where we look at the political engine that's driving this. The sheer weight of those 5 data points has made the commitment itself the driving force.
They're highly invested.
They are. And the source suggests that the failure to deliver would result in a lot of really, really upset people.
This momentum is now powerful enough to actually move Congress. The source material mentioned that lawmakers are reportedly Warming up to the idea of these $2,000 payments. Why is Congress, which usually resists large spending, becoming receptive to this now?
There are a few key factors, I think. First, the political pressure from constituents, especially in an election cycle, is immense when a specific dollar amount has been floated by the White House.
Sure.
Second, that unconventional tariff funding mechanism, even with its flaws, it provides political cover.
How so?
Lawmakers can argue, I didn't vote to increase the national debt, I voted to redistribute existing revenue to consumers. That shields them from the common critiques about the budget.
Let's connect this push directly to the needs of our listeners. For low-income beneficiaries, what tangible impact does $2,000 have in this inflationary environment?
It provides genuine financial dignity. I mean, we know that the cost of living adjustments, the COLAs provided to Social Security haven't always kept pace with the true costs faced by seniors.
Especially in certain areas.
Right, particularly in crucial areas like healthcare copays, prescription drugs, and food. $2,000 is not just breathing room. For someone on a razor-thin budget, it's a necessary cushion.
It could mean replacing a worn-out appliance.
Or addressing a critical housing repair. Or just alleviating the chronic stress of choosing between medication and groceries. This payment is about survival and quality of life for the most vulnerable.
It's also about empowering them against debt. So many seniors carry high-interest credit card debt just to bridge that gap between their fixed income and the rising cost of living.
And a $2,000 cash injection can pay down that high-interest debt, freeing up crucial monthly income.
Absolutely. The need is clearly established. But precisely because this payment is so substantial and the news is traveling so fast,
the immediate overwhelming risk is fraud. We have to prioritize protecting our listener community right now.
given the amount and the high public interest, the risk of scams is immediate. This warning has to be loud, clear, and comprehensive.
Okay, listen closely to this. The IRS, the Social Security Administration, the SSA, or the VA will never call you, text you, email you, or contact you on social media asking you to pay a fee. Never. They will never ask you to buy a gift card, wire money, or provide your personal account information in order to receive this stimulus or dividend payment. This is the single most crucial defense against fraud.
And these scammers, they're sophisticated. They prey on the high interest and the urgency. They might claim your direct deposit failed, and they need your bank routing number immediately to prevent the money from being lost.
Or they might say you need to pay a small processing fee via a gift card to activate the payment. It's all a lie.
So what should you do?
If you receive any unexpected contact claiming to be a government agency about this payment, hang up, do not engage. The government already has the information it needs to send you money through your existing benefit system.
The official channels will be secure.
Yes. Official letters sent through the mail or information visible inside your secured My Social Security portal online.
We advise you to only trust information from official, verified government websites or official mail.
And if, and only if, the program becomes official and you suspect your payment is late or incorrect, the official procedure will involve contacting the SSA or IRS using verified phone numbers found on their official websites.
Or through secure certified mail.
Right. Never through an unexpected, unsolicited call.
Furthermore, we should probably address the possibility of garnishment. For many low-income listeners, their existing benefits, Social Security, SSDI, SSI, are generally protected from garnishment by creditors for, common consumer debts.
That's right. But if Congress does not include protective language in the legislation authorizing this $2,000 payment, that dividend could potentially be seized by creditors or debt collectors once it hits a bank account.
This is why the legislative language surrounding these protections is just as important as the dollar amount itself.
It is. Historically, with relief payments, Congress has included specific language that temporarily shields the funds from garnishment. Since we don't have the legislative text yet, we cannot confirm this crucial protection.
But we should expect massive pressure on lawmakers to include it.
Oh, absolutely. They have to include it to ensure the money provides actual release, not just a pathway for debt collectors. We will be tracking this specific detail with extreme diligence.
So we have unprecedented political momentum, a clear target demographic, a complex and contentious funding mechanism, and a high risk of fraud if protections aren't clearly communicated and implemented.
And everything now waits on Congress.
So what does this all mean for you right now? We've established through 5 separate high-level administrative commitments that the White House is intensely focused on providing at least $2,000 to American families making under $100,000.
And they plan to fund it primarily through tariff revenue.
This is a real high-priority proposal with powerful momentum, but it still requires Congress to act.
Let's reinforce the core facts one last time. The amount is confirmed at $2,000 or more based on the president's public pledge.
And eligibility strongly targets low and middle-income Americans.
Meaning recipients of Social Security, SSDI, SSI, and VA benefits are absolutely the intended beneficiaries.
The next crucial step is legislative action. That action will settle the vital, practical details, the exact date the money will arrive, the precise final income thresholds, and, most importantly for you, the specific financial protections.
Protections to ensure the payment is tax-free and will not jeopardize your eligibility for essential means-tested programs like SSI and Medicaid.
The commitment from the Treasury Secretary and the Economic Advisor to be exploring all legal options and actively studying the matter, that confirms that the administration is laying the necessary legal and logistical groundwork.
We are committed to tracking every development, every hearing, every proposed bill related to this $2,000 push through Congress. This is not a done deal, not yet, but it is certainly the most politically advanced and publicly committed to proposal of its kind that we have seen.
We will continue to watch this very, very closely because for those managing limited funds, this $2,000 could truly be transformative. It could offer security and dignity. But let's leave you with a final provocative thought to mull over, building on the tension we discussed regarding the funding.
The political appeal of this proposal rests entirely on that claim that the tariff funding works, that it avoids new debt.
Right.
Yet financial experts express deep skepticism about that math. So does the unconventional source of funding, these tariff revenues, does it actually make the required congressional action easier to pass by providing that necessary political cover? Or does the complexity and the questionable math of the tariff revenue make it easier for powerful opposition forces to derail the proposal entirely simply by claiming it's fiscally unsound?
That tension, the undeniable political gravity of commitment versus the financial complexity of the funding, that is what will determine whether or not these $2,000 checks reach your bank account.
It's the whole ballgame.
We hope this deep dive gave you clarity and confidence in understanding this major update. Follow us now for immediate verified updates as soon as Congress begins to move the required legislation. We are dedicated to being the helpful voice.
The last few days have been, well, just dominated by this one piece of financial news.
Oh, yeah. It's been everywhere.
It's this very public, very large promise. We're talking about the potential delivery of a $2,000 payment.
Right. They're calling it a stimulus check, sometimes a dividend.
Exactly. And what's really stunning to me isn't just the amount, but the sheer speed and, the visibility of the official commitment to it.
It's a genuine outlier.
Yeah.
I mean, usually you see policy ideas like this kind of bubble up slowly.
Right. They get leaked. They're debated behind the scenes for weeks.
Weeks, yeah, before you ever hear a high-level official actually affirm them in public. But here, we've just watched this unprecedented, immediate commitment from the administration's top people.
Well, within, 48 hours of the first announcement?
It's incredible. They are betting some major political capital on this right now.
Okay, so that's our mission for this deep dive. We want to cut through all that noise. We've got 5 distinct, verified pieces of evidence. We have 3 specific public statements from high-profile officials, and then 2 direct statements from the president himself. We're going to piece this all together to get the full story. Is this real? How would they fund it? And what's the actual path forward for you, the listener, to maybe see this money?
And that institutional drive you mentioned, that's really the key thing to keep in mind. The fact that an unapproved policy, we're talking hundreds of billions of dollars, is being publicly affirmed by 5 different authoritative voices.
It suggests they're serious.
It suggests that internally, they have moved way past the if we should do this phase and are now totally focused on the how we will do this phase.
Okay, so let's unpack the mechanics then, because this is where all the skeptical questions start.
Of course.
To understand if this is even viable, we have to start with the administration's economic advisor, Kevin Hassett. He seems to be the one who provided the framework.
Hassett's statement was, it was crucial. It provided 2 necessary reality checks and one jaw-dropping claim.
Okay, reality check number 1.
He confirmed explicitly that the $2,000 payment will require legislation.
So it's not something that can be pushed through with an executive order or something?
Nope. Congress has to act. That's the first hurdle.
And the second point, I'm guessing it addresses the massive financial hole this would create.
Exactly. He had to tackle the funding question. And this is where it gets really interesting.
Because the source he cited wasn't what you'd expect.
Not at all. It wasn't general revenue. It wasn't deficit spending. It was something very, very specific. Tariff revenue.
Tariff revenue.
He essentially proposed earmarking it. He said that if you look at the sheer volume of tariff revenue coming in, there would be, and I think his words were, enough meaning money, to pay for the $2,000 checks.
Without touching the rest of the budget.
Without having to go into the rest of the budget.
Hold on. So they're saying they can pay for this massive stimulus without touching the general budget at all.
That's the claim.
That sounds almost too convenient. What are the analysts saying about that?
Well, that convenience is precisely why external analysts are so skeptical.
Right.
Look, Hassett is the guy who knows all the numbers. And from his internal perspective, he's affirming that the math works. But if you look at the bigger picture, the political appeal is just obvious.
What do you mean?
They're linking a popular direct handout to a potentially controversial trade policy. They're telling the public, hey, the pain of those tariffs, that's what's funding your relief check.
That is a very clever political counterpunch.
Absolutely. But, the financial community raises a couple of red flags.
Okay.
First, tariff revenue can be notoriously volatile. It's completely dependent on global trade negotiations. Predicting a stable, large enough stream, we're talking maybe $100 billion or more year over year, is really difficult.
Yeah, and the second flag.
It's about how you even define tariff revenue. Are they including projected future revenue? Or are they just calculating based on money that's already been collected? That's the kind of nuance that makes a difference between a viable plan and, just a political talking point.
That adds a lot of necessary context. But despite that external skepticism, Hassett's current role does suggest the administration is dead serious.
It does. He confirmed he is, quote, actively studying the matter and getting the numbers straight. His job right now is to give the president all the necessary choices.
So the number crunching is being treated as an immediate priority.
Exactly. The economic advisor isn't just floating an idea. He's confirming he is actively refining a working mechanism. The funding source might be unconventional, but the commitment to figuring out the accounting is very, very real.
So the funding is unusual, but what about the actual people who would get this money? Did Hassett touch on eligibility?
He did. He said the proposed rebate would be aimed at families making less than, say, $100,000.
Okay, so that gives us a clear income target. It's focused on middle and lower income families.
Right. Now, he was careful to stress that this detail is still in discussion. It's not finalized. But it definitely sets the expectation for how broad the eligibility is going to be.
That really helps define the scope. But, the sheer institutional weight behind this proposal is what makes it feel so locked in.
For sure.
This commitment isn't just coming from the economic team. It's being affirmed across the cabinet, really.
It's a critical point. When a policy like this moves from the concept stage to the ready-to-implement stage, you absolutely need coordination between the economic guys and the agency that actually, cuts the checks.
The Treasury Department.
Which brings us to Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent.
Right. So what does his participation signal to us?
Bessent being involved in these discussions is key. It signals that the Treasury, the agency responsible for all this, is already in sync with the White House on the intention to get this done.
So they're getting the machinery ready.
It's lending that cabinet-level weight to the whole operation. It confirms that the bureaucracy is prepping for implementation. It's a quiet signal, but an extremely powerful one.
Okay, so if Hassett is the financial affirmation and Bessent is the logistical one, then Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt provided the political affirmation.
And arguably the strongest one we've seen.
Absolutely.
Leavitt was just unequivocal. When she was asked directly about the $2,000 commitment, she said, the White House is committed to making that happen. Yes.
Wow. Yes.
Yes. And then she added that they are currently exploring all legal options to get that done. That just removes any doubt that this is some kind of trial balloon.
And she was quick to clarify, that there's no timeline, no further details yet, but she stressed that the president made it clear he wants to make it happen.
And that's a public promise. That carries a tremendous amount of political risk if it gets broken.
Huge.
When the press secretary puts the official weight of the White House behind something like this, it just dramatically raises the political cost of failure.
Yeah.
Her statement basically made this a non-negotiable priority.
But the highest stakes commitment, I mean, it had to come from the top, right?
Of course.
So let's review those two presidential posts that are part of our 5 pieces of evidence. They're what really cemented the public expectation.
Yeah, and those posts were incredibly effective at driving media attention and setting that baseline for you, the listener. The original announcement on Sunday promised, quote, at least $2,000 in the form of a dividend to everybody except high-income people will be paid.
A very clear marker.
Very clear.
And they didn't let it drift. The very next day, on Monday, the president was out with a follow-up post, immediately doubling down on the payment.
Right, reiterating the $2,000 amount, specifically detailing who he wants to send it to. He was reinforcing that income cap we just talked about.
It's a classic political strategy, isn't it?
Oh, yeah. But doubling down so quickly, the administration just prevented the news cycle from shifting the conversation to, say, a smaller payment or a different plan. They are intentionally raising the stakes on themselves.
And that intentional raising of the stakes, that connects right back to that powerful phrase we found in our source material, that the administration is painting themselves into an extremely tight corner. What does that really mean for the person at home waiting on this money?
It means the promise has become binding, simply through repetition. I mean, just imagine the political fallout if this doesn't happen now.
Right.
The economic advisor says the funding works. The Treasury Secretary is talking about eligibility. The press secretary makes a blanket commitment. And the president has posted twice about the specific dollar amount, 5 clear data points in 2 days.
The implication is pretty clear. They've left themselves no room to back down without suffering a major political wound.
Precisely. Because this promise has been so public, so repeated by every key figure, there is now, I would say, a pretty high likelihood of this happening.
Because failure isn't just a policy failure at this point.
It would be a failure of trust. It would result in a lot of really, really upset people who were directly promised this relief. They have basically created a situation where they have to succeed, legislatively at least.
Okay, so let's synthesize everything we've heard. Let's nail down the current status and what has to happen next. The $2,000 payment, regardless of the tariff idea, absolutely requires Congress to act. The economic advisor confirmed that.
That is the one central requirement. It's an approved concept. It has a researched, if unconventional, funding source. It has overwhelming high-level commitment. But without a legislative vehicle, without a bill, it just stalls.
But there is this emerging information that lawmakers themselves are warming up to the idea of these $2,000 payments.
Which is key.
It suggests that the political groundswell the administration created with this aggressive push is starting to actually have an impact on Capitol Hill.
That movement is essential. A commitment from the White House creates political pressure, but lawmakers warming up, as you said, that's what creates the actual path to passing a bill. It shows the momentum is building exactly where it needs to.
So to summarize the facts we've laid out for you today based on those 5 pieces of source material, we have the 3 high-profile clips, Hassett, Besson, and Levitt, confirming the commitment, the research, the eligibility, and we have the 2 written posts from the president confirming the scale and the scope of this payment. It's a remarkably clear, unified message for a policy that hasn't even been introduced in Congress yet.
The main insight here, really, is the unprecedented level of public commitment combined with the sheer speed of them figuring out the how.
Right.
They didn't just throw out a number. They immediately tied it to an actively researched funding source, that tariff revenue, which gave the proposal immediate credibility, even if the math is complex. That willingness to expose their mechanism so early is what makes this feel different from just standard political talk.
So here's the final provocative thought for you to chew on. If the economic advisor is actively running the numbers, and if legislators are really warming up to the idea, that means this proposal needs a home.
Right, it needs a bill.
What specific legislative vehicle, or maybe an existing bill that's already moving through Congress, do you think will ultimately carry this $2,000 proposal forward?
That's the question.
Will it get attached as an amendment to some major spending bill? Or will all this political momentum force it to become its own standalone piece of emergency legislation? That decision, which we haven't seen yet, is the next crucial data point to watch for.
Keep tracking the progression of that required legislation because the political momentum and the stakes involved here, they're undeniable.
Thanks for diving deep with us. We'll catch you next time as we continue to unpack the sources.
Okay, let's unpack this. Attention. Everyone on a fixed income, receiving Social Security, or relying on VA benefits. We are diving deep into a really high-profile proposal that promises a substantial, potentially life-changing financial payment coming your way. And we're talking about a big figure here, at least $2,000 per person.
This is major news. And the reason it's so significant is that this specific dividend proposal is aimed squarely at providing, crucial relief. It's for low and middle income Americans who've just been struggling so acutely with this relentless inflation.
Yeah, the rising costs of everything. Essentials like food, utilities.
Exactly. And the benefit levels that people rely on just haven't kept pace. What's different here is the proposal links this money directly to massive tariff revenues, specifically targeting the parts of the population who need the assistance most right now.
So today, we are taking the sources straight from the campaign trail, from recent public statements, and the official social media post to really break down this $2,000 dividend proposal. We need to tell you exactly who is specified to receive it, where the money is supposed to come from financially, and maybe most importantly, the big questions surrounding its complex viability, the financial risks, and all the critical missing details that affect people on fixed benefits.
Our mission today is to cut through all the political noise and the speculation. We want to give you the clarity and the verified facts you need right now, especially if you rely on fixed benefits like SSI or retirement Social Security. We're going to analyze the specifics of this financial blueprint and examine its potential impact on your household stability, really pushing hard on the source material to find some definitive answers.
And we've been absolutely inundated with questions since this proposal for a $2,000 distribution came out. Sometimes it's called a stimulus, sometimes a dividend or a rebate.
The language is all over the place.
It is. But it's important to establish right up front that this isn't just a political rumor. This is based on repeated, very recent public statements from a major political figure. For our dedicated community, which, is often made up of fixed-income seniors, veterans, and individuals with disabilities, understanding the exact target audience and the certainty of the payment is the most important thing.
What's truly fascinating here is how the messaging has evolved. Initially, the concept was broad, maybe deliberately so, but the most recent updates referenced in our sources they've narrowed the focus quite a bit.
Okay.
So this deep dive will center entirely on the source material to analyze those specifics, particularly how it affects those on fixed and low incomes. And we are going to critically dissect the underlying financial mechanism, these massive tariff revenues, which is what makes this proposal so unique compared to past relief measures.
Let's get straight to the core of the announcement then before we dive into the complex math. The headline is a dividend of at least $2,000 a person.
At least. That's the key phrase.
And we have to be crystal clear here.
Right.
This is being proposed as a one-time distribution or rebate.
Right.
It's not a permanent adjustment, not a cost of living increase, and not a monthly boost to your existing Social Security or VA benefits.
It's intended as immediate lump sum relief. That's the idea.
Okay.
And it is essential for our audience that we clarify the language being used because that can signal the legislative path it might take or lack thereof. We've seen it consistently called a $2,000 stimulus check, a $2,000 dividend distribution rebate, and a dividend of at least $2,000 a person.
So the label keeps shifting.
The label might shift, depending on whether it's used in a formal bill or at a campaign rally. But the consistent key metric in all these discussions is that minimum $2,000 amount. That number has been repeatedly promised, and that sets a very firm expectation for the public.
And crucially, we need to talk about the recipients because this is the information that answers, I'd say, 90% of our listeners' questions. The initial post about this potential payment stated it would be paid to everyone, not including high-income people, which, as you pointed out, was vague and it caused a lot of confusion.
Yes, that initial vagueness was concerning, particularly for fixed-income individuals who, let's be honest, often feel overlooked in these broad pronouncements.
Of course.
However, the sources highlight a critical and immediate follow-up post and some subsequent clarifications. The political figures specifically doubled down on the promise by stating that the payments would be made to low- and middle-income USA citizens.
Low- and middle-income USA citizens.
That is the operative phrase. That changes everything.
That is a massive direct answer to the concerns we hear from fixed-income and low-income viewers. If you are receiving a fixed-income benefit administered by Social Security, whether that's Social Security Retirement, SSDI, or SSI, you are, by definition, considered low-income or fixed income and are therefore explicitly included in the group targeted by this new specific messaging. This isn't just implied. The phrasing targets you directly.
This specific shift in language is incredibly important. It takes that abstract promise of everyone and makes it concrete for this audience, many of whom are seniors and veterans. It confirms that the proposal is explicitly designed to address the acute financial constraints facing people on these fixed benefits. It answers that fundamental question, does this apply to me?
And based on the source material.
The answer is a resounding yes, provided your income falls into the cutoff line that we're about to discuss.
Okay, so that's a big piece of the puzzle. Let's move to the proposed mechanism for funding this. I mean, this is a sizable distribution. Where is $2,000 per person supposed to come from, especially given the scale of the U.S. population?
The proposed mechanism is, well, it's arguably the most unique aspect of this entire plan. The payments are proposed to be funded by massive tariff income.
Tariff income.
Yeah. And just to clarify for our listeners, a tariff is a tax levied on imported goods and services. So when a product, say an appliance, a vehicle part, or certain raw materials comes into the United States from another country, the U.S. government collects a percentage or a fixed fee on that import.
That's the basic definition. But this is a deep dive, so let's go a little deeper. When the government levies a tariff, who actually pays that money? Is it the foreign manufacturer, or does it eventually fall to the American consumer?
That is the central ongoing debate around tariffs, and it's really important context for understanding the viability of this dividend. While the tariff is technically collected by U.S. Customs from the American importer, the company bringing the goods and economists generally agree that a significant portion, often the majority, of that cost is eventually passed down to the consumer.
In the form of higher prices.
In the form of higher prices, exactly. So in effect, while the government collects the revenue, the consumer is often the one indirectly funding that tariff income through, well, inflation.
And that dynamic is particularly relevant to our audience, who are already struggling with inflation. The idea here, though, seems to be that instead of letting that revenue just flow into the general fund, it's being repurposed directly back to the people who arguably need inflation relief the most.
Exactly. The sources provide some current financial context around these tariffs that we really need to examine closely. These numbers lay the entire foundation for the viability question, and we're not talking about small figures here.
All right, let's look at the numbers cited, which are being used to justify the plan. We see that the U.S. has brought in about $195 billion in tariff revenues so far this year.
Right. And if we look at the current collection rates, they're averaging about $1 billion a day.
$1 billion a day.
Which totals roughly $30 billion a month. This is a powerful, highly liquid revenue stream that the proposal's proponents are, very keen to exploit.
So based on those current rates, the analysis referenced in the sources projects, that the U.S. is on track to bring in about $350 billion over a 12-month period.
That's the annual projection.
That is a substantial sum of money, and the proponents are making the case that this dedicated revenue stream is sufficient to cover these dividend payments.
Furthermore, and this is crucial when we discuss the financing logistics later, you have to look at the long-term projection. This revenue stream is forecasted to bring in approximately $3 trillion over the next 10 years.
$3 trillion.
Over a decade, assuming the current tariff levels remain in place. So these three numbers, the $195 billion already collected, the $350 billion projected annually, and the $3 trillion over 10 years, these are the pillars upon which the architects of the plan are relying to justify the whole distribution structure.
That gives us the source of the money. Now let's move to the next critical question, which ties directly back to our audience. How exactly is low and middle income defined? For those on fixed income, this is the central metric that determines eligibility, and we really need clarity on where that line is drawn.
Well, if we connect this to the bigger picture, government entities have a pretty consistent history in how they distribute broad-based stimulus or rebate payments. The main factor they use is income level. Usually it's your adjusted gross income, or AGI.
Right.
And what's crucial here is that the sources reiterate that the proposal did not mention specific programs, like whether you file tax returns or claim Social Security or disability status, only the general level of income.
This directly addresses a major concern from our listeners. Many people, especially those receiving supplemental security income, SSI, or those who rely solely on minimal Social Security retirement benefits. They often don't file traditional tax returns because their income falls below the mandatory filing threshold. They were asking, do I need to start filing taxes to get this money?
And based purely on the source's focus on low income, the answer is likely no. You would not necessarily need to file if you typically don't. The payment hinges on falling under the determined income cutoff, not on your tax filing status or the specific federal program providing your benefits.
So it's about the income level itself.
Exactly. If your total annual income from all sources, including your benefits, falls below that specified income line, the proposal intends for you to be included.
That is a point of significant relief for many who fear, complex bureaucratic hurdles. The key is just demonstrating that low income status.
Precisely. And we see historical precedent for this. During past stimulus rounds, the IRS used data it already had on file from the Social Security Administration or the Veterans Administration to automatically send payments to non-filers who were confirmed recipients of fixed benefit.
So they have the data.
They have the data. The income level is the determinant, and the benefit status is often just the means of identification.
Now, here's the sticky point.
Yeah.
We do not have an exact hard and fast dollar amount that defines high income or the phase-out range.
Right.
There's a missing line in the sand that dictates who gets the full $2,000 payment and who is excluded completely.
Precisely. And in the absence of an official legislative text or any regulatory guidance, we are left to rely on speculation. But it's speculation based on the most reliable historical data, past government stimulus actions. Historically, the intent of a broad-based stimulus is to reach the vast majority of American households while excluding the wealthiest segment, usually the top 5 to 10%.
The sources provide specific speculative figures derived from that historical precedent, and these are vital for planning purposes. A very strong guess for the high-income threshold where the phase-out would begin is around $75,000 a year for an individual.
There are $150,000 a year for a married couple filing jointly.
Okay, so 75 and 150.
And this speculation is highly grounded. Why? Because these are the exact thresholds used for the first and second rounds of general stimulus payments. They provide a reliable, established benchmark that the government has used before to define the difference between middle-class and high-income earners for the purposes of federal relief.
And there's a political logic behind this number, too. The sources cite that the average household income last year was approximately $83,000. So it was highly unlikely that the cutoff would be set below the national average income, as that would exclude too many middle-income families. It would negate that middle-income USA citizens promise.
Exactly. If the cutoff were, say, $50,000, it would be purely a low-income benefit, which contradicts the explicit low and middle income guarantee. Setting the ceiling around $75,000 for individuals and $150,000 for couples ensures that the proposal covers nearly all working families and virtually every single person relying on fixed federal benefits.
So the implication is incredibly clear for our listeners. Anyone whose adjusted gross income, their AGI, falls below this highly probable threshold, $75,000 individual, $150,000 for a married couple, would be eligible for the full $2,000 payment.
Yeah.
This is genuinely excellent news for anyone whose income is derived largely or entirely from fixed benefits, which almost always fall far, far below these ceilings. For most Social Security, SSI, and VA beneficiaries, the primary concern shifts from if they qualify to how the money will be handled, which we will definitely address later.
Okay, now we must transition to the hard truth of the financial viability. This is where the enthusiasm of the proposal meets the unyielding math of federal budgeting. We have to look at the rough calculation presented in the sources. Can the tariff revenue actually cover the immense cost?
Let's break down the math problem methodically. The sources use the participation rate from the $1,400 stimulus check back in 2021,
Right.
which reached about 85% of the U.S. population, including dependents. This figure represents an estimate of approximately 284 million people who would be eligible.
And that includes children and non-filing fixed-income adults.
Yes.
So if we take that conservative estimate of 284 million people and we multiply it by the proposed $2,000 dividend, the total cost required to fund the proposal is estimated at $568 billion. Wow.
It is a staggering figure, more than $500 billion. It's an astronomical sum that's required for immediate disbursement.
Wait, hold on a second. That number is, it's just staggering. $568 billion. If we look back at the revenue projections we just discussed, we're only expecting to bring in about $350 billion in tariff revenues over the next 12 months.
The comparison is indeed stark, and it highlights the central challenge of this proposal. The $568 billion needed far exceeds the projected annual revenue of $350 billion.
It's not even close.
Not even close. Logically and mathematically, the payments cannot be funded upfront solely with current or even projected yearly tariff revenues. They are short by over $218 billion in the first year alone.
And even if the government were to implement a much stricter income cutoff, say aiming for only the truly low-income population, and they managed to cut the total cost down significantly, maybe to $400 billion.
They're still short. They are still short by $50 billion of their annual revenue goal. This raises a fundamental question. If they don't have the money in hand from tariffs today, how on earth do they send out $2,000 checks tomorrow?
And here's where it gets really interesting. This is the financial maneuver that defines the viability of the proposal. This explains why the proponents consistently mention the $3 trillion in tariff revenues projected over the next 10 years.
Ah, okay.
That 10-year figure is the key to the execution strategy because it represents the only way the math can possibly work.
So this $3 trillion is essentially the collateral.
It's the collateral. If they want to send the $2,000 payment out now, which is necessary for it to function as a relief measure, the government would have to essentially borrow the money today or front the money.
Right.
And then rely on the anticipated future tariff revenues over the next several years to pay back that incurred debt.
Okay, can you break that down? It's like a loan?
Think of it like a home equity loan, but for the federal government. You have a valuable asset, your future tariff revenue stream, projected to be $3 trillion over the next decade. The government essentially takes out a massive loan, perhaps $500 billion, using that guaranteed future revenue as collateral. They receive the cash today, send it out as dividends, and then every dollar of tariff revenue collected for the next 2 or 3 years goes towards servicing and paying off that initial $500 billion debt.
That makes the abstract concept of debt fronting much clearer. So the government would issue bonds, borrow the necessary hundreds of billions, send the money out to low and middle income Americans immediately, and then use the subsequent years of tariff revenue, a revenue stream they feel highly confident about, to slowly erase that incurred debt over time.
The critical consequence of this action, which must be clearly stated, is that it would technically add the total cost, whether it's $400 billion or that high-end $568 billion, to the national debt in the immediate short term. Even though it has a dedicated, scheduled repayment source in the tariffs, the instantaneous borrowing increases the debt figure. As the source describes using the analogy of a rapidly spinning gas pump, the national debt is already increasing exponentially daily. This method would simply accelerate that short-term multi-hundred-billion-dollar increase.
So the viability hinges not on current cash flow, but on the ability and willingness to leverage future revenue streams.
Yes.
Which itself requires confidence that those massive tariff levels will remain in place for the next decade.
Yeah.
That's a significant assumption given the constantly shifting global trade landscape.
It is a massive assumption, and it shows the political urgency of the proposal. The proponents have to frame it as a financially responsible plan. The money is already coming in, while strategically masking the immediate need for hundreds of billions in borrowing to fulfill the promise instantly.
Okay, we've established the mechanics and the cost hurdles. Now let's look at the political momentum behind this idea. This proposal is not appearing in a vacuum. The sources highlight that this is the 4th time this particular political figure has publicly endorsed a similar idea of distributing money directly to citizens in less than a year.
A 4th time.
This suggests increasing commitment, regardless of the financial complexities.
It absolutely signifies a consistent direction of intent that has been evolving since the beginning of the year. Let's detail the specific proposals mentioned in the source to see the deliberate evolution of the idea, moving from an abstract concept toward this very concrete $2,000 figure.
All right, so back in February, the initial idea floated was perhaps the most abstract, the much larger $5,000 Doge dividend.
Yeah, that one was. It was certainly headline-grabbing, but it felt speculative and tied to less conventional financing methods.
Oh, sure. Then the approach got more traditional. In August, the idea resurfaced in a more formal legislative context.
With the introduction of a $600 rebate check.
Right, which was formally introduced under the American Worker Rebate Act of 2025. This signaled a tangible move toward Congress and traditional funding methods. The number was smaller, but the mechanism was real.
Then by early October, specifically around October 2nd, the political rhetoric narrowed, moving away from that $600 figure. We saw an interview indicating a distribution target between $1,000 and $2,000.
The range was closing in, almost predicting the final number.
And finally, in November, we have the current and most specific proposal. The $2,000 dividend aimed explicitly at low and middle income citizens, fully backed by the tariff revenue plan. That evolution from 5,000 down to 600 and back up to 2,000 shows a methodical testing of political ideas and a calculated movement toward a concrete, high-impact number that they feel they can defend financially, even if it requires debt fronting.
So what does this accumulation of promises mean politically? The messaging is undeniably exciting, and it provides hope to our listeners, many of whom are struggling. But there's a profound implication of repeating this promise 4 times in under a year.
This is what the sources refer to as the painting themselves into a corner analogy, and it's a powerful political analysis. If this proposal, or consistent variations of it, is repeatedly floated, endorsed, and hyped, but ultimately is not followed through on, it risks losing significant credibility with the public.
Especially with the low-income citizens who rely so heavily on these financial updates for planning and just for hope.
Exactly. It essentially becomes the political version of the kid who cried wolf.
Mm.
If the government repeatedly hints at a significant financial windfall for fixed-income individuals, but consistently fails to deliver, the excitement turns rapidly into cynicism and public trust is severely eroded.
The analysis suggests the only viable way to escape this tight corner, as the source calls it, is to actually fulfill the promise. And the fact that this specific $2,000 promise has been reiterated and doubled down upon, especially with the tangible tariff funding mechanism and the explicit low-income target, suggests there's growing internal political pressure to deliver on a tangible financial benefit before the public completely tunes out the updates.
I think that's a fair assessment.
This brings us to perhaps the most important part of this deep dive for our listeners, particularly those on means-tested programs like SSI or Medicaid. We must dedicate significant time to the critical missing details and the essential financial protections, addressing the unavoidable what-ifs that accompany any massive payment to low-income Americans.
Yes. While the sources confirm who is targeted, low and middle income, they are utterly silent on the practical mechanics, and these are crucial to the day-to-day finances of our most vulnerable audience members. This silence is not just an oversight, it creates immense financial risk for fixed-income households.
Let's break down what is currently unknown and absolutely essential for fixed-income recipients to plan for. First, timing. We have no specific dates and no anticipated payment schedules. Will payments be staggered based on benefit type, like Social Security retirement recipients first, then SSDI, then SSI?
Or will they use birth date staggering like they did in past stimulus rounds? We don't know the anticipated time frame for disbursement. Is this 6 months away or 12? Clarity there is 0.
Second, method. We do not know the guaranteed method of distribution. Will it rely purely on direct deposit information already on file with the SSA or VA? Will the government risk sending out hundreds of millions of paper checks again?
And crucially for many low-income recipients, will the funds be deposited onto the Direct Express card that many Social Security recipients use?
Right.
While past payments used all these methods, the official plan has not confirmed this detail, which really affects payment reliability.
Third, and this impacts everyone, regardless of income level, taxability. The proposal does not clarify if the $2,000 dividend would be considered taxable income or if it would be explicitly deemed tax-free, like some past pandemic relief payments were.
For many low-income individuals, this may not push them into a taxable bracket, but it's a crucial detail for tax planning and for those middle-income recipients who may see their overall tax liability change.
Fourth, and this requires the most in-depth discussion because it is a life-and-death issue for our most vulnerable listeners, benefit impact.
The big one?
The biggest one. The proposal says absolutely nothing about how this $2,000 lump sum payment would affect eligibility or monthly benefit calculations for means-tested programs.
This includes supplemental security income, SSI, state Medicaid programs, and potentially SNAP food assistance.
This is the critical friction point. If you are an SSI recipient, you know that benefits often come with a very strict resource limit, a cap on how much cash or assets you can have in the bank.
And that limit is very low. For an individual, historically, this limit has been around $2,000. For a married couple, it's often around $3,000.
So the potential danger is immediate and it's severe.
Let's run a hypothetical example just to illustrate the risk.
Yeah.
Imagine a senior living alone who receives SSI and Medicaid. They have managed to save $1,800 in their checking account, staying safely below that $2,000 limit. The $2,000 dividend check arrives, boosting their total accessible resources to $3,800.
So in the absence of an explicit federal waiver or protection, that $3,800 instantly pushes them $1,800 over the resource limit.
Right.
The Social Security Administration's rules would then mandate that the individual is technically ineligible for SSI for the duration they remain above that limit. They would lose their cash assistance, and often worse, they would lose their essential Medicaid coverage until they spend that money down.
It's a devastating consequence. A payment that's intended to provide financial relief could force an SSI recipient to choose between losing their health insurance or spending the entire $2,000 almost immediately.
Which defeats the entire purpose of the dividend providing stable relief.
It does.
And past stimulus payments recognize this danger. What did Congress do then to protect recipients?
In every previous stimulus or relief measure aimed at low-income individuals, Congress included explicit language in the legislative text. That language stated that the payment would be disregarded, meaning it would not be counted as income or resources for the purposes of SSI, Medicaid, and SNAP eligibility.
For how long?
For a period of at least 12 months and sometimes longer. This provided a crucial buffer, allowing recipients to hold on to the funds without jeopardizing their core benefits.
So since the current proposal is silent on this specific mandatory protection, it creates immense uncertainty for the most vulnerable recipients. We cannot stress this enough. Any financial relief measure aimed at low-income Americans must include explicit language waiving these resource limits, or it risks causing profound harm to the very people it is trying to help.
This is the detail that listeners need to pressure their representatives to clarify immediately.
Absolutely.
Now, shifting gears slightly, but this is equally important. Since this is a highly publicized future potential payment, it immediately raises the risk of financial scams and fraud targeting this vulnerable population.
Oh, absolutely.
Scammers are already preparing to exploit the hope and confusion surrounding this $2,000 check.
The risk is immediate and serious. We have to provide the critical warning based on standard government practices. Let's make this absolutely clear for everyone listening. Neither the SSA, the VA, the IRS, nor any official agency will ever call, text, or email you asking you to pay money, confirm your personal banking information, or purchase gift cards in order to receive this $2,000 payment.
Scammers rely on fear and urgency. They might claim your Direct Express card is blocked and needs a small fee to reactivate it.
Right.
They might text you a link that looks like a government website asking you to verify your income. These are sophisticated attempts to steal your identity and your money.
If the payment is eventually approved and disbursed, you should trust only official letters delivered by the U.S. mail or verified government websites ending in a .gov. If you receive suspicious contact about this $2,000 check, someone claiming you need to pay a fee or verify your account details, it is a scam.
100%.
Report it immediately to the SSA Office of the Inspector General and hang up the phone. Protect your finances because the government will never ask you to pay them to receive a benefit.
And on a positive, forward-looking note, if this proposal does move forward, managing your existing benefits through the official My Social Security portal is the most reliable and secure way to monitor for official communication.
And to ensure your direct deposit information is current.
Right, which mitigates the risk of payment delays. That portal is your verified, trusted source of information.
Okay, let's bring this deep dive together by summarizing the most important facts we've extracted from the source material today.
To summarize the core findings, the proposal is for at least $2,000 as a one-time distribution. It is explicitly aimed at low and middle-income USA citizens, which by definition includes the vast majority of those receiving fixed benefits like Social Security, SSI, and SSDI.
And the funding mechanism is proposed to be that massive tariff revenue collected on imported goods. And the key metric for eligibility will almost certainly be your annual income, based on past precedent, making anyone whose income falls below that, likely $75,000 individual or $150,000 married couple threshold eligible. For most of our fixed income listeners, this means you qualify based on the current messaging.
While the enthusiasm and the political commitment are high, the financial math suggests this $568 billion proposal would have to be financed by taking on new debt in the short term, essentially fronting the cash to the recipients immediately and then repaying that debt over the next decade using the projected $3 trillion in tariff revenues.
And the most dangerous, unaddressed issue for our most vulnerable audience members is that critical missing language regarding SSI and Medicaid resource limit protections. without which the $2,000 could lead to temporary benefit loss.
So this political figure also stated that all money left over after the $2,000 payments would be used to pay down the national debt. We have to return to the numbers one final time because this raises a really important question regarding the economic justification. We established that the total cost is approximately $568 billion, while the annual revenue is only $350 billion.
Right. Given that massive $218 billion financial gap between the annual collection and the required payout, the claim that there will be leftover money for debt repayment is, well, it's highly problematic.
It just doesn't add up.
What level of income threshold would they need to set? What cutoff line? To realistically generate a substantial amount of leftover money for debt repayment after sending out a $2,000 payment to hundreds of millions of Americans.
The current numbers suggest that after covering the $2,000 payments, even if the eligibility pool is slightly restricted, there would be little, if any, money left over from the annual tariff stream to meaningfully reduce the existing multi-trillion-dollar national debt.
So they would actually be borrowing heavily.
In fact, they would be borrowing heavily against future revenues just to cover the initial payment. This is the economic reasoning that fundamentally challenges the secondary claim of the proposal, that it serves as both immediate stimulus and a method to reduce the national debt.
It's the complex, sometimes contradictory aspect of the plan that we must continue to watch closely as the political figure attempts to square the financial circle of debt repayment and massive immediate dividends.
We hope this deep dive brought you the critical clarity you needed and, maybe reduce the overwhelm of information overload regarding the significant financial possibility. We focus today not just on the promise, but on the practical realities of eligibility, funding, and the immediate risks to your existing benefits.
If this knowledge helped you understand the specifics of who qualifies, where the money comes from, and what critical details are still missing, please share this deep dive immediately with family or friends who rely on these financial updates. Like this deep dive and leave your questions in the comments so we know what to investigate next. Stay informed, stay vigilant against scams, and we will continue to monitor the legislative movement on this $2,000. The deep dive begins today with a massive financial update, and this one is coming directly from the White House. It's a pretty urgent one.
Very urgent. The timeline is incredibly short on this.
We're talking about a potential $2,000 or maybe even more stimulus dividend payment. That's what they're calling it.
The dividend, yeah.
And if this gets enacted, it could offer significant breathing room for your household budget.
Real-world breathing room.
Especially if you rely on a fixed income like Social Security, SSI, or, disability benefits.
For sure. Multiple high-profile administration officials have gone public on this. It's not just a rumor.
Right. They're confirming their absolute commitment to delivering this money. And they claim, and this is the key part, they claim they found a way to fund these $2,000 checks without tapping into the national debt.
They're pointing to a very specific source, tariff revenue.
So today, we're going to unpack the 5 critical pieces of evidence. We'll analyze the intense political pressure that is now building to make this payment a reality.
And we'll get into who qualifies based on what we know from these initial proposals.
This is what we know right now, and here's why this potential financial help matters to you, the learner.
Let's get into it.
Welcome to the deep dive, where we really try to cut through all the noise and just deliver the essential knowledge you need to stay ahead.
And our sources have been, they've been stacking up fast. Really just over the last 48 hours.
It's been a coordinated message, hasn't it? From the highest levels of government. It demands our immediate attention.
It really does. So the focus today is this major proposed financial relief, this potential $2,000 payment that the administration is very consistently calling a dividend payment.
And that's the first thing I want to zero in on, that word.
The language, yeah.
What's central to this whole deep dive is the sheer intensity of it all. The immediacy of the news.
That's it. We are not dealing with some vague policy paper or a political wish list that gets debated for months and then disappears.
No, this feels different.
Very different. The sources are so clear that the level of public commitment, from these really high-profile officials, spanning policy, finance, communications,
all of them.
That's the most defining feature of this proposal right now. This is a deliberate, synchronized administrative push. And that signals a very firm intention to follow through.
That coordination, it tells us something really crucial about their intent, right?
Yeah.
So let's start by defining exactly what we're looking at here. Let's clarify that term they're using.
The dividend.
Why are they calling it a dividend payment instead of, traditional stimulus or a rebate? What does that conceptual difference actually imply for our audience?
That is, I think, a deeply fascinating and very intentional choice of language.
It has to be.
Oh, absolutely. It reflects a desire to separate this financial relief effort from everything we've seen in the past.
Mm.
Historically, you hear stimulus payment and you think, okay, that's debt financed.
Right. Money being printed to inject into the economy, adding to the deficit.
Exactly. And a rebate usually refers to money you get back from taxes you've already paid. It's tied to your tax filing.
Mm-hmm.
By using the term dividend payment, the administration it's subtle, but it's deliberate. They are framing this money as a return on shared national assets.
Okay, so like a company paying out profits to its shareholders.
Precisely. In this case, the shareholders are the American people, and the profit is the revenue generated by these specific tariffs. It's a conceptual shift, and it aims to position the payment as non-debt financed relief.
Which has massive political appeal.
Huge appeal, especially in a fiscally conservative climate. No one wants to hear about adding to the debt.
So it's not just semantics. It's a financial and political statement about where the money is coming from. It's trying to reassure everyone that this isn't just more borrowing.
That's the goal.
Our mission today is really crucial then for any learner who relies on timely, verified financial information. We need to cut through the rhetoric and present all 5 pieces of concrete evidence.
And all of which emerged in, what, a matter of just a couple of days?
Exactly. All pointing to this White House commitment to a $2,000 payment.
Absolutely. And the direct benefit for our audience, many of whom are retirees, older adults, low-income individuals receiving benefits like Social Security, SSI, SSDI.
That's why we have to do a full deep dive. A $2,000 payment is, well, it's substantial.
It's massive. For someone relying solely on a fixed income, especially where inflation has just aggressively eaten away at their purchasing power for the last few years,
Oh, yeah.
that sum could be the difference between making rent, affording essential prescriptions, or just, regaining some measure of financial dignity and stability.
We really cannot underestimate the real-world impact of a payment this big.
We can't.
We have to acknowledge the potential life-changing nature of this sum. The core proposal sets the minimum amount as at least $2,000 per recipient or family.
Right, at least.
And we're defining this proposal based on those initial announcements made by the president just a few days ago. The speed with which the entire administration then mobilized behind this high-dollar figure, that's the key signal we need to decode.
And that phrase, at least $2,000, it's so important. It means this figure is the floor, not necessarily the ceiling.
Good point.
Depending on how they structure the final legislation, maybe it's scaled for families with dependents, or maybe there's a higher amount for certain vulnerable groups. We don't know yet.
But it shows an aggressive, proactive intent. They want to deliver substantial relief quickly, and that just underscores the urgency they're placing on this initiative.
It does.
Okay, let's unpack this with the first major element.
Yeah.
The sheer political heat they are generating for themselves.
Yes.
The administration has, by making these public statements, effectively boxed itself into a very tight corner, politically speaking.
And what's fascinating here is that this observation is woven throughout our source material. The administration is consciously painting themselves into an extremely tight corner by promoting this idea so heavily and so publicly.
This isn't some cautious leak to, test the waters.
Not at all. This is multiple high-ranking officials tying their credibility and the administration's political future to a specific high-dollar financial figure.
And that political implication is just profound. It suggests they are acutely aware that if they failed to deliver, there would be significant widespread backlash.
Especially among the very demographics they're targeting with this message. Retirees, fixed-income earners, low-income voters.
If the commitment is this strong and this public, the implication is that the administration knows they really need to follow through. I mean, failure to deliver $2,000 to people who are struggling financially, they could be politically devastating.
The severity of that potential blowback, should this payment not materialize after this level of public confirmation, it cannot be overstated.
Yeah.
The source materials stress that failure would lead to a lot of really, really upset people. People who were, quite rationally, basically banking on this to happen.
Of course.
So this engineered pressure, it creates a massive, almost irresistible political incentive for the administration to devote every single resource to overcoming any hurdles, legislative or financial.
They've consciously chosen to raise the stakes.
They have, to ensure political movement.
It's a classic high-risk, high-reward strategy.
Mm.
So let's look at the concrete evidence trail that built this pressure cooker. We have to start with the executive commitment itself.
No, top down.
We have concrete evidence here. Specifically, 2 public statements detailed in source material screenshots made by the president over 2 consecutive days, Sunday and Monday,
Back to back.
where he decisively doubled down on the $2,000 payment.
And that repetition, day after day, it reinforces the message. It prevents it from being dismissed as, a momentary slip of the tongue or a one-off comment.
Exactly. And the initial language he used is what sets the broad scope for the entire proposal. It defines who the research team should be focusing on.
He announced the distribution of at least $2,000 in the form of a dividend to everybody except high-income people.
That phrase, everybody except high-income people, that's the core promise. It dictates a wide distribution intended to encompass the vast majority of working and retired Americans.
And it certainly includes those who rely on any form of social welfare or retirement benefits.
Now, in government, the president sets the policy, but it's the Treasury Department that has to ensure the financial and legal pathway is clear.
Right.
Which brings us to our second critical piece of evidence, the crucial confirmation from Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent. What exactly did he confirm? How did he move this from just a political post to an active administrative task?
Bessent's statement was key. It provided the necessary institutional and financial grounding for the proposal. It confirmed that this policy is being actively pursued at the highest financial level in the government.
And his specific words.
He explicitly confirmed that the White House is committed to making that happen. But crucially, he added that the team of economic advisors is currently exploring all legal options to get that done.
That is not an insignificant phrase.
Not at all. It is the first official confirmation that the government bureaucracy is now engaged in the complex work of figuring out the legal pathways. How do you transfer funds derived from tariffs, a non-traditional source for this kind of relief, into checks for citizens?
So that's a massive step. Active exploration of legal options, specifically related to these, non-budgeted funds. But when we analyze Bessent's statement, what's notably missing that our audience should be cautious about?
Well, for context, Bessent provided absolutely no timeline.
No dates.
No specific dates for payment, no further specific details about the mechanics of the payment or the final eligibility criteria. He only offered the strong commitment itself. He was acting as that high-level assurance that the policy goal is non-negotiable within the administration.
So the absence of a timeline means the process is still fluid.
Completely. It's dependent entirely on the success of that legal exploration and, of course, legislative action.
Okay, so if Bessent gave us the policy commitment and the legal directive, then the administration needs someone to figure out the how.
The nitty-gritty.
And more specifically, whether this whole tariff funding model is even financially viable. That brings us directly to the numbers person, Kevin Hassett, the economic advisor.
Yes, his role is critical. He's responsible for the data, the feasibility, and making sure this idea of using tariffs actually holds water.
He's the one who has to make the math work.
Precisely. Hassett's involvement transforms the promise into a logistical and mathematical problem. He's the one in charge of running the models, checking the ledger for that tariff revenue.
And what did he confirm?
He confirmed that his immediate task is to study the matter and get the numbers straight. He said he is actively studying the matter and getting the numbers straight to provide the president with all the choices he needs to decide on how to execute the payment.
That's a very transparent confirmation that the proposal is now fully in the technical, implementation and feasibility review phase.
It is. It signals the administration is treating this as a serious, calculable policy, not just a talking point.
The coordination is powerful.
Yeah.
You have the president initiating the commitment, the Treasury Secretary backing the legal review, and the economic advisor actively calculating the numbers.
That level of synchronized messaging, it strongly signals seriousness.
And to complete the picture of this high-profile commitment, we have the fourth data point.
Reinforcement from the administration's public face. Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt.
What did she add?
She also spoke out, indicating the administration's ongoing unified commitment to the $2,000 distribution. So this synchronization across the political, the financial, and the communications departments, it just reinforces the gravity and the coordination of the promise.
Yeah, when all 4 of those key players are speaking the same language about the same high-dollar figure within just a few days.
The policy has crossed a major internal hurdle.
So if you were watching over the last few days, you saw 2 posts from the president, and you heard statements from the Treasury Secretary the economic advisor, and the press secretary,
5 specific data points.
all confirming the same major financial initiative. This is the definition of digging in, and it moves the discussion from if they want to do this to how they will legally and financially execute it, despite all that political pressure they've created for themselves.
Exactly.
Let's shift our focus now to the immediate practical concern for our audience. Who is this money intended for? While the president gave a pretty broad mandate, we need to delve into the specific income thresholds that are being researched right now.
Okay, and we have to begin by reiterating that broad initial scope laid out by the president: everybody except high-income people.
That's the guiding star.
It is. For our listeners on fixed incomes, it's essential to understand that this phrasing is intentionally inclusive. It's meant to include Social Security retirees, individuals on supplemental security income, or SSI.
And those receiving Social Security Disability Insurance, SSDI.
And low-income veterans receiving benefits through the VA. All of them should fall under that umbrella.
Let's take a second to clearly define these groups, because the distinction is so crucial for eligibility and, protections.
It is.
SSI, Supplemental Security Income, that's a federal program for the aged, blind, or disabled who have very, very limited income and resources. This is the most vulnerable group when it comes to resource limits.
That's a key point. Then you have SSDI, Social Security Disability Insurance, which is for those who have worked and paid into the system, similar to retirement benefits.
Right, so both SSDI and SSI recipients have critical financial needs, but any one-time payment is often scrutinized very closely for how it might impact our ongoing benefit eligibility, especially for SSI.
And it is for this broad audience that Kevin Hassett, the economic advisor tasked with the actual numbers, provided the first, and so far, the most specific figure regarding income thresholds.
Okay, so what was that initial working figure that Hassett put forward?
Hassett mentioned a $2,000 rebate that would be for families making less than, say, $100,000.
Okay, say $100,000.
Right. This is the first concrete household income figure we've seen publicly associated with this payment. For a significant portion of our audience, especially those receiving fixed income, that $100,000 benchmark serves as a really encouraging sign.
It confirms their likely inclusion, since most fixed income recipients fall far, far below that threshold.
Correct.
But that $100,000 figure, it immediately flags interest. But we need to be very clear about the undecided nature of that threshold. You need to know this is not a final number.
That clarification is vital, and the source material is crucial here. Hassett explicitly confirmed that the $100,000 income figure is not decided upon yet.
Those moving part.
It's still in discussion. This means that while $100,000 for a household serves as an initial working benchmark for their research.
Which lets them model the total cost and scope.
Exactly. But the final legislative limit could be lower or higher. Or it could vary based on filing status, Maybe single filers have a $50,000 limit, married filers get the $100,000. It's a working hypothesis, not a confirmed legislative outcome.
So the importance of patience here cannot be overstated for you right now, particularly if you're on a needs-based program like SSI or Medicaid.
Absolutely.
While the commitment to the payment is incredibly strong, the specific eligibility criteria that affect someone receiving Social Security, SSI, SSDI, or low-income veterans, all those specific details about your benefit status, they're still being finalized and debated internally.
It's all part of that exploring legal options phase.
We have to delve into the technical complexity here because this is where a well-intentioned policy can create real harm if it's not legislated correctly.
It's a huge potential pitfall. For Social Security retirees and SSDI recipients, a one-time lump sum payment generally doesn't affect their ongoing eligibility, but for the roughly 8 million recipients of SSI
who face those strict asset and income tests.
Exactly. For them, a lump sum payment carries a significant legislative risk.
So if Congress doesn't include specific protective language, how exactly could this $2,000 payment jeopardize their benefits?
It could happen in 2 ways. First, if the $2,000 counts as income in the month it's received, it could reduce or even eliminate that month's SSI payment under the income rules.
Okay, that's bad.
But the second way is more critical. If the money is held past the end of that month, it could count toward the SSI resource limit, and that limit is very low.
How low?
Typically just $2,000 for an individual or $3,000 for a couple.
Wow. So the payment itself could put you over the limit.
Instantly. Exceeding that resource limit even by $1 results in the immediate loss of SSI eligibility and, crucially, the automatic loss of Medicaid benefits in many states.
That would completely defeat the purpose of the relief. This means that, historically, with payments like past stimulus checks, Congress had to step in.
They did. They had to specifically and legislatively exempt those payments from being counted as both income and resources for SSI and Medicaid for a certain period, often 12 months.
Exactly. The absence of that specific legislative language right now means we cannot assume this $2,000 dividend will be protected.
And that's why when the Treasury Secretary said they're exploring all legal options, that has to include looking at historical precedent to ensure the specific dividend payment is statutorily exempted from counting against federal benefit eligibility tests.
So our audience has to be aware that this crucial detail is still pending. It's the primary thing we need to watch for in the final bill.
It's everything for that group.
It's also important to contextualize this proposal within the administration's broader focus on, new aggressive financial initiatives. The source material briefly mentions that the president was also discussing 50-year mortgages alongside the stimulus checks.
Yeah, that reference, though it's separate from the dividend, it highlights the aggressive, almost disruptive nature of the administration's current financial agenda. 50-year mortgages are a very unconventional long-term proposal.
Aimed at radically changing housing affordability.
Right, just as the tariff-funded dividend is an unconventional, non-debt approach to citizen relief. This isn't an administration seeking marginal change. They are clearly pursuing large-scale structural modifications to household finance.
And that gives us a strong context for why they are so intensely committed to this $2,000 dividend.
It does. It fits a pattern.
Let's pivot to the financial innovation here. This is where the story gets truly unique, because it deals with how they claim they can pay for this without adding to the national deficit or touching the current budget.
This is the whole strategy. It relies entirely on redirecting tariff revenue.
And the plan, as they've communicated it, is designed for maximum political appeal. The $2,000 checks are proposed to be paid for entirely using that revenue.
It's a deliberate attempt to bypass the traditional budgetary process, which usually requires either cutting existing programs or direct borrowing.
Which results in deficit spending.
Which is politically toxic. They are trying to position this as a fiscally responsible relief effort.
So we should probably briefly explain what tariffs are. They're basically taxes imposed on imported goods.
Right. When those goods enter the U.S., the duties are collected by Customs and Border Protection, and that revenue flows into the U.S. Treasury.
And this revenue stream, which has fluctuated a lot based on global trade tensions and policy decisions, this is what they're saying they want to tap for this dividend.
And Kevin Hassett, the economic advisor, he addressed the feasibility of using this specific revenue stream directly. His claim is the linchpin of the whole financial argument.
It's what's supposed to satisfy the desire for relief while avoiding the usual accusations of fiscal irresponsibility.
Exactly.
So what did Hassett specifically say about the financial feasibility of relying solely on tariffs? Can it be done?
According to him, yes. He stated that he looked at the numbers and confirmed there is enough room and enough revenue to cover those checks and not go into the rest of the budget.
He's saying the money is just sitting there.
He explicitly affirmed that there would be enough money to pay for the $2,000 checks strictly from the tariff revenues that have been coming into the Treasury. That is the administration's official position. The money is available and dedicated.
Okay, now, this is where we have to introduce that crucial note of caution from the source material. This is vital for providing multiple perspectives.
The counter-argument.
Right. While Hassett, the official advisor, claims the numbers work based on his internal review, the source noted significant external skepticism.
Right.
Independent calculations are suggesting that the numbers for funding this strictly via tariff revenue don't really add up on a year-over-year basis. There's a potential multi-billion-dollar shortfall.
And this tension is critical. It really defines the nature of the policy debate here. On one hand, you have the chief economic advisor claiming, based on his internal data, that the funding is secure outside the traditional budget.
And on the other hand,
you have external calculations suggesting the total tariff revenue collected, even with high trade volumes, is just not sufficient to cover a $2,000 payout to tens of millions of people.
So you'd have to either use just a fraction of the revenue or draw on non-tariff funds.
Exactly.
So if the external skepticism is based in reality, what exactly is the source of the shortfall? Is it that the total tariff collection just isn't large enough, or is it a legal accounting issue?
It's likely a bit of both, and the specifics matter a great deal. The primary skepticism revolves around the sheer scale of
The
this.
numbers are huge.
Annual tariff revenue is substantial, sure. It's often measured in the high tens of billions. But distributing $2,000 checks to a vast population segment, you're talking potentially 100 to 150 million people, that pushes the total cost into the hundreds of billions.
A completely different order of magnitude.
It is. And if the administration is only referring to a specific subset of tariffs, say those levied on a particular trading partner, the funds available are even smaller.
And there's the legal side, too.
Right. Not all tariff revenue is freely available to just be appropriated for this purpose. Some of it may be legally dedicated to other pre-existing mandates or trust funds.
So Hassett's claim suggests that either they found a large, unrestricted surplus of tariff revenue that nobody else has seen, or
Or they're counting on highly optimistic future collection projections to bridge that gap.
so even if the math seems questionable to outside observers, the fact that the administration's own expert has gone on the record saying it works,
That gives them the necessary political justification to move forward and argue against the deficit spending claims.
they've put forward their reasoning, and that reasoning is currently backed by the authority of the administration's economic data. So what's next?
It means the immediate path forward is legislative. The debate shifts from whether the money exists to whether Congress has the political will to authorize this specific non-traditional use of the funds. They need a bill.
Which brings us to the formal legal hurdle, Congress. We know stimulus or dividend payments generally require an appropriation of funds.
That is the hard, cold legal requirement. Hassett confirmed this himself. He stated explicitly that the payment will require legislation.
So it can't be done by presidential decree alone, like some executive order.
No. The proposal has to be introduced as a bill, it has to be debated, and passed by both the House and the Senate and then signed into law.
Which is precisely why the political pressure we discussed earlier is so critical. The administration needs Congress to act on their commitment.
They do.
However, there is an optimistic sign mentioned in the source material regarding the legislative branch's attitude.
Yes. The recent information suggests that lawmakers are warming up to the idea of these $2,000 payments.
That's a big deal.
It is. This political momentum, fueled both by the White House's public commitment and the popular appeal of the dividend, means the proposal isn't dead on arrival in Congress. It's gaining traction.
Which increases the probability of legislative action being prioritized, maybe through measures designed to expedite spending bills.
And this willingness to even consider a non-debt financed relief measure suggests a potentially successful path forward.
If this moves through Congress, especially if it succeeds with this tariff funding model, it will be a landmark legislative event.
Oh, absolutely. It could set a major precedent for future relief efforts and how large financial programs are structured from now on.
This all sounds very promising, but we have to immediately guide our audience through the practical reality, which is waiting.
Yes.
When people hear $2,000, they want to know how to get it right now.
And the most crucial immediate guidance is tied directly to that legal process. Since this requires legislation, absolutely no action or application is needed from you, the listener, right now.
Let's say that again.
If Congress has not passed a bill, there is no application process. Any suggestion otherwise is either extremely premature or, most likely, fraudulent. The government will contact you if and when a bill is passed.
And we also need to acknowledge the current limitations of the information available. This proposal is still in the research and legislative development phase.
It is.
Our audience, particularly those on fixed incomes and benefits, they have specific questions that are currently unanswerable. We have to detail what we're missing.
That is so vital. Critical details that determine the real-world impact are missing because they are legislative decisions, not administrative ones.
Right.
We do not have information on specific payment dates. We don't know if the payment structure will be a single check or staggered payments. And most critically for our audience, we lack confirmation on how this will affect a recipient's tax status.
Or if it affects eligibility for needs-based benefits like Medicaid or SNAP.
Or if there will be specific garnishment protections for this dividend. All of that has to be in the bill.
So if you are relying on Supplemental Security Income, SSI, or Medicaid, you must wait for the legislative text to confirm how this one-time payment interacts with your existing federal income and resource calculations. We need that protective language.
Precisely. If that protective language is included, the $2,000 will be safe and won't harm your eligibility. If it's omitted, which is why Besson's legal team is reviewing options, the funds could temporarily disqualify you from essential programs.
We're operating on a high-level commitment, not a final law.
Exactly.
And we must use this opportunity to issue a strong critical warning against scams, especially given the highly publicized $2,000 figure and the fact that we're dealing with high-need demographics who are eagerly awaiting help.
The moment a high-dollar figure like this is proposed and widely discussed, the scammers mobilize immediately. They often use fear and urgency to target older adults and low-income individuals.
It's disgusting.
It is. We have to strongly advise our audience. No government agency, whether it's the IRS, the Social Security Administration, the SSA, or the VA, will ever call you, text you, or email you asking for money, banking information, or personal identifiers in order to receive this payment.
This is a fundamental rule.
Yeah.
The government does not initiate contact this way for benefits.
Never. Any official communication will come via a verifiable physical letter sent to your address on file or through your official My Social Security online portal.
So if someone asks you to pay an application fee or buy gift cards or send a verification code or click a link in some unexpected email.
It is a scam 100% of the time. Do not engage. Report it immediately.
And even if you receive the payment, we have to address the topic of garnishment protection from private creditors.
Yes. While certain federal benefits are automatically protected, a one-time dividend payment like this requires specific legislative instruction to prevent garnishment.
This is a lesson we learned from past stimulus payments, isn't it?
It is. If Congress passes this as a true dividend, they must include specific language to shield those funds from being seized by private creditors, debt collectors, or collection agencies once they hit your bank account.
So our listeners should be aware that until the bill is passed and signed, those specific protections, especially for non-federal debt, are not guaranteed.
It's yet another detail the legislative text must confirm.
So our guidance is practical. Make sure your current direct deposit information is up to date with the SSA or VA. Use official government websites ending in .gov for information.
And most importantly, do nothing right now but wait for the official legislative announcement.
Let's pull all this evidence together and look at the immediate and long-term implications. We've established that the administration has created intense political pressure to deliver this $2,000 dividend using a non-traditional funding source.
Right. And to summarize the 5 core facts we analyzed. First, the unprecedented coordinated commitment level.
The president, Treasury Secretary, Economic Advisor, Press Secretary, all in a few days.
Exactly. That elevates the priority level tremendously.
Second, the specific amount is concrete, at least $2,000 per recipient or family. That sets a strong financial floor for the relief.
Third, the target audience is broad, everyone except high-income people. It's likely centered around that initial working benchmark of $100,000 household income, but that number is still fluid.
And we are closely monitoring the required protection clauses for needs-based programs like SSI and Medicaid.
Critically. Fourth, the proposed funding mechanism is novel. Tariff revenue. It's based on the economic advisor's claim that the numbers work and the money is available without adding to the general budget or the national debt.
Despite that external skepticism about the total revenue available.
And fifth, the status, it is not yet law. It requires specific congressional legislation, meaning it's not final, but political momentum is building. The probability of passage is increasing significantly.
So what does this all mean when we zoom out? The administration is attempting to redefine how social relief is financed. They're trying to create a direct link between tariff revenue, a stable non-debt source, and citizen dividends.
It's a potential new template for federal financial relief, and it's a very high-stakes gamble.
This brings us to the final provocative thought we want to leave you with, the learner. Given this immense political pressure, this strong public commitment to a $2,000 dividend funded by tariffs, we have to consider the long-term implications for American financial policy.
Because if they succeed in establishing tariff revenue as a viable, dedicated, non-debt funding stream for citizen dividends, what does this mean for how social relief programs are structured and financed in the future?
We're looking at 2 major possibilities that will define the political conversation moving forward.
The first is what you could call the temporary fix argument. Proponents would argue this is a politically savvy, one-time measure. It's designed to alleviate immediate inflationary pressure and secure political capital without incurring new debt.
So a short-term solution.
Right. Once the immediate pressure subsides, the tariff funding stream may be quietly abandoned, and this dividend is just considered an emergency anomaly.
And the second possibility.
The new paradigm argument. This suggests a real structural shift. If this legislation passes, it successfully establishes a precedent for non-debt financed relief based on a dedicated existing government revenue stream.
And could that signal a permanent shift in how the government transfers money to citizens? Could it establish a new model for, say, universal or targeted basic income programs?
Funded not by perpetual borrowing, but by a share of trade income derived from tariffs. That's the big question.
That question, is this a temporary political solution or the beginning of a new, sustained approach to citizen income? That is the one that will shape economic and political debate for years to come.
The financial success and the legislative pathway of this one $2,000 payment could redefine the entire debate around social safety nets and fiscal responsibility.
We encourage you to continue following these updates extremely closely. We will be tracking every step of this proposal as it moves through Congress and the various administrative offices.
And we'll be specifically watching for those crucial protection clauses for SSI and low-income beneficiaries.
Make sure you subscribe and turn on notifications so you never miss an immediate update as the legislative details, the specific eligibility thresholds, the payment dates, and those crucial protections are finalized.
It's the best way to stay informed.
If this information was helpful and gave you the deeper context you needed, please share it with friends and family who rely on fixed income or who need this potential financial help. Being well-informed is the best tool you have right now. Thank you for joining us for the deep dive.
Well, we're tracking some major financial news right now, and it's something that could directly affect millions of retirees, low-income households, and really anyone relying on fixed benefits.
That's right.
Things like Social Security, SSI, disability payments. This isn't just a rumor anymore. This has been bubbling up for a while, but now we have some solid confirmation.
We do. We have confirmation coming from the Treasury Secretary himself, Scott Bessent, that a pretty significant financial distribution is on the table.
Okay.
We're talking about a $2,000 stimulus check or dividend, whatever they want to call it, and it is actively being discussed at the highest levels.
So we're going to cut through all the noise, all the speculation that always surrounds these kinds of announcements, and just bring you the facts. Our whole focus today is, who actually qualifies? What does under $100,000 income really mean for you? And what needs to happen before any of this potential money actually hits your bank account?
And if you're worried about your financial future, this deep dive is, well, it's your essential guide. We're going to stick only to the confirmed details and figure out how this potential $2,000 could give you some essential breathing room.
Okay, let's unpack this.
Let's do it.
Welcome back to the deep dive. If you're tuning in, we know why you're here. You're probably very interested in what the government might be doing to provide some financial help.
Especially if your income is fixed.
Exactly. Whether that's from Social Security retirement benefits or SSI, which helps the most vulnerable, or SSDI, veteran benefits. We get it. We understand the stress of trying to manage bills and inflation when your income just doesn't change.
It is incredibly difficult. And, trying to sort through the internet rumors, the headlines, the confusing jargon, it's almost impossible to find out what's actually real.
Right. So our mission today is to cut through all of that noise and give you some real clarity on one specific, massive topic.
The $2,000 payment.
The $2,000 payment? It's being called a stimulus check, a dividend, a rebate. But, for the person getting it, it's all the same thing. Direct money to help with costs.
And the reason we're doing a deep dive on this now is because this proposal, which, the president has championed before, was just confirmed as a topic of serious internal discussion by the Treasury Secretary, Scott Bessent.
And that confirmation changes everything.
It changes everything. It moves it from speculation to a real vetted proposal.
And we didn't just read the headlines. We've gone through the core source material. We're talking about the interview clip of Secretary Bessent on Fox News where he directly addressed this.
And when we say analyze, we mean we're focused on what he exactly said.
Yes.
Not what commentators wished he had said or how a headline spun it, just the facts. The goal is to establish what is verifiable about this potential $2,000 payment.
Specifically, who are they targeting? And maybe most importantly, what are the very real legislative hurdles that have to be cleared before this money shows up for you?
Our mission is simple: authoritative clarity. If we do our job right, You'll walk away feeling informed, feeling confident, and prepared for whatever the next steps are in this process.
Okay, let's unpack this.
Right.
So let's start with the hard fact, the number that has everyone talking, the amount. The discussion that the Treasury Secretary confirmed is centered specifically on a $2,000 payment.
A $2,000 payment. And as you mentioned, they're using a few different terms, stimulus check, dividend, rebate.
Right.
But we have to stress, for the person receiving it, it's a proposed one-time distribution of money. The goal is to help offset the relentless pressure of current living costs.
And it is absolutely crucial to understand what this is and what it isn't.
Yes.
This is being proposed as a one-time thing, a rebate. It is not an increase to your existing Social Security benefits.
That's a critical distinction. You're not talking about a permanent change to the COLA calculation. This isn't a permanent boost to SSI or SSDI payments. It's relief money.
It's designed to be an immediate, critical financial boost. It's what the administration keeps calling essential breathing room for people who are struggling with the cost of, well, everything. Food, gas, housing.
And this idea of direct financial relief isn't new for this administration. It's a recurring theme.
Yeah.
The sources we're looking at indicate this is actually, I think they called it the fourth iteration.
The fourth endorsement, yeah.
The fourth endorsement the president has made about distributing money back to the people. And that's significant. It suggests a consistent philosophy here.
Which is?
Prioritizing direct cash to individuals over, say, complex corporate tax breaks or other interventions that might take a long time to, trickle down.
And the framing around it is very deliberate, very empathetic. They talk about it in terms of, addressing financial pressures, providing dignity, offering practical help with bills.
The $2,000 isn't supposed to solve everything, but it's designed to be big enough to make a real material difference. Maybe it covers a month of rent or offsets several months of inflated grocery bills.
Okay, so that's the what. A $2,000 one-time payment. Now let's get to the how. How would it be funded? This brings us to probably the most complex and politically tricky part of this whole thing.
It is. Secretary Besant confirmed the funding mechanism they're discussing is tariff revenues.
Tariff revenues, or profit sharing from tariffs.
Right. And what's fascinating here is that mechanism fundamentally changes the politics and the economics of this compared to the stimulus payments we saw before.
How so?
Well, the stimulus checks during the pandemic were mostly funded through massive deficit spending. The government basically borrowed trillions of dollars and added it to the national debt.
Okay.
Using tariff revenue, on the other hand, implies they're using money the government has already collected on goods imported into the country. It's existing revenue, not new debt.
And this is exactly where the interviewer on Fox News zeroed in. They immediately challenged him on it.
They did.
The analogy they used was something like, isn't this like using your overdraft to pay off your credit cards or taking money from one credit card to pay another?
And that analogy perfectly captures the debate. There are really two competing ways to look at using tariff money like this. And you need to understand both of them as this moves forward.
Okay, so what's the first interpretation, the skeptical one?
The skeptical view, which aligns with that interviewer's question, is this. Tariffs are taxes on imported goods. And most economists agree that those costs, well, they get passed on to the American consumer.
In the form of higher prices.
In the form of higher prices on everything from your phone to your clothes. So the skeptics argue that funding a stimulus check with that money is just rebating money that you already paid in inflated prices.
So you're not really getting ahead.
You're not. It's seen as an offset for the government's own trade policies that might have contributed to inflation in the first place. It's just shuffling money around.
So in that view, the $2,000 is just softening the blow from the tariffs, not actually creating new wealth.
Precisely. Now, the second interpretation is the one the administration is pushing.
The more favorable one.
The more favorable one. They argue that these tariffs have generated billions in revenue that would otherwise just sit in a general government account, or maybe go to paying down debt, which doesn't help struggling families right now.
Okay.
So by calling it a profit share or a dividend, they're framing it as returning existing government revenue directly to the working class, who will then immediately spend it, put it back into local economies, and create demand.
And in their view, it's a responsible, non-debt way to provide relief.
Exactly. And this sets up a huge political choice. The debate that Secretary Besant confirmed is happening is whether to fund relief from a revenue stream that might be, self-defeating in the long run, or to use this model to avoid the massive deficit spending we saw a few years ago.
And that debate over the funding source is absolutely critical.
It is, because a controversial funding source slows everything down in Congress.
Which brings us to the current status. And we need to be crystal clear on this for every single person listening.
Yes, please listen carefully here.
The $2,000 payment has not been agreed upon yet. It is officially in discussion. This is not an approved policy. It's a serious proposal, but it is far from a done deal.
It is so far from being a done deal. To get from in discussion to $2,000 in your bank account, this thing has to go through a complex and usually very slow legislative process.
Meaning it has to be written up as formal legislation.
Formal legislation that has to make its way through the House, the Senate, and then obviously get signed by the president. That's the path.
And that means it needs a majority vote in both chambers.
Right.
It needs to get through committees. It needs to survive floor debates.
And it almost certainly means there will be negotiation over that funding source we just talked about and the exact income thresholds for who gets it. It is not an executive order. It has to survive Congress.
Here's where it gets really interesting. Let's dig into that critical hurdle that affects you directly. Eligibility, and specifically the income limits they're talking about. When Secretary Besant was asked specifically about who would get this potential $2,000 payment, he confirmed the ceiling they're discussing right now.
And that number is?
The target is families making less than, say, $100,000.
$100,000. So that's the first major piece of verifiable information we have on eligibility. It clearly defines the administration's goal. They're focused on low-income and middle-income people.
And just as important, it excludes high-income individuals. In this context, if your household is over $100,000, the secretary basically said you're likely not going to qualify for this specific relief.
And for most of our listeners, people on fixed benefits like Social Security, SSI, SSDI, low-income veterans, that $100,000 ceiling is actually pretty reassuring.
Right.
Because most people relying on those incomes are well below that threshold. It puts them firmly in the primary target demographic for this money. The intent is clearly to help those who feel the economic pinch the most.
However, we have to introduce some nuance here. Because in Washington, the number they float at the beginning is almost never the number that ends up in the final law.
That's the reality. While the secretary confirmed $100,000 is what they're discussing, that is not a line in the sand. That's simply the maximum eligibility marker, the upper limit they will not go past.
So we need to prepare people for the real possibility of that number coming down during negotiations. What does that usually look like?
Well, if we connect this to the bigger picture, history shows us that Congress almost always goes for much lower income thresholds, especially when the funding is controversial, like with these tariffs.
Why is that?
When they start writing the actual legislation and calculating the total cost, they almost always bring that number down substantially. It's a way to reduce the overall price tag and target the impact even more narrowly.
So what are some of the numbers being floated as a more likely compromise?
The source material details some speculative but, educated guesses based on past stimulus bills. We could definitely see that final ceiling drop to $80,000, maybe $75,000, $70,000, even $60,000.
So it's critical for our audience to be aware of that potential drop.
Absolutely. The $100,000 figure is let's call it a political marker, an enthusiastic starting point. But the final bill could be much tighter.
What's the most realistic scenario then?
The most likely scenario, based on historical patterns, is that the real number might hover around, say, $75,000 for a single person, a household of one.
Okay, $75,000.
And then for a married couple filing their taxes jointly, that number is usually doubled in the legislation. So you'd be looking at around $150,000. It's a sliding scale.
So the key takeaway here is you need to look at both numbers. If your household income is well below $75,000, you are almost certainly the primary target. If your income is somewhere between $75,000 and $100,000, you need to watch the final legislative language very closely because that's the group most likely to get cut out during negotiations.
That is the perfect way to frame it. The initial announcement gets the attention, but the final text of the bill determines who actually gets the money.
Okay, now let's tackle one of the single biggest sources of stress for our audience, especially people on fixed income.
I know where you're going with this.
The dreaded tax filing requirement. Many retirees, many low-income beneficiaries, they don't file tax returns because their income is below the threshold. The last thing they want is to have to suddenly figure out IRS forms just to get this payment.
It was a massive concern. And the source material gave some powerful, essential reassurance on this point that we have to relay very, very clearly.
The Treasury Secretary's discussion, based on our analysis, explicitly clarified this. Receiving this payment has nothing to do with filing a tax return whatsoever.
And that is probably the single most important detail for our listeners. Let me repeat that. It has nothing to do with filing a tax return.
So if you're a retiree who only gets Social Security, or you receive SSI or low-income VA benefits, and you don't normally file taxes,
You should not worry about it. Do not worry about filing a tax return or changing your routine just to be eligible for this. The administration is signaling that if this is approved, they'll use the data the government already has.
and let's explain how that works. The government already has these huge databases, right? The master beneficiary record for Social Security, the SSI rolls, VA payment lists.
They know who you are, they know how much you get, and they know your mailing address or your direct deposit information. If this payment is approved, the fastest, most efficient way to deliver it is through those existing channels.
So we can confidently tell you, do not stress about tax paperwork for this. Your job is to monitor the legislative process, not to prepare forms.
The Treasury Secretary really boiled it down to one simple question for people. Is your income below 100 grand? Yes or no? That's it.
The simplicity of that question tells you everything. It's designed to be accessible.
Exactly.
All right, let's move on to the timeline. This is where we have to confront the realities of how Congress works.
Right. Since this needs a formal bill, the timeline has a lot of uncertainty, and it really depends on what the political priorities are at the moment.
So let's talk about the spectrum of possibilities.
Yeah.
The optimistic one and then the more realistic one. What's the absolute fastest this could happen?
The optimistic scenario, which was mentioned in the analysis, is that this could happen pretty quickly, maybe in the next month.
A month.
A month. But we have to be so clear about what that would take. That would require a rare political event. Lawmakers would have to prioritize this above everything else, maybe attach it to a must-pass bill, and move it with, near unanimous speed.
It's possible, but not probable.
Highly improbable, especially with that controversial tariff funding we talked about.
So why is it so unlikely to happen in 30 days? Let's just walk through the basic logistics of it.
Well, the standard legislative path is just slow, because this bill involves revenue, the tariff money. It has to start in the House of Representatives. It would go through the Ways and Means Committee, then a floor vote,
And then over to the Senate.
then to the Senate, probably through their Finance Committee. And every single one of those steps, every committee meeting, every public hearing, every day of debate on the floor, it all takes time. And that's not even counting all the recesses Congress takes.
So what does that reality mean for our listeners' expectations?
It means that a more realistic alternative is that it could take 3 or 4 months, or, maybe even 6 months.
And that delay isn't just bureaucracy, it's the time needed for the political system to actually vet the bill, debate the funding, negotiate that final income threshold.
Right. Is it 100,000 or is it 75? They have to finalize all that language before the president can even sign it. The money cannot flow until that bill is passed and signed.
So if you see a headline tomorrow that says this $2,000 is guaranteed in the next few weeks, that's just not consistent with the fact that it has to go through the full congressional process first.
Exactly. The timeline is dictated by legislative speed, which is usually slow, not by administrative desire, which might be fast.
Okay, let's quickly touch on how the money might arrive, assuming it passes.
Hmm.
The focus here would be on simplicity for our audience.
Since the sources don't detail the specific payment methods, we have to rely on the implications of that non-filing rule we just discussed.
Which means?
Which means the government is going to use the data it already has, the Social Security Administration databases, the VA's records, and so on.
And that reiterates the central benefit for our audience. No application is needed for most people.
No application. If you already get federal benefits by direct deposit or on a direct express card, the government has your information. The distribution would likely be automatic, just like the previous stimulus checks were.
So the right course of action for our listeners right now is nothing.
Essentially nothing, other than monitoring the legislative progress. You should not be calling the SSA or the VA to ask about this. You should not be looking for an application form online. If it's approved, it will be sent to you automatically.
Now, before we move to the critical warnings, I want to bring in a related financial note that Secretary Bessent mentioned in the same interview. It's separate from the $2,000, but it kind of shows the administration's broader thinking.
Yes, this is an important piece of context.
The secretary indicated that Early next year, people are going to see huge, huge, huge tax refunds coming in. Now, the source didn't detail why,
Right. It could be tax credits or withholding changes. We don't know the specific.
but it's a concurrent message of significant financial relief being aimed at the public.
And it's really important to clarify the distinction here. The huge tax refund talk is separate from the $2,000 dividend proposal. The refund is part of the existing tax system. The dividend is a proposed new distribution.
But taken together,
Taken together, they show a two-pronged strategy focused on getting direct financial relief to people, whether through the traditional tax system or through this new proposed rebate model.
okay, let's move into section 4. Critical warnings and the idea of encouraging momentum.
Right. As soon as the government starts talking about sending out large payments, you have to brace yourself for, well, for criminals.
Well, it's inevitable.
It's an inevitable wave of scams. And we have to anticipate the vulnerability of our audience, especially seniors and low-income folks, to this kind of fraud.
This is probably the most important part of our whole deep dive. This is about protecting your money.
This raises an important question. If this payment is only in discussion and needs Congress to act, then any email, text, or phone call you get right now claiming to process your payment
Is a scam.
It's unequivocally a scam. If they ask you to pay a fee to get it, it is a scam.
Let's get into the specific red flags. Scammers are very sophisticated. They can use spoofing technology to make it look like the call is coming from the Social Security Administration or the IRS.
They will. And they'll say there's a processing fee or that they need to verify your banking details before they can release the dividend.
So let's give everyone an ironclad rule to follow.
The rule is this. No legitimate government agency, not the SSA, not the IRS, not the VA, will call you, text you, or email you out of the blue asking for money for your bank details or for your Social Security number related to this proposed check.
They already have your information if you're a beneficiary.
They already have it. Your safety net is simple. Do nothing. Wait for an official letter in the physical mail from a government agency you trust. If you get a suspicious call, hang up. If you get a text, delete it. Do not click any links.
Do not pay money to get money. If this is approved, it will be automatic and it will be free.
And one more point on protections.
Oh.
If this does pass, based on previous stimulus laws, it is highly likely that this $2,000 payment would be tax-free.
That's a big deal.
It's a huge deal. And it would also likely be protected from garnishment by most debt collectors. That's a key feature of this kind of relief, to make sure the money actually helps you and doesn't just go to pay off old debts. We'll have to confirm that in the final bill, but the precedent is very strong.
Okay, now let's pivot back to the political side of this. The source material mentioned the crucial role of public engagement, of giving this idea attention and momentum.
This is really a fascinating look into how politics works. The more public support and visibility an idea like this gets, the greater the likelihood that Congress actually acts on it quickly.
And the reasoning is pretty straightforward, right? The source noted that public attention riles up the president and strokes their ego.
Which makes them more committed to pushing the issue. In today's political world, having high-profile public support for a direct cash payment is a huge motivator for the administration to lean on lawmakers to get it done.
So public support turns into political capital. It creates a sense of urgency.
Exactly. When you have the Treasury Secretary confirming these talks and the president endorsing it, that sustained public engagement acts as a necessary push to get lawmakers in the House and Senate to even put it on the calendar. Legislative bodies are much more likely to prioritize bills that have strong, visible public backing.
So what does this all mean? It means your engagement actually matters.
It really does.
By following verified sources like this one, by sharing factual information, not rumors, and by discussing this proposed dividend, you are actively helping to create the political momentum that could turn this into a reality. The attention you give this is, ironically, a key ingredient.
Well said.
Okay, let's wrap this up with the final takeaways and some next steps.
Perfect.
If you walk away with nothing else, please remember these 4 key facts about this proposed $2,000 dividend. First, the amount.
It's a $2,000 payment, a one-time dividend or rebate, not a permanent increase to your benefits.
Second, the status.
It is only in discussion. It is not approved. And it requires formal legislation to pass through the House and the Senate, which means the timeline is uncertain, likely months, not weeks.
Third, eligibility.
The focus is on low and middle-income individuals under that $100,000 household threshold. But you need to be prepared for that number to be negotiated down, maybe closer to 75,000 for single filers.
And finally, and maybe most importantly, action needed.
None yet. No application is required, and the payment does not depend on you filing a tax return. And please, please remain vigilant against scams.
Okay, so as we conclude, let's circle back to that bigger, more philosophical question this whole proposal raises.
The debate around using tariff revenues to fund this dividend, it really highlights a fundamental tension in how our government works. It's a question we're going to be dealing with for the rest of this decade.
And that question is,
should financial relief be funded by existing revenue streams, like these tariffs, which might be inflationary themselves, or should it be funded by accumulating new debt, which is what we've done for every other major stimulus effort?
so it's not just about who gets the money anymore, it's about where the money comes from.
Exactly. As this proposal makes its way through Congress, the crucial debate won't just be about the income cutoffs. It'll be about the economic precedent this funding source sets for the future.
So if this tariff-funded dividend actually happens,
Does it become the new template? A new way to do targeted, non-debt-based relief, even if the tariffs themselves are controversial? Or does Congress reject it and go back to deficit spending? That is the big question that economists and lawmakers will be grappling with. And the answer will affect a lot more than just this one payment.
this is a story that is changing quickly, and staying informed with verified factual information is your best defense against both financial anxiety and fraud. We really urge you to stay connected to official sources, and if you found this deep dive helpful, please share it. By getting this accurate, detailed information out there, you are directly contributing to the political momentum that the administration itself suggested is necessary to push this from a promising discussion into actual dollars.
Okay, let's just jump right in. I want you to imagine for a second waking up and seeing an extra $2,000 in your bank account. No strings attached, just immediate breathing room. A way to finally catch up on those bills that keep piling up because of inflation.
And for millions of people, especially folks on a fixed income, Social Security, SSI, SSDI, VA benefits, that isn't just a fantasy.
No, not at all. It's at the very center of confirmed high-level discussions happening right now in Washington. We're talking about a potential $2,000 payment.
And that's the critical word there, right? Confirmed. This isn't a rumor. The pressure from inflation on fixed incomes is it's relentless. The cost of food, medicine, rent.
It never stops.
It never stops. So $2,000 isn't just some extra cash.
Yeah.
For so many, it is a genuine lifeline. It provides stability. It provides a bit of dignity.
There's the difference between paying the rent or not.
Exactly. So our mission today in this deep dive is to cut through all the noise, all the political talk, and get to the facts. We're looking at official sources, including direct interviews with the Treasury Secretary.
And we're going to nail down 3 crucial questions for you. Who actually qualifies? Where is this money supposedly coming from? And maybe the most important question, what's the realistic timeline for when it could actually show up?
We want to give you the clear, actionable information you need to feel informed and, supported.
Right. No jargon, no confusion. So let's start at the very top. The source, the confirmed financial update, and why this plan seems to have some real momentum behind it.
Okay, so what's really fascinating here is that this isn't coming from some think tank paper or a whisper campaign.
No.
This is coming directly from the highest levels of the administration. Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent has formally and very publicly confirmed that they are actively discussing a $2,000 payment. He calls it a dividend payment.
And that confirmation is everything. It just changes the whole conversation, doesn't it?
It really does.
It wasn't some guarded, off-the-cuff remark. It was in a recent Fox News interview, a very visible 50-second clip where he addressed the idea head-on.
And the moment the Treasury Secretary, the person literally in charge of the country's finances, says they are modeling this out, well, that's when you know it's moved past the idea stage. It's in the pipeline.
It's serious.
It's very serious. And if we look at the history here, the momentum is even clearer. The source material we're looking at confirms this is not some brand new idea.
Right.
This is actually the 4th version of this proposal from the president. The 4th time he's endorsed distributing money directly to people, whether you call it a dividend, a rebate, or a stimulus.
The 4th time.
Yeah.
That shows a real commitment, a relentless focus on this specific kind of relief.
It does. When you see an idea like this keep coming back cycle after cycle, it tells you it's a major priority. It signals to lawmakers that the administration is not going to let this go.
So it's about sustained political will. They want to get direct financial relief to people who are struggling.
Exactly. And that commitment is tied to a specific funding idea that's meant to sidestep the biggest criticism of past stimulus packages.
Which is always the deficit, right?
Yeah,
How are you going to pay for it?
always. This payment is being discussed as a kind of profit sharing, with the money coming specifically from tariff revenues.
Okay, let's unpack that. Because, my first thought, and the interviewer in that clip brought this up, isn't using tariff money for this a bit
Yeah.
like taking debt to pay off debt?
That's the pushback. Yeah.
I mean, that tariff money already goes somewhere in the budget, right? It funds other things or pays down the deficit. So if you pull it out, aren't you just creating a hole somewhere else?
That is the essential question about how federal funds actually work. And, in reality, most of that money just goes into one big pot at the Treasury. So calling it tariff money is more of an accounting choice.
A way to frame it.
Exactly. But the Treasury Secretary gave some important context there. He said they're looking at, and I'm quoting, a lot of options for funding. And he very quickly pointed out that the recent big tax bill is also financing the president's agenda.
So the idea is that other changes could free up funds, which lets them use the tariffs for this.
That's the narrative. The key thing for you to understand isn't the nitty-gritty of the accounting, it's the intent. The administration is trying to fund this in a way they can sell as not adding to the debt.
They want to offer relief while also looking fiscally responsible to the critics.
It's threading a very difficult needle. Direct help for families, but with an eye on the politics of the national debt.
Which brings us to a really important reality check. We have to be crystal clear about where things stand right now.
Yes, this is absolutely crucial for everyone listening, just to manage expectations.
Let's just say it as plainly as we can.
The $2,000 payment has not been agreed upon. It has not been approved yet. It is actively, quote, in discussion. The Treasury is running the numbers. That is the absolute state of play right now.
And there's a huge gap between a promising idea and a signed law.
A huge gap.
And that gap is filled with the legislative journey. It's not quick. It's not easy.
No, you need formal, binding legislation. That means a bill has to be written. It has to go through the House, then the Senate. They have to agree on the exact same text.
And then, and only then, does it go to the president to be signed. It's a long, messy process filled with negotiation. It's not just a switch they can flip.
And understanding that process is so important because it tells us what a realistic timeline looks like, which we'll get to. But before we even worry about when the money might come.
Here's to talk about who actually qualifies.
Exactly. Which brings us to the big question of eligibility, the income line in the sand.
All right, this is where we get our first really solid number, straight from the Treasury Secretary himself. He defined the starting point, the preliminary income threshold. The payment would be for families making less than $100,000.
And we need to add some really important context to that number for our audience.
Yeah.
For retirees, for people on SSI or SSDI, $100,000 can sound like a massive amount of money. But in these federal relief programs, that number is almost always the absolute ceiling.
So it's not the target, it's the cutoff. It's who is definitely not eligible.
Precisely. The plan is designed, in their words, for low and middle income people. A household earning $100,000 is often seen as upper middle income. So that number is the line that says if you make more than this, you are out.
Okay, that's a key distinction. So if you make less than that, you're in the running.
Yeah.
But based on past stimulus programs, the final number in the actual law is usually a lot lower than the first proposal, isn't it?
Substantially lower. Congress always tries to target the relief much more narrowly to get the most, bang for the buck. They want the money going to the people who will spend it immediately.
So based on that history, what does the source material project as the real number? The number that will likely be in the final bill?
The projection, based on very similar relief efforts in the past, suggests the final number is likely to be somewhere around $75,000 for a single person.
Okay, $75,000.
And then for a married couple, they might scale that up to about $150,000. That's usually the sweet spot that captures the people who are genuinely struggling with rising costs, but aren't in deep poverty.
So that wiggle room is important for planning. The bottom line for you is this. If your annual income is below, say, $75,000 as an individual, you are squarely in the group this payment is designed to help.
You are absolutely in the discussion. And that brings us to maybe the single biggest worry for so many of our listeners, the tax return myth.
Oh, this is a huge one. We hear about this all the time.
A massive source of anxiety. So many people in our audience, retirees, SSI recipients, They don't file tax returns. Their income is below the filing requirement, and they get terrified that they'll be left out.
They worry they'll have to go hire an accountant or figure out these complicated forms just to get the relief they desperately need.
We need to put that fear to rest right now, based on what the Treasury Secretary himself said. Getting this dividend has, and this is a direct quote, nothing to do with filing a tax return whatsoever.
Let's repeat that. Has nothing to do with filing a tax return.
Zero. This is huge. The administration knows that their target audience often doesn't file. They've already built the system to find you without a tax return.
So how do they do that? If there's no tax form, how does the government know you qualify and where to send the money?
They use the data they already have. If you get Social Security, SSI, SSDI, or VA benefits, the government already knows who you are.
The SSA and the VA have your records.
They have everything. They have your address, they have your direct deposit information, and most importantly, they have the exact record of your annual income from your benefits.
And that system of data matching is reliable.
Extremely. For all the previous stimulus rounds, the Treasury just got a secure, encrypted data file from the Social Security Administration. They run that file against the income limit in the new law.
So if your SSA file shows your income is below the threshold,
You're automatically in. It's as simple as that. The system is specifically designed to work for non-filers in this group.
that is such a critical piece of information. So if you're an older adult or a beneficiary and you don't normally file taxes, do not start worrying about it now.
Please don't. It's totally unnecessary stress. Your
Yeah.
eligibility is based purely on your income, which they can see from your benefit records.
In fact, being in the system is the fastest way for them to get you the money.
Exactly. Focus on the income number, not the tax forms.
Okay, so understanding eligibility is step one. But the next question is always the most urgent one for people living paycheck to paycheck.
When?
When does the money actually arrive? Let's get into the realistic timeline and the logistics of how you'd get this potential $2,000.
And this is where we have to bring in a big dose of political reality. You know, even though the idea has momentum, the legislative process moves at its own speed, and it's usually not very fast.
We have to give that reality check. You'll see some headlines saying it could be done in a month if they attach it to some must-pass bill.
Yeah.
And I suppose that's possible.
It's the exception, a huge exception. The normal standard process for a bill like this, you're realistically looking at 3 or 4 months, maybe even 6 months.
6 months is a number you should probably have in your head for planning purposes.
Yeah.
Because this needs a formal law, the timeline depends completely on how fast Congress moves. And there are a lot of places they can get bogged down.
So many choke points.
Let's just walk through them quickly so people understand why it takes so long. First, a committee has to draft the bill. That's called a markup.
Then it has to go to the floor of the House for a debate and a vote. Then it has to do the same thing in the Senate.
And this is where it really slows down. What if the House and Senate pass slightly different versions?
Then they have to reconcile them. That means a small group from both sides gets in a room and argues over every single word until they have one identical bill. That step alone can take weeks, sometimes months.
So the big takeaway here is patience. It's much better to prepare for a multi-month wait than to plan your budget around this money showing up in 30 days.
Absolutely. Now, let's assume it passes, the president signs it. How does the $2,000 actually get to you?
Well, the good news here is they're not going to reinvent the wheel. The delivery methods will be exactly what you're already used to for your monthly benefits.
Which means for the vast majority of people, it will come via direct deposit. It'll go right into the same bank account where your Social Security or VA check lands every month.
That's the fastest, safest, and cheapest way for them to do it.
For sure. And for anyone who doesn't use a bank account, there's the Direct Express card.
Right. If you get your monthly benefits on that debit card, the $2,000 will just be loaded onto the card as a one-time payment. Simple.
And then, of course, the fallback is always the traditional paper check in the mail. But it's important to remember that's always the slowest method. It can take weeks longer than the electronic payments.
Okay, let's talk about delays.
Yeah.
Because when they send out millions of payments, things can go wrong. What do you do if your neighbor gets their payment, but yours is nowhere to be found?
First thing is, don't panic. The Treasury sends these out in batches, not all at once. It can take several business days, sometimes even a full week, for all the payments to go out.
So what's the specific advice? How long should you wait before you start trying to call someone?
I would say wait at least 5 full business days after the official payment date. If you call on day 1, you'll just be stuck on hold with everyone else, and they probably won't have an answer for you anyway.
Give the system a chance to work.
Exactly. Let the backlog clear. Then, if it's still missing, you have a much better chance of getting a real answer.
That's great practical advice. Now, before we move on to the really critical financial protections, you mentioned the Treasury Secretary brought up another potential financial boost.
He did. Separate from the $2,000 dividend, he said that a lot of people are expected to see, in his words, huge tax refunds coming in early next year because of some recent tax law changes.
So while that's not the same thing, it's part of the same overall story, isn't it? The administration is looking for multiple ways to get money into people's pockets to help with these high costs.
It's a multi-pronged approach. Direct payments, tax policy. They're trying to ease the burden from a few different angles.
Okay, so let's get back to the $2,000 payment and talk about something vital for our audience, the safety net. How do we make sure this payment helps and doesn't accidentally hurt people?
This is maybe the most important section for our low-income listeners, because a one-time payment can have unintended consequences for the other benefits you rely on to survive.
We have to separate the audience a bit here, right? For people just on Social Security retirement or SSDI, the big question is taxes.
Exactly. But for anyone on SSI Supplemental Security Income or Medicaid, this conversation is about survival. Because your eligibility is tied to incredibly strict income and asset limits.
Okay, let's start with the tax question. Is this $2,000 going to be taxable income?
Since the law isn't written yet, we can't say with 100% certainty the final bill will make the final decision. But we can offer some very strong reassurance based on history.
Which is?
Almost every single time Congress has authorized a payment like this, a one-time payment for economic relief targeted at low and middle-income folks, they have made it entirely non-taxable.
The goal is to give you $2,000, not $2,000 minus whatever you owe in taxes.
Precisely. They want to give you the maximum benefit, not create a new tax headache. So we fully expect the final law will make this 100% tax-free.
That's a big relief. But now for the much more dangerous issue for our low-income listeners, protecting benefits like Medicaid, SNAP, and especially SSI.
This is the minefield. A sudden $2,000 deposit could, theoretically, push someone over the asset limit and get them kicked off their benefits.
Which would be a complete catastrophe.
A total disaster. For a single person on SSI, the asset limit is only $2,000. That means this payment could put them over the limit on the day it arrives.
So you get a payment meant to help you, and it ends up costing you your health care and your monthly income. It's an insane outcome.
It's unacceptable, and the people who write these laws, they know about these rules. So we have to look for very specific protective language in the final bill.
What kind of language exactly? What should people be watching for?
Two things. First, the law has to say that the $2,000 does not count as income in the month it's received. That's the easy part. The second part is the absolute non-negotiable safety net. The law must also say the money does not count as a countable asset for a specific period of time. Usually it's for 9 to 12 months.
Why is that time limit so important, the 12 months?
Because it gives you time to spend the money on what you need it for. Catching up on rent, fixing your car, buying groceries, paying a medical bill. It's meant to be used.
Right.
By excluding it from the asset limit for a year, you can use the relief money without fear of losing your other benefits. If, after 12 months, it's still sitting in your bank account, then it starts to count against you.
So that 12-month exclusion is like a legal firewall.
It is the single most important detail for every SSI recipient. Without it, this payment could do more harm than good for the most vulnerable people.
Another big concern is debt collectors. Is this money protected from garnishment?
We fully expect it will be. Again, based on past relief bills, the legislation will almost certainly include language that shields this payment from being seized by private creditors.
So an old credit card debt or a medical bill in collections.
Yeah.
They can't just snatch the money as soon as it hits your account.
That's the goal, to make sure the relief actually goes to your immediate needs. Now, there's sometimes a small exception for things like federal tax debt or child support, but it should be broadly protected from private debt collectors.
So, tax-free, excluded from asset limits for a year, and protected from garnishment. Those are the three pillars that make this work.
Absolutely. And with those protections in mind, we have to turn to the dark side of all of this. The scammers who will inevitably try to steal it.
This is so important. Every single time the government talks about sending out money, the predators come out of the woodwork.
They do, and they target the most vulnerable people, seniors, people with disabilities, anyone they think might be desperate for this money.
Okay, I'm going to speak directly to you now, our listener. Please listen very, very carefully. If this $2,000 payment is approved, your phone is going to start ringing. You are going to get texts and emails.
And they will sound very official. They're designed to create a sense of urgency and fear.
We need to give you the one core rule, your shield against all of this. Here it is. The IRS, the Social Security Administration, the VA, they will never, ever call you, text you, or email you to ask for money, for your bank details, or for gift card numbers to release your payment.
Let's paint a picture of what that scam looks like. You'll get a call. The person says they're from the Treasury Department, and there's a $200 processing fee you have to pay to unlock your $2,000.
And they'll tell you to pay it with an Apple gift card or a wire transfer.
Red flag. Huge red flag. The government does not do business with gift cards. They will never ask you for a fee to get money you are owed.
They already have your information. They know how to pay you.
So what is the one thing you should do if you get a call, a text, or an email like that?
Hang up. Immediately. Delete the text. Delete the email. Do not click on any links. Do not engage with them at all.
The only official communication you should trust will be a letter that arrives in your physical mailbox from a government agency, or information you find by going to a verified, secure government website yourself.
And if you're worried, if you think maybe it was a real call, don't call back the number they gave you. Look up the official number for the SSA or the IRS and call that one.
Even better, use the My Social Security portal online.
Yes, let's talk about that.
The My Social Security portal is the government's secure website for you to manage your benefits. It's the safest place to get information. A scammer cannot get in there. You can log in and see official messages and payment statuses yourself. Make that your single source of truth.
Okay. The scams are designed to target your hope and your fear. The best defense is knowing how the government actually operates.
Exactly. So with that warning delivered, let's zoom out a little and talk about the bigger picture here. Why is this happening now, and what does it mean for the economy?
Right. This whole discussion about a $2,000 payment is a direct response to the economic reality everyone is facing.
It's all about the cost of living. It's about inflation. For people on fixed incomes who can't just go out and earn more money, these last few years have been brutal.
And it's important to be clear about what this payment is and what it isn't. While it would be a huge help, it's a one-time fix.
Yes, this is not a permanent monthly increase to your benefits like the annual cost of living adjustment, the COLA. This is emergency relief. It's a patch to help you get through a really tough period of high prices.
There's an economic theory behind why they choose to do it this way, isn't there?
There is. It's all about what economists call the propensity to consume.
Which means what, in plain English?
It means that if you give $2,000 to a wealthy person, they might save it or invest it. But if you give $2,000 to a low or middle income person, they will almost certainly spend it right away.
On rent, on food, on car repairs.
On necessities. And that spending immediately goes back into the local economy. It creates a ripple effect. It's like a quick, targeted shot of medicine for the economy right where it's needed most.
That makes sense. Now, there was a fascinating political point in the source material about how public attention can actually help make this happen.
Yes, this was a key insight. The administration and Congress are watching the public reaction to this idea very, very closely.
So the idea is that the more people talk about it, the more momentum it gets, the more likely lawmakers are to actually vote for it.
It creates a political feedback loop. When lawmakers see that an idea is genuinely popular and that their constituents desperately need it, it gives them the political cover they need to say yes.
They can go back to their district and say, I voted for this because you told me you needed it.
Exactly. The voice of the people really does matter in pushing a bill like this over the finish line. It moves it up the priority list.
So by staying informed, by sharing this information, you're not just a passive observer. You're part of the process that could make this a reality.
It's a powerful idea, and this whole deep dive has been about giving you the tools to be an informed part of that process.
Okay, it's time to bring it all home. Let's summarize the absolute key facts you need to remember about this major financial update.
Let's do it.
Okay, let's wrap this with the bottom line. We are talking about a potential, and I stress potential, $2,000 payment that is being actively discussed at the highest levels. This is confirmed by Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent.
It's targeting families with incomes under that $100,000 ceiling. But remember, the final number for an individual will likely be closer to $75,000. And critically for our audience, no tax return is required to get it.
Right. The government will use your existing Social Security or VA records to find you. The timeline, because it needs a new law, is not immediate. You should realistically think in terms of 3 to 6 months.
And when it comes, it should be automatic. direct deposit or your direct express card. And we have to see those vital protections in the final bill. It must be non-taxable, it must have a 12-month asset exclusion for SSI, and it must be protected from garnishment.
And above all, please, please beware of scams. The government will never call you and ask for money to process your payment. Just hang up.
So as we close, I want to leave you with one final thought to chew on. This whole discussion is about using a dedicated revenue stream tariffs to pay for direct relief.
Right, trying to do it without creating new debt.
So the provocative question is this. If they can use tariffs to fund a $2,000 dividend now, what other dedicated non-general revenue streams could be used to provide more long-term structural stability for seniors and people on fixed incomes?
That's a powerful question. Moving beyond one-time fixes and toward permanent security.
That's the bigger challenge.
It certainly is. This $2,000 would be a massive help, but the fight for long-term stability continues. Now, to make sure you get every update on this, the final income limits, the payment dates, those crucial SSI protections, you need to be connected with us.
Please take a second right now to subscribe and turn on your notifications. We will be following this every single step of the way.
And if you found this deep dive helpful, please like it and most importantly, share it. Share with a friend, a neighbor, a family member who also relies on these benefits. That is how we build the momentum we were talking about. That's how we help turn this proposal into a reality. We'll see.
Are you tired of inflation eating away at your fixed income? Well, get ready. This administration has just doubled down on a major financial announcement that could put some serious money right back into your pocket.
We're talking about a commitment that's been confirmed by the president, the Treasury Secretary, and the Chief Economic Advisor. They are actively pushing for an immediate one-time payment of at least $2,000.
At least $2,000.
And this is for virtually every American family making less than $100,000.
And look, this isn't speculation anymore. They have painted themselves into a corner, making this huge public high-stakes commitment to deliver this cash.
And we're going to break down the 5 pieces of evidence, who qualifies, and how they say they're going to fund this massive financial relief using tariff revenue.
Without touching the budget, so stick around. This deep dive is absolutely critical to understanding what could be coming next for your finances. Welcome to the deep dive. Our whole mission here really is to get you the clearest, most direct knowledge on these big financial updates that, really matter.
We know that economic uncertainty is a daily reality.
It really is. Especially for those of you relying on a fixed income, maybe managing retirement savings, or just finding that rising costs are eating away at every single dollar.
And right now, we're tracking a financial story that has moved so fast. It went from just a single remark to this unified institutional promise in, a matter of days?
Just a couple of days.
Yeah.
And that speed, that's what we really have to focus on.
Right. Our deep dive mission today is pretty singular. We're here to unpack this sudden, highly visible commitment from the administration about a pretty significant new financial injection.
The $2,000 dividend payment.
Exactly. And this isn't, a leaked memo or some trial balloon they're floating. This is a public coordinated policy push. And it just demands our immediate attention because of how directly relevant it is to you financially.
And I think the most compelling part is just the sheer coordination behind it all. I mean, we aren't hearing from some junior staffer.
No, not at all.
We have multiple high-profile administration officials. We're talking about the president himself, Kevin Hassett, who's the chief economic advisor, and Scott Besson, the Treasury Secretary.
Right. All of them.
All of them are showing this massive, vocal, and like you said, coordinated commitment to deliver this $2,000 payment.
And that level of institutional support deployed so quickly. I mean, that's what really elevates this from just a suggestion to a matter of serious political and financial gravity.
So to help you really understand the weight of this commitment, we've stacked our sources.
We have a collection of 5 recent, very specific data points. This is our evidence stack, really. It establishes their intent and the mechanism they plan to use.
So what's in it?
It includes 3 crucial clips from these high-ranking officials we mentioned, and 2 specific posts from the president, all reinforcing that specific $2,000 commitment.
And all announced within days of each other.
In close succession, yeah. The speed and the unity of these 5 statements, that's the fundamental evidence we need to look at to figure out, what's the likelihood they're actually going to follow through.
So why does this matter so immediately to you, the listener? We're not just here to talk about political strategy, even though we have to understand it.
Right.
We're here because this is a potential $2,000 financial boost. And if it lands, and if you are one of the millions struggling with economic pressure right now, that money could provide some critical breathing room.
It really could. A chance to pay down some high-interest debt or cover an urgent medical bill.
Or just provide some dignity against, this backdrop of persistent inflation. So we're going to guide you through the raw evidence, the political pressures that make delivery almost mandatory at this point.
And crucially, the detailed mechanics of how this money is supposed to be generated and then sent out.
It's just so important to treat this promise with the utmost gravity. I mean, for many low-income households, an unexpected, maybe tax-free $2,000 could be genuinely transformational.
Absolutely. So the analysis we're going to do today will help you prepare and just understand the specific hurdles this proposal still has to get over.
Okay, let's unpack this. This political phenomenon, I guess we'd call it, starting with the concept of this commitment and the intense political pressure cooker the administration has actively built around itself.
The speed and the intensity of this whole thing are really remarkable. I mean, think about the hierarchy.
Okay.
You've got the chief economic advisor. He's the one who validates the numbers.
Right.
Then you have the treasury secretary who handles the logistics, the actual payout.
Makes sense.
And then the president who is championing the political promise. And all three are speaking on this, stating the exact same dollar amount and the same target group within a 48-hour window.
That is not an accident.
No.
Yeah.
That signifies serious strategic intent.
It almost feels like they skipped the whole internal debate phase and just went straight to the public declaration. Like they're trying to create a done deal before Congress even gets a chance to push back.
That is the political strategy, exactly. And this brings us right into what we are calling the tight corner analysis.
Okay.
When an administration, especially one that's facing some economic headwinds, makes such a high-stakes, unified, public pledge about a direct financial benefit to people, well, they are painting themselves into an extremely tight corner.
So let's elaborate on that. What's the consequence of being in that corner? I mean, what's the implied penalty if they go this public and then they fail to deliver?
The political implication is it's catastrophic failure. They almost must follow through now.
Yeah.
Failure to deliver on a promise that's been championed by the highest economic and executive offices would lead to this monumental, very focused backlash, and it would come from the exact group of people they're trying to help.
The low and middle income families who are battling inflation.
Exactly. And the source material really highlights this risk. It notes that if they fail, and I'm quoting here, there's going to be a lot of really upset people out there who've had their hopes up and who are basically banking on this to happen.
And that's a group that feels the pinch of economic uncertainty most acutely. Disappointing them after such a visible promise would just be immensely damaging.
It would.
So the political capital they spend on making the promise is now actually greater than the capital it would take to execute it. That inversion of risk suggests either tremendous confidence or, I don't know, tremendous desperation on their part.
It suggests the former. I think it suggests confidence. The level of public digging in, the coordination and the sheer volume of these high-profile endorsements, it suggests that the administration has already done the math.
The political math.
The political math. And they've calculated that the cost of not delivering now is far greater than the cost of finding the funding and pushing whatever legislation they need.
So, because of all that, because of the coordinated statements and the pressure they've put on themselves, there's what did the source say? A pretty high likelihood of this happening.
Yes. They would not risk this level of backlash without a concrete plan for how to get it done.
And let's just reiterate the key terminology they're using, because we have to analyze this. We're talking about a payment of at least $2,000 in the form of a dividend.
Right.
We promise to unpack that word, dividend. Why that specific term? Why is that so important here?
This is a crucial distinction.
Yeah.
When we hear stimulus check or, relief payment, we often think of funds that are appropriated from the general treasury.
Which usually means adding to the national deficit.
Usually, yes. But a dividend carries a very different implication. It suggests a distribution of specific accrued revenue or a surplus from a dedicated source.
And in this case, that dedicated source is the tariff revenue, which we heard Kevin Hassett mention.
Exactly. So using the term dividend strategically reinforces the political claim that this isn't spending general tax dollars or, further increasing the deficit. Instead, it frames the whole action as just returning surplus revenue that was collected from trade policy and giving it directly back to the citizens who need it most.
So it differentiates the action both legally and politically from a standard deficit-funded stimulus payment.
It does. It's an attempt to make the measure fiscally palatable to lawmakers who might otherwise oppose any new spending.
That is a remarkable piece of semantic maneuvering. It's designed to bypass the normal political objections to relief spending. But how viable is that claim, really?
Yeah.
To figure that out, we have to move into the heart of our deep dive.
The 5 pieces of evidence.
The 5 pieces of evidence that detail the viability and the commitment.
Okay, so let's break down the evidence stack. We'll analyze the content and the implications of the 3 critical clips, Hassett, Besson, and Leavitt, and then we'll review the 2 presidential posts that really put the initial pressure on.
We need to dissect the so what for each statement to really understand the whole picture.
Exactly.
We begin with the foundation of the plan, which is the numbers. So let's start with the economic brain trust. Kevin Hassett, he's the economic advisor. His comments, which we have from a 30-second clip, are so crucial because they address the financial viability of this whole proposal.
Right. Hassett confirmed 2 major points that really underpin the entire operation. The first is the funding mechanism, which is probably the most controversial and innovative part of this whole plan.
And that is?
He directly confirmed that the funding for these checks would be drawn from tariff revenue.
Okay, so that is an entirely separate pool of money from the general income tax revenue that funds things like Social Security or defense.
Precisely. And Hassett went into specific detail on the financial feasibility. He said, and this is key, that there is enough room to cover those checks and not go into the rest of the budget.
And that statement is the administration's core justification. It's an attempt to legitimize the plan by guaranteeing it won't inflate the deficit or force cuts to other essential programs.
It's presented as a budget-neutral, self-funding relief mechanism.
Okay, now this is where we have to introduce that critical skepticism that was mentioned in our source material. Hassett is the economic advisor. His word carries a lot of institutional weight.
It does.
But the sources also noted that external analysts ran their own calculations, and they suggested that the year-over-year tariff figures, well, they don't really add up to fully cover a multi-billion-dollar payout of this size. So how do we reconcile the administration's public certainty with this reported financial skepticism?
That is the central tension we have to explore. On the surface, the math of funding a universal $2,000 dividend for, potentially 100 million people,
Right.
purely from annual tariff revenue alone. It can look challenging. Tariffs do generate a significant amount of revenue, often tens of billions a year, but that money is typically earmarked or it's subject to fluctuations.
So if external calculations are suggesting a shortfall, why is Hassett so confidently out there claiming it works?
Well, we have to remember Hassett is privy to proprietary data. He sees internal revenue flows, accumulated reserves that are specifically tied to trade agreements or tariffs from past years, and very sophisticated projections.
So he might be counting on money that's already sitting there.
He might be. He could be counting on existing unallocated tariff reserve funds, not just the net revenue from this current fiscal year. If he stands up publicly and asserts that his internal data shows there would be enough money to pay for the $2,000 checks without touching the general budget, then...
Well, for the purpose of the public narrative, the administration has internally justified the financial mechanism.
But for you, the listener, that justification, it's still just an internal administration claim. So what would happen if those external calculations turn out to be right and this dividend actually requires funds beyond the tariff revenue? Does that jeopardize the entire proposal? It would create a tremendous political dilemma, but maybe not a fatal one for the payment itself.
How so?
If they've already built up this level of public commitment, they would likely be forced to bridge any gap using general funds, which would effectively make their no budget impact claim inaccurate.
But they'd still have to pay it.
But the sheer political weight of the promise means they're highly incentivized to either ensure the initial tariff projections hold true, or find a way to reclassify existing reserve funds under this tariff revenue umbrella just to maintain the narrative.
So the political survival of the administration is tied to the success of this funding model.
In many ways, yes. And that makes Hassett's second key insight extremely important: the status of the work.
Right.
He confirmed he is actively studying the matter and getting the numbers straight for the president to make a final decision. This tells us 2 things. One, the plan is highly active and it's progressing very rapidly. And 2, the final sign-off is imminent, pending the completion of his internal analysis, which suggests they're trying to move from economic modeling to a legislative proposal very, very quickly.
And finally, Hassett gave us the first official hint about who exactly is targeted for this financial help.
He did. He specified this would be for families making less than, say, $100,000, and he noted that the exact threshold is still in discussion.
Which is a crucial piece of information. It immediately clarifies this is a targeted relief effort. It's aimed at providing financial breathing room to those most likely struggling with high inflation, not just a universal payment that would dilute the impact.
Exactly.
So Hassett gave us the financial rationale and the initial target group. Next, we move to the official responsible for the actual movement of money, the Treasury Secretary, Scott Bessent.
Right. If Hassett says the numbers work, Bessent has to confirm the payment can actually happen.
And in a 50-second clip, Bessent gave what might be the single most powerful statement regarding the executive commitment.
Yeah.
When he was pressed on the $2,000 proposal, his response was just unequivocal.
The White House is committed to making that happen, yes.
I mean, that's the Treasury Secretary, the financial architect of the nation, providing that confirmation. That level of institutional endorsement means the administrative machinery is already being prepped.
Absolutely. When the Treasury Secretary speaks that way, it means the directive has already gone down to the operational level. He also clarified the action plan status. He confirmed the administration is currently exploring all legal options to get that done.
And this is where the mechanics come in.
It is.
So let's explore what exploring all legal options really means in the context of a rapid cash payment like this. What paths would the Treasury typically be evaluating?
There are generally 2 primary paths, and the Treasury is most likely exploring both to find the fastest route. The first, and most likely, is just leveraging the existing infrastructure, specifically the IRS and the Social Security Administration payment rails.
Because they already have everyone's bank info.
They already have accurate direct deposit information for almost every American who files taxes or receives federal benefits. They could just use tax filing data from the previous year to identify families under that $100,000 threshold and use those banking details for a very rapid dispersal.
So this would be the fastest way, essentially just replicating the process they used for previous stimulus or rebate checks.
Correct. The second legal option is more complex and slow. It would be setting up an entirely new system or requiring some form of limited expedited registration.
Which they probably don't want to do.
Given the urgency and the desire to show immediate financial relief, it's highly probable that exploring all legal options really just translates to ensuring the existing rapid deployment IRS and SSA infrastructure can be legally repurposed for a tariff dividend payment.
And Bessent's aggressive language suggests they are prioritizing speed above all else.
I think so. But despite that high commitment and the active exploration of options, Bessent did caution a little bit on the timeline.
What did he say?
He stated, "I don't have a timeline for you or any further details, but I can confirm." The president made it clear he wants to make it happen.
Which is critical for our listeners to hear. The commitment is firm, the execution path is being aggressively studied, but until the legislation is actually secured, the precise when is still TBD.
Right. It reinforces the political commitment we analyzed. They're committed to the goal, and the timeline will just be as fast as Congress and the legal review will allow.
Okay, so now let's move to the third clip. The press secretary, Caroline Leavitt. In the communication machine, she provides that final layer of institutional weight.
Leavitt's statement provides crucial reinforcement. The fact that the communications team, the economic team, and the financial team are all delivering the identical message within the same 48 hours confirms that this isn't just a proposal anymore.
It's a coordinated, multi-department priority.
Directed from the very top. This isn't just a political promise, it's a strategic operation.
Right.
Her follow-through confirms that this directive is being actively managed across the entire executive branch. And this unity of messaging is, arguably, the strongest political signal they could possibly send.
And it's designed to minimize internal dissent and maximize public pressure on Congress.
It's a clear declaration.
Yeah.
The administration is moving forward.
So we have the economic rationale, we have the financial commitment, and we have the communication synchronization. Now, let's go back to the source of the fire. The 2 presidential posts that kicks this entire high-stakes commitment off.
Here's where it gets really interesting, because these posts, they establish the initial benchmark and the urgency.
Right. The original announcement dropped on a Sunday. The president first proposed the distribution of, and I'm quoting, At least $2,000 in the form of a dividend to everybody except high-income people will be paid.
And again, let's just pause on that specific language. At least $2,000.
That suggests $2,000 is the floor, not necessarily the ceiling, which signals the administration is willing to dedicate some serious funds to this.
And the use of dividend, again, linking it directly to the tariff revenue that Hassett mentioned.
Then the commitment was cemented and amplified on Monday. We have a screenshot of the Monday Post where the president doubled down.
He did. He reiterated the $2,000 payment, confirming the target group, everybody except high-income people. The rapid-fire repetition Sunday, Monday, followed immediately by Hassett, Besson, and Levitt. It just shows a machine operating at maximum speed to solidify a policy position.
So let's synthesize this. Why is seeing 5 distinct points of evidence, 3 spokespeople, 2 presidential posts, all converging within 48 hours?
Yeah.
Why is that so politically compelling? And why should our listeners see this as a high-probability event?
Because it signifies a complete non-reversible shift. Government policy usually moves glacially. For a proposal involving the movement of billions of dollars to achieve this level of coordinated high-level support in less than 2 days, it suggests an incredible focus of political will.
They're not just testing the waters.
No, they are staking their reputation on the delivery of this cash. They are trying to create an atmosphere of political inevitability, which makes it much harder for any congressional opposition to mobilize effectively.
So the entire strategy hinges on generating this overwhelming public expectation so that Congress is essentially forced to pass the required legislation to avoid a political disaster.
Precisely. And for you, the listener, that momentum translates directly into a higher probability of success. It means you should be paying very close attention to legislative developments because the White House has positioned this as a must-pass priority.
Okay, now that we've established the commitment and the political stakes, let's drill down into the mechanics of this proposed payment. If this legislation passes, who exactly qualifies and how is the money actually intended to move?
The eligibility parameters are very focused and their income targeted, which is critical for understanding the intent of this relief.
Right.
The overall goal is broadly defined as targeting everybody except high-income people. This ensures the benefit is primarily felt by those who are dealing with immediate economic hardship.
And Hassett gave us the most concrete financial benchmark the administration is looking at.
Yes, the economic advisor suggested a potential threshold of families making less than, say, $100,000. Now, he did note this number is still in discussion.
Which means it could change.
It means the final legislative proposal might adjust this slightly, maybe to $90,000 or $110,000, depending on the final tariff revenue calculations and, political negotiation. But $100,000 is the strong indicator for the intended beneficiary group.
And this targeted approach is very strategic, isn't it? It means the benefit is concentrated where inflation is felt most severely.
Exactly. Among those on fixed incomes, low-wage earners, and retirees. It's a deliberate strategy to ensure the money provides maximum financial impact and immediate breathing room.
So for individuals receiving Social Security, SSI or SSDI, who typically fall well below this threshold, this proposed payment is extremely relevant.
Extremely. It is direct financial relief intended to provide dignity and support against today's rising costs without having to wait for the next CTOLA adjustment.
Okay, let's just take a moment to reinforce the unique funding mechanism, because this really is the linchpin of the administration's whole political argument for the plan.
We have to keep circling back to the tariff revenue funding. As we heard from Hassett, the central claim is that this money is derived from taxes collected on imported goods, which are being treated as a dedicated surplus revenue stream.
Right.
The political magic here is the claim that this massive relief package won't impact the general budget or increase the national debt because it's essentially just returning money collected through trade policy.
Which adds this layer of supposed financial legitimacy that allows some lawmakers who typically hate spending to potentially support it.
Exactly. But the hard truth, as Hassett also laid out, is that the administration can't just mandate this payment unilaterally. This is not an executive order item.
So what's the path forward?
This is the essential bottleneck. Hassett confirmed explicitly that the $2,000 dividend will require legislation. Congress must act.
Period.
The administration can explore the legal options for dispersal and organize the funding stream, but a law must be passed to formally authorize the distribution of these specific funds collected from tariffs.
Okay, so the administration has built the public pressure and defined the funding. Now, They need Congress to respond positively to that momentum.
Yeah.
So what's the legislative status? Is this just doomed to stall out in the typical partisan gridlock we see?
This is where we encounter another unexpected development in the source material. There are initial reports that lawmakers are warming up to the idea of these $2,000 payments. Yes, and that is highly significant. It suggests that the political pressure, combined with the perception that the payment is fiscally neutral because it's using tariff revenue, is creating an environment that's actually conducive to bipartisan support, or at least very rapid action.
Why would lawmakers be warming up to a specific one-time payment like this, especially if they're usually so hesitant about large spending bills?
Well, I think several factors are likely converging. First, that tariff funding source makes it politically defensible.
Right. They can say they're not raising taxes or cutting programs.
Exactly. They're just voting to redistribute existing specific revenue. Second, the public demand, which has been fueled by the administration's high-profile coordinated commitment, is probably growing rapidly. And that makes it politically very difficult to oppose.
And the targeting is smart.
The targeting mechanism is very smart. By explicitly targeting lower and middle-income families, it addresses genuine economic hardship in their constituencies without looking like it's catering to high earners.
And it's a one-time thing.
And finally, yes, the nature of a one-time dividend is just less financially binding than, say, a permanent recurring benefit increase.
Okay, let's talk about the timeline again in the context of Congress. If the legislation does pass, how quickly could the money realistically be distributed? Besson said they're exploring all legal options. Does that imply they have a plan for a rapid deployment? We talking weeks or months?
Given the urgency expressed by the President and the Treasury Secretary, they are certainly planning for a very rapid turnaround.
Right.
As we discussed, the Treasury, leveraging the IRS and SSA infrastructure, already has the established mechanism to quickly disperse funds to people who file taxes or receive federal benefits. And that covers the vast majority of the target population under $100,000.
So if Congress clears a legislative hurdle, and if they do it quickly, maybe through some expedited process,
Then the mechanism for physical delivery via direct deposit could be remarkably swift. We could realistically be talking about payment windows measured in weeks, maybe 30 to 60 days, depending on how quickly the bill itself moves.
and that rapid deployment capability is what makes this announcement feel so immediate and so different from the typical legislative debates we're used to.
It is. The financial architecture is already in place. They're just waiting for the legal authorization to inject a new source of funds, the tariff revenue, into that system.
Okay, let's zoom out now and connect this proposal to the broader economic reality that so many of our listeners are facing, particularly those on fixed incomes. Why this $2,000 number and why right now?
Well, this proposal connects directly to the broader economic environment where, sustained high inflation has just disproportionately eroded the purchasing power of fixed incomes.
Of course.
And while the source material treats this as a financial dividend and it doesn't explicitly tie it to, say, COLA increases or existing benefit adjustments, its function is undeniably to provide an immediate shock of financial relief.
So for seniors, SSDI recipients, and low-income individuals, inflation means essentials, food, utilities, medicine cost significantly more than they did just a couple of years ago.
Exactly. And so this is designed to be a sudden corrective measure to provide that essential breathing room. $2,000 is a significant amount of money.
It really is.
It's enough to clear some high-interest credit card debt or catch up on utility payments or replenish savings that were drained during months and months of high inflation.
So the proposed payment isn't just economic policy. It's an attempt to provide tangible financial security and dignity to the vulnerable populations who have been fighting inflation daily.
The high anticipation around this announcement really underscores the depth of the need in these communities.
Let's focus on the mechanics of financial protection. The sources didn't give us specific tax law details, but generally, how are these types of federal relief payments handled in terms of taxes and eligibility for other programs? We should guide the listener based on what's happened in the past, without making any binding promises.
Historically, one-time federal relief payments that are aimed at lower and middle-income families have often been structured to be non-taxable, or they're offered as a refundable tax credit, precisely to ensure the entire amount provides relief to those with the lowest incomes.
So it would be very strategic for the administration to structure this $2,000 dividend to be completely tax-free.
It would. Taxing it would defeat the purpose of immediate, full financial relief.
And what about that crucial issue of eligibility for other benefits like SNAP or Medicaid? or protections against garnishment.
When dealing with federal financial aid for low-income groups, Congress is usually very careful to legislate that the one-time payment is not counted as income or resources for a specific period of time, often 12 months, for the purpose of determining eligibility for federal means-tested programs like SSI, SNAP, or housing assistance.
Because it would be self-defeating if the payment caused them to lose their essential medical or food benefits.
Yeah, it would be. And similarly, these relief payments are often protected from garnishment by private debt collectors, ensuring the money actually goes to the families it's intended for, not to old debts. Given the high commitment we've seen, we should anticipate some robust protective language in the final bill.
And that reassurance is vital for our listeners.
Yeah.
And I guess we should also mention, to be wary of scams.
Oh, absolutely.
The government, the IRS, the SSA, they are never going to call you or text you or email you asking for money or personal information to get this payment.
Never. If anyone does, it's a scam. You should only trust official letters or verified government websites.
Okay, so let's do a quick current status check to just anchor the facts. What is the absolute concrete status as of today?
The status is firm but conditional. Nothing is approved yet.
Right.
The administration, led by Hassett and Besson, is actively engaged in researching the tariff figures and exploring the rapid legal dispersal options. However, the requirement for congressional legislation is immovable.
But the good news is the administration is operating with full commitment, and the political momentum appears to be building rapidly on the congressional side.
It does.
So what does this all mean for you right now? What's the practical advice for someone who hears this and is, maybe counting on this potential $2,000 payment?
First, you have to recognize the high momentum behind this proposal. This is not some distant, abstract possibility. This is an active, aggressive policy push.
So you should monitor official updates.
Monitor official updates from the Treasury and economic advisors, and watch very closely for legislative progress in Congress. If a bill is introduced, you need to know the specific timeline and the finalized eligibility criteria.
We noted that the source material had a very specific call to action about this logic of momentum, suggesting that engagement is actually important.
Absolutely. The logic of momentum here is critical. The administration is using public commitment to force legislative action. The source material notes that, and I'm paraphrasing, the more people that support this, the more momentum that this gets, the higher the likelihood of it actually happening.
So it suggests that acknowledging the need for this relief, sharing this information, engaging in local discussions, can actually increase the political pressure required to push the legislation over the finish line quickly.
It really can.
This is a critical time to be informed and actively watching the legislative process unfold. So let's bring this deep dive to a close by synthesizing the most important takeaways from our 5 pieces of evidence.
Okay, we've established 4 core non-negotiable facts about this rapidly moving proposal.
Number 1, the amount. We're looking at an immediate, one-time dividend payment of at least $2,000 for eligible families, which demonstrates a serious investment in relief.
Number 2, the commitment and coordination. This payment has been confirmed by the highest levels of the administration, the President Economic Advisor Hassett and Treasury Secretary Besson. The coordination signifies that they are seeking political inevitability through a unified executive effort.
Number 3, eligibility focus. The payment is specifically targeted at low and middle-income Americans, with the proposed threshold being families making less than approximately $100,000, ensuring the benefit is directed to those who need the most help to counter sustained inflation.
And number 4, status and funding. It requires congressional legislation to pass, but the momentum is high, and the proposal is structured to use tariff revenue as a unique, non-budgetary funding source, which adds this unusual layer of urgency and political viability.
This proposal represents a significant, immediate opportunity for financial relief. But let's return to that critical financial innovation and leave our listener with one final provocative thought about this funding model. What does the specific, successful use of tariff revenue as an immediate funding source truly signal for future economic policy?
Well, this specific use of tariff revenue, it raises a profound question for long-term governmental tools. If the administration succeeds in establishing this model, using a dedicated existing non-budgetary revenue stream to immediately fund a nationwide dividend targeted at the vulnerable, it essentially creates a template.
A new template.
A new template. Could this specific mechanism be utilized for other urgent relief efforts, like disaster recovery or future targeted inflation responses? It offers a novel way to potentially bypass the standard, slow budgetary hurdles and the high deficit concerns that often plague urgent financial aid proposals. It could fundamentally alter the landscape of how relief might be delivered in times of economic distress.
That is a fascinating implication. A potentially powerful new tool in the National Economic Toolkit that could be deployed whenever quick, targeted relief is deemed necessary. You need to keep up with every twist and turn of this proposal. Don't miss the next critical update as Congress begins its work on this proposed $2,000 payment. If you found this information helpful, please subscribe to the Deep Dive and share this episode. Make sure everyone who needs this potential relief understands the status and the urgency of this commitment. Until next time.
A major financial update has just hit the airwaves, and it's causing, well, a ripple of both hope and, frankly, a lot of confusion across the country. We are talking about a proposed $2,000 dividend payment.
A huge amount.
And it's aimed squarely at those on fixed and lower incomes.
And that amount, $2,000, it really is transformative for households living, paycheck to paycheck or relying solely on their fixed benefits.
Oh, absolutely.
If it materializes, it provides some critical breathing room. But we've actually gone beyond just vague promises this time. The sources we've analyzed, they offer new, really crucial information clarifying who exactly is the target audience.
We're going to be diving deep into the specifics of this $2,000 proposed check for you. But, and here's the immediate financial twist that complicates everything.
Right.
The money is proposed to come from massive, newly generated tariff revenues, which means this is not a traditional tax proposal at all.
And this specific funding mechanism, it's fascinating, but it immediately raises some pretty serious questions about the immediate feasibility. We're going to break down the cold, hard numbers for you.
Great.
We're talking hundreds of billions in revenues collected so far, the projected $568 billion cost, and this massive long-term financing plan that links this immediate relief to a staggering 10-year trade projection.
So if you are a listener who relies on Social Security, SSI, disability, or maybe VA benefits, or if you're just struggling with the relentless pressure of inflation, you need to stick with us. We are going to unpack the critical details about who qualifies, how this money is supposed to move from, tariff collection into your bank account, and the very serious political risks involved when a promise of this size is made over and over again. Welcome to the Deep Dive. Our mission today is, let's say, laser-focused. We are performing a serious analytical review of these recent statements about a proposed $2,000 financial distribution.
A deep dive.
And this is specifically for low and middle income Americans. We're drawing solely from the source materials we've been provided just to cut through all the speculation and give you the facts, the figures, and most importantly, the financial implications for your household.
And the urgency of this discussion, it really can't be overstated. For the millions of you who rely on a fixed income, whether that's Social Security retirement, SSI, disability benefits, or low-income veterans benefits, the central pressing question is just, will I get this $2,000 payment?
That's the question everyone's asking.
Exactly. Previous statements were, they were pretty vague. They painted the picture a little too broadly. But this new information we have, it clarifies the critical recipient base.
And that clarification is honestly the biggest piece of news to come out of this proposal yet. But before we get deeper into eligibility, we have to confront the funding reality.
We have to.
We need to move past the sort of immediate hope that the headlines generate and look at the financial mechanics. Before we even talked about income thresholds, we have to ask, is the current plan mathematically feasible for an immediate rollout? Or does it require some significant financial engineering? because that's where the numbers get extremely complicated.
It absolutely forces us to analyze the stark difference between a political proposal that relies on these massive future revenue projections and the immediate financial reality of a multi-hundred-billion-dollar distribution.
Right.
The sources are very specific that the funding source is tariffs. And if the money isn't there right now, today, the government has to employ a very specific type of financial strategy to bridge that gap. We have to dissect that revenue stream against the potential cost and do it rigorously.
Okay, let's do that. Let's unpack this, starting with the initial announcement, just so we can understand how this idea has evolved. This whole concept really exploded with the first post, which talked about a dividend of at least $2,000 a person. The initial, very broad caveat was that it would be paid to everyone, but explicitly, not including high-income people.
And that initial statement, while it was exciting, it was also strategically vague.
Of course.
It was designed to generate maximum broad-based interest, a large amount, available to almost everyone except the very wealthy. But that generality, it left the most vulnerable groups, the people on fixed benefits, the low-income retirees, feeling uncertain.
Because they're used to rules.
They're accustomed to very specific regulated eligibility rules, not broad, optimistic promises. They needed to know, does my fixed income count as not high income?
Okay, so here's where it gets really interesting for our listeners. Almost immediately after that first post, the proponent essentially doubled down on the promise, but, and this is key, significantly tightened the language in a follow-up post.
Yes.
This is the key clarification that is driving our deep dive today. The language shifted to state clearly that the money would go to low and middle income USA citizens.
And that language shift is absolutely critical. We have to emphasize this for our listener base. When the proponent moves from this general idea of everyone but the high income to explicitly naming low and middle income people,
It's a signal.
it's a huge signal. They're signaling their intent directly toward the very audience segment that includes the vast majority of Social Security recipients, fixed income retirees, beneficiaries, and others who are really struggling with rising costs. This moves the proposal from just a general populist idea to a targeted relief measure focused on economic distress.
We should also take a quick moment just to clarify the name game being played here in the source materials.
Good point.
The documents use several different terms for this proposed money. Stimulus check, dividend distribution, a rebate, or just a payment. Functionally, based on the description, it's intended to be a one-time lump sum direct financial transfer.
Right.
It's a distribution of collected tariff revenue. But the terminology itself, especially the use of dividend, I think that reflects the political framing of the whole proposal.
Precisely. The goal is the function, putting money into the hands of citizens, and quickly. However, the intentional use of dividend is vital because it attempts to link the payment directly to that specific tariff revenue stream.
Right.
It frames the payment as citizens receiving a share of government-collected income, rather than just deficit spending or a traditional stimulus, which is the mechanism we're going to scrutinize later when we get into the borrowing part of this.
Okay, so now we transition directly to the most personal question for everyone listening. Who qualifies? Section 2 is all about defining low and middle income, especially for those of you receiving fixed government benefits. The source confirms that the primary factor used to distribute previous large federal payments, and the anticipated factor here is simply income. That's the most straightforward and, frankly, the fastest metric for the government to use.
Income is the central metric because it's the simplest and most verifiable for a rapid federal distribution. The IRS already has those records. The Social Security Administration has income data on file. What's truly crucial here is how that in-kind definition intersects with fixed benefits like Social Security and SSI.
Okay.
The proponent's specific mention of low and middle income strongly suggests that groups receiving these benefits would almost certainly be included.
And why can we say that so confidently?
Because the entire premise of the Social Security and SSI systems is built around supporting individuals who have either retired or who can't earn substantial income because of a disability. By definition, if you're a sole Social Security recipient with no other significant income, you fall squarely into that low or fixed income bracket.
Right.
SSI, in particular, is a means-tested program designed specifically for the lowest income individuals. The source materials themselves acknowledge the huge volume of questions from these exact communities, people collecting Social Security or living on a low income asking, will we get it?
Yeah.
The inclusion of low income is their strongest signal yet that they are the intended recipients of this targeted relief.
So, with that being established, we move to the crucial unanswered question. What specific income level defines high income that would be excluded?
The line in the sand.
Exactly. If they're targeting low and middle income, where exactly is the line drawn to determine who is high income and therefore ineligible? We don't have a definitive number yet, but we can look at some powerful precedents.
We really have to rely on established federal mechanisms for comparison here. The source suggests a high-income cutoff might land somewhere around $75,000 for an individual,
75,000.
or $150,000 for a married couple. And this isn't just arbitrary speculation. These are the precise thresholds that were used during previous large federal stimulus distributions, like the CARES Act checks and the 2021 American Rescue Plan payments.
Right, so if the goal is speed, which it usually is in these situations, the government will likely just adopt these pre-existing legally vetted figures. But let's contextualize this for our audience. If I'm an individual getting, say, $2,200 a month in Social Security benefits, my annual income is just over $26,000.
Exactly.
That's way below that potential $75,000 threshold.
It is. For fixed income recipients, the key is understanding your total adjusted gross income, or AGI. For most retirees, that AGI is primarily their Social Security benefits and maybe a small pension or some investment return. If your AGI falls well below that potential $75,000 mark, the proposed policy language points directly to your eligibility. This is a massive reassurance for those communities.
And to sort of anchor this to the broader economy, the source materials bring in the average household income figure from last year, which was approximately $83,000.
And that figure provides really crucial context. If the cutoff for high income was set too low, say 50,000, that would exclude a significant portion of the middle class.
You would.
And it would violate the stated goal of providing relief to both low and middle income citizens. They need a line that maximizes inclusion for the vast majority of working and retired Americans while excluding the truly affluent. Therefore, setting the individual threshold near 75,000, consistent with past practice, seems like the most logical and politically defensible path.
So just to reiterate for everyone listening,
Yeah.
if you are collecting Social Security, retirement, SSI, disability benefits, or living on a low income, and your annual income is significantly below that potential $75,000 threshold, the current messaging points directly at your inclusion. The clarity of that low and middle income description is a tremendous step forward for these communities, even without a definitive cutoff line attached just yet.
This is a promising signal, absolutely. But this is the moment we have to transition from the eligibility promises to the financial reality. We now have to shift our focus entirely to Section 3, context and funding. Specifically, the tariff revenue mechanism, because promises are easy. Paying $2,000 to hundreds of millions of people is a colossal challenge.
That's right. The $2,000 payments are proposed to be funded by massive tariff income. This ties the stimulus not to traditional tax hikes or, creating new money, but to a specific, recently generated revenue stream from trade policy. And this sounds appealing, but we have to see if the math actually holds up.
Okay, let's break down the specific tariff revenue data that's cited in the source materials. The U.S. government has brought in about $195 billion in tariff revenues so far this year.
$195 billion.
Now, if we look at the pace of collection, this averages out to roughly $1 billion a day.
$1 billion a day. Wow.
Or $30 billion a month in revenues. Based on this trajectory, the source projects that the government is on track to collect about $350 billion over a 12-month period.
Okay, $350 billion is a staggering amount of money. But is it enough to fund $2,000 checks for the vast majority of Americans? This brings us to the feasibility math, where we discover the immediate gaping shortfall.
Yes.
We have to compare the maximum projected cost of this payment to the current collected and projected revenue.
So let's use the maximum kind of worst-case cost scenario that's cited in the source. This scenario is based on the precedent set by the $1,400 stimulus check back in 2021.
I remember that.
That one reached approximately 85% of the total population, and that included dependents. That figure translates to about 284 million people in the country who would potentially receive this payment.
So if we take that huge group, 284 million eligible Americans, and we multiply it by the proposed $2,000 amount,
Okay.
the total cost for the full rollout would be a staggering $568 billion.
And here is the immediate non-negotiable logistical gap that we have to confront. We have 195 billion collected so far this year versus 568 billion potentially needed for the full rollout.
That's a huge gap.
It is. And even if we use the full year projected revenue of 350 billion, that figure is still only slightly more than 50% of the maximum estimated cost. Logically, mathematically, the source clearly notes that this shortfall makes an immediate full distribution relying only on cash-on-hand tariff revenues impossible.
So this is the central financial puzzle. If the government doesn't currently have the $568 billion sitting in a tariff savings account, how can they confidently promise $2,000 checks in the near future? This requires looking at the long-term financing solution proposed in the source materials.
And the entire plan, it relies on leveraging massive future projections. The government is projecting that it will bring in over $3 trillion in tariff revenues over the next 10 years.
$3 trillion.
The proposal is fundamentally hinged on the belief that this $3 trillion will materialize. So, to send the money out today, say in the next 6 to 12 months, they would essentially have to borrow or front the money against this expected revenue stream.
This is a really critical distinction for you to understand. It's not about having the money today. It's about having confidence in future income. It's sort of like taking out a mortgage on a new house.
Analogy.
You don't have the $400,000 today, but the bank lends it to you because they are confident you'll earn enough salary over the next 30 years to pay it back.
Exactly. The source clarifies that this borrowing mechanism means the cost of the payment, even if it came down to a more conservative $400 billion, which is still a massive amount, is a small fraction of that projected $3 trillion in 10-year tariff income. They're essentially saying, we have a secure, multi-trillion-dollar revenue stream projected over the next decade that can cover this short-term debt.
And the implication here is vital for understanding fiscal responsibility and political messaging. This proposal, if it were enacted today, would technically add to the national debt in the short term, just like a massive loan.
It would.
The government would incur debt today to finance the $2,000 payments, with the promise that the future stream of $3 trillion in tariff revenue, their future salary, to use the analogy, would then pay that short-term debt back over time.
This is, standard governmental financing, borrowing against predictable revenue, but it's crucial for listeners to understand that the payment isn't necessarily debt-free at the moment of issue. It requires a high level of confidence in sustained economic conditions and, frankly, political stability over the next decade to guarantee that that $3 trillion flows in as expected.
Right.
If that $3 trillion forecast is flawed, the entire financial proposition begins to wobble.
So we've established the money isn't immediately available, and that the payment relies entirely on a massive 10-year revenue commitment. This brings us to Section 4, the historical context and credibility concerns. Because this isn't the first time this proponent has publicly floated the idea of a major financial relief package.
Not at all.
And this repetition is creating a significant political tension.
The political reality is that this is, in fact, the fourth time the president has endorsed the idea of sending money directly to Americans in less than a year, specifically since January. That frequency, regardless of the merits of the policy, creates a severe messaging risk that the source materials flag very, very clearly.
Let's just detail those previous proposals, ones cited in the sources, to emphasize the pattern. First, back in February, there was a proposal for a $5,000 dividend. It was framed a bit differently, but it was a large one-time distribution idea. Second, in August, came the endorsement of a $600 rebate check, which was formalized under the American Worker Rebate Act of 2025.
And third, most recently, on October 2nd, the president indicated a further distribution or dividend, placing the expected amount somewhere between $1,000 and $2,000 in a separate interview. So that means in under a year, we've seen 4 separate endorsements for direct payments ranging from $600 up to $5,000.
With the newest and most specific language now landing on $2,000 for low and middle income citizens?
Correct.
And that frequency brings us directly to the credibility risk, which the source materials strongly warn about. The messaging is, it's undeniably powerful and incredibly exciting, especially for those who are financially struggling.
Of course.
The very low and fixed income people we're discussing today who desperately need relief.
And the source describes the political risk clearly and bluntly. If the administration does not follow through on this promise, after repeating the idea 4 times, it is described as A really, really bad idea and a bad messaging campaign. This isn't an attack on the policy itself, but a critique of the political strategy. When you raise the hopes of the economically vulnerable this high, the disappointment and resentment are equally intense if you fail to deliver the money.
They use a strong analogy here, saying the proponents are effectively painting themselves into a corner. They risk turning into the kid who cried wolf regarding financial aid.
And the risk is real. For you, the listener, failure to deliver on such a frequently repeated promise could lead to a significant, possibly irreversible, loss of trust and credibility. For someone on $1,000 a month in SSI, a $2,000 payment represents 2 full months of crucial financial breathing room.
It's life-changing.
It is. And to offer that hope repeatedly without executing the plan undermines the government's ability to communicate future legitimate relief efforts. The stakes are simply too high for this to just remain a talking point. Action is now required to validate the message.
Okay, so far we've covered the recipient, explicitly low and middle income, and the funding mechanism, which is future tariff borrowing. Now let's address the most practical questions under Section 5, anticipating listener questions and addressing implementation gaps.
Right.
We have to stress that because this is currently only a proposal, the official working structure for the $2,000 payment, it doesn't exist yet.
And that lack of structure is where most of the listener anxiety comes from. The most common confusion is around the nature of the money. Is this a permanent change, like an increase to your monthly benefit, or is it a one-time fix?
Yeah, that's a big question.
And based on the source, the proposal is framed as a distribution of current or projected tariff income, a dividend. This strongly suggests it is a one-time lump sum payment rather than a permanent increase to monthly benefits like the cost of living adjustment or COL that Social Security recipients are used to.
And because this is currently just a proposal, everyone listening should understand there are no official dates, no payment schedules, and crucially, no application requirements.
That's a vital point.
It is. Historically, for major federal stimulus payments based on income, no application was needed. The payment was distributed automatically using tax filing or benefit information that's already on file with the IRS and the SSA.
We also have to anticipate and address the critical financial protections, even without specific details for this proposed bill. For our low-income audience, the major worry is how this money might affect their other benefits.
Like SNAP or Medicaid.
Exactly. While the source lacks current legislative details on taxability or how this payment might affect eligibility for means-tested benefits, we can look to past stimulus efforts for some very strong guidance.
And what do those do?
Previous large relief payments were structured specifically to be non-taxable income for recipients. And critically, they were generally excluded from counting against asset or income tests for benefits like SNAP and Medicaid, at least for a certain period of time. The intent behind this proposed $2,000 payment is emergency relief for low income, so it is highly probable that the final legislation would include these same protections. If it didn't, the payment would kind of defeat its own purpose by potentially disqualifying vulnerable citizens from essential health care or food aid.
That makes sense. What about debt collectors? Garnishment.
Another huge concern. For fixed income recipients, particularly those on Social Security or veterans benefits, there are federal protections against private garnishment. A true relief package would need to clearly designate this $2,000 payment as a protected federal benefit to shield it from creditors.
I see.
While we wait for official bill language, this is an area where advocates will demand strict protection to make sure the money provides genuine relief, not just a temporary stopgap before it gets seized.
And this lack of official structure leads directly to our most urgent warning: scams.
Oh, absolutely.
Since there are no official dates or applications, listeners are targets. We have to be emphatic about this. The SSA, the VA, the IRS, any official government agency will never call, text, or email you asking for money, personal information, or bank details related to this potential payment.
Any communication claiming you need to pay a processing fee or verify your account number to receive the $2,000 is a scam 100% of the time. The only trustworthy sources for information will be official letters sent to your address or verified, secure government websites like the My Social Security portal.
So be vigilant. Use those portals for official updates when they arrive, and just hang up on suspicious calls.
And report them.
And report anything that feels like a scam immediately. If and when a structure is established, details on payment dates, methods like direct deposit, paper checks, direct express cards, and those protections against garnishment will all be released. But for now, we're in a holding pattern.
We are. So we've established that the funding mechanism relies on borrowing against future tariff revenue. Now let's tackle a fascinating secondary claim under Section 6. Broader insight. The politically powerful promise of paying down the national debt.
Right. The secondary claim made in the proponent's post was that any money left over after sending out the $2,000 payments would be spent to pay down the national debt.
And this is a bold and, I would argue, an optimistic claim, especially when we go back to that massive gap in the numbers we established earlier.
It's a $568 billion cost.
Exactly. We estimated a potential maximum cost of $568 billion for the full rollout. Given that the current yearly projection for tariff collection is only $350 billion, and the government has to borrow to fund the difference, the suggestion that there will be money left over seems mathematically difficult, bordering on impossible based on current collections.
So how does the claim even exist? How can they say that?
Well, this claim only works if the cost is significantly less than that $568 billion maximum estimate. This would happen if the high-income cutoff is set extremely low, which would reduce the number of eligible recipients far below that 85% participation we saw in prior stimulus programs.
So, for example, if the government were to limit the payments strictly to those on Social Security, SSI, and the truly low-income bracket, a far smaller, though still large, group, the total cost might drop to, say, $300 billion.
In that hypothetical case, the $350 billion in yearly tariff revenue would cover the payment, leaving $50 billion potentially for debt reduction. But remember that $50 billion has to first be applied to paying off the initial short-term debt the government took on to send the checks out immediately.
Ah, I see.
However, politically speaking, it ties the immediate relief, the $2,000 for low and middle income citizens, to a larger, more fiscally conservative narrative of reducing the national debt.
It's an incredibly clever political strategy, then.
It is.
It allows the proponents to argue that the tariff policy isn't just generating revenue to benefit the average American, but that it's simultaneously addressing the massive national debt. It creates a complete, self-contained financial narrative around the tariff policy that appeals to multiple political demographics.
It connects immediate, tangible relief, a $2,000 check that could pay for groceries or rent, with the abstract, long-term goal of fiscal health. It makes the tariff policy sound like a universal win.
But
as we established, the success of the entire mechanism hinges on that $3 trillion 10-year projection.
this deep dive has covered some significant ground. From clarifying the specific target audience, low and middle-income fixed-income recipients, to breaking down this complex, multi-trillion-dollar funding mechanism that relies on borrowing against future projections.
Let's summarize the core facts we established today for everyone listening. First, the proposal is for a substantial $2,000 dividend payment. Second, the target is now explicitly low and middle income USA citizens, which strongly signals inclusion for Social Security, SSI, and disability recipients who are urgently seeking relief.
Third, the funding relies entirely on future tariff revenues, which requires short-term debt financing today to send the payments out, with the plan to pay that debt back using projected revenue over the next decade. And fourth, this is the fourth time this idea of a direct payment has been endorsed since January, creating exceptionally high public expectations that must now be met with action.
And a $2,000 payment could provide essential breathing room for basic necessities, bills, housing, or just living with dignity for those struggling with the current economic climate. That is precisely why the need for clarity, financial protection, and swift follow-through is so critically important to millions of households. We are committed to tracking this proposal every step of the way.
But let's leave you with one final provocative thought. It's based on the financial analysis we performed today, and it ties directly into the complexity of this whole proposal.
Okay.
We've seen that the proposed financial mechanism relies on anticipating $3 trillion in tariff revenue over the next decade. This is not a guarantee. It's a forecast built on certain assumptions about sustained global trade volumes and the current administration's trade policy remaining in effect for the next 10 years.
Right, it's a projection. So consider the long-term risk. How might the global economic landscape or future trade policies impact whether that crucial $3 trillion goal is actually achieved? If, for instance, a future administration shifts trade policy, maybe reducing tariffs, or if global economic slowdowns significantly reduce the volume of goods being imported and taxed, that revenue stream could falter.
And if that future revenue stream falls short of the $3 trillion mark, then the entire financial foundation supporting the immediate $2,000 payment which was funded by current debt, and the subsequent promise of national debt reduction.
It could crumble.
It could all crumble. It's a question of whether today's urgent political promise is financially guaranteed by tomorrow's uncertain global trade reality. We urge you to stay informed as the specifics evolve. The details matter immensely. We have some major news today. The White House has now officially, on the record, confirmed their commitment to distributing a $2,000 payment.
And they're calling it a dividend.
A dividend, right.
Right.
And this isn't just, some rumor anymore.
No, this is high level, a confirmed promise.
Which could mean $2,000 cash directly in your pocket if you meet the income requirements.
And for so many people, that's not just a little help. That's some real breathing room.
So the big question is, who qualifies? Why now? And what does exploring all legal options really mean for getting this money out?
We're going to get into all of it.
Stay with us for this deep dive. Okay, let's unpack this because we've got a critical, high-profile update, and it's coming directly from the administration about a really significant potential payment.
It is. And our goal here really is to give you clarity.
Exactly. Our mission today is simple. We're just going to cut through all the noise, all the speculation, and frankly, the political talk to get to the facts.
The official statements, the actual commitments, and the context around this potential $2,000 payment.
A payment that's aimed squarely at relieving that financial stress for low to middle income earners.
And I think setting the context right away is so important. This confirmation, it came directly from the White House press secretary.
Right.
So that right there just elevates the whole discussion. We've moved beyond, is this a rumor or is this a proposal?
We're in a totally different phase now.
We are firmly in the commitment stage, so we need to look really closely at what they're promising and maybe what the challenges are that are still ahead.
Okay, so let's just nail down the headline fact right at the top before we get into the weeds.
Please.
The White House is now institutionally, officially backing the distribution of a $2,000 payment. They keep calling it a dividend.
Mm-hmm.
And the targeting, it seems crystal clear. They're aiming for, and this is the quote, everyone except high-income people.
And, that distinction, calling it a dividend instead of a stimulus check, that's not just semantics. That's a really important political and legal nuance.
How so? What's the strategy there?
Well, a stimulus check, that term is usually associated with deficit spending, with an act of Congress. It has a certain political baggage.
Right, it sounds like an emergency measure.
Exactly. But by calling it a dividend, they're trying to frame it very differently. Perhaps as a return on national resources or something that doesn't rely on new debt.
So it's a payment that could be authorized under existing executive authority?
That seems to be what they're aiming for. It's a message that suggests this money is, owed or deserved, not just some temporary economic fix. It's a very deliberate choice of words.
That reframing really does tell us a lot about their strategy here. So let's get into the chain of confirmation, because it wasn't just one announcement. It was a sequence, and it shows just how fast this moved from a proposal to a locked-in administration priority.
It really was a rapid escalation. It started with the president's statement on a Sunday. He announced this specific $2,000 dividend idea.
And right from the start, he was clear that high-income individuals would be excluded.
Yes, that set the anchor right away, both for the dollar amount and for the target demographic.
And this wasn't just some off-the-cuff remark, was it? Because I remember the very next day, he brought it up again.
He did. He doubled down on this exact $2,000 payment. And when the chief executive does that, when they reinforce a major dollar-specific commitment in less than 24 hours.
It's a signal.
It's a very deliberate signal of internal alignment and, frankly, urgency. They were intentionally building public expectation around that $2,000 figure.
Okay, so you have the president setting the tone twice. Then where did the momentum go?
It moved to the financial arm of the government. We then got confirmation from the Treasury Secretary, Scott Bessing.
And he added a new layer of detail.
A very significant one. He confirmed that detailed discussions were taking place about the logistics of this payment, and he specifically mentioned a target group.
Which was?
Individuals with income under $100,000.
Wow. Okay, so that's the first time we hear a hard number attached to the eligibility.
And that's a huge moment because the Treasury is the agency that would actually implement this. So hearing it from them gives the whole proposal these concrete administrative parameters. It's not just a political idea anymore.
But the real The real definitive statement, the one that sort of locked this in as an official political promise, that came from the White House press secretary, Caroline Leavitt.
Absolutely. That was the linchpin. She was pressed by a reporter in a briefing, and she made it, and I'm quoting her here, very, very clear, that the White House is institutionally committed to distributing this $2,000 comment.
Institutionally committed. That's strong language.
It is. So you see the pattern. The president sets the political vision, the Treasury Secretary lays out the financial parameters, and then the press secretary confirms the public commitment. This is not a trial balloon.
It's a mandate.
It's an administration-wide mandate.
Okay, I get the consistency, and that's powerful. But let me just push back on the enthusiasm for a second here.
Sure.
The fact that they're all repeating the same number so quickly,
Yeah.
that could just be really disciplined messaging, right? And then the press secretary immediately gave that crucial caveat.
The exploring all legal options line.
Exactly. They are currently exploring all legal options to get that done, and she gave no timeline. Now, to anyone who's listened to these briefings, that phrase, exploring all legal options, it often sounds like Washington code for, we don't actually know how to do this yet.
And that's an excellent, very necessary point of skepticism.
So are the sources suggesting this exploration is genuinely productive, or are they just buying time?
The analysis suggests it's genuinely productive, but it's also genuinely difficult. And here's why. If this were a straightforward legislative matter, they would have just introduced a bill in Congress.
Right. There'd be a bill with a name and everything.
Exactly. The fact that you have 3 of the highest level figures all repeating the $2,000 number, but then also mentioning legal options, that tells us a couple of things. 1, they are locked into the dollar amount. And 2, they are now in an internal race to find the administrative pathway to make it happen.
So let's dig into that. What could those legal options actually be? Because like you said, this is the bottleneck right now. This is what's stopping the money from flowing. What authority could they be looking at to get around the slow traditional legislative process?
Well, when an administration wants to find a non-traditional administrative way to send out direct payments, they usually look at a few specific existing authorities.
Okay, what's option number 1? What's the most likely candidate?
The first, and maybe the most direct, would be using existing Treasury stabilization funds. Or they could be looking at a very broad interpretation of their authority under Title 31 of the U.S. Code.
And what is Title 31?
It's the section that's related to money and finance. It gives the Treasury some pretty broad powers. They might be able to distribute funds administratively if they can tie the action to an existing national priority.
Like the current economic situation.
Exactly, like persistent inflation and the financial stress it's putting on low and middle income families. The argument would be that the current economic strain justifies this administrative dividend under the Treasury's existing regulatory umbrella.
So they'd be using a decades-old statute and applying it to today's reality.
Precisely. Now, the second option, which is a bit more of a stretch, involves interpreting the Stafford Act.
The Disaster Relief and Emergency Assistance Act.
Right. And historically, that's been used for natural disasters, hurricanes, floods, pandemics.
So how would that apply here?
Well, some administrations have tried to invoke certain clauses in the Act to justify broad economic relief, arguing that, severe financial instability or a national economic emergency could fit the criteria for a disaster.
That sounds like something that would get challenged in court immediately.
It absolutely does, which really highlights the difficult position they're in. They're looking for a path of least resistance, and there might not be an easy one.
And is there a third option?
There's a third, less direct option, but one that always gets explored. It involves leveraging authority from executive orders or maybe reinterpreting existing laws about specific benefit payments.
So like adjusting payments from the Social Security Administration or the VA?
Potentially. It could be framed as an advance or a special adjustment, but that's usually very complex because those programs have their own very specific legislative language that's hard to get around.
So the bottom line here is this exploration phase is real. They're on a kind of legal scavenger hunt.
That's a great way to put it. They are on a high-stakes legal scavenger hunt to find the money and the authority to send it because they've committed their institutional reputation to it.
The repetition of that $2,000 number then isn't just messaging.
No, it's a sign that they've made a promise and now they have to find a way to keep it. The pressure on them to deliver now is just enormous given how public and how specific this promise has become.
They've really gone all in.
They have, and failure to deliver the full $2,000 could lead to a Well, a catastrophic loss of credibility, especially with the very people they're trying to support.
Okay, so given that intense focus on delivery, let's drill down into what we know about eligibility. This is the practical information that you, our audience, really need to know.
Right. So we start with the broadest message, the one the president used, which was simply everybody except for high-income people.
It's very wide, very inclusive language.
It is. It's designed to be.
Yeah.
But the more specific, more administratively actionable number came from the Treasury Secretary.
Right. When he confirmed they were looking at the details for individuals with income under $100,000.
And for you, the listener, whether you're a retiree living off a moderate pension or a low-income veteran or someone on a fixed income just trying to keep up with costs, that $100,000 figure is absolutely crucial.
Why is it so important?
Because it shows the payment is clearly targeted toward the middle and lower income brackets. It's aimed at the people who have been disproportionately crushed by this current inflationary environment.
That number, it feels like an acknowledgement of where the economic pain actually is. When you think about families making $60,000, $70,000, $80,000 a year, their budgets have been strained to the breaking point by housing, food, and energy costs. So setting that ceiling at $100,000, it ensures a really broad segment of the economically anxious public is included.
It really does. It focuses the aid where inflation has had the most destructive effect on, purchasing power and just basic stability.
It's also a strategic choice, isn't it?
Oh, absolutely. It's a strategic decision to maximize the public perception of support while still maintaining some degree of fiscal responsibility by excluding the highest earners. It frames the payment as essential relief, not just some generalized stimulus giveaway.
Right. Okay, so let's pivot to the amount itself, the non-negotiable anchor of this whole conversation.
Right.
That $2,000 price tag.
The analysis we've seen suggests the public is, quote, very much sold on this idea of a $2,000 payment.
So that number, that expectation, is now firmly set in the public's mind.
It really is. And this brings us into the realm of behavioral economics, specifically something called the anchoring effect.
Explain that. What's the anchoring effect?
Well, once the administration publicly anchors the expectation at $2,000, any lower number, say, if they came out and offered $600 or $1,000,
people wouldn't see it as a gain.
Exactly. It would be perceived as a painful loss relative to the expectation that was already set. It's a psychological trap.
So the administration is risking a huge amount of public trust if they even think about trying to pull back now.
A significant amount. The analysis we have warns that reducing the figure now would, quote, irritate people more than anything.
It's an asymmetrical risk then.
A very asymmetrical risk. The political benefit of delivering $2,000 is high, for sure, but the political cost of delivering, say, $1,000 is catastrophic. It would disproportionately hurt their credibility.
So, in a way, they've put themselves in their own political trap.
They absolutely have. They can't just deliver some relief anymore. They have to deliver this specific amount of relief.
The commitment to that higher $2,000 figure, it really signals that this payment is designed to be substantial. It's real material relief.
Right. It's something that can actually help bridge a financial gap for a struggling family. It's not just a token gesture that, disappears after one trip to the gas station or the grocery store.
So this means we can be reasonably certain that if the administration successfully navigates these legal options and the money does get delivered,
the amount will be $2,000.
Or maybe even a little more, given the president's tendency to sometimes float higher numbers.
That's possible, but we can be almost certain it won't be less. The political cost of failing to deliver that specific $2,000 figure is now, I think, greater than the administrative and legal cost of finding the means to actually deliver it.
That's a really powerful point. The $2,000 has become this political promise with the force of an institutional commitment.
It has. And reducing it now would just be seen as a profound betrayal, especially by the low-income folks who are really counting on that specific level of support.
And looking at this whole situation, you realize the administration has really maneuvered itself into an extremely precarious political spot. They are, and I'm quoting the analysis again, really painting themselves into an extremely tight corner by so consistently promoting this $2,000 dividend.
It makes the delivery not just a policy decision.
No, it's a high-stakes test of their political competence.
The stakes just could not be clearer. The analysis warns that if they, quote, do not follow through with this, Their credibility and their trust is going to go down the toilet.
And you have to remember who they've targeted with this promise.
Exactly. They've specifically targeted low to middle income earners. That's a crucial voting bloc. And it's the group that is currently bearing the absolute brunt of economic anxiety.
So to fail to deliver financial relief to them after making such a specific promise.
It would result in a massive loss of faith among that core constituency. It would be a political disaster.
But this political gamble, it also kind of reflects a deep recognition of financial need, doesn't it?
I think it does. They seem to be willing to take this huge risk of committing publicly before they've even finalized the mechanism, because they believe the financial hardship out there is so severe.
So it requires this level of intervention, and they need to be the ones seen delivering it.
That seems to be the calculation. And we can really understand why $2,000 is the bare minimum acceptable figure when we track the history of the proposed relief amounts just this year.
Right. There's a clear upward trajectory in their own internal assessment of what's needed.
A very clear one. It tells us that those earlier, smaller proposals, they just failed to generate enough political or public momentum.
Which suggests they were just inadequate to meet the challenge.
Let's track that history. Back in February, the initial idea was much more abstract. It was this $5,000 Doge dividend.
Right. That was more of a concept, a very high initial anchor, but maybe less serious in its implementation details.
Exactly. Then the discussion got much more concrete, but also more fiscally conservative in August. That's when we heard about this $600 payment.
And that was tied to the American Worker Rebate Act of 2025.
Right, so that was a legislatively backed figure. But the fact that it was floated and then pretty much ignored or raised immediately tells you that $600 was quickly deemed insufficient.
I mean, for a family dealing with a rent hike or a spike in their utility bills, $600 is a drop in the bucket.
It is. It fails to provide that psychological or material relief that's really needed. So then by early October, the figure had already basically doubled.
That's when the talk was $1,000 to $2,000.
Which indicates a growing political consensus, or maybe, a reaction to their own internal polling, that those lower amounts just weren't addressing the true gravity of the economic climate for middle-class and low-income families.
And that finally brings us to the current commitment, which was set in mid-November.
At least $2,000 or more. The fact that the president has continually increased the number every time he talks about it is a really powerful political signal.
It shows a recognition that $600 or $1,000 just won't move the needle for families on fixed incomes struggling with this inflation.
It has to be substantial to be effective. And now the commitment is firmly locked at the highest end of that scale. They've accepted the premise that the relief must be $2,000 or higher to be both economically effective and politically successful.
And this leads us to a really critical point, the role of public support in all of this.
Yes. The analysis explicitly suggests there's a positive feedback loop here. The more sustained public excitement and support there is for this $2,000 idea, the more momentum it gains.
Making it, quote, more likely it is to actually happening.
Which means the public is an active participant in this outcome. It's not passive.
So if the public were to just, sit here and act like, we don't care about $2,000, as the source puts it.
That lack of interest could genuinely allow the commitment to fade away. They could let it die on the vine.
So public anticipation and continued attention are actually driving political accountability.
They absolutely are. By showing support, by demanding answers, by just keeping this discussion alive, the public is effectively adding more pressure and political necessity to ensure that this commitment is fulfilled.
So that collective voice is what's critical to forcing this $2,000 commitment through whatever complicated administrative process they're exploring.
Exactly. So if you're an individual relying on benefits, a retiree, a low-income worker, and you are counting on this $2,000 dividend, your interest and your sustained attention are actually essential to maintaining the pressure on the White House to find and finalize that legal path forward.
The higher the public anticipation, the less likely they are to fail. Okay, now we come to what is probably the most important section for our listeners who are focused on practical financial planning. What is the current verifiable status of this payment, and what are the crucial logistical details that are still missing? We need to be really clear here.
Yes, let's reemphasize the current state. It is, as we've said, a high-tension scenario. It's commitment versus the delivery mechanism.
So the $2,000 amount has been publicly confirmed as a definite goal, an institutional plan.
But And this is the big, but it is not yet approved or finalized.
Meaning the entire focus remains on exploring all legal options to figure out how the money can be distributed.
Right. They've confirmed the, what, $2,000. They've confirmed the coup under 100,000 in income. But the how, the specific legal mechanism, that is the current bottleneck.
And the hope, as you said, is that by looking at these administrative pathways, they can find a quicker route.
A non-traditional, faster route. But that search for legal authority, it creates this void of logistical information that we have to address with, real clarity and compassion for our audience, who are often managing extremely tight, fixed budgets.
So let's be blunt. Since they're still exploring the mechanism, we cannot give you an official timeline.
There is no firm date for when this $2,000 will arrive. We can't give you a date because the authorizing mechanism, the how, is what will define the when.
Furthermore, we have no final details on the physical logistics. How is the money actually going to get to you?
Will it be a direct deposit through the existing Treasury system, the same way you get your Social Security or SSI? Will it be a paper check in the mail? Could they leverage the existing Direct Express cards?
And we don't have any specific schedules, like those ones that divide payments by birth date or benefit type.
Not yet. Without that finalized legal mechanism, those details are impossible to know.
And this is where the detailed analysis for our low to middle income listeners becomes absolutely paramount. Because right now we have zero information about the vital financial protections that are necessary to make sure this $2,000 is actually helpful and not, harmful.
Let's break down the three biggest logistical unknowns that could cause harm: tax status, garnishment protection, and benefit cliffs.
Let's start with tax status. For so many of our listeners, especially those on SSI or whose only income is Social Security, they need to know, will this $2,000 be taxable or tax-free? Why is that so critical?
Well, if the $2,000 is authorized as a taxable benefit, which can happen if it's framed as, say, an advanced tax credit or some form of earned income, it could force people who don't normally file taxes to have to file.
Or worse, it could generate a tax liability that they just can't afford.
Exactly. Historically, when these kinds of relief payments have been framed as a gift payment or a rebate, they've been tax-free. But until the White House announces the specific authorizing language they're using, we cannot guarantee whether this $2,000 will be protected from federal or state taxes. It's a huge missing piece of financial planning information.
Okay, next up, let's talk about the benefit cliff. This is a major fear for anyone on means-tested assistance. How would a $2,000 lump sum payment affect your eligibility for critical programs like SNA, Medicaid, or housing assistance?
This is, I think, the most serious risk for low-income beneficiaries. Many of these means-tested programs, like SSI or SNAP, have very strict limits on the assets and the income a person can have.
So give us an example.
Okay, a listener who relies on SNAP or food stamps might have a very low asset limit they have to stay under. If they receive a $2,000 lump sum, and that money is not legally designated as an excluded resource,
You could push them over the limit.
it could temporarily push them over that limit, which could jeopardize months of essential food aid, or even more critically, their health coverage through Medicaid.
That is a terrifying thought. A $2,000 payment that's meant to provide breathing room could ironically cause a catastrophic loss of essential benefits.
Precisely. I mean, if you lose your Medicaid coverage, that $2,000 payment becomes almost meaningless compared to the cost of a single major medical bill.
So what do we need to see?
We need to see the final legal mechanism explicitly state that this $2,000 dividend is excluded from consideration as income or an asset for all federal means-tested benefit programs. Until that legal clarification is made, recipients face a real acute financial risk.
And finally, garnishment protection. For those of you out there struggling with back taxes or medical debt or other obligations, will this $2,000 be safe from debt collectors?
This protection is absolutely vital. We saw with past relief payments that specific legislative language was required to shield those funds from both private and public debt collection.
Things like garnishments for overdue student loans or even child support payments.
All of it. If the administration uses an executive action or an interpretation of Title 31, the authorizing document must contain explicit language that grants this payment immunity from garnishment. Without that explicit protection, that $2,000 could literally vanish the moment it hits the bank account of someone who is struggling with debt.
So to sum this up, the political commitment to the $2,000 figure seems absolute, but the practical usefulness of it for low-income individuals hinges entirely on these three missing protections: tax status, benefit protection and garnishment protection.
Yes, we have to maintain a logical, critical mind here. The commitment is real, the political pressure is intense, but until the administration announces the specific legal mechanism they are using, all of those vital logistical details, the when, the how, and the critical protections that make the payment safe for you to receive, they remain the next pieces of information we are all urgently waiting for.
So your job, as the informed and financially conscious listener, is to understand that the $2,000 is confirmed as a promise, but the practical delivery is still pending the successful completion of this White House legal exploration. And we will be tracking the moment they announce that mechanism.
Because that is the moment all of these critical logistical details will suddenly become clear.
And we will finally know if this $2,000 is truly safe for you to receive. Okay, let's quickly reinforce the most important facts from this deep dive so you walk away with the confirmed truth and a clear understanding of what's next.
First, the amount. The White House, at the absolute highest levels, is politically locked into the $2,000 payment. The anchoring effect makes the political cost of reducing that amount just too high for them to backtrack now.
Second, the target. All discussions confirmed they are focusing on those with income under that $100,000 threshold. That specifically targets the middle and lower income brackets who are most strained by inflation.
And third, the status. It is not approved yet. But officials are actively, urgently seeking an administrative pathway. They're exploring all available legal options to make it happen outside of the potentially slow process of congressional approval.
And if we connect all this to the bigger picture, this commitment to $2,000, it really highlights the political recognition that substantial financial aid, not just some token payment, is desperately needed right now.
It is. It's an admission that they need to address the persistent economic challenges for fixed-income families and low-income workers in a meaningful way.
And this high-stakes hunt for a legal option, it really demonstrates an urgency to deliver this money as fast as possible.
It does. The administration is in a genuine race to fast-track real money to real people. But the moment they choose that legal path is the moment we will finally get the answers on tax, benefit, and garnishment protections that actually make this payment useful and safe for you.
This level of commitment is rare, and it shows that you, the low to middle income earners across the country, you are being seen and heard in your urgent need for financial support. We're going to continue to track every single detail, especially the announcement of those specific legal mechanisms and the timelines and protections that come with it.
So you know exactly when this crucial $2,000 relief is set to arrive, and more importantly, whether it is financially safe for you to receive.
The analysis gave us a powerful final thought to leave you with, suggesting that public momentum drives political action. So for you, the listener, the ultimate question is this: how strong is your support for this $2,000 dividend, and how will that collective, sustained attention ensure the promise is kept and the money is delivered with all the necessary financial protections in place?
Don't miss the moment those crucial logistical details drop, because that is the moment this commitment becomes real-world cash flow for you.
We strongly encourage you to subscribe right now and turn on those notifications so you never miss an important update on this $2,000 payment. Please like this deep dive, share it with your friends or family who also need this financial help, and comment below with your questions and your perspectives on this institutional commitment.
We thrive on your insights and engagement.
We'll catch you on. The White House has made a pretty striking public declaration about a substantial financial distribution.
A huge one.
A huge one, yeah. It's a payment that has immediately captured the attention of millions of you who rely on fixed incomes. We're talking about retirees, veterans, and anyone on federal support.
And we're talking about a significant, confirmed commitment to a very specific dollar amount.
That's the thing. This isn't just a rumor. High-level officials have been reinforcing it over and over again for the past several days.
And that specific confirmed amount is $2,000.
$2,000.
Yeah, the president is calling this proposed relief a dividend. And look, if the administration actually manages to deliver on this pledge, that amount is substantial.
It's a real lifeline.
It's a potential lifeline, absolutely. It could offer critical breathing room for older adults, low-income veterans, and, beneficiaries of programs like Social Security, SSI, and SSDI.
And this is the essential tension, right?
Right.
This is the reason this is dominating the conversation right now. This isn't just some trial balloon they're floating. Senior administration figures, we're talking the White House press secretary, the Treasury secretary, They have publicly and explicitly assured the nation that they are dedicated to making this happen.
They've really staked their credibility on it.
So our mission in this deep dive is to take this stack of recent White House confirmations, all the commentary, and just filter out the speculation. We're going to methodically break down what is an undeniable political assurance, what the confirmed eligibility discussions suggest, and what this high-stakes promise ultimately means for your financial future.
Let's do it.
Welcome back to the deep dive. Navigating financial news, especially when it's about your earned federal benefits, whether that's Social Security retirement, SSI, SSDI, or VA payments, it can be a really daunting task.
It's overwhelming. The news cycle is it's so often riddled with rumors, half-truths, and frankly misleading information. And that feeling of information overload is exactly what we want to eliminate today. Our whole goal here is to provide a comprehensive, authoritative analysis of what the administration has been saying repeatedly about this new financial distribution.
We're distilling the core facts.
Directly from those high-level confirmations, we want to make sure you get the clarity you need to look at this whole complex issue logically and methodically.
And our source material for this, it comes directly from public statements made by key White House figures. I want to stress that. This is not anonymous chatter.
No.
This is high-level administrative buy-in, which makes it absolutely imperative that we understand the weight of their words. We've got direct statements from Treasury Secretary Scott Bessing and Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt, who are, the official spokespeople for this proposed stimulus check or dividend.
And I think it is absolutely essential to set the stage with total clarity right from the get-go. We are discussing a proposed $2,000 payment that the administration has committed to, but, and this is the big but, which has not yet been legally approved, finalized, or scheduled for distribution.
That is the key disclaimer.
It is. So we're going to focus intensely on the political gravity of their assurance and the context around it, because at this stage, the political pressure to deliver is, I would argue, more tangible than the actual legislation.
Okay, so let's unpack that primary nugget first. The assurance itself, the public confirmation of that specific $2,000 figure, is what created this massive news event.
It is.
So we need to identify exactly who provided this confirmation and really analyze the language they used, because that's what elevated this from a mere suggestion to a very public pledge.
Well, this declaration was a very deliberate multi-day rollout strategy, and it originated at the very highest office.
With the president.
With the president. It began when he initially announced the $2,000 dividend, and he specifically noted that it would target everyone except for those in high-income brackets.
So right away, that established the amount and the intended scope. And as the sources point out, this wasn't just, a passing remark made at some small event.
Not at all. The very next day, he reaffirmed it. The president reaffirmed the $2,000 payment, reinforcing the declaration for basically everyone outside that still kind of ill-defined high-income tier.
That kind of immediate repetition, that's a clear signal of serious intent.
It's a signal of serious intent and, I think, internal policy alignment. And then, following that, we had Treasury Secretary Scott Bessing. His office is instrumental in managing any kind of financial disbursement.
Of course.
And he confirmed that internal discussions were moving forward. And he specifically indicated they were looking at eligibility details for people with an income under $100,000.
Okay, so the figure and a rough income ceiling were set by the president and the Treasury Secretary. But the the institutional declaration, that came from Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt, the official voice of the administration.
That is the most crucial piece of this entire puzzle. She provided the official, unmistakable administrative position.
And she was asked directly, right?
She was pressed by a reporter with the direct question, should U.S. citizens expect a $2,000 proposal? Is the White House committed to making that happen?
And her response?
Left zero room for ambiguity. She said, the White House is committed to making that happen, yes.
Wow.
And that single statement transformed the proposal from a presidential wish into an official administrative declaration.
Okay, let's analyze that specific exchange. It's discussed pretty extensively in the source material. It's a brief, 30-second clip, but it gives us 4 foundational data points. 2 points reinforce the pledge, and 2 really highlight the complete lack of any practical logistics. So what did we learn about the administration's active efforts?
Okay, so the first 2 points confirm the action that's happening behind the scenes. First, she just reiterated that absolute pledge to the $2,000 proposal.
Check.
Second, she confirmed that the administration is currently exploring all legal options to get that done. Now, that phrase is powerful because it tells you their economic and legal teams are actively working on the mechanism, the how of the distribution, which is always the hardest part.
And the other 2 points,
Yeah.
the critical missing details, which we have to keep reminding ourselves of.
Right. She did confirm that the president's team of economic advisors is actively looking into the details, but then she dropped the crucial phrase that grounds us all back in reality. I don't have a timeline for you or any further detail.
And that's the whole ball game right there.
It is. That phrase is a direct indicator that while the political will is absolutely confirmed, the procedural steps are still entirely missing. The mechanism for distribution, the legal pathway, that remains the biggest, most unresolved hurdle.
And this is where the deeper analysis of the sources really begins. When you combine that explicit assurance with the total lack of logistics, the sheer gravity of this declaration becomes apparent.
It really does.
The source analysis suggests the administration is painting themselves into an extremely tight corner and pledging in a massive, massive way. We need to analyze that. Is that just hyperbole?
I don't think so. The analysis focuses on the political capital that's being spent here. When officials this high level repeatedly confirm a specific, substantial dollar amount, they create a contract of public expectation.
Right. They set the bar.
They set the bar incredibly high. And if they fail to follow through with that $2,000, if it never materializes, or if it's drastically reduced to a lower figure, the source material is pretty blunt. It suggests their credibility and their trust is going to go down the toilet.
So this isn't just political drama. For you, for the listener, this extreme pressure is actually the strongest indicator that they will deliver.
It is. The administration has bet their credibility on this payment.
So we should be looking at this as a huge self-imposed pressure test. They've essentially, pre-sold the distribution?
That's a great way to put it, exactly. And the context supports this reading. The source commentary frames this proposed payment as an awesome and really, really good thing for a lot of people, and it's specifically targeting struggling fixed-income individuals. When a policy is advertised in such universally positive, beneficiary-focused terms, the expectation for delivery becomes non-negotiable. They're trying to build trust by announcing this pledge early.
But that trust is completely contingent on the actual arrival of the $2,000.
100%. Their massive declaration has made the success of this payment a matter of fundamental administrative integrity.
Okay, so for our core audience, we're talking Social Security retirees, individuals on SSDI, those on SSI, and low-income veterans. The question immediately shifts from all this political drama to personal eligibility.
Right.
Let's break down the only confirmed parameters that are mentioned in the official source material, starting with that income ceiling.
The scope of eligibility, based on these early discussions, has a really clear focus on need. The president's initial statement promised the dividend for everyone except for high-income people.
Okay, that's the qualitative framing. It's a bit vague.
It is. But then Treasury Secretary Scott Bessing provided the concrete discussion parameter. He said they were talking about details for people with an income under $100,000.
Okay, so let's connect that $100,000 discussion threshold directly to the reality of fixed income beneficiaries.
Yeah.
I mean, when we look at the average annual income of a Social Security retiree or an SSDI recipient or someone on SSI, the vast majority falls substantially below that $100,000 annual cap.
And that is the pivotal takeaway for our audience. This specific income threshold, while it's still being negotiated, it strongly suggests the intent is to be inclusive of the majority of fixed-income Americans.
Can you give an example?
Sure. The maximum federal benefit for SSI is significantly lower than that cap. And while Social Security benefits vary a lot, only a very small fraction of beneficiaries would even approach the $100,000 mark through benefits alone.
Yeah.
This proposal is explicitly structured to exclude high earners.
Which makes it highly targeted toward the audience that relies on these foundational federal programs. That said, a commitment to a ceiling of $100,000 still leaves these massive logistical unknowns. I know you said the plan is unapproved, but what are the specific criteria that past stimulus or rebate plans have tripped over? The things the administration is probably debating right now, like adjusted gross income or AGI, dependency status, residency requirements.
Those logistical details are the largest outstanding questions right now. The $100,000 figure, it almost certainly refers to AGI.
Right.
But AGI calculation can be tricky for beneficiaries. For example, your Social Security benefits are sometimes taxable depending on your total combined income. So how will the administration define that $100,000 cap? Will it be based on your last tax filing year
Yep.
or on current benefit statements? That ambiguity is significant.
And what about family status? That's always a big one.
Dependency status is always a huge sticking point in these kinds of distributions. In previous stimulus rounds, a person with multiple dependents often got a higher total payment. If this is truly framed as a dividend for individual adults, will dependents qualify for additional money? I mean, if you consider a low-income family on SSDI with 2 children, understanding whether they get $2,000 or $4,000, that completely changes their immediate financial outlook.
It's a massive difference.
It is. And since the administration is exploring legal options, they have to be simultaneously defining whether this is an individual benefit or a household benefit.
And residents.
Residency requirements are another complex issue. Will recipients need a valid Social Security number? Will all permanent residents or, say, non-citizen spouses who file jointly be included?
Okay.
Given the targeted nature toward existing federal beneficiaries, you might assume they're just using existing records, but until that legal framework is set, we can't confirm any of those specifics. That $100,000 threshold is a great indicator of intent, but it's the fine print of AGI, dependency, and residency that determines who actually gets the check.
We should also spend some time on the structure of the payment itself, based on the official language they're using. We're hearing stimulus check, dividend, distribution. They're kind of used interchangeably.
And the persistent use of those terms is incredibly telling.
How so?
Stimulus check, dividend, and distribution all define a single, one-time financial event. This is crucial for your financial planning. It's designed as temporary emergency relief.
A rapid infusion of cash.
Exactly. It's not a sustained, permanent increase in your income.
And that contrasts so sharply with the long-term financial stability our audience needs. You know, things like a significant recurring cost of living adjustment, a TLA, or permanent structural reform to the benefit system itself.
Precisely. A lump sum of $2,000 is, don't get me wrong, tremendously helpful. It can cover emergency repairs, medical debt, or fill the gap left by inflation over the last year. But it is not designed to solve the long-term structural issues of fixed incomes struggling against rising costs. The language strongly indicates this money is a short-term boost. It's intended to address immediate financial strain, not be a permanent adjustment to your monthly benefits. Understanding that difference is absolutely vital for beneficiaries who are budgeting for the long haul.
This $2,000 proposal didn't just emerge out of thin air.
No.
It's the latest and highest figure in a series of financial rebates that have been floated by this administration over the past year. Looking at the history of these proposals really helps us understand why $2,000 has become the specific, crucial figure they have now declared themselves fully dedicated to.
The evolution of the proposed dollar amount is it's a remarkable political narrative. It really illustrates the consistent upward pressure. We can trace 4 very distinct phases of endorsement over the last year, and it shows how political necessity and public expectation have driven that figure higher and higher.
Okay, so let's detail that timeline. Let's provide some of the context that was missing before, starting with the earliest and the largest number.
Right. So back in February, we saw the first iteration mentioned, a $5,000 payment. $5,000. The sources referred to it as the Doge dividend. The context here is that this figure likely originated during discussions around highly volatile market returns or specific non-traditional asset classes being considered for taxation or distribution.
So it was an ambitious early concept.
Very ambitious. They were probably testing the highest boundary of relief the public might accept, but it was massive, and it very quickly proved to be non-viable.
Okay, so 5,000 was the ceiling of aspiration. Where did it swing next?
By August, the figure had plummeted to $600.
Wow, that's a drop.
A huge drop. And this low point was connected to discussions around the American Worker Rebate Act of 2025. This proposal was likely much more fiscally conservative, designed to be easily funded and possibly attached to a broader bipartisan piece of legislation. It was aiming for speed and low political friction.
So that was the floor, the bare minimum.
The bare minimum relief they considered politically feasible at the time, yes.
That massive swing from 5,000 all the way down to 600,
Mm-hmm.
It really shows the volatility of those early negotiations.
So how did the momentum then start climbing back toward the current figure?
By early October, The third iteration emerged, and it placed the proposal in a definite range, $1,000 to $2,000.
Ah, so it's starting to stabilize?
It signaled that internal consensus was stabilizing, yeah. It
Hmm.
was a recognition that $600 was just insufficient to generate the political benefit the administration was looking for, while $5,000 was fiscally impossible.
Yeah.
It established a realistic window.
And then we reached the current focus, which is the highest sustained commitment we've seen. Yes. In the middle of November, the time frame that our current sources focus on, the figure was solidified. The president explicitly endorsed at least $2,000, or even more. This shows a firm consolidation around that $2,000 mark as the new minimum political requirement.
What's genuinely insightful here is how the administration has allowed that number to climb, and then centered all their official declarations on that higher figure. The source material highlights that the public is now very much sold on this idea of a $2,000 payment.
And that public expectation is now a serious political liability for them.
How so?
If they were to reduce the amount now, say drop it back to $1,000 or even worse, back to that $600 range, the source analysis suggests this would irritate the public far more than if they had never promised anything at all.
It would be seen as a broken promise.
It would be seen as not good messaging, to put it mildly. The public has already internalized this $2,000 promise, and they expect the administration to deliver it.
So this means the political risk of reducing it is huge. If they back away from this public declaration, they risk not only losing the trust they're trying to build, but actively generating anger among the very voter base they're targeting.
And it's a community that is often highly engaged in benefit discussions.
Absolutely.
That pressure transforms the $2,000 declaration into the political floor. It reinforces the high probability that if any payment is successfully authorized through whatever legal mechanism they choose, it will be at or very near that $2,000 mark. The constant raising and cementing of the figure is a response to perceived need and growing political momentum. It demonstrates that the conversation for relief has moved past small, temporary fixes.
And this brings us to the most complex part of the discussion. This is where we need to apply some significant critical thinking. We have the political pledge to $2,000, but the crucial missing piece is the legal authority.
The how.
The how. How do they actually plan to deliver this? And what are the specific legal options the White House is exploring?
This is the critical chasm between intention and execution. The administration has committed to the what and the who, but not the how and the when. Let's just first reiterate the simple logistical details that are still entirely absent, as confirmed by the press secretary's statement.
Okay, first, the application process.
Still unconfirmed. For existing federal beneficiaries like you on SSI or Social Security, a dividend would almost certainly use existing payment rails and require no application.
That makes sense.
But until the legal mechanism is chosen, they can't confirm that administrative simplification.
Okay, second, the schedule.
There is zero indication of a payment schedule. Previous stimulus payments were sequenced based on, tax filing status, income, or benefit type. Without a legal mechanism, the administration can't announce whether payments will begin in weeks or months or what that sequencing will look like.
And third, the delivery method.
We assume it'll be direct deposit, paper checks, or the existing direct express card system that's used for federal benefits. But again, these are operational details that are completely dependent on the specific legal authority that funds and authorizes the distribution.
The lack of these details just brings us squarely back to the legal hurdle. The White House has confirmed it is exploring all legal options on how they can get this done. What does that phrase actually imply about the choices they're facing?
It implies a negotiation over three main avenues, and each one has massive implications for speed and durability. The choice they make is going to dictate the speed and the resilience of this $2,000 payment.
Okay, let's start with what seems like the quickest potential path, an executive order.
An executive order would definitely be the fastest path. It just requires the president's signature and could potentially be executed in weeks.
But there are major drawbacks.
Huge drawbacks. An executive order generally cannot appropriate new federal funds. It has to rely on existing discretionary funds, which might limit the total amount available or raise legal questions about whether those funds were even intended for this purpose.
So it's vulnerable.
It's prone to immediate and potentially successful legal challenges that could halt the payment indefinitely. It is fast, but it is unstable, and it has limited funding authority.
Okay, and the second option, which is the most durable but also the most politically challenging.
That would be new standalone legislation passed by Congress.
The gold standard.
It is the gold standard for durability. It establishes a clear funding source, sets definitive eligibility criteria, and it's highly resistant to legal challenge. However, in the current political climate, passing new, large-scale financial relief legislation is excruciatingly slow.
Subject to gridlock.
Gridlock, filibusters, amendments. This path could take many, many months, potentially pushing the payment well into the next fiscal year. It's durable and comprehensive, but extremely slow.
So what about the third option, attaching it to an existing appropriations bill?
This is a kind of hybrid approach that's often used for expedited relief. The administration could try to attach the funding and authorization for the $2,000 payment to a must-pass bill, like a major spending package or a defense appropriation bill.
So it bypasses the need for a separate vote.
Right, increasing its speed compared to standalone legislation. However, it requires very careful timing, and it could complicate the passage of the main bill. If the underlying bill fails, the $2,000 payment fails with it.
So the crucial insight here is that the administration's silence on the logistics, it's not incompetence.
Not at all.
It's a necessary consequence of them still choosing the legal pathway.
Precisely. Until they decide on the how executive order, new legislation, or appropriations rider, they cannot credibly announce the when. That legal mechanism is the key that unlocks the entire process.
And the fact that they're committing so strongly to the $2,000 figure while admitting they're still exploring all legal options tells us they are deeply aware of this implementation challenge.
And they're actively trying to find a route that maximizes speed without sacrificing too much durability.
This just underscores the importance of that unapproved status. We're dealing with an intensely strong intention and a high-stakes pledge, but not yet a final law. We're trying to give you the tools to look at this with a logical, clear mind.
And that caution is paramount. We are at the stage where the administration has made the promise, and now we are all just waiting to see which specific political and legal risk they choose to take to deliver on it.
Let's use an analogy to visualize this complex situation. This isn't a guaranteed event yet. It's like a major public infrastructure project.
Okay.
The mayor, that's the president, has held 5 press conferences, declared this massive $2,000 bridge will be built, and has secured the commitment of the construction foreman, the Treasury Secretary.
Yeah.
But the blueprints, the legal mechanism, are still being drawn up to figure out if they build it over the river using municipal funds, state funds, or federal funds. The bridge is committed, but until the construction crew breaks ground, you should not sell your current home assuming you can move across the river next month.
That's a great way to put it. We know the intent, but the timeline is entirely dependent on the legal engineering.
Patience and vigilance are absolutely required.
We have to wait for the definitive decision on the implementation strategy.
Because the commitment to the substantial $2,000 payout is so public and the official details are still missing, we have to proactively address the risks that this uncertainty creates. We need to apply the source's wisdom regarding trust and credibility to empower all of you with actionable safety advice.
The central trust issue raised by the political analysis has direct financial and emotional implications for you, the recipient. The danger lies in building financial plans or making commitments based on an unapproved promise. And because the administration has made this assurance so high profile, the emotional investment from recipients, those struggling retirees or veterans, is equally high.
And if that promise fails to materialize, or if, despite all the strong political messaging, the figure is drastically reduced, the impact is severe, it's not just a political failure, it's a personal financial failure for someone who was counting on that money to pay a medical bill or fix a leaky roof.
Precisely. If a fixed-income individual defers paying a critical bill or schedules necessary maintenance based on the expectation of $2,000 and they only receive $600 or nothing, that disruption compounds their existing financial stress exponentially.
So we have to mitigate that risk through clear information. Based purely on a logical assessment of the current situation, what's the best actionable advice regarding financial planning and especially scams?
The logical advice is to maintain stringent skepticism until a law is confirmed. You should only trust confirmation that arrives via official means. A physical letter from the Social Security Administration, the VA, or published announcements on verified government domains like SSA.gov after the legal mechanism has been confirmed and signed into law.
And specifically regarding scams, which are always notorious when large government payouts are just rumored.
Oh, this is prime time for fraudsters. We need to be crystal clear. The IRS, the SSA, or the VA will never call, text, or email you asking for money, banking information, or your social security number to expedite your payment.
Never.
Any communication asking for an upfront fee or personal details to receive this $2,000 payment should be treated immediately as a scam attempt. Official government payments do not require an application for existing beneficiaries, and they certainly never require a fee.
We want to just pause for a second and ensure our audience feels seen and supported. We understand that for many of you, a potential $2,000 payment represents more than just cash.
It's life-changing.
It is. It's life-changing financial relief that can provide dignity and much-needed breathing room in the face of persistent inflation and rising costs. That understanding is why we have to be absolutely rigorous in separating a confirmed commitment from logistical speculation.
And this circles back perfectly to the political motivation we discussed earlier. The administration is promoting the $2,000 figure as a measure to build that trust with these crucial populations. But the flip side, as the sources emphasize, is that if they fail, a lot of that trust goes away.
Right.
By understanding this context, you, the listener, are empowered to evaluate the news critically, knowing that your collective expectation holds significant political leverage.
Let's look now at the broader implications of all this. Why is it so crucial that we share the confirmed details of this high-stakes political assurance right now, even while the timeline and legal logistics are unconfirmed?
It really boils down to public influence and generating momentum. It's an idea that's explicitly highlighted in the source commentary. The logic presented is that public engagement and visible support for this proposal directly increase the likelihood of the administration overcoming those legal hurdles and actually delivering the payment.
There's a specific insight from the source material that's pretty potent. It says, the more that we share this, the more people that see this, the more people that support this, the more momentum this idea gets and the more likely it is to actually happening. That suggests a direct feedback loop between the public and the policymakers.
That's a profound political calculus, isn't it? If the public were to greet this promise with apathy or cynicism, the administration might conclude that the political cost of failure is low.
Hello.
But if we show excitement and we show that our support and momentum behind all this, if the need is loud and visible, they are compelled to allocate the necessary resources and find the quickest, most durable legal path forward. The conversation itself is part of the implementation strategy.
So, framing this $2,000 payment discussion within the ongoing advocacy for seniors, for people with disabilities, and low-income communities, it suggests that this deep dive isn't just a news report.
No.
It's validation that the financial plight of these groups has reached a critical political threshold.
Exactly. Whether this is ultimately enacted as a one-time relief measure, or if it's a signal of potential larger future reforms aimed at increasing fixed income stability, the very existence of a high-level, persistent $2,000 pledge confirms that the strain felt by beneficiaries is now central to the administrative agenda.
So their willingness to paint themselves into this tight political corner suggests the pressure to support these communities has become irresistible.
I think so. That recognition that the financial strain felt by millions is now a driving force behind a $2,000 commitment is perhaps the most important broader insight for our listeners. It confirms you are not being forgotten.
Okay, let's summarize the confirmed facts for clarity. We want to reinforce the key takeaways one last time so you can leave this deep dive with an unclouded, methodical view of the situation.
First, the absolute non-negotiable fact. The White House, through its highest-ranking spokespeople, has publicly confirmed its powerful assurance to deliver a $2,000 financial distribution. This pledge represents a significant expenditure of their political capital.
Second, regarding the scope. Discussions are currently focused on an income cap of under $100,000. This makes the distribution highly targeted toward low-income individuals, including the vast majority of you who are Social Security retirees or on SSDI, SSI, and low-income veterans. While the fine print details like AGI and dependents are still being worked out, the intent to include you is clear.
Third, and this is the most critical point for your planning, the plan is not approved. The administration is still actively exploring the legal mechanism, whether that be an executive order, new legislation, or an appropriations rider. Until that path is chosen, no official timeline, no specific payment date, or logistical details should be trusted. We are confirming political intent, not guaranteed delivery.
This has been a high-stakes deep dive into a major administrative declaration. This $2,000 pledge is substantial, But as we've meticulously detailed, the path to actual delivery is complex and fraught with legal and logistical hurdles. We have to counsel vigilance, focusing strictly on official confirmations that carry the weight of law, not on speculation or rumor.
The minute the administration announces its chosen legal strategy, be it that swift but volatile executive order or the slow but durable congressional action, that is when the logistics like dates and precise requirements will begin to materialize. Until then, stay informed, but do not adjust your critical financial planning based on an unapproved declaration. And please protect yourself from scams by ignoring any requests for personal information.
Thank you for joining us for this essential deep dive. We are dedicated to providing you with the clear, fact-based analysis you deserve, cutting through the noise so you have the clarity you need to manage your financial life. We encourage you to stay informed and share this methodical breakdown with anyone, family or friends, who relies on this crucial financial information.
We're here to represent all of you and bring you these details as they hit the wire.
And as we close, this entire situation forces us to consider a fundamental question that really shapes the future of emergency relief efforts. With the political assurance for a $2,000 payment so cemented, and given the known difficulties of legislative gridlock, which specific legal path will the administration ultimately judge to be the most viable? The fast, risky path of an executive order, or the slow, stable path of new legislation? What will their decisive choice tell us about the future balance of power and the mechanisms used to fund and deliver aid to those who need it most in the United States? Something to mull over.
Welcome back to the Deep Dive. If you are one of the millions of Americans who rely on fixed benefits, I'm talking about Social Security, SSI, SSDI, or maybe low-income veteran benefits, then you already know why we absolutely have to do this deep dive today. You've seen the headlines, you've heard the talk, and we are here to discuss the proposal that has, well, it's just completely dominated the conversation for weeks.
It really has.
We're talking about the promise of a substantial $2,000 financial distribution.
$2,000.
Yes, and this is originating from a prominent former president, and it's specifically aimed at low and middle-income individuals. And look, this isn't just some rumor. It's a repeated public statement of intent, and frankly, it's created both, immense hope and just intense confusion for you, our listeners.
And that confusion, that's exactly what we're here to cut through today. Our mission is, well, it's surgical. We need to cut through all of that noise and really separate the political promise from the financial reality. Because when a specific number like $2,000 is floated around again and again,
Especially to a community that needs it.
exactly, to a community that desperately needs that relief, speculation just runs rampant. We need authority. We need clarity. So we are diving deep into the original source material. We're looking at the direct posts, the financial analysis that followed, to figure out the precise details.
Okay, so what are we looking for specifically?
We're going to analyze who is explicitly mentioned as being eligible. We're going to look at how those income cutoffs might actually be defined, and crucially, where this huge amount of money is truly supposed to come from. And maybe most importantly, what's the context here? Why does this idea keep coming up again and again?
And that source context you mentioned is so critical. We're primarily working with recent, very specific posts made on Truth Social.
That's the main source.
And those were immediately followed by financial commentary trying to model if this whole thing is even feasible. We're going to focus really intensely on the exact language used, the words they chose about eligibility and about the funding. Because the heart of the matter is this. For our listeners, for you, the seniors, the disabled, the veterans, the low-income workers, this isn't just some academic news story.
It's life-changing.
It is potentially life-changing. It could provide that much-needed breathing room to cover rising costs or overdue bills or just, restore a sense of financial dignity. So we're tackling that overwhelming question. Am I, on my specific fixed income, eligible?
Let's find out.
Okay, let's unpack this right away. Let's start with that headline number that has captured absolutely everyone's attention. The key amount being discussed across the board is a $2,000 payment.
A guaranteed $2,000.
But the terminology they're using is, it's fascinating and frankly a little slippery.
Yeah, the wording matters.
I've seen it called a stimulus check. I've seen dividend distribution and sometimes just a rebate. What are we actually dealing with here? Does the name even matter?
It matters a lot. The terminology is actually the first important piece of this analysis. I mean, yes, for you, the person receiving it, the practical effect is the same. It's a lump sum of $2,000.
Right. Money in your pocket is money in your pocket.
Exactly. But the choice of the word dividend, That is highly significant.
The dividend.
Yes. Functionally, it acts like a stimulus check, to inject money into the economy, or like a rebate to return tax revenue. But the proposal deliberately calls it a dividend. That's not just random semantics.
So what's the thinking there?
Attaching that word dividend is a way of conceptually linking the payment directly to how they say they'll fund it.
Which is the tariff revenues.
The massive increase in tariff revenues, precisely.
Ah, okay. So it frames the citizen not as someone just getting government aid,
Correct.
but more like a shareholder who's receiving a piece of the nation's profits from trade.
That's it exactly. It's a political framing. It implies that you are receiving a proportional share of the revenue generated by these new trade policies. It's an attempt to get around the political baggage that comes with words like stimulus or welfare.
Portraying it as an earned return instead.
An earned return. Now, let's step back from the politics and get to the reality for you, the listener. We have to emphasize this. This is still an idea. It's a very powerful and a very repeatedly endorsed proposal, but it is not enacted law.
That is so important to hear. No money is currently scheduled.
No, nothing is being processed or prepared for immediate distribution. We are deep diving the plan as it exists right now in the public sphere.
Right. Okay, so let's look at the actual language from that first post, the one cited in our sources. It mentioned, quote, a dividend of at least $2,000 a person.
At least.
At least. But the very first filter, the first piece of criteria was the exclusion, not including high-income people. That was it.
And that initial filter is important, but here is where the messaging got much, much sharper. And this is essential for our low and figured income community. In the communications that followed, what the source material calls the double down post, the language became way more targeted.
Targeted at who specifically?
It specified who the intended recipients truly are. And the source quotes this directly. It says the funds are intended for low and middle income USA citizens.
Okay, that shift. Just from excluding the high income to explicitly naming low and middle income, that feels like a massive signal.
It's a huge signal.
It feels very intentional.
Oh, it's absolutely intentional, and it speaks directly to the core demographic of our listeners. When a proposal uses the words low income, it's signaling an intent to include those individuals whose main, or maybe sole, source of income is a government benefit.
Social Security retirement.
Yes, or Supplemental Security Income, SSI,
Yeah.
Social Security Disability Insurance, SSDI, or, specific low-income veteran pensions and benefits.
Which explains why we have seen such an unprecedented surge of questions from our listeners.
Oh, of course.
And these questions are incredibly specific, but they all boil down to that same uncertainty. They're asking, if I'm a low-income senior on Social Security, am I in? If I get non-taxable SSI because I have no other resources, what about me? People with disabilities on SFDI who might have limits on how much they can earn, are they eligible?
All valid questions.
What about low-income veterans whose benefits are structured so differently? And maybe the most vulnerable question of all.
Yeah.
What if someone has literally no earned income? No taxable income at all?
Okay, we can provide a measure of clarity here based on the historical context that our sources cite regarding previous payments like this. The source material is unequivocal on this point. The single defining metric that has been consistently used for these kinds of stimulus payments is income.
Just income.
That is the main number one factor. The proposal didn't mention needing to file a tax return or being a senior or specifically claiming Social Security. The emphasis is purely 100% on your income level.
So if they are defining the target as low income, that suggests they want to set the bar low enough to include all these groups.
It implies a very strong desire to ensure that the eligibility threshold captures all of those benefit groups.
So even though we don't have the final confirmed numbers yet, the explicit mention of low income is a really strong signal.
It's a very strong signal.
It seems like it would have to encompass the vast majority of people on fixed benefits, just given the generally lower income tied to those programs.
That's the critical takeaway from this first part. If this proposal moves forward, the high probability, based on the stated intent and historical precedent, is that the eligibility threshold will be designed to capture that low-income demographic, with income being the main filter.
That's a very hopeful sign for anyone whose financial life revolves around those fixed benefits.
It is. But now we hit the biggest obstacle. If income is the only factor, what dollar amount actually defines low, middle, and high income?
That definition. That's the linchpin of the entire proposal.
It really is. And that's where we're going next.
This section is all about that massive eligibility gap. that exists right now.
Right. We know who is targeted low and middle income, and we know who's excluded high income. But without the specific dollar amounts, it's theoretical.
It is. And the source material really stresses that as this moment, there are no exact dollar amounts that have been determined for those income cutoffs.
None.
And that uncertainty is really stressful for people listening. If that line is set too low, say at $30,000, you exclude a huge part of the middle class.
And the distribution is much less broad.
Exactly. But if it's too high, say $150,000, the cost becomes, well, astronomically prohibitive.
Even with the tariff revenue.
So what actually constitutes a high-income person who would be excluded? That's the critical line in the sand we need to find.
This is where we have to rely entirely on the speculation and the context provided by the financial analysis cited in our sources. And the consensus among the analysts is that this proposal would almost certainly borrow heavily from historical precedent.
Meaning they'd use a model that's been used before.
Exactly. The speculation suggests that a high-income person might be defined as an individual making somewhere around $75,000 a year.
Okay, $75,000.
Or possibly stretching that cutoff up to $100,000 per year.
Let's focus on that historical parallel, because that feels like our most concrete piece of evidence. Which historical thresholds are we talking about?
What's really fascinating here is the strong indication that they would probably just mirror the thresholds that were used during the most recent large-scale stimulus checks.
You mean the ones during the pandemic?
Specifically, the $1,400 payments that went out a few years ago.
Okay, I remember that.
Those checks used a very clear phase-out threshold. Your eligibility started to decrease once an individual hit $75,000 in income.
And what about for a married couple?
For a married couple, it was double that, $150,000. And for our fixed income listeners, understanding this $75,000, $150,000 blueprint is absolutely essential.
Why?
Because the source material suggests this is the most likely, the most tried and tested model that they would adopt for a broad distribution like this.
And let's put those numbers into context for, the typical American household. The average household income last year was what, around $83,000?
Roughly, yes, about $83,000.
So if the cutoff for an individual is set at $75,000 or even $100,000, well, that ensures the vast majority of Americans are covered.
Precisely. If they set that line above the national average household income, which the source suggests they likely would to capture that middle income piece, it signals that this proposal is not some niche program. It aims to be a very broad economic distribution.
So how many people are we talking about?
The analysis estimates that by using a threshold similar to that 75-150 precedent, a huge swath of the population, we're talking potentially over 200 million people, including dependents,
Right.
would become eligible for that $2,000 payment. This confirms the vast scope they're aiming for.
Okay, now we need to address the deep confusion around how income is actually counted, especially for non-filers and people on fixed benefits.
This is so important.
When we say $75,000, are we talking about gross income? Or the adjusted gross income, the AGI, that the IRS uses? That's a crucial distinction.
This is perhaps the most critical nuance for our fixed income viewers. The historical precedent for these payments, which is cited in the source material, is that eligibility was based on adjusted gross income, AGI.
Okay, AGI.
And AGI is typically your total income minus certain specific adjustments. So for many recipients of Social Security or SSI, their AGI can be zero or very, very low.
Why is that?
Because benefits like SSI are not considered taxable income. And even a large portion of Social Security benefits might be non-taxable depending on your total combined income.
So let me get this straight. Someone who receives, say, $18,000 a year, and it's all from non-taxable SSI or low-income VA disability benefits.
Yes.
Their AGI would be zero.
It would be zero.
So in theory, under that historical model, they would just sail right through the eligibility requirements.
That is the immense reassurance that this historical context provides. The source material reiterates that the proposal focuses solely on that income threshold. There was no mention of needing to file a tax return to qualify.
Or specifically claiming Social Security.
None of that. If the income level is the determinant, then the vast majority of fixed income recipients who are well below that $75,000 to $100,000 AGI threshold would be included.
Their benefit status is secondary to their income status.
That's the key. This clarity should ease the mind of any listener who might be worried about their specific classification SSI, SSDI, or VA.
That distinction with AGI is huge. It means that being a non-filer or getting only non-taxable benefits doesn't automatically exclude you.
In fact, it very likely guarantees your inclusion based on precedent.
Exactly. The government already has ways, right, through the SSA and the VA to get payments to people who don't file taxes.
They absolutely do. The core metric isn't the type of benefit you receive, it's your AGI. If your AGI is low, you were considered low income, regardless of whether that income came from a job, a pension, or disability benefits.
Okay, what about dependents? We know the cost estimates included dependents in that total population count of 284 million people.
Right.
Does the proposal say if there will be an extra $2,000 for each dependent?
The source material addresses this, but only to say it's an unknown detail.
So we don't know for sure.
We don't. While the initial cost projections do seem to account for dependents, assuming they'd be included like they were for that $1,400 payment, the specific rules for this $2,000 dividend haven't been laid out. It's safe to assume, based on the cost modeling, that payments for dependents are part of the plan, but we can't confirm the exact dollar amount or eligibility yet.
That's a key piece of information we'll just have to wait for.
We will.
Okay, so to synthesize this crucial segment for our listener, the target is low and middle income USA citizens.
Correct.
The likely income cutoff, based on the best historical analysis, is $75,000 for individuals, $150,000 for married couples. And that's based on adjusted gross income.
The most important part.
Which means fixed income recipients, including SSI and low-income seniors, appear very strongly positioned for eligibility if this proposal moves forward.
The focus is exclusively on that income metric, and that makes the eligibility prospects for those relying on fixed benefits look very, very promising.
We've established the target, which is fantastic news for our fixed income community.
It is.
But the immediate skeptical question that everyone asks is, where does $2,000 per person actually come from?
The money question.
This is not small change. The source material explains that this proposal is unique because it claims to be funded not just from general treasury funds,
Right.
but specifically from massive tariff income. This is the financial centerpiece of the whole idea.
This funding mechanism is the core innovation of the proposal, and it's why we have to meticulously break down the numbers that are cited in the financial analysis. Because while the numbers are huge, they immediately reveal a pretty significant arithmetic problem.
A problem when you compare what?
When you compare the annual revenue against the cost of the distribution.
Okay, lay out the key numbers, but let's just focus on the crucial comparison points so our listeners don't get lost in the figures.
Let's focus on three numbers. According to the research cited in the source material, the United States is projected to bring in annual tariff revenue of about $350 billion.
$350 billion. That's the yearly income.
That's the anticipated yearly income stream from these tariffs. Now, let's look at the cost side. As we established, to estimate the cost of a broad $2,000 distribution to roughly 85% of the population. That's 284 million people, including dependents. The projected total cost is a staggering $568 billion.
Wow. Over $500 billion.
More than $500 billion.
Okay, so
Right.
$350 billion in annual income versus $568 billion in immediate cost.
There it is.
That creates a massive, undeniable shortfall in the short term. I mean, logically, mathematically, this proposal doesn't work based on just 1 year's revenue.
It does not work, not if you look at the balance sheet for a single year. You're running a projected annual deficit of $218 billion on this one transaction alone.
$218 billion short.
Exactly. And that tells us immediately that the tariff revenue cannot be the sole source of immediate ready-to-use funds for a distribution of this scale.
Okay, so what's the counter-argument the sources present? How do they justify this if it falls so short every year?
This is the crucial nuance that really needs deep clarification. The reason the proposal is still considered financially feasible, according to the analysis, is the massive projected long-term revenue stream.
The long-term number.
The long-term number. $3 trillion in tariff revenues projected over 10 years.
Okay, $3 trillion over a decade.
Exactly. So if the total cost is $568 billion, that is, a relatively small fraction of $3 trillion. The money is there over the long haul, just not today.
That still leaves the key question unanswered for our listener. If the money isn't there today, what does this mean for the timeline?
Right.
Do they have to wait 10 years for this payment?
Absolutely not. And the sources address this directly because it's the most common point of confusion. The payment would not come in 10 years. What this financial reality means is that in order to make the payment today, the government would have to essentially borrow or front the full $568 billion today.
So they'd go into debt to pay for it now.
They would. They would send the $2,000 payments out immediately to all the eligible citizens, and then they would use that future steady stream of tariff income, that $350 billion a year, to pay back the borrowed amount over the next few years.
That's a critical piece of clarity. So it's basically a secured loan.
That is the best analogy.
The government takes out a loan against the future $3 trillion in revenue to cover the immediate $568 billion cost.
That's it. Think of it like getting a very large interest-free loan today, and it's secured by 10 years of highly predictable income. The money isn't in the account yet.
But the collateral is there.
The collateral, the future tariffs, is massive enough to secure the immediate payment. But, and we have to be clear for listeners on this, in the short term, this transaction still means borrowing money and technically adding that $568 billion to the national debt.
Even if it's slated to be repaid by those dedicated funds later.
Right. It's financial maneuvering. It's not found money just sitting in a vault somewhere.
That makes the financial reality much, much clearer. Now let's pivot to the final and, frankly, pretty confusing financial claim that was made in the Post. The source material highlights a specific claim that all money left over from the $2,000 payments would be spent to pay down the national debt.
Yes, and this is where the source material points out a significant logical hole in the narrative.
How so?
Well, we just spent all this time establishing that the projected cost of $568 billion exceeds the projected annual tariff revenue of $350 billion.
By $218 billion.
Exactly. So if there's a massive deficit in the short term, how can there possibly be money left over to pay down the national debt after you've sent out the payments?
It almost feels like a logical contradiction. Like, it's promising two things that are mutually exclusive.
They are.
Massive immediate payments and simultaneous debt reduction, all funded by just the annual tariffs.
That is precisely the contradiction the financial analysis highlights. It forces you to think critically. One of three things has to be true for that statement about debt reduction to hold up.
Okay, what are they?
One, the total cost, the $568 billion, is grossly overestimated, which would mean the income cutoffs would have to be dramatically lower than that historical $75,000.
Which would exclude a huge chunk of that middle-income target audience.
A huge chunk. Two, the projected annual tariff revenues, the $350 billion, are significantly underestimated, meaning the true flow of cash is much higher than analysts predict.
Okay, and the third option?
Or three, the claim about immediately paying down debt after the distribution is simply a political assertion.
Something designed to appeal to fiscal conservatives.
Exactly. And it just doesn't align with the current revenue versus cost figures.
And the source material seems to lean heavily toward that third option.
Yeah.
That the logistics and the claims of immediate debt reduction don't quite harmonize.
Right. Or that the eligibility cutoff would have to shrink drastically, which would reduce the number of eligible citizens.
And that creates a lot of uncertainty around the true cost and the scope.
It does. But for the low-income viewer, the primary concern is that eligibility cutoff.
Right.
If the proposal needs to shrink its cost to create leftover funds, it would probably be the low end of the middle-income group that gets excluded. But those on fixed, very low incomes should remain secure under that explicit low-income targeting.
To really gauge the weight of this $2,000 proposal, and why our listeners should take it seriously, but, with caution, we have to look at the political context.
Absolutely.
Because this isn't some throwaway line. It is a repeated public commitment.
It is. The source material emphasizes that this current proposal is the fourth time the former president has endorsed the idea of sending direct financial payments to the public.
Fourth time.
In less than a year, since late January. That rapid repetition establishes a very aggressive pattern of intent.
Let's break down that timeline, because seeing how this promise has evolved is essential for evaluating its credibility. Walk us through those 4 endorsements that the source material mentions.
Okay, so the first version, cited in the sources, surfaced way back in February. This was that highly specific initial concept of a $5,000 Doge dividend.
Right, I remember that. Tied to digital assets.
Yes, a very early, unique proposal for a distribution. And while the funding and the amount were different, The core concept, sending money directly to citizens, was established early in the year.
$5,000. That's a massive difference from 2000. Shows the initial idea was even larger. So what came next?
The second public endorsement happened in August, and this is where the idea evolved into a $600 rebate check.
600, so the amount came down.
It did. But this wasn't just a verbal endorsement. This idea actually gained legislative traction. Senator Josh Hawley formally introduced it as the American Worker Rebate Act of 2025.
So it transitioned from just a campaign idea into an actual, even if it was smaller, legislative proposal.
Which was then endorsed by the former president. It shows the concept was stabilizing and taking some kind of legislative shape.
Okay, so we see the concept stabilizing, even if the amount is fluctuating. What about the third instance?
The third one happened very recently, on October 2nd. The source material notes that the former president indicated in a separate interview that a distribution or a dividend would be coming, and he specified an amount that would fall between $1,000 and $2,000.
Ah, so that was a key moment. It narrowed the focus and basically set the current expectation level.
It did. And that brings us to the fourth and current instance, the definitive post from November 9th and 10th.
The explicit $2,000 dividend post targeting low and middle income citizens, funded by tariffs.
4 times. In less than 10 months.
The consistent repetition of direct, large-scale financial distributions. Well, it establishes an undeniably high-stakes political pattern.
It does, and this level of repetition creates immense pressure, especially for the audience listening right now who, as you said, view this as potentially life-changing.
Well, acknowledging that emotional investment, the stakes are exceptionally high, which leads directly to the question of credibility. If I'm a listener, I'm relying on these benefits, and I hear this promise 4 times, and nothing happens. What does that do to my trust?
It drastically raises the political cost of failure. The source material analyzes this using 2 very powerful analogies that speak directly to this dynamic.
Okay, let's discuss the first one, the analogy of painting themselves into a corner.
This suggests a classic political predicament. By repeatedly raising the public's expectation of a large payment, $5,000, then $600, then $1,000 to $2,000, and now $2,000 again, they are, whether it's intentional or not, creating a situation where there's very little political room to retreat.
The expectation has just been set so high.
Especially among that core voting base that includes these low-income individuals, the expectation is so high that failure to deliver could be politically catastrophic. They have drawn a line in the sand with that specific $2,000 figure.
And the second analogy is the classic and maybe more damaging one, the kid who cried wolf.
That analogy directly addresses the long-term risk of losing credibility with the very voters they're actively trying to court. If this proposal is floated and endorsed 4 times and year after year nothing materializes, the voting base, that massive segment of low and fixed income people who would benefit the most.
They might just conclude the promise is empty.
They might. And the implication cited in the source material is stark. The only true way out of this corner is to fulfill what they're saying and actually do something.
The political dynamic here is that this low and fixed income base is highly attentive to these specific financial promises, maybe more so than to other policy details.
Much more so.
So if the follow-through doesn't happen, the source suggests it risks losing a ton of credibility with that group, especially given how vulnerable and hopeful many of them are.
That's the crux of the credibility analysis. The messaging is incredibly effective at generating hope. But if they don't follow through, it transforms into really, really, really bad messaging. You've directly raised the hopes and expectations of millions of financially struggling citizens multiple times. This promise is now a central pillar of the public discourse that can't be easily withdrawn or just dismissed.
Okay, we've analyzed the proposal, the eligibility blueprint, the financial contradictions, and the political stakes. Now we need to transition to the most important segment for you, the listener, the practical takeaway and the essential steps you must take right now to protect yourself and manage your expectations.
We have to begin with a clear and empathetic status check. While our analysis confirms this is a compelling and repeatedly reinforced idea, it is still only a proposal.
It is not an approved scheduled payment.
Exactly. As of today, there are no confirmed payment dates. There are no finalized eligibility requirements. Those precise dollar cutoffs are still unofficial. And we do not know how it might interact with existing benefits like SSI or SMAP.
That's a big one.
It is.
No.
Now, we expect it would operate like previous stimulus and not count against those benefits, but we have no official confirmation of that yet.
And whenever there's news of a potential large, broad payment, especially one targeted at low-income individuals, the immediate danger is the inevitable massive surge of fraud.
Yeah.
Scammers know that our listeners are hopeful, they're vulnerable, and they prey on that uncertainty.
This is a critical warning, and we have to deliver it with absolute clarity and authority, speaking directly to you, our listener. Be extremely vigilant against any and all attempts at fraud that try to capitalize on the hope this $2,000 news has generated.
These fraudsters are sophisticated.
They are. They will create fake application websites, they'll send phishing emails, they'll make urgent phone calls, all claiming that you need to do something to get your money.
Okay, let's break down the specific red flags. What are the 3 absolute rules about how the government handles payments like this?
Rule number 1, and this is the most critical. A government agency will never contact you by phone, text message, or unsolicited email asking for money or personal information to get a payment.
Never.
Never. Whether it's the IRS, the Social Security Administration, the SSA, or the VA, they do not operate this way. If someone calls you claiming to be from the government about your $2,000 payment, it is a scam. Hang up immediately.
Rule number 2 often involves money itself. What about application fees?
That is a massive red flag. You will never be asked to pay an application fee, an expedited processing cost, or a tax advance fee to receive a stimulus or a dividend check. Any request for money up front, even a small amount, to process your payment is 100% guaranteed to be fraud.
Real government benefits and payments don't require you to buy anything.
Or pay a service charge. Never.
And rule number 3 involves your private financial life, which is often their main target.
Rule 3. Do not provide banking details, social security numbers, dates of birth, or any sensitive login credentials in response to an unsolicited communication. A legitimate agency that needs to verify your direct deposit information. They already have it from your current benefit payments.
Right, from your Social Security or SSI or VA.
Exactly. If someone asks you to confirm your bank routing and account numbers over the phone or by email, they are trying to steal your identity or your existing funds.
What about those fake websites? The ones that look exactly like a real government site, a .gov site, claiming they have the $2,000 application form.
That is a common and very dangerous tactic phishing websites. You have to adhere only to official communications, and that means verified government websites. If a new payment is approved, the information will be broadcast widely on major verified news channels and will appear on official portals like the IRS or SSA websites.
So what should people do?
Always type the official address directly into your browser, or refer to an official letter that you get in the physical mail. If you get a text or an email with a link, do not click it. If you suspect fraud, report it immediately to the proper authorities. Protecting yourself from identity theft is paramount right now.
We also have to manage expectations by reminding listeners that if this distribution were to become law, based on historical context, what is the application process likely to look like for someone on fixed benefits?
That's key for managing stress. For these broad distributions based on income, historically, you do not need to apply if the government already has your information.
And they do, if you get Social Security, SSI, SSDI, or VA benefits.
They do. They use the existing payment channels, your direct deposit, paper check, or direct express card that you already use for your current benefits. The process is automatic. It's based on the income data they already have, either from your last tax return if you file one, or from your current benefit statement.
So the key action for listeners right now is not to go searching for an application,
No.
but to make sure their existing official communication channels are secure.
Absolutely. We strongly encourage you to use the existing, legitimate, and secure resources you already have. If you are a Social Security recipient, log into your My Social Security portal today. That portal is your verified secure connection to the SSA.
Why is the My Social Security portal so important in this specific context?
Well, it serves multiple purposes. First, it lets you manage your current benefits and stay informed about legitimate, official changes to your payments. Second, if you've recently moved, it allows you to verify that your current mailing address and your direct deposit information are absolutely up to date with the SSA.
Which ensures that if a payment is approved, it actually goes to the right place.
Precisely. By reinforcing the use of this existing, secure, official tool, we help ensure listeners are prepared to receive information through verified channels, which reduces their susceptibility to fraud.
And finally, what about potential delays or incorrect amounts? Since the eligibility is all speculative right now, how should our listeners prepare for something going wrong?
be patient and know your rights. If a payment is approved, there will be an official mechanism, likely a dedicated hotline or website from the IRS or SSA set up to handle disputes or delays. Do not trust unofficial sources claiming they can fix your payment problem.
So if a payment is late or the wrong amount?
Reference your official mailed letter of determination and only contact the government agency through verified phone numbers that you find on the official SSA.gov or IRS.gov websites. Preparation is the best defense against disappointment and fraud.
This has been a critical deep dive. We've covered a vast amount of ground today. We've analyzed every detail provided in the source material about this highly anticipated $2,000 dividend proposal, and we understand the emotional weight it carries for you, our low and fixed income listener.
So let's reinforce the 4 most important facts for your immediate takeaway. Fact 1. The proposal is for a massive $2,000 dividend payment per person, and that could potentially include dependents.
Fact 2. It is explicitly targeted at low and middle-income USA citizens. This means fixed income recipients, like those on SSI and SSDI, are highly likely to be included. And that's based on an income threshold that's likely near that historical $75,000 individual AGI cutoff.
Fact 3. The proposed funding is from massive tariff revenues, but the cost analysis proves it would require significant advanced borrowing. That means taking out a secured loan today, attached to the national debt in the short term, and paid back over time with that projected $3 trillion in future tariff income. The money is not currently sitting in a vault.
And fact 4, and this is the big one, the status is that this is a strong, repeated political proposal, the 4th of its kind in less than a year, creating high political stakes. But it is not yet law. No payment dates or definitive eligibility rules have been confirmed. And crucially, stay hypervigilant against all scams seeking your money or your information.
And before we sign off, here is a final provocative thought for you to carry forward. We have just analyzed 4 separate high-profile promises for emergency financial distributions, all in under a year. So beyond the immediate critical financial relief that a $2,000 check would provide today, which we know can be absolutely life-changing, what do these repeated proposals reveal?
What do they tell us?
What do they reveal about the underlying ongoing financial fragility of low and middle-income Americans in our current economy? Are one-time checks truly the solution? Or do these continuous political promises actually highlight the urgent need for permanent systemic solutions that move beyond just temporary economic interventions?
That is the essential question that policymakers have to confront. We strongly encourage you to stay tuned for actual confirmed details on this proposal. And because this is so crucial, please like and share this discussion with any friends or family who are relying on fixed benefits and need this clarity and these critical scam warnings. And please comment below with your specific questions. We remain committed to continuing to provide unbiased factual updates on this and other critical financial programs like SNAP, Social Security, and Medicaid as the information develops. We'll see you next time.
There is some major financial news making the rounds right now. We're talking about a potential cash injection, one designed very specifically for low and middle income Americans.
And that includes, importantly, folks on fixed benefits.
It really could be a game changer. We're talking about relief that, if it happens, it could fundamentally change the family budget for millions of people almost overnight.
That's absolutely right. This isn't just, idle chatter. The proposal is for a dividend payment of at least $2,000 per person.
$2,000.
And the part that has everyone buzzing is how they plan to pay for it. The funding mechanism is, well, it's a massive influx of tariff revenue.
Trillions, right?
Oh.
That's the number being thrown around.
Government projections are suggesting this could bring in trillions of dollars for the U.S. Treasury over the next 10 years.
So the big question, the one everyone is asking, is this money actually coming? Is it another political promise that just, fades away?
And who qualifies?
Exactly. Who qualifies? This is so important, especially if you rely on a fixed income. I'm talking about Social Security, SSI, SSDI. And then there's the math. We have to unpack the financial side of paying for something that costs over $500 billion.
And today, that's what we're doing. We are taking a really critical deep dive into the specifics of this new proposal. We're going to look at the eligibility confusion, and we'll use some historical examples to try and define what low and middle income actually means.
And we'll dig into the money. Is it financially feasible? We'll dissect that tariff income projection and the mechanics of, how the government would have to borrow.
And finally, and this is crucial, we have to place this in a political context. This is the fourth time we've seen a proposal like this in less than a year.
Fourth time.
So stay tuned. We are going to get you absolute clarity on this potential $2,000 benefit.
Welcome back to the Deep Dive. Our mission today is, well, it's laser-focused and it's vital. We are analyzing these recent, very public statements about a proposed $2,000 stimulus check or dividend or distribution.
Whatever you want to call it.
Right. And what this means, in a practical sense, for low-income, fixed-income, and middle-income citizens is really the most important thing, because this payment is intended specifically for you.
And we should probably stress that this isn't just a rumor. This information is getting traction for a good reason. It's coming directly from the top.
The president himself.
Exactly. The whole conversation just exploded because the president recently doubled down on this newly announced $2,000 payment.
But the first announcement was a little confusing.
It was very confusing. The initial post mentioned a dividend of at least $2,000 a person, not including high-income people, will be paid to everyone.
And that phrase, paid to everyone, that's what caused all the immediate confusion.
Right. Does everyone mean every single citizen? Is this some kind of universal basic income? The questions just started flying.
But then they put out a clarification. It came just a day later. And, well, it was critical because it really refined the focus.
It did. The next post narrowed down the audience. It stated that the distribution would be funded by, and I'm quoting here, all money left over from the $2,000 payments made to low and middle income USA citizens from the massive tariff income.
So there it is. That specific phrase, low and middle income, that is the key that unlocks the real intent here.
And that shift, from everyone to low and middle income USA citizens, that's not a small detail. It's a major policy refinement.
What does it signal to you?
It signals that the administration saw the initial ambiguity and they decided to be very, very specific about which economic groups they're trying to help.
So they're focusing on means-tested assistance.
Exactly. This is not a universal handout.
And this connects directly to, the thousands of questions we've been getting. We know that if you are on a fixed income, if you get Social Security or SSI or SSDI, the one question you always have is,
will we get it?
Will we get it? Right. Every single time. And this shift to specifically saying low and middle income, well, that offers a pretty significant beacon of hope.
It really does. But it also means we have to look very closely at what those terms actually mean in the context of, a federal financial distribution.
Historically, when the government talks about relief for low-income and fixed-income people, what does that usually point to?
It's a strong signal. It's not direct, but it's a very strong indirect signal that people who rely on federal benefits from the Social Security Administration, the VA, railroad retirement, they are the intended recipients.
Because the benefits themselves pretty much define your income level.
By their very nature, right. These benefits place recipients squarely in that low to middle income demographic as long as, they fall below whatever that high income cutoff ends up being.
Okay, so let's dive into the nuts and bolts of the payment itself. Section 1 is all about defining this $2,000 proposal.
Right. It's been called a stimulus check, a dividend, a rebate.
The label doesn't really matter.
Not really. The fundamental promise is the same. A direct cash payment of at least $2,000 per eligible person.
And that at least is an interesting little detail.
It is fascinating, isn't it? It implies that $2,000 is the floor, not the ceiling. Maybe the final amount could be higher depending on how much tariff revenue they actually collect.
But for now, we have to focus on the $2,000 figure.
Right. For any kind of financial modeling, we have to use that number. But the clearest rule they've set so far is the exclusion.
The explicit exclusion.
This payment is not including high-income people. That is the only solid stated rule we have right now about who's in and who's out.
And that circles us right back to the target confirmation. The recipients are low and middle income USA citizens.
Which moves the whole discussion away from a universal payment.
Which would be astronomically expensive.
Unbelievably so. And it moves it toward a means-tested approach that's based just on income.
This reliance on an income metric, it's pretty standard for the federal government, right?
Oh, it's standard operating procedure. We saw it during the pandemic with all 3 rounds of stimulus checks. Income is consistently the easiest, most objective factor they can use for mass distribution.
So how do they check that?
They look at your adjusted gross income, your AGI, on your most recent tax filing. Or they can look at the income data that the SSA or the VA already has on file for you.
And this is where we really need to focus for everyone listening who's on a fixed income.
Yes.
The president did not say you have to file a tax return. He didn't mention specific benefits like SSI or SSDI, which are already, highly income sensitive. The focus is purely on the level of income.
That's the key.
If you are low or middle income, you are the target. It doesn't matter where that income comes from.
And that omission, leaving out the tax return requirement, that's a huge positive for our fixed income audience.
Why is that?
Because in past distributions, requiring a tax return created massive headaches. Just huge hurdles for seniors and low-income Americans who often don't even meet the filing threshold.
So they fall through the cracks.
They do. By simplifying it down to just income level, it suggests they're aiming for a more streamlined process. They'll likely just use existing government databases to find who's eligible.
Which would include everyone getting monthly federal benefits?
It should, yes.
But there's a big shadow hanging over this whole conversation.
The cutoff.
The cutoff. We don't have an exact dollar amount for what high income means. They've defined the group by exclusion. You get it if you're not high income, but we don't know where that line in the sand is.
And until that number is defined, everything is just speculation. And that speculation is, it's really stressful for people who are counting on this potential payment.
It is.
That one line, that number, it defines the entire scope of the program, the total cost, the number of people who get a check. So to move forward, we have to apply some historical context, look at what the government has done before, and make a highly educated prediction.
Which brings us right to the most important question for our listeners. Eligibility.
Exact.
So let's turn to Section 2. Eligibility and income threshold speculation. For anyone relying on benefits, figuring out where that line will be drawn is, it's the difference between getting $2,000 and getting nothing.
And let's be perfectly clear, no official cutoff has been announced. But, when you're talking about large-scale financial disbursements like this, the government typically relies on established criteria. It's about efficiency and consistency.
The best way to predict the future is to look at the past.
Precisely.
So what did that history tell us? If we look at the 3 rounds of stimulus checks during the pandemic,
Which were very recent.
very recent, the income thresholds they used were remarkably consistent across all 3 payments.
And they were aimed at the exact same groups, middle and low-income households who were struggling.
So, based on that, what can we project?
Well, based on those past federal actions, we can anticipate a very specific structure. For an individual, the high-income cutoff would likely be drawn somewhere around $75,000 a year in adjusted gross income.
$75,000 for a single filer. What about a married couple?
For a married couple filing jointly, that cutoff would probably be set at or very near $150,000 per year. This is the model they've used multiple times. It's tried and true.
We have to stress these are still speculative numbers.
They are, but they are robust predictions. The source material we're looking at notes that setting these kinds of cutoffs would make, and I quote, a couple 100 million people eligible.
And that lines up with the massive scale they're talking about.
It does. If the numbers were lower, say $40,000 for an individual, the distribution would be much smaller, much cheaper. But $75,000, that seems to be the historical sweet spot.
Let's give our listeners some context for that number.
Please. It's important. The average household income in the U.S. last year was around $83,000.
Okay, so if your individual income is $75,000, you are still below the national household average.
Exactly. Which means it is highly, highly unlikely that incomes of, say, $60,000 or $70,000 would be considered high income.
They'd fall squarely in the middle income bracket. It would make no sense, politically or economically, to set a high-income cutoff that's below the average household's earnings.
And this, right here, this is the central point of reassurance for our fixed income audience.
Go on.
If you're on fixed income, if you receive Social Security retirement or SSI or SSDI, your income is, by definition, usually far, far below that national average.
The average Social Security check is what, about $1,800 a month?
Around there, yes, which comes out to less than $22,000 a year. And SSI is significantly lower than that.
So that puts you firmly in the low-income bracket. You are nowhere near that anticipated $75,000 cutoff for an individual.
Not even close. Based on the explicit language, low and middle income, people getting fixed benefits are strongly, strongly implied to be the intended recipients. Your financial situation is often the very reason you get these benefits in the first place. You are the demographic they are trying to help.
So we can say with a pretty high degree of confidence that if this proposal passes with thresholds like we've seen before.
You, the fixed income recipient, should consider yourself a primary target for this payment. The uncertainty really isn't about your income status. It's about the political will and, well, the financial capability to actually pull off a payment this big.
So we've answered that core question. The proposal is targeting you. But none of it matters if the government can't actually pay for it.
And that brings us to the most complex and, frankly, contentious part of this deep dive.
The financial engine.
Section 3, the financial engine. We have to talk about the money. Specifically, how they plan to fund these $2,000 payments using massive tariff income.
This is the really new part of the plan. It's what separates it from past stimulus ideas.
It's new and, you could argue, pretty risky.
Let's start with the numbers, because the numbers we have are just staggering.
They are. The U.S. has brought in about $195 billion in tariff revenues just so far this year.
$195 billion.
To put that in perspective, revenues are averaging about $1 billion a day.
$1 billion a day.
Or roughly $30 billion a month flowing into the U.S. Treasury just from tariffs.
And if that pace continues,
If it's sustained, the U.S. is on track to bring in about $350 billion over a full 12-month period.
but the political math they're using is even bigger than that.
Much bigger. They're using long-term projections. The government is apparently expecting over $3 trillion in tariff revenues over the next 10 years.
$3 trillion. That's a massive figure. But let's compare it to the immediate cost of this plan.
We have to.
So we need to figure out the total price tag. To do that, we need to estimate how many people would be eligible.
And for that, we can look back at a historical metric. The last big one, the $1,400 stimulus check, went out about 5.5 years ago.
And it reached about 85% of the population.
Right. That historical benchmark accounted for about 284 million people in the country who got a check. And that includes dependents who qualified.
So even if this new low and middle income definition excludes some high earners, 284 million is still a really solid high-end estimate.
It's the maximum number of people who might get a $2,000 payment.
So let's do the math. We take that maximum estimate, 284 million people, we multiply that by the proposed $2,000.
And you get a colossal number.
$568 billion. That's what the government would need to finance the full distribution.
And here is the immediate, unavoidable mathematical problem.
The snag.
The snag. If we look at the cash flow right now, the current annual projection for tariff revenue is $350 billion.
Okay, so $350 billion in a year, but they need $568 billion.
Right. $350 billion is only about 61% of what they need for a full immediate distribution. And even worse, they've only collected $195 billion so far this year.
So if they wanted to send the checks today, they are short by over $370 billion.
Logically, mathematically, based on the current balance sheet, the money is simply not there. It's not sitting in an account waiting to be sent out.
So they can't fund it with cash on hand.
No. The only way this $500 billion disbursement actually works is if they use that $3 trillion projection over the next decade.
The long-term number makes the short-term payment possible.
It makes it feasible, yes, because it can be paid back over many years. And the mechanism to do that, to make a payment today when the cash isn't there, is what's known in government finance as borrowing against future revenue.
Okay, let's unpack that phrase, borrowing against future revenue. It's a crucial detail. It sounds a bit like free money, but it's not.
It is definitely not free money. It means the government has to issue new treasury bonds. Essentially, they have to take out a loan for the full $568 billion that they need today.
So they take out this huge loan.
Precisely. They take out the loan today, they send out the $2,000 payments, and then they dedicate the future incoming tariff revenue, that $30 billion a month, to paying off the interest and the principal of that $500 billion loan over time.
So the immediate implication here is that this distribution would be financed by adding the full cost to the national debt today.
Yes. The debt increases by over $500 billion right now. And then the future tariff revenues are earmarked to pay down that specific piece of the debt over the next 10 years. It's a cash flow mechanism, not a cash reserve mechanism.
And this brings up some serious economic friction, doesn't it? The whole idea of tariffs is controversial.
It's very controversial. Tariffs are taxes on imported goods. When the government charges a tariff on, say, imported steel or electronics, who actually pays that tax?
The consumer, usually.
It's usually the importer, who then passes that cost directly along to the American consumer through higher prices.
That's a critical point. The opposition will definitely raise this. If the funding for this $2,000 dividend is tariffs, doesn't that mean that low and middle-income Americans are basically paying for it themselves?
Through higher prices at the store.
Right. The money isn't coming out of thin air. It's being redirected from consumer spending.
That is the central legitimate critique of this financing model. You're creating an invisible tax that could push up the cost of living, which is the very thing this dividend is supposed to help with.
It's a political tightrope. Give a direct check that's funded by an indirect tax.
A very tricky tightrope. And beyond that, you also have to question how stable that $3 trillion projection is.
That assumes nothing changes for 10 years.
It assumes global trade relations, current tariff levels, everything stays stable for a full decade. If trade agreements change, there's a global recession. If our trading partners retaliate with their own tariffs.
That $3 trillion projection could just evaporate.
It could. And the debt they use to fund the $568 billion payment, that remains.
So it's a risky financial move.
It's very risky. The ability to point to a specific revenue stream, the tariffs gives the proposal a lot of political strength. It looks like it's self-financing. But the economic reality is that relying on that future volatile revenue stream creates a lot of long-term fiscal instability.
And let's not forget the final twist in all this. The president also suggested that after sending out the $2,000 payments, there would still be money left over from the tariffs to pay down the national debt.
Which is a huge claim. That implies one of two things. Either they think that $3 trillion projection is actually conservative and the tariffs will bring in way more than they need for the payout, or they expect the actual cost of the distribution to be much lower than our $568 billion estimate. Maybe they plan to exclude dependents or set the income cutoff much lower than $75,000.
Either way, the narrative they're building is powerful.
It's incredibly powerful that they've found this massive, untapped revenue stream that can solve both the need for individual relief and the national debt problem at the same time.
It's a very compelling political promise, but it relies on a very aggressive financial model.
And it raises the political stakes exponentially, which leads us right into our fourth section.
Political context.
And the likelihood that this actually gets done.
Okay, let's pivot to the political realities. Section 4. The political context and likelihood of execution. The long-term math might work, but the political credibility clock is ticking right now.
Loudly.
Very loudly. If they can point to $3 trillion in revenue, why haven't they acted already?
This is where the history becomes so important. The materials we're looking at stress that this is now the fourth time the president has endorsed a proposal to distribute money like this in the thousands of dollars in less than a year.
Since the end of January. 4 major endorsements.
4 times in 10 months. That repetition is what gives this proposal both its incredible weight and its potential to just collapse if it fails.
They're sending a very strong, very consistent message.
A message they have to be prepared to back up with action.
So let's walk through the 4 endorsements, because the evolution of this promise is key to understanding how serious this latest version is.
Absolutely. The first one was way back in February. It was the $5,000 Doge dividend proposal.
Crypto dividend.
Right. It was non-traditional, very speculative. It was basically a trial balloon, but it established the idea of a large-scale distribution endorsement early in the year.
And it evaporated pretty quickly.
It did. It wasn't tied to a real funding source, just a volatile asset. Then, the second attempt came in August. That was the proposal for a $600 rebate check.
This one was more formal, right? It was an actual bill.
It was. It was formally introduced as the American Worker Rebate Act of 2025 by Senator Josh Hawley. The president endorsed it, so the idea moved from just speculation into actual legislative backing.
Okay, so we've gone from a crypto idea to a formal bill. The concept is getting more conventional.
And then the third one followed on October 2nd, just a few weeks ago. In a separate interview, the president mentioned a distribution or a dividend of somewhere between $1,000 and $2,000.
So he kept the idea alive, and he bumped the number up?
He did. It signaled that this financial aid idea was still moving, and moving toward that $2,000 mark, even while the $600 proposal was still technically on the table.
And that brings us to number 4. The current proposal, made around November 9th and 10th.
This is the one. The concrete at least $2,000 dividend. And now it's explicitly tied to a specific quantified funding mechanism, the tariff revenue, and it's targeting low and middle income citizens.
So what does this pattern tell us?
It shows a sustained, escalating commitment to the idea. The dollar amount has generally gone up, and the funding source has gotten more and more specific, from vague ideas to a defined, massive revenue stream.
But repeating the promise like this creates a huge political credibility problem, doesn't it?
A massive one.
For someone on a fixed income, budgeting from one check to the next, hearing a promise of $2,000 4 times in a year, that creates a lot of hope.
And a lot of expectation. The messaging is, it's great, it's awesome, it addresses a critical need for so many people struggling with costs right now. But here's the political reality. If they do not follow through this time, it is going to be a really, really bad messaging campaign that will cost them a ton of credibility with a really vital group of voters.
This is all about political risk management. The more you float a popular idea like this, the higher the expectation gets, and the harder the political damage if you fail to deliver.
They've essentially bet their political capital on delivering some form of relief. The analogy that's been used to describe this is perfect. Lawmakers are painting themselves into a corner.
If they have this $3 trillion revenue stream, and they've identified a $500 billion need, and they still fail to deliver,
they risk becoming the kid who cried wolf. The electorate, especially those people who are counting on this payment, they will simply stop believing any future financial promises.
the only way out of that corner is to act, to deliver. If they fail on this fourth promise, especially now that it's so specific, $2,000 low and middle income funded by tariffs, it just suggests a deep disconnect between what they're promising and what they can actually do.
So for everyone listening, what does this all mean? It means that while the proposal is very exciting and it's targeted directly at you, its history shows it's still just a proposal until someone takes action.
But the stakes are higher now.
The political consequences of inaction are exponentially higher than they were with the first three more vague endorsements. The pressure to deliver is massive, and maybe, just maybe, it's enough to actually push a bill forward this time.
And we have to circle back to that debt reduction claim.
We do.
He isn't just promising a check. He's promising a check and fiscal responsibility. The idea that even after this huge distribution, there will be enough money left over to pay down the national debt.
That political combination is incredibly potent, but it adds another layer of scrutiny. They've promised to solve two huge problems with one single, very controversial funding source.
The narrative is that they've found this magic bullet.
The tariffs. This massive, newly generated revenue stream that can satisfy the demand for individual relief and address the national debt at the same time. But that narrative requires the numbers to actually add up in the real world.
Because if they borrow the $568 billion today, and that tariff revenue stream collapses in a few years.
The credibility loss will be severe, and the national debt will be left holding the bag.
Okay. We've covered eligibility, the income speculation, the math, and the political pressure. Let's synthesize all of this to give you the essential facts you need to monitor this situation.
Let's do it.
All right, let's summarize the key facts for you to take away from this deep dive. We want to give you absolute clarity on where this proposal stands right now.
First, let's talk about the amount.
First, the amount. The proposal specifies a direct dividend payment of at least $2,000 per person. That's the minimum. It's a significant amount of financial relief.
Second, the recipients. The president has clarified the target audience. It is low and middle income USA citizens.
And based on historical metrics and the national average income, this strongly implies that the intended recipients include you if you were on a fixed income benefit like Social Security, SSI, or SSDI.
Assuming they use thresholds like they have in the past, you are very likely eligible if your individual income is below that speculated high income cutoff of around $75,000.
Third, the funding mechanism. The engine for this is massive tariff revenue. Now, while the projections show a potential $3 trillion over 10 years, the current annual intake is about $350 billion.
Which is not enough to fund the estimated $568 billion cost immediately.
So they can't pay for this with cash on hand.
No. To deliver the payment today, the government would have to borrow the money up front. That means adding the cost to the national debt and then dedicating the future tariff collections to paying down that new debt over time.
So it's a debt-financed distribution.
Guaranteed by future trade revenue, which, as we discussed, introduces volatility and controversy.
And fourth, the political status.
Yeah.
It is still a proposal.
But
But it's not just any proposal. This is the fourth time the president has endorsed a significant financial distribution in less than a year. The specificity of the funding and the target audience makes this the most actionable and the most politically consequential of all four promises.
And that leads us to our final provocative thought, something for you to really think about as you watch this news unfold.
Go on.
Given the detailed financial figures that are now attached to this proposal, the hard numbers, the $3 trillion projection versus the $568 billion need, does this mathematical feasibility, even if it is future dependent, make this proposal more or less likely to pass than the previous, less specific promises?
That's a great question. The existence of a clear, quantified funding stream, even a controversial one, it changes the entire legislative calculus.
It does. It moves the discussion from where do we find the money to how do we structure the borrowing. It shifts the argument from it's too expensive to we don't trust your funding source.
A different kind of fight.
A very different kind of fight. And the ultimate question for you, the listener, and for the entire political establishment is this. How long can a government risk losing credibility before they are forced to act on a highly anticipated promise that's directed squarely at the fixed income and vulnerable people in this country?
The pressure to deliver has never been higher.
And the financial figures that they themselves have put forward are what's applying that intense pressure.
We are going to continue to watch this very, very closely. As soon as a high-income cutoff is officially announced or a formal bill is introduced in Congress, we will bring you that update immediately. This is potentially life-changing money for millions of people, and you deserve to know the facts as soon as they emerge. Thank you for joining. Are you ready for a major financial update that could put at least $2,000 directly into your pocket?
And we should be clear.
Yes.
This is not based on rumor or, some political speculation.
Not at all. We are talking about an unusual, really an unprecedented level of committed language coming straight from the White House.
And it's all backed up. It's backed up by specific, coordinated statements.
From 3 extremely high-profile officials, and all of this happened within just a 72-hour window.
That's right. Multiple administration officials have gone explicitly on the record. Just within the last few days.
And they're reinforcing their promise.
Publicly reinforcing it. They want to deliver a new $2,000 payment, which, and this is interesting, they're calling it a stimulus check sometimes, and other times a national dividend.
It's definitely not just a political talking point anymore. It's moved way beyond that.
Oh, absolutely. This is an active policy discussion now, with a highly specific and I'd say somewhat controversial proposed funding source.
They are strategically painting themselves into an extremely tight corner on this issue.
They really are.
And when commitments reach this level of public visibility, this kind of coordination, it means the political pressure to actually deliver is immense.
Which suggests the likelihood of this legislation moving forward is surprisingly high.
Very high.
So today, we are diving deep into all the necessary context. We're going to analyze this unified messaging, we'll dissect the viability of that tariff revenue funding source they're talking about, and we will define who the president wants to include in this relief.
So if you receive Social Security SSI or SSDI, stick with us. This deep dive is your shortcut to being well-informed on this potential financial support and, I think, crucially, how to protect your existing benefits if this payment arrives. Welcome to the deep dive. Our mission today is to move beyond the headlines and really provide some objective, actionable context. We're talking about the administration's clear commitment to deliver a new $2,000 financial payment.
And they keep framing it interchangeably, right? A stimulus check or dividend payment.
Exactly. And the rhetoric around it, it's just escalated dramatically in the last few days.
Well, and for so many people listening, especially those who are navigating life on fixed incomes or disability benefits or just struggling with this ongoing inflation.
$2,000 is not a trivial sum.
Not at all. It represents vital breathing room. It's a chance to catch up on bills or maybe just regain a measure of financial dignity.
Our approach today is analytical. It's not political.
Right. We are approaching this material not as speculation, but as a synthesis of concrete evidence. This whole deep dive is based entirely on a collection of recent, very high-profile statements and written communications.
All from the highest levels of the administration.
And they all confirm this strong intent to make the payment happen. We're not looking at hearsay. We're synthesizing 5 specific pieces of evidence that, when you look at them together, they demonstrate a really unusual level of seriousness and commitment to this proposal.
This is not your typical White House messaging.
Far from it.
And we really want to acknowledge the personal importance of this update for you, the listener. If you're receiving Social Security retirement benefits, SSI, SSDI, or low-income veterans benefits, navigating this kind of financial news can be confusing.
And sometimes deliberately overwhelming.
Yes. These potential funds could provide much-needed stability. So our goal is clarity, context, and I think absolutely crucially, the necessary safeguards you need to know about.
Especially concerning your existing means-tested benefits.
Exactly. Before any money potentially moves, you need to know that.
And the overarching context here is strategic. I mean, the administration is clearly trying to generate substantial political momentum and public expectation.
No doubt.
When they commit publicly like this, across multiple departments, including the economic advisor, they're elevating this proposal. It moves out of the realm of, abstract possibility.
And it becomes a mandatory legislative objective.
That's it, exactly. It's a deliberate tactic to force Congress's hand. So we will detail precisely what was said, who said it, and how they propose to pay for it.
Which involves that specific strategy concerning tariff revenue that is, frankly, fascinating.
It really is.
Our journey starts by systematically examining the combined weight of these official statements, because understanding that unified front is really the only way to gauge this proposal's true political viability. Okay, let's unpack this official commitment. This is the first layer of evidence, and it's so critical because it shows coordination.
It really does.
It's not just one person talking on background or, testing the political waters.
No.
It's a unified message, delivered in quick succession, almost as if they are actively trying to generate the public demand needed to push this legislation through.
That coordinated rollout is the critical takeaway here. When you see policy announcements delivered simultaneously by key economic personnel, the head of Treasury, and the communications staff,
It sends a signal.
it signals that the proposal has moved past that preliminary internal review and has been officially sanctioned as a key immediate administration objective.
So where do we start?
Let's start with the economic heavy hitter, because his job is to provide the fiscal foundation for all these promises. The first crucial piece of evidence comes from Kevin Hassett, the administration's economic advisor.
Okay.
And his role is not political hype. His job is to provide the fiscal rationale, to analyze the economic impact, and to crunch the numbers necessary to make a policy feasible.
So when he speaks on viability, he's not just freelancing.
No, he is speaking with the backing of the White House's internal research team.
Okay, so what did Hassett specifically confirm about the process? Because this is where the conversation really shifts from just generalized political promises to, concrete procedural facts that reveal how deep the planning really is.
He confirmed two major procedural facts that are essential for our listeners to understand. First, he was asked directly if the $2,000 checks derived from tariff revenue would happen, and he stated unequivocally that this plan will require legislation.
That's vital information.
It is. It means this is not something the president can just enact with a stroke of the pen, through an executive order.
Congress has to act.
Congress must introduce, debate, and pass a bill. So for our listeners, that means the timeline is dependent entirely on the speed, the cooperation, and frankly, the political will of lawmakers.
Requiring legislation immediately introduces political friction, certainly.
Yeah.
But Hassett's second point seems to indicate the White House is already far past that initial conceptual hurdle.
Right. He also confirmed that he is actively studying the matter and getting the numbers straight.
And why is he doing that?
So the president can make a final informed decision on the specific design of the payment.
Wow. Okay, so if Hassett, the guy who's responsible for the administration's economic modeling and costing, if he's actively crunching the numbers on the funding source,
which we will get into in a moment,
and defining the specific eligibility criteria, then this proposal is fully operational. It's undergoing deep research inside the White House policy framework right now.
Precisely. They are trying to build the legislative blueprint as we speak. His involvement alone raises the credibility of this proposal significantly.
So it moves from potential political rhetoric to
a serious, internally researched fiscal undertaking.
And just to put Hassett's involvement in perspective here, most large, complicated financial relief programs, they often take months to get to this level of modeling.
That's a great point.
The fact that the economic advisor is speaking publicly about the legislative need in the active study phase suggests a very accelerated internal timeline.
So moving from that essential economic groundwork to the political and implementation backing, we then had confirmation from two other extremely high-profile figures.
Which signals commitment from where?
from the financial mechanism and the communications arm of the administration.
Okay, so Scott Besson, the Treasury Secretary, he confirmed departmental involvement.
He did.
And while the source material we analyzed doesn't really detail his exact quotes on eligibility, the simple fact that the head of the Treasury is publicly addressing this, that confirms the government's financial arm is actively engaged in the planning. His department would be the one ultimately responsible for issuing the checks or deposits.
Through existing structures, like the Bureau of Fiscal Service and coordinating with the SSA.
Right. And then you have the official White House communications channel.
A press secretary, Caroline Leavitt. And her job is to deliver the definitive official position of the administration, leaving zero room for media misinterpretation.
Her statement acted as the ultimate public mandate.
It did. That is the definition of a binding public statement.
Yeah.
Leavitt stated plainly, and this is a quote, "The White House is committed to making that happen." Yes.
Yes, just point blank.
Point blank. And that the team is currently exploring all legal options to get that done.
And that phrase, exploring all legal options, that just reaffirms Hassett's point about the legislative necessity, right? They want to make sure they have the strongest legal basis possible.
It all connects. The trio of Hassett for fiscal viability, Besson for implementation, and Leavitt for the public mandate, all speaking in quick succession. It creates this immense coordinated pressure on Congress to act. And then finally, this escalating commitment was cemented directly by the president himself.
In writing.
In two separate written posts, one from Sunday and one from Monday. This effectively reinforced their stance on the $2,000 payment promise,
Solidifying it as his personal and immediate policy priority.
Exactly.
The specific language used in those posts is extremely important. It sets the scope of the payment, and it introduces a nuanced distinction that I think we need to clarify for our listeners.
I agree.
The president's crucial language promises a payment of at least $2,000 in the form of a dividend to everybody except high-income people will be paid.
That phrase, at least $2,000, is key. It establishes a floor, not a ceiling.
That's a really important detail.
It is, because it suggests flexibility. The final legislative number could potentially be higher if Hassett's tariff revenue projections are, extremely robust.
Or if Congress decides to use this mechanism to channel additional relief funds.
That's another possibility.
Now, let's go back to that key distinction, addressing some of the feedback we received. The administration keeps using stimulus check and dividend interchangeably. Why is calling it a dividend a key rhetorical and financial strategy?
It's politically sophisticated. A stimulus check traditionally implies government spending funded by taxes or debt aimed at boosting a sluggish economy.
Right.
A dividend, in this context, suggests a payout to the nation's citizens derived from a common pre-existing asset or revenue stream, in this case, the tariffs.
So it reframes the whole issue.
Completely. It suggests the payment is not a cost borne by taxpayers, but rather a share of the profits or revenue generated by trade policy. This framing is deliberate. It's designed to support the financial justification we're about to discuss, and it makes the entire proposal sound much more fiscally responsible.
So to summarize this section, the evidence is pretty overwhelming that this is a fully sanctioned, intensely researched, and publicly mandated policy objective of the administration,
They're all rowing in the same direction.
which significantly increases the political stakes for Congress. Okay, here's where this proposal moves from just being interesting to being fundamentally different from past relief efforts. The proposed mechanism for funding this $2,000 payment is not general revenue or traditional deficit spending.
No, it's the redirection of specific tariff revenue streams.
It's a bold move.
It's a very bold move. By identifying a dedicated, non-traditional funding stream like tariffs, the administration is attempting to circumvent the inevitable criticism from fiscal conservatives and deficit hawks that this is just another massive expenditure.
They're trying to preempt the budgetary argument.
Exactly.
So let's look at the financial justification provided by the economic advisor Hassett. He laid out the arithmetic, he claimed, and this is a quote, "If you look at how much tariff revenue has been coming in, then there would actually be enough room to cover those checks and not go into the rest of the budget."
That is the pivotal statement. That's what gives the entire policy its perceived viability.
He's claiming that the current inflow of money from tariffs is sufficient to finance $2,000 checks for the targeted low and middle income population.
And the implication is profound. The economic advisor, the person who is expected to have mastery over the data, is using a specific available revenue stream to justify the payment.
Which is designed to shield the proposal from immediate budgetary conflicts.
By arguing it is an affordable, viable, and self-funding endeavor.
And this directly supports that dividend narrative we just discussed.
It does.
Instead of tariffs being seen as a cost that's ultimately passed on to the consumer, a hidden tax, if you will, they're reframed as an asset.
A national revenue source that is directly distributed back to the very consumer who paid them.
Exactly.
And this justification creates strong political momentum because it gives lawmakers who are, sensitive to the national debt a compelling argument for passage.
They can say, we are providing substantial financial relief without adding to the national debt or tapping into existing programs.
That's the narrative. And whether or not it holds up under strict academic scrutiny, that's what matters in the halls of Congress right now. It is the political engine driving this proposal.
But we have to be diligent. We have to address the necessary financial scrutiny. The source material we looked at notes that the numbers being calculated by Hassett, quote, on a year-over-year basis, don't really add up, according to some external analysis.
This is where we need the deep dive.
Yes.
This is the friction point where policy meets reality. When the administration claims a massive targeted relief program is fully funded by a single revenue stream, external number crunchers, independent think tanks, opposition party economists, the Congressional Budget Office,
The CBO.
they will inevitably dissect the figures. This isn't unusual. This is the legislative process in action.
Wait, so the top financial advisor for the administration is pushing numbers that external analysis suggests are soft or maybe incomplete. Isn't that a massive red flag that this might just be political posturing?
Well,
Designed purely to gain public support, and that Congress will just immediately dismantle the funding mechanism.
that's the exact question we need to ask. It's possible that Hassett's calculation relies on different accounting methods than those used by his external critics.
For instance,
For instance, he might be utilizing gross tariff revenue projections without subtracting the crucial administrative costs required to collect and enforce the tariffs.
or the costs to actually disperse the $2,000 checks.
That too. Those costs aren't zero.
So he's presenting the top-line revenue without the necessary operating expenses. That significantly changes the true net availability of the money.
Precisely. Another factor could be the population estimate. If Hassett's calculation relies on a very aggressive exclusion of high-income earners, let's say assuming only 60% of the population qualifies, the total cost would be much lower.
Which makes the tariff revenue look sufficient.
Right. But external critics may be scoring the program based on a broader eligibility assumption, which would immediately push the costs way beyond the tariff revenue pool.
So the conflict isn't necessarily that the tariff money doesn't exist,
No, the money is there.
but that the cost of the program, based on a realistic legislative scope and administrative overhead, likely exceeds the net funds Hassett is claiming are available.
That's the most accurate assessment. However, and this is the important part, so what remains? Despite the external skepticism, the administration's top economic advisor is publicly vouching for the viability of tariff funding.
And that creates the political momentum.
Strong political momentum. It supports the narrative that this is an affordable, viable plan. For the purposes of getting a bill passed, the political viability, the ability to tell a compelling story about a dedicated funding source, that often outweighs the academic debate on the exact arithmetic.
It's essentially presenting Congress with a prepackaged plan that includes both the benefit and the perceived funding mechanism.
Which makes their job easier and their refusal harder.
It changes the debate from where will we find the money to do you oppose returning tariff revenue to the people? That's a much harder political position to defend against. This moves us to the most pressing question for you, the listener. What do we know about the specific income requirements? And does that phrase dividend to everybody truly mean what it sounds like?
We have to synthesize the two different, but I think complementary eligibility criteria that have been presented by the administration officials themselves.
And while the final legislative details aren't set,
the direction is unequivocally clear. This is targeted relief aimed at the low and middle class. The first data point on eligibility came from the economic advisor, Hassett. He specifically mentioned a rebate for families making less than, say, $100,000.
Okay, so that sets a concrete middle-class income threshold.
And most benefit recipients fall well below that.
And the second data point came directly from the president with the broader promise of a payment to everybody except high-income people.
Right. So when you interpret the overlap, the clear intention is to target the entire spectrum of low and middle income Americans and explicitly exclude the wealthy.
This distinction is immensely crucial for our listening audience.
It is. If the income cap lands anywhere near that $100,000 mark for a family, or even slightly lower for individuals, say $50,000 or $75,000.
It strongly suggests inclusion for nearly all current federal benefit recipients.
Yeah.
Let's connect that directly to our core audience who rely on federal benefits. The vast majority of people receiving Social Security retirement benefits, SSDI or SSI.
Social Security, disability insurance, and supplemental security income.
Their incomes are significantly below that $100,000 threshold. In fact, most SSI recipients have near zero or extremely low other countable income.
So, based on the stated intent, the proposed income caps virtually guarantee inclusion for these groups.
It seems like it.
This is clearly targeted relief for the most financially vulnerable citizens and those who have felt the pinch of inflation the hardest over the last few years. The payment is clearly aimed at providing economic support to communities where every single dollar makes a difference.
However, we do need to acknowledge the uncertainty. When Hassett was asked if that $100,000 threshold was final, he hesitated.
He did. He said, we haven't. It's in discussion.
It's in discussion.
Which reiterates a necessary point of caution. The final income cutoff is still in discussion. They haven't decided on that yet.
And for the average retiree whose income is fixed and predictable, this might not seem like a major variable.
But for certain benefit recipients, specifically those on means-tested programs, the fine print of that cutoff definition is everything.
Why does that ambiguity matter so intensely for groups like SSI recipients or, say, SSDI beneficiaries who may be working part-time?
It matters because of the technical definitions in the final bill. The legislation will determine several critical factors.
Like what?
First, what constitutes family income? Is it based on last year's tax return? Current benefit income? A combination? We don't know.
Okay.
Second, for working SSDI beneficiaries who have strict substantial gainful activity limits, SGA limits, we need clarity on whether this $2,000 payment counts toward their monthly income threshold.
The intent suggests it shouldn't, but the law has to say so explicitly.
It has to.
So we're waiting for the legislative language to define precisely how that $100,000 threshold interacts with these complex benefit systems.
Right.
Until that legislative draft is public, the inclusion of, say, SSI or working SSDI beneficiaries remains a projection based on the stated intent, not a legal certainty that safeguards their current benefits.
Exactly. The administration has made their intent clear to help low and middle income earners, but the legislative language must explicitly translate that intent into rock-solid protection for those relying on federal assistance to survive.
We have to temper all this enthusiasm with realism and process. The question isn't if the administration wants it to happen.
No, that's clear.
But how and when it can realistically move through the legislative gauntlet. This is the difference between a high-profile commitment and a delivered check in your bank account.
This is where we shift focus from the White House's intention to Congress's mechanics. And the path forward is complicated, and clarity on the timeline is currently the single biggest missing piece of information. As we've established from Kevin Hassett, this measure absolutely requires Congress. The current process is the administration studying the options and finalizing the details of their proposal.
But lawmakers have to introduce and pass the bill.
They do. And given the political importance, this will likely be pursued through a dedicated standalone bill or perhaps attached to a larger must-pass piece of funding legislation to ensure its passage.
So it doesn't get stalled by political opposition.
Exactly.
Now, the source material did mention the reported warming up of lawmakers to the idea. In legislative terms, that political momentum is the first crucial sign of life for any major spending proposal.
It is. When lawmakers see their constituents reacting positively and with urgency to a presidential announcement of this magnitude, they become significantly more motivated to deliver.
The administration's tactic of generating that intense, unified public commitment, it increases the political cost of opposing the payment.
Absolutely. And the fact that the funding is claimed to come from tariff revenue, not general debt, also provides political cover for those lawmakers who might otherwise oppose new spending.
It gives them a defensible reason to vote yes.
It does.
However, we still have to acknowledge the reality. We don't even have a bill number yet. The administration is still crafting the foundational documents.
Indeed. And since the White House is still exploring all legal options, and Press Secretary Leavitt confirmed she has no timeline, we currently have no specific delivery dates.
We have a commitment, but no execution schedule.
That's a good way to put it.
And for our listeners who need to budget, the lack of a timeline is frustrating. But we can use historical context from past relief payments to paint a picture of what a realistic administrative timeline might look like once the bill is passed.
We can. Based on previous relief packages, the moment the president signs the legislation, the Treasury, in coordination with the Social Security Administration and the VA, enters a, say, 4 to 6 week administrative preparation phase.
And what happens during that time?
This time is used to load payment files, update IT systems, finalize procedures for non-tax filers, and ensure they have current banking information for every single beneficiary.
So if a bill were to pass next month, for example, the payments would likely start arriving 6 to 8 weeks after that signing date.
That's a reasonable estimate.
And we often see a tiered distribution based on historical data, correct?
Yes. Based on precedent, payments are often staggered. The first wave typically goes to those who receive benefits via direct deposit and who have clear tax records on file with the IRS.
Okay, and after that?
Following that, there is often a sequence based on benefit type. Social Security retirement, then SSDI, then SSI, and finally VA benefits. Payments are also sometimes staggered by birth date. For example, beneficiaries born on the 1st through the 10th of the month might receive theirs first.
And what about the physical methods of delivery? That's really important for seniors and disabled individuals, many of whom rely on specific systems.
We expect the methods to align perfectly with existing government disbursement systems. This means direct deposit will be the fastest.
And paper checks.
Paper checks will be mailed out for those who still receive benefits that way, which inevitably adds a layer of delay due to postal processing.
And crucially, the Direct Express card.
Crucially, yes. We expect the money to be loaded onto the Direct Express card system for many SSI and SSDI recipients. The administration will leverage the SSA and VA's existing payment files to expedite the process as much as possible.
What about those who use representative payees? People who manage the funds for beneficiaries, who are unable to manage their own finances.
That is a key logistical hurdle. It requires specific administrative guidance, which contributes to the delay. Treasury and the SSA must formalize procedures for how the $2,000 dividend is delivered to the payee, ensuring transparency and accountability for the beneficiary.
So until the legislative guidance is established, those details remain fluid.
They do. So until the legislative draft is released, the best advice remains preparedness. Ensure your address and direct deposit information on file with the SSA or VA is current, and monitor the official portals for updates.
Exactly. We have to wait for that legislative draft to move this conversation from a high-level commitment to physical execution.
This next section is paramount. When substantial money is being discussed, we absolutely need to address financial safeguards and critical protections for the beneficiary community. For our listeners on fixed or limited incomes, ensuring this $2,000 does not negatively impact their existing support like health insurance or food assistance is just as important as receiving the money itself.
This is where the fine print dictates survival. If the government fails to explicitly legislate protections, this $2,000 dividend could inadvertently become a financial trap that costs the recipient much more in lost benefits than they gained. First, let's nail down the necessary clarity on tax status. Will this $2,000 dividend be counted as taxable income, or will it be designated as tax-free relief?
Well, based on the administration's use of the term dividend from tariff revenue, it could technically be subject to taxation, depending on how the final legislative language designates it.
So Congress has to act.
Congress must explicitly designate it as a non-taxable grant, similar to past stimulus payments, to ensure the full $2,000 provides benefit. If it's taxable, even if the overall tax burden is low, it diminishes the impact, and it creates unnecessary complexity for seniors who might not otherwise file taxes.
The second, and far more serious concern, relates to means-tested programs, and this is a critical expansion of detail. We need explicit protection against impact on federal benefits like SSI, Medicaid, and SNP.
Absolutely. For low-income programs, the rules are unforgiving. Let's use SSI, Supplemental Security Income, as the clearest example.
Okay.
SSI recipients face two major tests, an income test and a resource test. The resource test states that an individual cannot have more than $2,000 in countable resources, like money in a bank account, at the end of the month.
Or they lose their benefits.
Exactly.
That is a tiny cap. For many people, that $2,000 is their total savings buffer.
Precisely. Now imagine a struggling SSI recipient receives the $2,000 dividend in their checking account. If they already had $500 saved, their total resource count jumps to $2,500.
Which is $500 over the limit.
This $500 excess immediately violates the $2,000 resource limit, meaning they could lose their next SSI payment and potentially face a difficult administrative review to regain eligibility.
And the worst part is the immediate cascading impact.
Right.
Losing SSI often means automatically losing associated state Medicaid or FNAP benefits, which are essential for healthcare and food security. The $2,000 payment would cost them critical long-term support.
This is why the legislative solution is so vital. We have to monitor for clear language ensuring these vital funds do not jeopardize existing support.
Specifically,
The legislation must include what is known as a period of disregard. This means Congress explicitly tells the SSA, the VA, and state welfare agencies to ignore this specific payment for a defined period. Historically, it's been 12 months, treating it as if it never existed for resource or income calculation purposes.
without that specific protective language written into the bill, the $2,000 can become a financial hazard.
A huge hazard.
So when the bill is released, you need to check immediately if it contains specific wording that guarantees the money will be treated as an exempt asset for at least the first 12 months you possess it. This is the difference between relief and ruin for the most vulnerable. Beyond protecting benefits, we have to address debt collection. For many struggling seniors or SSDI recipients, outstanding medical debt or consumer loans are a major burden. If they receive this money via direct deposit, will it be safe from seizure?
We saw the scenario play out with previous relief payments. While standard federal benefits, like Social Security and VA benefits, are generally protected from garnishment before they're deposited.
Once the money hits a bank account.
It can become vulnerable to seizure by third parties, such as private debt collectors, unless specific temporary legislation is passed to shield those funds.
Therefore, the bill must include specific language to protect the $2,000 funds from garnishment by debt collectors, ensuring the money provides the needed relief directly to you, the listener, and doesn't just disappear to satisfy an old, often predatory debt.
This protection is often called a look-back period. The legislation needs to mandate that banks cannot comply with garnishment orders related to these specific relief funds for a certain period. This is the only way to guarantee the funds meet their stated goal of providing breathing room and stability, especially for those with low balances and old judgments against them.
This discussion of large, anticipated payments brings us to the single most important safety measure we can offer.
I agree.
A strong, detailed warning against the inevitable anticipated scams that will flood mailboxes, phones, and computers once this news hits the mainstream.
Scammers are professionals at exploiting the high hopes and urgent needs of vulnerable populations when big, unexpected money is promised. We need to be absolutely crystal clear about how the government handles official contact.
So listen carefully to this warning. The IRS, the Social Security Administration, and the VA will never call, text, or email you demanding information, money, or verification details to receive this $2,000 payment.
Never.
They will never ask you to pay a processing fee, purchase gift cards, or provide credit card or checking account information over the phone to unlock or expedite your dividend.
The procedure is simple and absolute. The only trusted information sources regarding this payment are official letters received via the U.S. mail in your verified mailbox or secure verified government portals like the My Social Security portal.
So if someone calls, texts, or emails you about the $2,000 payment,
It is a scam.
it is a scam, and you must hang up immediately. Do not engage. Do not confirm any detail.
And if you encounter suspicious contact, report it. You should immediately report any attempt to solicit personal or financial information related to this dividend to the Federal Trade Commission, the FTC, and the relevant agency's Office of the Inspector General.
Protecting yourself from fraud is the absolutely critical first step in receiving this aid safely and securely. Let's connect this high-stakes commitment to the broader political and economic strategy. Why is the administration pushing so hard for this, right now, and what does this payment represent in terms of future economic policy?
Well, this move is strategically aggressive and calculated. It illustrates a clear intent to deliver tangible, immediate financial relief to a key constituency, the low and middle income earners. And it's a strategy explicitly designed to force congressional action. Let's revisit that idea that the administration is painting themselves into an extremely tight corner. This intense, multi-department public commitment is a form of political leverage directed squarely at Congress. By having 3 top officials and the president all confirm the $2,000 payment, they have raised public expectations to a level that failure to deliver would carry extremely significant political consequences for any lawmaker who votes against it.
That public pressure increases the urgency and likelihood of Congress delivering the bill. Lawmakers are extremely sensitive to disappointing a large, organized bloc of voters who have been directly promised relief.
This public relations strategy is specifically designed to bypass the usual bureaucratic inertia and accelerate the process.
And by making the claim that the funds are available now via tariff revenue, they are neutralizing one of the primary legislative arguments against the relief, which is the cost.
Right. This leaves lawmakers with fewer legitimate fiscal reasons to block the measure, forcing them to take a potentially unpopular political stand against direct relief.
Now, this payment is fundamentally different from routine cost of living adjustments, or COLA, for Social Security, and that distinction is key.
It is.
It represents a novel use of tariff revenue as an economic tool to provide targeted relief.
It is a critical distinction to grasp. A COLA is an adjustment based on inflation data and is intended solely to maintain purchasing power. This $2,000 dividend is intended as an additional economic boost.
A specific use of dedicated revenue to counteract current economic pressures.
Exactly. And if it's successful, this could illustrate a potentially permanent shift in how federal aid might be structured, using specific non-general fund revenue streams to bypass traditional budgetary conflicts and deliver direct payments.
It sets a precedent for how specific revenue mechanisms like tariffs, often criticized as a cost, could be repurposed to deliver visible, immediate financial benefits to the same consumers they might otherwise negatively impact.
It connects abstract trade policy directly to the average household budget in the most tangible way possible. If this model proves successful in its legislative execution, we could see it deployed again in future economic cycles as a targeted tool for relief.
Okay, as we wrap up this deep dive, let's reinforce the most important facts you need to walk away with. This is your essential checklist for clarity and preparedness.
First, the committed payment amount is at least $2,000.
Right.
Second, the commitment level is extremely high, with 3 top officials and the president confirming the plan in quick succession.
Third, the proposed funding source is tariff revenue, which totally alters the political and budgetary dynamic.
Fourth, eligibility is targeted at low and middle income Americans, making inclusion highly likely for those receiving federal benefits, though the final protective language for SSI and Medicaid is still being written.
And finally, the primary barrier and required next step is that legislation must be passed by Congress.
That's the big one.
This potential $2,000 payment represents hope and a necessary lifeline for many struggling with high costs, whether they are retirees managing a fixed income or disabled individuals navigating complex healthcare needs. We are committed to being the objective, authoritative voice guiding you through the legislative process and ensuring you have the clarity and context you need, especially regarding those critical benefit protections every step of the way. Thank you for joining us for this crucial deep dive into the administration's financial commitment. Before we go, let's leave you with a final provocative thought to consider.
Okay.
Considering the administration is justifying this payment based on specific tariff revenue rather than general funds, how does the idea of using non-traditional, dedicated funding sources for immediate financial relief change your perspective on the long-term stability and political viability of federal aid for seniors and low-income citizens? Is this model, which links benefits to specific trade policies, a sustainable or advisable path for future economic support?
And you have to think about how linking a direct benefit to a specific revenue stream might change public support or opposition for that underlying revenue stream itself. It creates a new form of public investment.
It's a fascinating question. We will, of course, continue watching the legislative movement, the specific language of the bill, and the definitions of eligibility, especially for our listeners relying on SSI and other means-tested programs.
And if that legislative draft moves forward this week,
You need to know about it immediately. Please subscribe and turn on notifications so you never miss an update as the legislative process moves forward.
And please share this deep dive with family or friends who need this clarity. Help them understand what is being promised, where the money is expected to come from, and the critical safety steps they need to take right now to protect their existing benefits. We'll catch you on the next.
We have a major financial update that could affect, well, potentially hundreds of millions of low and fixed income Americans. It's a number that gives, immediate clarity and a sense of hope for a lot of people. A proposed direct cash payment,
Right.
a $2,000 dividend distribution per person.
And this isn't just, some kind of political talk aimed at the wealthiest people. The proposal is specifically, explicitly, targeting low and middle income USA citizens.
Exactly.
We are talking about retirees, people relying on Social Security, the disability community on SSDI and SSI. These are the exact individuals who have been just battling the corrosive effects of inflation.
Every single day.
Every single day.
That's right. So this money is being framed as essential, immediate financial relief. It could provide that breathing room that so many people have desperately needed just to pay bills and, maintain some dignity. But here's the puzzle we really have to solve.
The big one.
How do you fund a cash outlay of this magnitude?
The proposed funding mechanism is, well, they're calling it massive tariff income. But when we actually look at the numbers, the math required to fund this payment is just staggering. We're talking over $500 billion needed immediately.
Wow.
So our deep dive mission today is to unpack where this proposal came from, really examine that controversial funding mechanism, and clarify who might actually qualify from the fixed income community.
And maybe most importantly, what the realistic timeline looks like for you. We're going to cut straight through all the political noise to deliver the facts you need. Welcome to the deep dive. You sent us a stack of sources detailing these recent, very high-profile statements about what's being called a new $2,000 stimulus or a dividend or a rebate.
The terminology keeps shifting.
It does. But whatever you call it, the potential impact on your daily life is huge. So our mission is to give you clarity and fast on what could be a life-changing financial benefit. We're going to dissect this proposed $2,000 payment. Where did the idea come from? How is it mathematically supposed to be funded? And what does it really mean for those of you relying on fixed or low incomes?
And, the initial hook from the source material is absolutely critical for our audience. It provides a level of specific clarity that, frankly, a lot of past relief discussions just didn't have.
What do you mean?
The sources explicitly state that the payment is not for high-income people. It is explicitly for low- and middle-income USA citizens.
That distinction, the explicit exclusion of high earners, that's a direct answer to a constant concern we hear.
Right.
From people on Social Security, SSI, SSDI, who always worry they're going to be left behind or, deemed ineligible because their income comes from a government benefit.
Precisely. It really sets the stage for a targeted relief effort. And that's why we have to start by dedicating some real time to decoding this $2,000 dividend proposal and figuring out who exactly stands to benefit.
Okay, let's unpack the language then. The sources consistently describe this as a dividend distribution rebate, or, more simply, a dividend of at least $2,000 a person. Why that specific word dividend instead of stimulus or, welfare?
The word dividend is very strategic. It frames the payment not as a handout and not as new debt, but as a return of revenue.
A return.
Exactly. In this case, tariff revenue returned to the citizens who, ultimately fund the government. And the inclusion is just as important as the exclusion you mentioned. The payment is explicitly not including high-income people, but, and this is the key phrase, will be paid to everyone otherwise.
And the source material noted a recent, very critical confirmation that the proponent of this idea doubled down on it just a few days ago, specifically reiterating that language about it being aimed at the low and middle income community.
Right.
So this is not some idea that's been retracted or pushed to the side. It actually appears to be gaining momentum.
That sustained momentum is key. And that brings us directly to the fixed income community. We know that the largest segment of our audience is made up of individuals receiving Social Security retirement, SSDI, that's Social Security Disability Insurance, and SSI, which is Supplemental Security Income.
Right, for low-income seniors and the disabled.
Exactly. These are the people with the deepest, most urgent questions about whether they'll actually qualify.
Of course. The reports highlighted a massive volume of questions pouring in from people in that exact situation. on a fixed income, maybe no other income, people who might not even file a traditional tax return.
And they're all asking, will my benefit type count?
Yeah.
And this is where we can reassure you with some historical context. While the source didn't name the specific benefit types, it didn't list out SS, SSDI, and SSI, the key metric that has always been used for distributing these large-scale relief and stimulus payments is income.
Just income, not the source of the income.
Precisely. If you fall into the low or middle income category, where that income comes from, whether it's a government pension, a VA benefit, or a disability check, it becomes secondary to the final dollar amount of your income.
So the focus on low and middle income strongly suggests that the vast majority of fixed income recipients, who typically fall well below any established high-income thresholds, would be the primary recipients.
Oh, absolutely.
We're talking about ensuring eligibility for millions of seniors and disabled individuals whose annual income is often, what, $30,000 or less?
That is the logical conclusion. And there's an even clearer indicator, which you pulled from the source material. It's the explicit language about using the money left over from the $2,000 payments.
The money left over after paying low and middle income citizens.
Yes. Using that leftover money to pay down debt. The intent there is just unmistakable. Target the middle and the bottom of the economic ladder first.
Okay, but this brings us to the most crucial piece of missing information, which the source has definitely highlighted.
The big question mark.
We are completely missing the definition for the line in the sand. What exact income level constitutes the cutoff for high income?
And without that specific definition, the whole proposal, as exciting as it is, it remains ambiguous for millions of people who are sitting just above those traditional low-income thresholds.
Sure. If you're a couple and you're earning, say, $100,000 a year, you need to know if you're categorized as middle or high.
It's everything. That number determines everything.
So this raises a really important question. What can we reasonably anticipate for that threshold based on what the government has done in the past?
The sources introduce some speculation, but it's grounded in very strong historical precedent. We can look back at the coronavirus relief efforts.
Right.
The payment system there needed to be set up quickly and broadly. In those instances, the likely thresholds were set around $75,000 annual income for an individual.
Okay, $75K for an individual.
And $150,000 for a married couple. These figures have provided a usable historical precedent for who is considered non-high income.
And those figures have to be put into context with today's economic realities, too.
Of course.
The source noted a very relevant data point. The average household income last year was around $83,000.
Right.
So if the purpose is to include the middle class, the threshold for an individual certainly can't be set much lower than that, or you'd miss the middle income demographic entirely.
Precisely. If they set the threshold too low, say $50,000 for a single filer, they would immediately exclude millions of working class people who are not high earners by any standard measure. The goal, if they really intend to pay everyone except high income people, is to capture a huge portion of the country.
That's a huge number. The source estimated that using those typical thresholds, they would be making about a couple 100 million people eligible for this type of payment.
A couple 100 million.
That estimate alone, 200 million people, it just underscores why defining this income line is so crucial.
And think about it this way. For our listeners who are relying solely on their fixed benefits, Social Security, SSI, or disability, their income is often less than $25,000 or $30,000 a year.
Easily.
They fall squarely and safely into that low-income category. They would certainly be eligible under those speculated thresholds. The real uncertainty rests mainly with the upper bounds of that middle income bracket.
So, while the definitive dollar figure for the cutoff is the central piece of missing legislation, the clear intent to exclude only the top earners is a very strong positive signal for the retiree demographics and the entire fixed income community.
Absolutely. But we have to emphasize, that until that dollar figure is formalized into law, the excitement should be appropriately tempered by that uncertainty.
Right. We have to wait for the definitive line.
But the strong historical indicators do point toward broad inclusion.
Okay, so that defines the who. But the massive scale of that who, couple 100 million people, brings us directly to the other side of this financial puzzle, which is, I'd argue, even more complex.
The funding.
The funding. We need to dissect the proposed mechanism. So let's talk about the tariff funding mechanism and the financial reality.
The phrase massive tariff income sounds great. You know, it sounds like a ready-made money stream, but the math is what makes or breaks this whole proposal. We can't just talk about massive money. We have to talk in concrete billions and trillions and compare that against the immense cost of this dividend.
Okay, so let's provide those hard numbers from the source material regarding tariff revenues. What is the current status of that cash flow?
The sources confirm that the U.S. has brought in about $195 billion in tariff revenues so far this year.
$195 billion.
If you break that down daily, it's averaging about $1 billion a day, which is an astonishing figure.
Wow, $1 billion a day.
Which works out to roughly $30 billion a month. So based on that pace, the annual projection suggests the U.S. is on track to collect about $350 billion over a 12-month period.
$350 billion a year. And what about looking further out? That long-term forecast seems to be the foundation for this whole financing plan.
It is. The long-term projection for this revenue stream is enormous. The U.S. is on track to bring in about $3 trillion over the next 10 years.
$3 trillion.
That's if current trade policies and global trade volumes hold steady. That massive figure is what makes the long-term math possible. But, and this is a big but, it doesn't solve the immediate cash flow problem.
Right. And now let's address the elephant in the room. The estimated cost of actually sending out these checks today. This is where the logical inconsistency, as the source pointed out, becomes really clear.
Yeah. To establish the cost calculation, the source used the metric from the last major stimulus payment.
The $1,400 check in 2021.
Exactly. That payment covered approximately 85% of the population, which equated to about 284 million people. And that includes dependents and non-filers.
Okay, so if we use those same parameters, assuming 284 million people qualify for the full $2,000 dividend, what is the total price tag?
The total cost would be a staggering immediate cash need of $568 billion.
$568 billion.
Now let's compare that needed amount, $568 billion, with the projected annual tariff revenue of only $350 billion.
That's a massive shortfall. We are hundreds of billions short of being able to fund this entire dividend based on the tariff income generated in just 1 year.
Right.
Mathematically, the annual tariff income is really a little more than 50% of what's needed. That's a fundamental problem.
It's a huge problem, even if we assume the eligibility threshold is a bit stricter and the cost comes down to, say, $400 billion, which is still a conservative estimate.
You're still short.
You're still short by $50 billion. The cash just isn't there right now.
So the sources acknowledge this logical gap. How do the proponents of this dividend suggest they would bridge that financial difference and still get the money out immediately?
The core of the financing strategy is that this payment isn't about having the cash on hand today. The proposal relies entirely on leveraging that huge $3 trillion 10-year projection.
So they're borrowing against the future.
Yes, the money would have to be borrowed today and then explicitly paid back over time using future tariff revenue.
Okay, I want to challenge that point because this is where the political messaging gets really complicated. If they know they have to borrow over $200 billion today, why do they lead with the message that tariffs pay for it? That seems like a political strategy designed to mask the short-term cost.
That's a crucial distinction for you to understand. It is a political strategy. They are accurately stating that the source of the repayment will be tariffs, but they're sidestepping the uncomfortable truth that the method of payment is initially debt.
So it adds to the national debt.
The implication is clear. This action would technically add to the national debt in the short term. They would be borrowing or fronting the money to recipients, sending it out, and then dedicating all that future tariff revenue over the next decade to paying off the newly incurred debt.
Think of it like the government taking out a massive mortgage on a future stream of revenue.
That's a perfect analogy.
They need $568 billion now, so they borrow it against the promise of the $3 trillion coming in over the next decade. And that initial loan is what hits the national debt immediately.
That's it, exactly. The sources used an analogy of the national debt moving up like the numbers on a fast gas pump. It's just happening in the billions daily. This method ensures immediate relief for the fixed income community, but it comes at the short-term cost of increasing the debt ceiling.
So the narrative of tariffs paying for it is only true in the long term, over a decade, and that's provided those tariff revenues continue flowing.
Right.
But in the short term, to get that money into your hands next year, it means adding hundreds of billions to the national debt.
And that distinction explains how something that's mathematically infeasible in 1 year can become politically feasible over 10 years. That $3 trillion projection is the financial bedrock. As the source concluded, even compared to $3 trillion over 10 years, a $568 billion outlay is a manageable fraction.
So they could swing it.
They could easily swing a $2,000 payment, as long as they're willing to borrow it first.
This transparency on the funding mechanism is so vital. It also brings us directly to your most pressing concerns.
Yeah.
Once you've figured out if you qualify, you need to know when and how this payment would actually arrive.
Right.
We need to transition now to addressing listener logistics.
This is the practical side of the deep dive. The questions just flood in every time. When will I get this $2,000 payment?
And the unspoken reality we have to state clearly is that because this is still a proposal that requires the full legislative process, debate, passage, signature, there are no specific dates, no schedules, no payment methods, no details on direct deposit, paper checks, or the all-important direct express cards for so many fixed-income recipients. None of that is announced yet.
That lack of detail is just inherent to a proposal. The when is entirely dependent on Congress acting. However, we can use past context and processes to give you a rough idea of what the administration of this payment would look like if it were to become law.
Okay, so assuming this moves forward quickly, how would the payment mechanism typically work, especially for people receiving Social Security or SSI who may not file traditional tax returns or who rely on a direct express card?
We can assume the process would closely mimic the past major stimulus payments. These operations rely heavily on the existing benefit administration systems across government agencies.
The SSA, the VA, the IRS.
Exactly. The Social Security Administration, the Veterans Affairs, and the Internal Revenue Service.
And that system proved to be highly efficient in 2021 for the $1,400 checks, specifically because it could immediately identify and verify eligibility for the millions of fixed-income recipients already receiving benefits.
Exactly right. And the source material strongly suggests that no application would be needed for most people.
That's fantastic news for seniors.
It's huge. The government would rely on the income data they already have in their systems, whether that's from tax returns for middle-income workers or from established benefit statements for low-income SSA, SSDI, and SSI recipients.
So if you are a retiree and your monthly Social Security equivalent or your SSDI check goes into your bank account via a direct deposit or onto a direct express card, that would be the channel they would use for the $2,000 dividend.
That's the idea.
It just cuts out all the bureaucratic red tape.
That is the most efficient method, and it minimizes delays. However, we do have to discuss the typical processing times. Even when legislation was passed quickly in the past, it still took the Treasury Department several weeks, sometimes months, to process hundreds of millions of payments.
Right.
We saw the first wave go out quickly, but subsequent waves, particularly for those with unusual circumstances, took a lot longer.
And what are those common complications that lead to delays? What should people be aware of?
Well, we saw delays for people whose addresses were outdated, for example, for international recipients who required special verification, or for individuals who use representative payees.
Explain what a representative payee is.
A representative payee is someone appointed by the SSA to manage benefits for another person, often an incapacitated senior or a disabled person. When a large lump sum like this comes in, the Treasury and the SSA have to ensure the payee handles those funds appropriately, which can sometimes slow down the disbursement process for that specific group.
And all those highly specific logistical details, the specific payment schedule by birth month or last name, the exact date the SSA sends the file to the Treasury.
Right.
Those can only be provided once the legislation is formally enacted and the Treasury outlines its disbursement plan. Until then, we just have to rely on the established system.
And until that formal announcement, any discussion of specific payment dates is pure speculation. The main takeaway for logistics right now is that the vast majority of our fixed income listeners should not have to do anything but wait for the official notification once the law is passed.
That assurance of no application needed is absolutely critical. Now, let's talk about the deep financial anxieties that come with receiving a large one-time payment, especially for those on means-tested programs. We need to move to Section 4, financial protections and scam warnings.
For those relying on benefits just to make ends meet, the need to know how this $2,000 affects their overall financial stability is paramount. The crucial concerns for beneficiaries really center around three main pillars: taxability, continued eligibility for vital programs like Medicaid, and protection from debt collectors.
Let's start with the first fear, taxability. Is this $2,000 payment taxable or tax-free?
Without formal legislation, this detail is fundamentally unknown. We just don't know for sure. However, we can use the structure of past payments as a guide.
Okay.
Past rebate checks and stimulus payments were typically structured as tax credits, specifically refundable credits. This means they are not treated as taxable income, which makes them tax-free for most recipients, especially those on low or fixed incomes.
That structure is vital. If it were treated as ordinary income, it could not only reduce the net benefit, but could potentially push some low-income individuals into a higher tax bracket or affect their eligibility for other tax credits next year.
Oh, absolutely. The structure matters immensely.
So you have to assume that the law would need to explicitly state the tax status.
Yes, but the political incentive is very strongly aligned with making it tax-free relief.
Okay. Next, let's address the biggest fear for the low-income community, especially our listeners receiving SSI, the impact on other benefits. Will receiving a $2,000 lump sum affect your eligibility for means-tested programs like SNP, that's the Food Stamp Program Medicaid, or housing assistance?
This is perhaps the most serious concern for low-income beneficiaries. Means-tested programs often have very strict limits on assets.
Right.
They're typically capped at $2,000 for a single SSI recipient and $3,000 for a couple. Receiving a $2,000 lump sum could, in theory, immediately push an individual right over that resource limit, and that could lead to benefit termination.
That's a catastrophic trade-off. You get $2,000 now only to lose access to your food and your health care later.
Exactly why protections are so necessary. The good news is that when relief funds are distributed as a one-time payment intended for financial relief and not as regular income, they often include statutory protections.
What kind of protections?
These protections specifically exempt the funds from counting as income or resources for a specified period, usually 12 months.
So an SSI recipient would have a full year to spend down that money without it jeopardizing their eligibility for SSI, Medicaid, or SNP.
That's the goal.
But those protections are not automatically applied. They have to be written into the legislation itself.
Precisely. This must be confirmed by the Social Security Administration or the relevant agency once the legislation is formalized. For most fixed-income individuals, like those on Standard Social Security Retirement or SSDI, a one-time payment generally doesn't affect their benefit status. But for the very strict programs like SSI and certain housing benefits, the specific language in the bill is literally life-changing.
And the third major concern is garnishment. Will debt collectors be able to swoop in and take this payment before it even hits your bank account?
This is a scenario we saw play out during past stimulus efforts. Protections against garnishment, meaning shielding the funds from private debt collectors, are typically included in relief bills. However, the legislation has to be explicit. If passed, the language must specifically state that the funds are protected under law, or they could potentially be subject to collection.
Okay, we must issue a strong, authoritative, crucial scam warning right now.
Yep.
This is a massive dollar amount we're talking about, and whenever a proposal for thousands of dollars hits the news, scams multiply instantly.
Oh, yeah.
And they specifically target seniors and low-income individuals who are eager for information.
This warning cannot be overstated. If you are listening, please internalize this one fact and share it with everyone you know. The Social Security Administration, the IRS, or the VA will never call you, text you, or email you asking for money or personal information to process a payment. Never. If you receive a communication asking you to pay a fee, or purchase a gift card, or confirm your bank details to release your $2,000 dividend, it is 100% a scam designed to steal your money or your identity.
So what should you do?
Trust only official government letters and verified government websites. If someone calls you claiming to be the IRS or the SSA, just hang up immediately. If you're unsure, go to the official SSA website or call the agency directly using a verified phone number, not the number the caller gives you.
Be skeptical, be safe. This vigilance is essential while this proposal is still being debated.
Now that we've covered the logistics, the safety net, and the potential pitfalls, let's zoom out to the bigger picture and political context of why this massive proposal just keeps resurfacing now.
Why now? This dividend proposal feels like a repeating cycle. We hear a new version of a potential payment, often in the thousands of dollars every few months. What's driving this repetition?
This is where we have to analyze the political repetition. The history provided in the sources is striking because it shows a really clear pattern of commitment. This is now the fourth time that the idea of distributing money in the thousands of dollars has been endorsed or seriously proposed since January of this year,
The fourth time.
in less than 10 months.
Walk us through those previous iterations. It helps to contextualize this latest $2,000 push.
Certainly. Back in February, there was the mention of a $5,000 Doge dividend, which was, more symbolic, but it set a very high dollar expectation.
Right.
Then in August, we saw a formal proposal for a $600 rebate check introduced in Congress. It failed to gain traction, but it demonstrated legislative intent.
Yeah.
And prior to this most recent $2,000 dividend announcement, there was a separate interview in early October where a distribution somewhere between $1,000 and $2,000 was mentioned.
So that's 4 major public endorsements of large-scale payments in less than a year. What does that repetition tell us about the credibility of the latest proposal, and maybe more importantly, the political pressure behind it?
The sources analyze the political implication of this repeated high-profile endorsement as, quote, painting themselves into a corner.
Painting themselves into a corner.
The messaging is, without a doubt, awesome and exciting. It promises real, tangible financial help to a critical voting demographic, the low and fixed-income Americans who desperately need relief from inflation.
But the political danger lies entirely in the follow-through, or the lack of it.
Exactly. The source suggests that if the proposal does not follow through this time, after 4 separate high-profile endorsements, it would result in a really, really bad messaging campaign.
And a loss of credibility.
A loss of a ton of credibility. The analogy used in the source is powerful. This is becoming analogous to the kid who cried wolf. If they promise this life-changing relief 4 times and fail to deliver, the audience will stop believing them, and that political capital is just lost.
So the political pressure to deliver is immense, precisely because the idea has been floated so often, and the financial needs of the target audience are so acute.
Right.
That pressure has to be what's driving the insistence on the tariff funding plan, even with the short-term debt implication we just discussed.
And this leads us to the heart of the confusion and I think the most fascinating financial contradiction within the proposal itself. We're talking about the debt paydown paradox.
Okay, this is where the political messaging and the raw math seem to diverge dramatically.
They do.
The proposal includes a supplementary claim that any money left over from the massive tariff income after the $2,000 payments are sent out would be used to pay down the national debt.
Now, hold on. Let's just revisit the mathematical reality we established in Section 2. We concluded that the government would have to borrow over $200 billion to finance the $568 billion payment in the short term.
Right. The annual tariff revenue is only $350 billion.
That is the paradox. How can proponents claim there will be leftover money to pay down the national debt when the annual math shows they need to borrow hundreds of billions just to make the payments in the first place?
It feels like they are making 2 competing promises at the same time.
They are performing a very complex political calculation. They're essentially proposing to do 3 things. 1, create new debt in the short term to deliver immediate relief.
Okay.
2, pay down that new debt over 10 years using future tariffs. And 3, claim there will be surplus tariff money left over to pay down the existing national debt.
It sounds like a strategy designed to appeal to both sides of the aisle, those who need immediate financial assistance and those who are concerned about fiscal responsibility and the national debt.
It's a political masterstroke if it works.
But a financial tightrope walk in reality.
Yeah, it absolutely is. The key tension is that the $3 trillion 10-year projection has to cover both the roughly $568 billion used for the dividends and any subsequent debt reduction. If that trade revenue falls short, the entire financial strategy collapses, and the short-term debt just remains or grows.
And the sources highlighted this deep tension.
They did, noting that the proposal simultaneously promises a $500 billion payment and a plan to reduce the national debt when the funding mechanism inherently requires short-term borrowing that adds to that debt.
So the bottom line for you, the listener, is that this financial structure requires a huge leap of faith in the long-term consistency of tariff revenues. It's a crucial aspect to recognize when you're evaluating the real feasibility of this plan.
Indeed. The willingness to borrow so aggressively suggests that the political pressure to deliver on this promise after repeating it 4 times may just outweigh the immediate fiscal concerns of adding to the national debt.
This has been a crucial deep dive into a major financial proposal that affects millions of people who need this financial clarity. Let's synthesize the critical key takeaways you need to know right now.
First, the amount. This is a significant proposed dividend of at least $2,000 per person, intended to provide genuine, immediate financial relief.
Second, who qualifies? The focus is explicitly on low and middle income USA citizens. This effectively covers the entire fixed income community retirees, those on Social Security, SSI, and SSDI, who fall well below the speculated high income thresholds of $75,000 or $150,000.
And no application is expected to be needed for most beneficiaries already in the system.
Third, the funding source. It is to be paid by massive tariff income, but because the immediate cost is over $500 billion, it requires borrowing against future revenue.
Which means it will technically add hundreds of billions to the national debt in the short term, even if that debt is paid down over the next 10 years using the projected $3 trillion in tariff revenue.
And finally, the status. This remains a major, repeated proposal. There are no official payment dates, no finalized legislation, and crucial details about taxability and necessary benefit protections, especially for SSI and SNOP recipients, are still unwritten.
You know, this proposal highlights the profound tension between the political imperative to provide immediate, life-changing financial relief to those who need it most, and the massive, uncomfortable financial hurdles, the need for hundreds of billions in short-term borrowing to deliver on that promise.
Yeah.
The real question for you, the listener, is whether the political corner created by these repeated high-profile endorsements will finally be enough to move this from a tempting concept into a signed law. The credibility of the proponents and the hope of millions of fixed-income Americans really depends on it.
Citizens vigilant for scams. Trust only official government sources like verified SSA or IRS websites, and never provide personal information over the phone or text. We encourage you to share this deep dive with others who need this clarity on eligibility and funding. Thank you for joining us. We'll keep watching this story unfold and bring you the next crucial update the moment the
We have major financial news to break down for you today.
We're talking about a significant commitment from top administration officials.
It's a potential $2,000 payment aimed directly at millions of Americans, especially those of you on a fixed income.
That's right. The White House isn't just suggesting this, they're doubling down on making this $2,000 dividend a reality.
And this is crucial. It's designed for middle and lower income families. We're talking households with an income under $100,000.
So stick with us. You're going to hear directly from the economic advisor, the Treasury Secretary, and the press secretary.
And we're going to reveal the one critical hurdle this payment still needs to clear before that money can hit your account. Welcome to the Deep Dive, where we take your essential sources, the articles, the transcripts, the official statements, and we distill the core intelligence you need to be thoroughly informed without the information overload.
And today we are tackling a story that is profoundly important for the financial stability of millions of Americans. If you are a retiree, if you are a senior, if you are relying on any form of fixed income, you really need to pay close attention to what we're about to unpack.
We are diving deep into a remarkable commitment. And I don't use that word lightly. It's a commitment made by the highest levels of the current administration.
Yeah.
We are talking about a potential direct financial injection, a $2,000 payment for millions of qualifying Americans.
And this isn't just a rumor, floating around on the internet.
No, not at all. We have a stack of recent public statements, all confirming the White House is not only proposing this, but is actively doubling down, as they put it, on their promise to deliver this $2,000 dividend.
The specifics are what make this so crucial for our audience today. This payment, it's explicitly and narrowly targeted.
Right.
It's for middle and lower income families. And they've set a bar specifically in income under $100,000.
So for anyone listening who's on Social Security, SSI, SSDI, or veteran benefits, this is an update that speaks directly to your household budget. This is for you. Our mission today is surgical. We're going to dissect the collective evidence. We've got comments from the economic advisor, the Treasury Secretary, and the press secretary.
All the key players.
All of them. And we're going to understand the weight of this commitment, who qualifies, the controversial funding source they've proposed, and maybe most critically,
the single biggest hurdle.
The single hurdle this payment must clear to shift from a powerful promise to, physical reality.
Let's just get straight to the central question, because when a promise this large is made, there's always intense public scrutiny. And there should be.
Of course.
So is the $2,000 payment a firm reality? Who exactly is guaranteed to get it, and what are the economic mechanics behind how the government intends to pay for it without, and this is a direct quote from the source material, digging into the rest of the budget.
Okay, let's unpack this. The speed, the succession, and, the sheer seniority of the officials making this commitment. That's what elevates this from just a policy suggestion to a central administrative objective.
It's a full court press.
It really is. And the political stakes are just enormous.
To really understand the weight of this, we have to establish the timeline.
Mm-hmm.
This announcement didn't roll out over weeks of quiet preparation. It was sudden. It was coordinated. The president himself kicked this off just a few days ago on a Sunday.
Right, on Sunday.
He explicitly called for at least $2,000 in the form of a dividend. And his words were that it was destined for everybody except high-income people.
And that Sunday night post, that was just the opening salvo, wasn't it?
Just the beginning.
Because what followed was a rapid-fire succession of endorsements from the administration's financial and communication leadership. It was one after another.
It really was. And when you see multiple high-profile administration figures, we're talking about the people who manage the economy and speak for the White House globally.
Oh, the big names.
Exactly. When they come out within 48 hours to confirm and elaborate on that initial promise, that signals an intense institutional resolve.
That institutional resolve, that's the key piece of evidence here, I think.
It absolutely is. They are not merely testing the waters with this. They are using the full credibility of their top spokespeople to validate a major financial proposal.
So this isn't some trial balloon they're floating.
No, not at all. It's a declaration of intent.
Okay, so to give you a clear picture of this coordinated effort, we've actually identified 5 distinct data points from our source material. And together, they demonstrate this extreme level of commitment. They were all gathered in just the last few days. And we really need to look at who said what, because the roles of these individuals, they matter deeply.
They do. The first 3 pieces of evidence are direct public statements from critical officials.
Right.
First, we had comments from economic advisor Kevin Hassett. Second, statements from Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent. And third, comments from the press secretary Caroline Leavitt.
And each of these voices, they serve a different strategic purpose, don't they?
Completely.
Kevin Hassett, he's the economic advisor.
Yeah.
So he's responsible for certifying the financial viability. When he speaks, he's basically providing the technical stamp of approval, assuring everyone that the math works.
Right. He's the numbers guy.
He's the numbers guy. And then you have Scott Bessent, the Treasury Secretary.
Yeah.
He's the one who will ultimately oversee the distribution. He sets up the systems for the how and who of the payment.
So his commitment is crucial. It speaks to the implementation, the infrastructure.
Exactly.
And then there's Caroline Leavitt, the press secretary. She acts as the institutional voice. Her confirmation signals that this is a formalized White House directive.
So it's not just the personal preference of one financial advisor or a cabinet member.
Precisely. The fact that all 3 of them confirmed the commitment in such rapid succession right after the president's post, it just shows a deliberate strategic effort to make sure this proposal is seen as serious and really non-negotiable.
And that coordination is then reinforced by the 2 statements from the highest office itself. We have the screenshot of the president's original announcement post from that Sunday, and then the critical follow-up screenshot from Monday, where he was, as we said, clearly doubling down on the payment.
And that quick move from Sunday to Monday is so telling. It indicates that any initial internal debate, if there was one, was settled very quickly. The unified position is full steam ahead.
Which brings us to a crucial analytical insight that was provided in the source material. And that is that the administration is really painting themselves into an extremely tight corner on this issue.
And this is where we need to spend some time, because that observation is the true predictor of action here.
Exactly. When we talk about a tight corner, we are talking about political science. It's about the management of public expectation.
Right.
The administration is essentially leveraging its own credibility as currency. By getting Hassett, Bessent, and Leavitt all on the record within days, they have raised the public's expectations to an almost irreversible level.
And if a payment of this magnitude, $2,000, is promised so widely and so quickly by the most senior staff, the political cost of failure becomes astronomical. The administration knows that for millions of potential recipients, particularly those on fixed incomes or struggling with inflation, this isn't just abstract policy.
No, for them, it's financial breathing room. It's groceries. It's paying the light bill.
Exactly. It's real life.
The sources we looked at specifically note that this payment is something people are now basically banking on.
That's a powerful phrase, banking on it.
It is. So if the administration fails to follow through, the public backlash would be severe, it'd be immediate, and you could argue it would be more damaging than if they had never proposed the payment in the first place.
They've created a situation where they almost have to deliver.
They've forced their own hand.
And that, for you listening, is the key analytical takeaway. The high likelihood of this payment ultimately materializing isn't just based on some economic calculation. It's based on political survival. They have invested so much political capital so early that the commitment itself becomes a powerful predictor of future legislative priority.
It's the highest form of public commitment you can get, short of the legislation actually passing.
That's a great way to put it.
They've gone on record, repeatedly, with the most senior staff, and the pressure is now squarely on Congress. And this high-stakes political investment, it naturally dictates precisely who they are targeting with this promise.
Which brings us to the next section, and this is probably the most direct application of this information for our audience. The commitment is targeted, and understanding the eligibility criteria is paramount. This is not a universal check. It has a very clear financial cap.
And that clarity came directly from the administration's financial leadership.
It did.
Both Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent and Economic Advisor Kevin Hassett, they indicated that the rebate would be specifically for families making less than, say, $100,000.
That's the current reliable figure we have to focus on, $100,000. And that hard number, that $100,000 threshold for families, it aligns perfectly with the president's initial statement. He promised the $2,000 dividend to everybody except high-income people.
So in this context, the administration is defining high-income people as anyone earning above that family threshold. They're focusing the relief squarely on the middle and lower economic brackets.
And this is where we really need to zero in on our audience.
Yeah.
When we talk about fixed-income individuals, retirees, or people relying on government benefits, this $100,000 threshold is exceptionally broad.
It really is. The vast majority of recipients on Social Security, on Supplemental Security Income SSI, Social Security Disability Insurance SSDI, and low-income veteran benefits, they naturally fall well below this family income cap.
So let's just define those terms for a moment, just for clarity, because they are so central to this discussion.
Good idea.
Social Security provides retirement benefits to older Americans and survivor benefits to their dependents. SSDI, that's Social Security Disability Insurance, is for individuals who have paid into the system but can no longer work because of a severe disability.
Okay, and then there's SSI.
Right. SSI, or Supplemental Security Income, is different. It's a needs-based program for the aged, blind, and disabled who have very, very limited income and resources. It's not based on your work history.
So the key takeaway here is that if you're receiving SSI, SSDI, or, a standard low to moderate Social Security benefit, you are the intended core beneficiary of this potential boost.
Absolutely. The payment is specifically designed to alleviate the pressure that you are feeling from the current economic climate. If your primary source of income is these fixed benefits, you can be highly confident that you meet the announced eligibility threshold.
We should also probably touch on the terminology briefly.
We should.
You've heard it called a stimulus check, a rebate, and a dividend payment.
All three. And while the administration seems to use these terms somewhat interchangeably for public communication, they do carry different technical meanings.
Right. A stimulus usually implies a general economic boost. A rebate often refers to returning collected taxes.
And a dividend suggests distributing a share of profits, or in this case, government revenue.
And the sources we've seen consistently use the term dividend, which really aligns with their stated funding mechanism, this idea of sharing tariff revenue.
But look, regardless of the technical term, the core specifics are consistent.
That's the important part.
The amount is consistently referred to as $2,000, and it is targeted at families earning under $100,000. That is the reliable, quantifiable promise.
This clarity on who gets it and how much they get is robust. But the promise is only as good as the plan to fund it.
Exactly. And that funding plan is where the administration has faced the most external scrutiny.
Right. If you are announcing a direct payment of $2,000 to tens of millions of families, that requires billions upon billions of dollars.
A huge sum.
So the question isn't just if they will pay, but how they will pay without creating a massive new hole in the federal budget.
The administration understood that. They knew the funding question had to be addressed head-on to maintain credibility. And their answer is this proposed mechanism, which they claim makes the whole thing fiscally responsible. the use of tariff revenue.
So let's break down what tariff revenue actually is for our listeners.
Good idea.
Tariffs are essentially taxes. They're taxes collected by the government on imported goods. When a company imports a product, they pay a percentage of its value to the government.
And this revenue has spiked recently because of, international trade dynamics and some policy changes. So the administration's proposal hinges on using this specific dedicated pot of money.
And this is where the economic advisor, Kevin Hassett, really takes center stage.
Mm-hmm.
His job was to provide that technical assurance that this revenue stream is adequate. His statements were clearly designed to preempt any concerns about budget impacts or increasing the national debt.
And we need to detail his specific findings precisely. When he was directly questioned on the viability of using this tariff revenue, he confirmed he has personally looked through all the tariff revenues.
All of them.
All of them. And he stated unequivocally that his calculations showed there would be enough revenue to cover the $2,000 checks and not dig into the rest of the budget.
That is a powerful official claim.
It is. The argument is that these tariffs are generating enough surplus revenue right now to cover this specific one-time expenditure.
So in the administration's view, this is not money taken from existing defense spending or from Social Security trust funds or from infrastructure projects.
No, it's presented as a separate self-sustaining funding source derived from international trade taxation.
Okay, now here is where we have to introduce the nuanced skepticism, which is essential for a balanced deep dive like this.
It is.
While Hassett is the official voice, the source material does note that outside observers and analysts, independent economists and think tanks, they've looked at the numbers,
Mm-hmm.
and they've suggested that when you calculate tariff revenues on a year-over-year basis, the numbers don't really add up to fully cover a nationwide payment of this projected size.
And this is the internal conflict that you, the listener, must understand. Why the discrepancy?
Right.
Well, external analysts often look at net revenue, what's left after all the administration costs, collection expenses, and accounting adjustments.
Okay.
The administration, on the other hand, might be focused on gross receipts, or perhaps they're making projections based on peak collection periods. And on top of that, tariff revenues are notoriously volatile.
They fluctuate wildly.
Totally, based on global trade volume exchange rates. So relying on a historically unpredictable source for a massive fixed cost expenditure is where that professional skepticism originates.
So on one side, you have the administration's top economic expert staking his professional reputation on the claim that the money is there, it's sufficient, and it's separate.
And on the other side, you have independent calculations suggesting a potential shortfall, or at least a need to tap into revenue streams that are already allocated elsewhere.
The takeaway for you listening is critical, though. Despite the conflicting math that external analysts are pointing to, the official line is paramount.
It is.
Because it is the position the government will use to argue for the bill's passage.
No.
The source material captures this dynamic perfectly by stating, if he says it works, then I guess it works, right?
And that's the official narrative. The strength of their political commitment suggests they are willing to defend this narrative vigorously against any critique, internal or external.
In fact, the intensity of their commitment, that tight corner we discussed earlier, is directly linked to this funding mechanism.
It has to be.
They wouldn't put their most senior economic advisor out there to stake his reputation on this tariff claim if they weren't absolutely prepared to push this through. It's an economic shield built to protect a major political promise.
But this economic defense only gets them so far. The money might be theoretically available, but the system isn't automatic.
Right.
Now that we've confirmed the commitment and the proposed funding, we must discuss the most critical step, the one standing between this powerful commitment and the money actually arriving in your bank account.
And this is the absolute crux of the entire update. All the assurance, all the political pressure, all the certified math, it all means nothing if this one single crucial hurdle isn't cleared.
The officials were crystal clear about this. This proposal will need to be out of Congress.
That is a foundational constraint.
It is. The administration cannot simply issue an executive order to distribute collected tariff funds. A direct payment of this nature, tied to a specific funding source and eligibility criteria, it requires legislation.
Legislation to authorize both the expenditure and the mandate for the Treasury to distribute it.
Exactly.
This instantly clarifies the state of the payment. It is a powerful, undeniable proposal backed by the administration's highest offices, but it is not an approved payment yet.
Not yet. It is entirely dependent on the legislative branch, the House and the Senate, to draft, debate, and pass a specific bill.
Economic advisor Kevin Hassett confirmed this reality directly, didn't he? He said, well, it's something that will require legislation.
He did, and that's the reality check. The administration can promise, but Congress must ultimately approve and fund the distribution.
So this raises a crucial question for you listening at home. What are the legislative steps required? And why does requiring Congress instantly mean a slower, less certain timeline?
Well, the legislative process is famously slow.
To put it mildly.
To put it mildly, yes. First, the administration's economic team, as Hassett mentioned, is actively studying the matter and getting the numbers straight to finalize the bill text. They want a bulletproof proposal.
Okay, so once that's finalized, the bill has to be introduced in either the House or the Senate.
Correct. Then it goes to committee, probably the Ways and Means Committee in the House and the Finance Committee in the Senate, for what they call markup, debate, and potentially amendments.
And that process alone can take weeks or even months, depending on the urgency and, the partisan consensus.
And if it passes the committee, it then moves to the floor for a full vote. It must pass both chambers in identical form before it can be sent to the president for his signature.
That whole legislative journey is the source of all the timeline uncertainty.
It is. And Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt confirmed that the White House team is currently exploring all legal options to get that done.
That phrase is telling.
Very telling.
Yeah.
It suggests they're looking for the fastest legislative vehicle. They might try to use a mechanism like reconciliation, which limits debate in the Senate and allows passage with just a simple majority.
Or, and this is probably more likely, they might try attaching it to another must-pass piece of legislation.
Right, like an upcoming government appropriations bill.
And attaching it to a larger necessary bill, that's a classic political maneuver.
It is. It forces lawmakers who might be skeptical of the $2,000 dividend itself to vote for it anyway, just to ensure essential government functions continue.
They're looking for a way to bypass the slow traditional route.
They have to. And the early indications regarding the congressional response are also a developing story. The sources we've reviewed suggest that there is already information indicating that lawmakers are warming up to the idea of these $2,000 payments,
which would indicate some potential political expediency. Lawmakers understand the intense public appetite for direct financial relief.
especially among vulnerable populations like seniors and the disabled. It's a popular idea.
This positive reception is encouraging, but it does not guarantee quick passage.
Not at all. Even with broad support, the legislative timeline is unpredictable. Amendments can be introduced, procedural hurdles can be erected.
And the inevitable partisan jockeying for credit can slow things down immensely.
Always.
So, what does this all mean for you, the listener, hoping for this check soon?
It means the high-level commitment is secured, the funding source is identified, but the timeline remains a massive question mark.
And the press secretary confirmed this directly when she was asked for specifics. She said, "I don't have a timeline for you or any further details, but I can confirm for you that the president made it clear he wants to make it happen."
So we have to manage expectations carefully. While the political momentum is immense, we cannot provide specific dates or confirmed timeline until Congress formally introduces, debates, and passes that necessary legislation.
Because this payment is contingent upon Congress, we really need to focus heavily on how you can protect yourself from misinformation and ensure you're ready for action once a bill is signed.
Exactly. When massive payments are promised and timelines are vague, the information environment, it just quickly fills with noise, speculation, and worst of all, scams.
This is where we need to arm you with critical thinking and a healthy dose of caution.
Since this entire proposal is contingent on Congress, no official delivery dates, no specific methods like direct express card distribution or direct deposit, and no application procedures are confirmed.
None of that is set in stone.
Nothing. Therefore, you must only trust the official word coming directly from the administration, confirmed through official congressional channels, and ultimately the Treasury Department.
The moment this becomes law, you will see immediate coordinated announcements from the Treasury or the Social Security Administration about the delivery mechanism.
Absolutely.
Until then, any specificity you see online about the exact day the money will arrive or which bank account it will hit is just unsubstantiated rumor. Please do not fall for it.
And let's address the practicalities for a moment, just anticipating the logistics for fixed income recipients. Historically, payments like this have often been distributed via the same method people receive their monthly benefits. So if you receive Social Security or SSI SSDI via direct deposit, the $2,000 would likely go into that same account.
And if you use a direct express card, which is common for SSI and Social Security recipients, the money would likely be loaded right onto that card.
That's the most probable scenario. But we also need to issue an extremely strong warning against scams.
Yes. They will inevitably follow an announcement this prominent.
They always do. The IRS, the Social Security Administration, and the VA will never call you, text you, or email you asking for money, banking information, or personal data in order to release a payment.
Never. If you receive a call claiming you need to pay a processing fee or a release fee to unlock your $2,000, hang up immediately.
Immediately. If you get an email asking you to click a link to verify your identity before you can receive your dividend, it is a scam.
Trust only official letters sent through the mail or verified government websites that end in .gov.
That's right, .gov.
So you should actively watch for the necessary legislative trigger. The payment is contingent on congressional action. So watch for news about new legislation being formally proposed in the House or Senate that explicitly mentions the $2,000 dividend and the tariff revenue funding mechanism.
That bill's passage is the green light.
And we must also acknowledge the deep emotional and financial impact of this potential payment. For those on fixed incomes, the senior who saw inflation just destroy their grocery budget, the disabled individual struggling with medical costs, this potential $2,000 is profoundly significant.
That's life-changing for many.
This money is so much more than a statistic. It is what provides breathing room. It's the ability to catch up on an overdue utility bill, to purchase necessary medicine, or to simply maintain dignity during incredibly tough financial times.
And the administration's awareness of this urgency is exactly why they are employing their top officials to confirm the commitment so rapidly.
We recognize that for low-income and fixed-income individuals, this payment is viewed as a vital lifeline. The intense commitment we analyzed in a first section is a direct reflection of this widely understood financial need across the country. We assure you that we will continue to track this information very, very closely. The moment a bill is formally introduced or any official details regarding eligibility, fine-tuning, delivery mechanisms, or confirmed dates are released, we will bring that update to you immediately.
Until then, stick to the verifiable facts we've laid out. The commitment is real, the funding source is identified, and the congressional requirement is the main obstacle.
Understanding that procedural process, it empowers you.
It does.
Knowing that the commitment is high but the legislative hurdle remains, prevents unnecessary anxiety over unconfirmed deadlines, and helps you focus only on verifiable, actionable news from official sources.
That's right.
That brings us to the end of our deep dive into this financial commitment. Let's finalize the 4 most important facts for your reference.
To summarize this critical, fast-moving update, here are the 4 non-negotiable takeaways that everyone listening needs to know right now, based on the coordinated public commitment from the White House economic team.
First, the committed amount. The administration is consistently pushing for a $2,000 dividend payment. The president said at least $2,000, making that the floor, but the number is firm.
Second, the target audience and the threshold. This payment is explicitly designed for middle and lower income families. Specifically, they're setting an income threshold below approximately $100,000.
Which, as we said, highly benefits retirees and those on fixed government benefits like Social Security, SSI, and SSDI.
Exactly. Third, the funding source. According to economic advisor Kevin Hassett, the plan is to utilize existing tariff revenue.
Right, claiming there is enough surplus revenue to cover the massive cost without impacting the rest of the federal budget, although this claim is being scrutinized by outside analysts.
And fourth, the necessary next step. This remains a proposal. It's backed by immense political weight, but it is not a done deal. Congressional legislation is absolutely required to authorize the payment.
Meaning the timeline is uncertain until a bill is formally passed by both the House and the Senate.
That's the bottom line.
Okay, so here is a final provocative thought for you to consider, and it ties back to that high-stakes political corner the administration has painted itself into. Given the overwhelming public confirmation from the most senior officials and the critical financial need demonstrated by the targeted audience, what happens if Congress fails to pass the necessary legislation?
That's the big question. The commitment is absolute, and the potential for public disappointment among a huge swath of the electorate, especially seniors and disabled individuals, is equally immense.
So will this intense political momentum, driven by the administration's public promise and the sheer need from voters, will that be powerful enough to force Congress's hand and ensure this legislation moves quickly?
That is the real dynamic to watch as the political timetable unfolds.
Thank you for joining us for this crucial deep dive into your financial future. And a quick reminder, if you find these updates helpful, please take a moment to subscribe to the channel and turn on notifications so you never miss an important update.
And please, like the video and share it with friends or family who you think might need this information. We encourage you to continue your critical thinking regarding these sources. Being this well-informed on evolving financial updates and the political mechanics behind them is the most powerful tool you have to navigate these complex economic times.
We'll keep tracking the commitment, the congressional movement, and all the implementation details.
And we look forward to diving deep. We are diving into a major financial update that could really impact your fixed income. We're talking about providing some critical breathing room for millions of Americans.
Yeah.
And the number we're focused on today is a potential $2,000 payment.
Mm-hmm.
Some are calling it a stimulus check, but, the White House is officially framing it a bit differently as a dividend.
And this is way more than just, political chatter at this point. We have some pretty firm details coming out from the White House economic team.
Specifically about eligibility, which is what everyone wants to know.
Exactly. They've confirmed an income threshold. It's under $100,000 per year. So for our audience, for people who rely on Social Security, SSI, SSDI, this is the definitive information you need to see where you stand.
But the crucial questions are still out there, right? When is this money actually going to move from just being a proposal to, a reality?
And what are the hurdles, the legislative hurdles that have to be cleared?
We're going to break down the latest insights from a key source, White House economic advisor Kevin Hassett. He's revealed a specific timeline. He's pointing to early 2026 for the official proposal.
And he's also dissecting the economic indicators that are making this possible. I mean, things like a sustained 4% GDP growth, which frankly is pretty unprecedented. It's suddenly justifying this massive expenditure.
And we'll get deep into the political mechanics. We have to analyze exactly how the congressional appropriation process, and specifically the use of something called a reconciliation bill, could fast-track this payment.
Right. It's a way to bypass the traditional opposition. So we'll guide you through that political calendar, make sure you know exactly who qualifies, why the administration is pushing for this now, and what critical financial protections you really need to be watching out for.
Welcome to the deep dive. Our community trusts us to take this really dense stack of source material, the economic reports, the legislative filings, all the high-level policy interviews, and just pull out the essential crystal clear facts.
Our mission today is to cut through all the speculation around this potential $2,000 payment and give you the roadmap you need for what's coming next.
This deep dive is really customized for you, the listener, especially if you're managing your finances on a fixed income benefit.
Whether that's Social Security retirement, SSDI, SSI, or VA compensation, we know that accurate, timely, and trusted information is just the cornerstone of your financial security.
So our aim is to provide the full context. We're going to separate the established facts from, the political intent.
Our sources are extremely current. We're pulling from recent interviews with these key White House economic figures who are laying out the official rationale for this proposal.
So the mission is simple. We're going to extract every essential fact about this potential $2,000 payment, the economic foundation that's supposedly supporting it, and the legislative strategy that's necessary to make it a reality.
And the headline, which has been reinforced by the economic advisor, Kevin Hassett, is that the White House economic team they've shifted. They've gone from cautiously considering this payment to now actively planning its official introduction to Congress.
And they have a firm commitment to a timeline in early 2026.
That's a huge shift.
That really does mark a fundamental change in the national conversation. But, and this is a big but, let's be abundantly clear right from the start. While the economic advisor sounds confident, this is still, as of today, a proposal.
It is not guaranteed money. Can't stress that enough.
It requires that critical mandatory step of a legislative appropriation by Congress. We're here to give you the full context so you can track this intelligently and, understand the political clock that's ticking away.
Absolutely. The first step here is clarity. We have to move past the ambiguity of the headline and get straight into the confirmed facts that have been provided by the administration.
Specifically on payment structure and, most importantly, eligibility.
That's where we need to start.
Okay, let's unpack this. Let's define the proposal itself. First, the simple fact. The proposed amount is $2,000.
$2,000.
And the terminology, which might seem like a minor thing, actually gives us a hint about the political narrative they're building around this payment.
It really does. Because we hear stimulus check And our minds immediately go back to the pandemic era, right? Those urgent, economy-wide interventions.
Emergency mode.
Exactly. But the source material notes the president prefers the term dividend payment.
What's the difference in their view?
Well, a stimulus implies you're trying to boost a sick economy, an ailing economy. A dividend, on the other hand, that implies you're sharing in success. A profit, it's a return to the public because government revenue is strong. It's a totally different framing.
But functionally, whether you call it a stimulus or a dividend, the source material confirms it's identical in one key way. It has to be an appropriation by Congress. The mechanism is the same.
That is the single most important distinction for everyone to grasp. This is an authorized, specific one-time payment, a dedicated act of spending.
And critically, it is not a recurring structural benefit increase.
Yeah.
This isn't like a cost of living adjustment or TLA, which would permanently adjust your monthly checks.
Not at all. This is a one-off measure.
Yeah.
It's meant to provide immediate financial relief. Full stop.
Okay, so in terms of source authority, where is this information coming from? The $2,000 figure, that's been floated, but the new details on feasibility and timeline, that's from White House Economic Advisor Kevin Hassett.
And Hassett's voice carries a very specific weight. He's not just a key advisor. He's also widely cited as being on the short list for Federal Reserve Chairman.
Wow, okay.
So when an individual with that kind of standing discusses the federal budget's capacity, it lends, a significant amount of credence to the economic claims justifying this payment. He's speaking from a position of real informed authority on the government's fiscal health.
But the key piece of eligibility information, the one that I think brought the greatest relief to our listeners, that actually came a bit earlier from Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent.
Yes.
So let's focus on this definitive eligibility requirement.
Yes, let's. Because the Treasury Secretary provided the single most crucial figure for most people listening. The payment would be targeted specifically at households making less than $100,000 per year.
$100,000. That threshold, it answers the biggest questions in one simple sweep.
It really does.
Let's spend a moment on this, though, especially for those who receive fixed incomes, because historically this has been a source of huge anxiety.
Oh, absolutely.
Many seniors, retirees, low-income recipients, their primary income is Social Security or SSI. They often don't file traditional tax returns because their income just doesn't hit that filing requirement.
And in previous rounds of stimulus payments, the big concern was always, if I don't file, how will the government know to send me the check? Am I going to be excluded?
Exactly. It was a valid fear.
It was an entirely valid concern, especially when those payments were routed strictly through the IRS tax filing system. But this $100,000 threshold, it provides that reassurance. Eligibility is based solely on that income figure.
So it has nothing to do with whether you are currently employed or whether you file a traditional tax return.
Nothing at all. This is key. It means if you're a recipient of Social Security, SSI, SSDI, or VA benefits, your income is almost certainly well below that $100,000 threshold.
And the government already has your information.
They already have your income and payment data on file through the Social Security Administration or the Veterans Administration. The system already has what it needs to confirm your income status.
So this ensures that the fixed income community, who are, let's be honest, often the most reliant on this kind of aid, are central to the eligibility discussion.
They are fully expected to be included should this proposal move forward. It really shifts the focus of eligibility from, say, tax filing compliance to actual financial need, using that income threshold as the measure.
That is a fundamental clarification. It moves us past the uncertainty of previous programs.
Yeah.
Okay. So now that we know who qualifies, let's transition smoothly into the economic engine that's supposedly driving all this.
Right.
The context and the justification.
Right. Why now?
Exactly. Why is this proposal gaining such powerful momentum now when just a few months ago it was basically dismissed as unlikely?
And this is where Kevin Hassett's recent public statements are just so insightful. They outline a clear and a demonstrable shift in the government's financial capacity. He openly stated that over the summer, he was genuinely skeptical.
He wasn't sure they could afford it.
He said he wasn't sure there was the necessary financial space for this check within the federal budget.
But his tune has completely changed.
Oh, completely. Now he says he is pretty sure that there is space. And this dramatic increase in confidence, it's directly linked to a sustained period of surprisingly robust economic data that's been reported over the last half of the year.
So this has significantly improved the government's fiscal position.
Exactly. This isn't just being sold as a political promise. It's being pitched as a new budget reality.
Okay, let's dive into the specifics Hassett cited. What are the metrics that have supposedly created this financial headroom in the general fund? He listed 3 points, and the first one is the most impressive. A couple quarters of almost 4% growth.
Let's just pause on that 4% figure for a second because its significance really cannot be overstated.
Sounds high.
It's exceptional. For a large, established, developed economy like the United States, historically, we might celebrate a sustained 2.5 or maybe 3% growth rate. 4% is surging.
Hassett is pointing to a period where the economy is just performing way beyond expectations.
He is.
And what does that 4% growth rate actually translate to for the federal treasury? How does that create money?
It creates a massive and a very rapid infusion of cash. Strong GDP growth means higher corporate profits. It means more robust hiring, lower unemployment, higher overall wages.
All right, every dollar is taxed.
Every single dollar generated through that growth is taxed. Corporate tax, payroll tax, income tax. So the inflow to the government's coffers increases dramatically, far outpacing what the standard projections were. That sustained 4% growth is effectively the engine generating this new surplus.
Which leads directly to his second point. A big government surplus running for a few months in a row.
Right. If the economy is growing at 4%, the tax and tariff revenue is outstripping the immediate outflow of spending. And that creates the necessary financial cushion or surplus.
And then the third point, which is arguably the most strategically crucial, politically speaking, is the reduction in the national deficit. Hassett cited that the national deficit is down by $600 billion relative to last year.
$600 billion.
That is a massive figure. So why is Hassett highlighting that specific number before this proposal is even drafted?
It's a preemptive strike against the political opposition. It has to be.
How so?
Well, any proposal for a large spending measure, like a $2,000 payment, is immediately going to be met with the criticism that it will just add to the national debt or that it will fuel inflation.
The standard arguments.
The standard arguments.
Okay.
So by citing a $600 billion deficit reduction, Hassett is providing cover. His argument is that the government is operating from a position of fiscal responsibility, of improved health compared to just 12 months ago. And that, according to him, creates the headroom to fund this appropriation responsibly.
But let's introduce some critical friction here. This is an optimistic picture Hassett is painting.
It is.
4% growth is tremendous, but we all know that inflation has also been a major concern. Is there a genuine risk that injecting another massive amount of money via a $2,000 payment could counteract the recent efforts to cool inflation?
That is the essential critical question. It's the one that critics will raise immediately, especially anyone concerned with the Federal Reserve's mandate.
So is Hassett's confidence potentially overlooking that inflationary impact?
It's a calculated risk.
Uh-huh.
While the government may have the revenue capacity, the surplus, to fund the check without borrowing, the economic reality is that pumping that capital back into the consumer market could increase demand. It could put upward pressure on prices again.
So what's their bet?
Hassett's team is essentially betting that the economy is strong enough and productive enough that the short-term inflationary bump will be negligible compared to the political and economic benefit of the relief. It's a deliberate trade-off. And the sustainability of that 4% growth is going to be the key determining factor.
That context is vital. Okay, now let's clarify the funding source once and for all. When this idea was first floated, there was a lot of strong language about funding it from tariff revenue.
I remember that, yes.
Did Hassett provide any clarity on this funding mechanism?
He did, and it's an important technical clarification to, manage expectations. While trade policy and tariffs have definitely contributed to this recent surge in revenue, Hassett confirmed the operational reality of government finances. All revenue streams, be they taxes, fees, or tariffs, they're all pooled together into what's called the general fund of the Treasury.
So Congress doesn't have a specific tariff bank account that they can just draw from exclusively.
Exactly. It's not earmarked like that. It's one big pot of money that has been fattened by the 4% growth and the subsequent tariff revenue.
Yeah.
So, therefore, Congress must ultimately decide how to spend that money through a formal legislative act, a dedicated appropriation bill.
The funding source, while economically linked to that growth, is legislatively drawn from the general federal funds.
That's it.
So to reiterate, it requires a dedicated vote, a dedicated bill, and it comes out of the large pot of money that's been bolstered by this economic surge.
The economic case creates the justification, but the legislative path is absolutely mandatory.
Which leads us seamlessly into Section 3. The critical timeline.
The political clock.
We have the economic foundation, now we need the political clock. When realistically should we expect this official proposal to actually move?
Well, Hassett's expectation is that the president will bring forth the official proposal to Congress in the new year, early 2026, to make this $2,000 check a reality.
Now, early 2026, that's a classic vague political term.
It is, and the source material analysis provides the necessary deeper understanding of the political calendar that really tightens that time frame significantly.
Okay, so while early 2026 could stretch into, say, April on a normal calendar, the political context dictates a much faster pace.
A much faster pace.
So what's the rationale? Why do they need a deadline that's tighter than just early 2026?
The rationale ties directly to the timing of the upcoming midterm elections. Realistically, this proposal would need to be introduced and ideally passed by mid-February at the absolute latest, certainly before the end of February.
And this deadline is imposed by the political messaging cycle, not by the economy itself.
That's right, because once March hits, the election cycle hits full swing. The focus of Congress shifts entirely to campaigning, to fundraising, to defining the political narrative for the coming election season.
And this $2,000 payment is a known key messaging point for the current administration. It's an initiative they want to be able to claim full credit for delivering.
Exactly. So for the administration to aggressively use this in their campaign messaging all through the spring and summer, to frame it as an achievement delivered to seniors and low-income families, they need the official proposal out, visible, and ideally moving through Congress within the first 6 to 8 weeks of 2026.
If they wait until, say, May or June to draft it, the impact on their election cycle messaging is significantly diluted.
Massively. They need to be able to talk about the plan, the intent, and the imminent delivery early on to maximize its political utility. The political imperative forces the timing.
Okay, so this payment requires appropriation by Congress. Traditionally, any major expenditure like this would require a 60-vote threshold in the Senate to overcome a filibuster.
Which is nearly impossible in the current political climate.
Right, but the legislative strategy discussed in the sources introduces the game changer, reconciliation bills.
Reconciliation is the strategic vehicle that transforms this proposal from, a long shot into a high probability. Lawmakers have already signaled their intent to pass at least 2 more reconciliation bills between now and early 2027.
And that context is what makes the $2,000 payment politically feasible, regardless of potential bipartisan opposition.
It's the key.
We need to explain reconciliation thoroughly. It's dense legislative jargon, but it's the key to this entire proposal. So what does reconciliation truly allow the party in power to do?
Reconciliation is a special, expedited legislative process. Its primary function is to open the door for a single party, the party controlling the majority in the Senate, to pass specific legislation related to spending, revenue, or the debt limit with only a simple majority vote.
A simple majority vote. That's the critical feature. It bypasses the standard 60-vote requirement needed to defeat a filibuster for most non-spending bills.
So this mechanism effectively allows one party to move very quickly without needing to court the opposition. It enables them to, as you said, push through basically anything they want, provided, and this is very important, provided, it meets the narrow rules of reconciliation.
And that narrow rules aspect is where we really need to get into the weeds. While reconciliation avoids the filibuster, it is not a free-for-all. It's governed by a strict set of rules, the most famous of which is the Byrd Rule.
The Byrd Rule.
For our listeners, understanding the Byrd Rule is essential as it acts as a kind of legislative guardrail. Tell us simply about it. Why does it matter here?
The Byrd Rule essentially states that any provision included in a reconciliation bill must have a direct and a non-incidental impact on the federal budget.
Meaning it has to affect spending, revenues, or the debt limit.
Correct. If a provision is primarily non-fiscal, let's say a massive social policy reform, that doesn't directly change the budget's bottom line, it can be struck out by a simple point of order.
So the significance for the $2,000 payment is that because it is a direct appropriation, a spending item, it is explicitly eligible for inclusion in a reconciliation bill.
It fits perfectly within the Byrd Rule's criteria. It's a direct expenditure. And this constraint actually, in a weird way, protects the payment.
How so?
Because the administration can't try to sneak in massive non-fiscal policy changes into the same bill. The focus has to remain budgetary, which keeps the $2,000 payment safe from the kind of procedural challenges that could derail the entire bill.
That detail is the real takeaway here. The strategic value is twofold. First, the ability to pass the bill with a simple majority, ensuring speed and success.
And second, the ability for one party to claim full, undiluted political credit for delivering the money, which, again, ties directly back to that midterm election messaging. They can say, we delivered the check because we use this vehicle.
So the path is now fully illuminated. The 4% economic growth provides the financial capacity.
The reconciliation process provides the necessary legislative vehicle to bypass opposition.
And the election timeline dictates the urgency for introduction by mid-February 2026.
That confluence of factors is why the economic advisor has moved from being skeptical to confident.
It transforms the entire legislative landscape. We move from the political if to the procedural when. Okay, now we have to shift gears to Section 4.
This is a vital one.
What we know about delivery and absolutely critical for our fixed income audience, protecting yourself. Let's start with managing expectations. Since this is only a proposal expected in early 2026, we don't have the granular details on payment logistics yet.
That is the hard truth we have to face. Any information out there right now claiming to provide specific payment schedules based on your birth date or claiming to know the exact processing times.
Or the method of payment.
Or the method direct deposit, paper checks, or via the widely used direct express cards for Social Security recipients. All of that is purely speculative at this point.
So the clear guidance for you is that the specifics on how and when the money will arrive will only be determined and made public after the official proposal is introduced, debated, and then subsequently passed by Congress.
Once the bill is law, then the Social Security Administration or the Treasury Department will issue official implementation schedules, not before.
And while we await those specifics, we have to tackle the crucial financial protection questions. These are foremost in the minds of older adults and low-income beneficiaries. The source material doesn't answer these yet, but we can analyze what protections are necessary based on historical precedent.
Yes, we can.
Let's list those concerns. First, taxability. Is this $2,000 payment going to be taxable, or will it be tax-free?
A huge question. Second, the eligibility cliff. Will receiving a $2,000 lump sum affect your eligibility for other means-tested programs like SNAP, Medicaid, or housing assistance?
That second point is particularly critical for SSI and Medicaid recipients.
It's life or death for some people. SSI and Medicaid eligibility are often determined by extremely tight asset and income limits. Receiving a sudden $2,000 payment can inadvertently push a beneficiary over those limits,
which could cause them to lose benefits, an outcome that completely defeats the entire purpose of the relief.
Completely. And the third major concern: will this payment be protected from garnishment or debt collection?
For those struggling with accumulating medical debt or consumer debt, knowing that this relief money is shielded from creditors is paramount to ensuring the payment actually provides that intended breathing room.
These protection details are absolutely essential. And we can reassure listeners that these details, the tax status, the impact on other benefits, the garnishment shields, they aren't left to chance. They are legislative decisions.
They will be explicitly written into the official bill language once the proposal is drafted.
Exactly.
So, based on previous relief packages passed by Congress, what's the reasonable expectation regarding these protections?
The historical precedent is very strong. When Congress passes a payment that is specifically designated as relief for low-income and fixed-income individuals, they can, and they usually do include, clear provisions that do three things.
Okay, what are they?
1. Render the payment non-taxable. 2. Exclude the payment from counting as income or assets for means-tested programs like SSI and Medicaid for a specified period of time, usually 9 to 12 months.
That's a critical window.
It is. And 3, protect the funds from being seized by creditors or debt collectors.
So the listener needs to wait for the official proposal to be made public, but they should hold the expectation that the administration, knowing who the target audience is, will include the necessary legislative language to protect these critical funds.
Protect them from being used to trigger a benefits cliff or to satisfy old debts. That's the most informed position to take right now.
However, while we wait for that official bill language, we must issue the strongest possible warning against scams.
Yes. Please, everyone listen closely to this part.
The mere public discussion of a $2,000 federal payment is like a flashing beacon for fraudsters looking to target vulnerable seniors and low-income individuals.
They're already gearing up.
This warning is non-negotiable. You must remember that the IRS, the Social Security Administration, the SSA, or the VA will never, under any circumstances, call you, text you, or email you asking for money, personal banking information, or your Social Security number related to this potential $2,000 payment.
Never. Fraudsters will try to claim they need a processing fee, or that you must verify your identity by buying gift cards or transferring funds.
Gift cards are always a red flag.
Always. If you receive any contact that asks you to pay money or provide confidential information to get this potential check, it is 100% guaranteed to be a scam.
The actionable advice is simple and firm. Only trust official letters from the SSA or the VA or verified government websites that end in .gov.
The government already has your data to process the payment if it gets approved. They don't need you to give it to them over the phone.
If you get a suspicious contact, hang up immediately, delete the text, and report it to the proper authorities. Protecting yourself from fraud is a critical component of actually receiving the benefit.
The money isn't even appropriated yet, and the scams are already starting. We have to be vigilant.
Moving into our last section, Section 5. Connecting this $2,000 proposal to the bigger picture and final steps. We've established the economic and legislative mechanics, but how does this proposal fit into the broader economic strategy?
Well, the framing is very deliberate. It's a one-time relief measure, a dividend or a stimulus that is explicitly enabled by the recent strong, favorable economic performance.
The 4% growth and the resulting budget surplus.
Exactly. It's being sold as temporary relief supported by temporary revenue strength.
So it is emphatically not being framed as a long-term structural reform of Social Security or other benefit programs.
No, not at all. It's not designed to alter the permanent financial stability of those systems.
That's a different fight for a different day.
It's a completely separate discussion. This is immediate cash injection, not a permanent policy shift in how fixed income benefits are calculated or delivered over the next 20 years. If the government were proposing a structural reform, say, changing the KLA calculation method or permanently increasing benefits, that discussion would happen separately, and it would likely face that 60-vote hurdle we talked about.
By keeping this proposal focused on a single payment, they keep it within the bounds of that reconciliation mechanism.
Precisely.
Okay, so if this bill passes, what should you do if you find the payment is late or if you receive the wrong amount?
Proactive engagement through official government channels is always the best path. The single most important resource for this audience is the My Social Security portal,
The website.
the official website. That portal is the secure, official mechanism for managing your benefits, for checking payment statuses, and for getting the most current, verified updates directly from the agency. Don't rely on third parties for status updates. Go to the source.
And a crucial distinction based on our source material. This $2,000 proposal is focused solely on the federal proposal.
Yes.
It does not mention any specific state payments or local initiatives, which is an important clarification for listeners who might have heard about independent payments happening in their own state. This is separate.
Completely separate. Let's consolidate the key facts one last time. Let's reinforce the data points you need to remember as you track this proposal over the next few months.
Okay. The proposed amount. A potential $2,000 payment framed as a dividend.
Eligibility defined. Households with an income under $100,000. This definitively includes the vast majority of those who rely on Social Security, SSI, and SSDI, regardless of tax filing status or employment history.
The critical timeline. The official proposal is expected in early 2026, with the political strategy dictating an aggressive introduction, likely before the middle of February.
And the mechanism for success. It requires congressional appropriation, with the clear, high-probability legislative path being a reconciliation bill, which allows for passage with just a simple majority vote.
This has been a really in-depth, focused look at a story that has major life-altering financial implications for millions of Americans, especially those of you managing on fixed incomes.
And we have to return to the human element here.
Yeah.
We have to acknowledge the weight of this discussion. For many older adults, for retirees, for low-income individuals, $2,000 is not just surplus cash.
No.
It can be life-changing. It offers necessary breathing room to cover rising prescription drug costs, to address deferred dental work, to pay down medical bills, or simply to maintain dignity in the face of inflation. Knowing that the government's own economic team is confident in the budget's capacity for this payment, it provides a necessary dose of hope.
And here's where it gets really interesting, and this is the final provocative thought for you to explore as we close this deep dive. The White House economic advisor confirmed that the government currently has the financial capacity, the surplus, and the growth metrics to fund this $2,000 payment. The economic debate for them has largely been settled. The challenge is entirely legislative and political.
Right. And we detailed how Congress is gearing up to use that powerful, simple majority reconciliation process in early 2026, which is limited by the Byrd Rule to things that affect spending or revenue. They have the money, and they have the legislative vehicle to pass what they want.
So, considering that financial capacity and that unique legislative window, if Congress can push through fiscal measures this easily, what key structural policy areas beyond this one-time $2,000 payment do you think Congress should be prioritizing in that reconciliation bill?
That's a great question.
Should they focus on lowering the age for Medicare eligibility, making permanent changes to prescription drug negotiation rules, or maybe even addressing the long-term solvency of the Social Security trust funds themselves?
The capacity is confirmed. The legislative choice of what to spend that surplus on is the remaining critical challenge. Do you go for long-term reform or short-term relief?
A fascinating angle to consider as the new year approaches. Thank you for diving deep with us today. We encourage you to stay tuned as we will track this proposal through every legislative twist and turn.
And please share this information with anyone in your community, family, friends, or neighbors, who relies on fixed income benefits and needs crystal clear, accurate guidance on this complex but potentially crucial financial proposal.
We'll be tracking the details for you.
Okay, let's unpack this. If you are tracking, the financial stability of your household, especially if you're relying on a fixed income.
Right.
We're talking Social Security, SSI, SSDI, maybe VA benefits.
All of them.
Well, we have an exceptionally high-impact financial update. It's coming directly out of the White House, and you absolutely need to hear it.
That's right. We're tracking the latest signals, and they're pointing towards a pretty substantial financial relief payment.
And it's aimed squarely at low to middle income households.
Exactly. The number we're looking at is a potential $2,000 one-time check. And what's interesting is they're starting to call it a dividend payment, not a stimulus check.
A dividend payment. We'll get into why that wording matters.
She's very telling.
And I think the most crucial piece of this for you, for the listener, is the eligibility.
Yes.
We have really definitive guidance now from high-level sources that this is all pegged to an income threshold.
$100,000.
Specifically, household income strictly below $100,000 a year. And that means for millions of seniors, for disabled Americans, you're included, even if you don't file a tax return.
And that's our mission today. We're going to do a genuine deep dive into the source material, these recent interviews, official statements. We really need to unpack the whole context.
Like, why now?
Exactly. Why is this proposal, which, let's be honest, a lot of people dismissed 6 months ago, why is it now being treated as, and this is a quote, pretty sure by White House economists?
And we'll look at the legislative side, the big hurdle of Congress, and the timeline, which is so crucial for anyone on a low income.
And we'll dig into the economic data that made this whole shift possible.
What's fascinating here is it seems the economic reasoning has just completely shifted the political landscape.
It really has. The numbers, we're talking economic growth, deficit reduction, they've all moved in the government's favor.
Which makes this $2,000 proposal suddenly, viable.
Viable, fiscally responsible, and maybe most importantly, politically urgent as we head into the next big election cycle.
You're tuned into The Deep Dive. Today, we are translating some pretty complex financial updates into clear, actionable knowledge for you.
All of our information is synthesized from sources straight from the highest levels of White House economic leadership. We want to give you the clearest picture possible of this proposed 2026 financial relief.
And this isn't just, theory. This is the administration really laying the groundwork for what they plan to propose.
And the credibility of our main source here is just immense. We're relying heavily on recent statements from the White House economic advisor, Kevin Hassett.
And Hassett is not just some spokesperson.
Not at all. He's an individual whose economic outlook is taken very seriously all across Washington. And critically, he's on the short list to be the next Federal Reserve chairman.
So when a guy with that kind of economic gravitas says a $2,000 payment is viable,
you listen. His statements move markets, and more importantly for you, they provide real, actionable insight into the administration's thinking, their financial assessment, and their political timetable.
Okay, let's unpack this then. Hassett's shift in tone. Going from skeptical over the summer to now being nearly certain. That's the real story.
It is.
What exactly did he reveal yesterday that just transformed this whole discussion about the $2,000 payment from an if to a when?
Well, he provided a really clear three-part economic rationale. The key thing to understand is that the administration isn't defending this as, say, emergency relief anymore.
Right, it's not a pandemic check.
No. They're presenting it as a financially sound dividend that's been made possible by, frankly, unexpectedly strong economic performance and some fiscal discipline.
Okay, let's start with the specifics then. The $2,000 figure, it's been circulating since, what, July?
Back in July, yeah.
Wow.
Just whispers then.
But now it has the weight of a top economic advisor behind it. So what concrete evidence did Hassett actually cite to make everyone believe the financial space now exists for this kind of payment?
So the change, as Hassett detailed it, is all rooted in measurable economic data. He was very explicit about why this proposal, which he admitted seemed, uncertain over the summer.
When everyone was worried about inflation.
Exactly. The focus was totally on inflation. But now he says it's pretty sure to happen. He laid out three very positive pieces of economic news that, in his view, have created the fiscal capacity to do this.
Without triggering more inflation or blowing up the national debt.
At least not in the short term. That's the argument.
Okay, I want to focus on those three pieces of evidence because if the money is really there, the political well, that usually follows. Let's break down that first point. Economic growth.
First, he pointed to just really positive economic news, specifically, and I'm quoting here, a couple of quarters showing almost 4% growth.
4%. Now, for our listener, why is 4% GDP growth such a big deal? Why does that translate directly into money for a $2,000 check?
It's pretty simple arithmetic, really. It all comes down to tax revenue. Higher productivity means companies are selling more, they're earning higher profits.
Which means they pay more in corporate taxes.
Exactly. And higher employment means more people are working, they're learning more, and they're paying more in payroll and income taxes.
So all that economic activity, it just fills up the government's wallet, so to speak.
It makes the government's revenue stream much, much healthier than they originally projected. So when the GDP is humming along at 4%, the government suddenly finds itself with this unexpected, unallocated cash.
And that's the financial space that Hassett keeps talking about.
That's it, precisely.
Okay, that makes the connection really explicit. A rising economy is filling the government's coffers, which lets them earmark $2,000 per household. And I guess that leads right into his second point about the government's immediate financial health.
It does. His second point was about fiscal improvement that you can see right now. The government is actually running a big government surplus for a few months in a row.
Okay, now hold on. A surplus. We need to frame that correctly for people. That does not mean the national debt is gone.
Oh, absolutely not. We are still running an enormous national debt. What it means is that for this recent sustained period, the amount of money coming in, taxes, tariffs, everything was more than what the government was spending on its immediate operations.
So a temporary cash positive period. Higher revenue than expected, lower spending than expected.
You got it. And this temporary surplus, it acts like a financial windfall. It gives the administration the ability to say, look, we've outperformed our budget, so we can return some of this unexpected money to the people who need it.
And frame it as that dividend.
Exactly. It provides immediate, tangible proof that the money is there without having to, say, borrow more or print new money right away.
Okay, so that's two really strong points. You've got robust 4% growth driving up revenue and a temporary surplus showing that cash is on hand.
Yeah.
What was the third, and I mean arguably the most impressive factor he cited?
The third factor really addresses the longer-term picture, the fiscal discipline piece. Deficit reduction.
Yeah.
Hassett noted that the annual deficit compared to last year is down by a massive $600 billion.
$600 billion, that is a huge number.
It is. And that reduction is critical because it completely changes the narrative. It's no longer a story about reckless spending. It's a story of fiscal responsibility.
So where did that $600 billion reduction come from? And why does that matter for a payment that's happening in 2026?
The source material doesn't detail exactly where every dollar came from, but generally a reduction that big comes from a combination of things.
Like the increased tax revenues we just talked about.
That's a big part of it. Also, lower than projected spending in some areas, maybe some programs ended, and lower demand for certain federal services because the job market is better.
And when you reduce the annual deficit by that much,
You free up an enormous amount of capital, or maybe more accurately, you reduce the need for the government to borrow that capital, which lets policymakers confidently say, okay, we can afford to allocate funds for priorities like these direct relief checks.
all right, let me play devil's advocate for a second. If the government has a $600 billion smaller deficit, why not use that money to, I don't know, shore up Social Security for the long term? Or just pay down the national debt? Why a one-time check?
Yeah, and that's always the big political fight, isn't it? But the administration's argument through Hackett is that this strong growth and deficit reduction, it creates options.
Okay.
Long-term programs like Social Security, they need big structural changes. A $2,000 dividend, on the other hand, is a targeted, immediate policy option to help with, say, lingering inflation effects.
So by pointing to the deficit reduction, they're trying to say we can walk and chew gum at the same time.
We are being fiscally prudent and providing relief. The viability is now less of an economic question because the money is demonstrably there, and more of a political and legislative one.
Which brings us to that crucial next step. Even with this money available, it doesn't just, magically appear in people's bank accounts.
Not at all.
What's the legislative requirement here?
It's the appropriation process. The money has to be sent to the people through an act of Congress. It requires what's called an appropriation.
And Hassett was asked about this, right? About whether the money would come from tariff revenue or something like that.
He was, and he clarified it. He said, look, tariffs are part of the big revenue stream, along with income taxes, corporate taxes, everything else. But it all just goes into one big pot, the general fund.
So it doesn't matter where the money came from. What matters is the vote to spend it.
The vote is everything. Congress holds the purse strings. The administration can propose it. They can show the money is there. They can justify it fiscally.
But Congress has to pass a bill that literally says the Treasury shall spend X billion dollars to send $2,000 payments.
That is the non-negotiable step. Without congressional appropriation, it's just a really strong proposal on a piece of paper.
Okay, let's pivot to what is, I think, the most sensitive and important part for our community: eligibility.
Absolutely. Who gets the money?
When Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent first talked about this, he set a pretty clear line in the sand, and Hassett has now confirmed it. What's that income threshold?
The definitive point, the one they keep repeating, is this. The payment would go to households making less than $100,000 per year. That is the main overarching rule.
Let's dig into that $100,000 number. Is that adjusted gross income, AGI? Is it total income? And, how does that compare to some of the earlier relief packages we saw?
It almost always refers to adjusted gross income, your AGI. But what's really critical here is that by setting it at $100,000, they basically sweep in virtually every American who relies mainly or solely on federal benefits.
It's a much higher threshold than before.
It's notably higher. Previous stimulus checks often had a $75,000 cutoff for individuals. So $100,000 for households is much more inclusive of the, lower middle class.
Now let's get to the elephant in the room. This is what causes so much anxiety for our listeners, especially seniors and the disabled community.
Yeah, I know the question.
You're asking, I don't file taxes, I'm retired, I only get SSI or SSDI. Am I going to be left out? Do I have to jump through a bunch of bureaucratic hoops?
And this is where we can deliver that crucial aha moment based directly on what they're saying. The White House economic team is stressing this distinction. Qualification is based only on income.
Under $100,000.
Right. It has, and this is a quote, nothing to do with whether you're working or what specific benefit you receive, like Social Security.
Okay, let's define those benefits clearly, just for anyone who might be new to all this. What are the main groups we're talking about?
We're really looking at 4 major groups. First, you have Social Security retirees.
Your standard retirement benefits.
Right. Second, SSDI recipients, that's Social Security Disability Insurance for people with a prior work history. Third is SSI, Supplemental Security Income, which is a needs-based program.
For those with very limited resources.
Exactly. And fourth, VA benefit recipients, veterans who get disability or pension benefits.
And the thing that unifies all 4 of those groups is that the vast, vast majority of them fall well below that $100,000 threshold.
Exactly. The government knows that someone relying only on Social Security or disability is inherently way below that line, often closer to $20,000 or $30,000 a year.
So by setting the ceiling at $100,000, They automatically include pretty much everyone on a fixed income, but they still get to say they're targeting relief away from the highest earners.
It's a politically smart number, and it also greatly simplifies how they would distribute the money.
It suggests they won't need one of those complicated non-filer application websites like they had a few years ago.
That is the strong implication. I mean, the Social Security Administration, the VA, the IRS, they already have the income data for all these benefit recipients.
So they can just use their existing systems.
They can likely just identify the eligible people and auto-distribute the funds. It avoids all the confusion and complexity, and frankly, the fraud that can come with asking millions of non-filers to submit extra paperwork.
Okay, let's walk through a couple of detailed examples just to make this crystal clear for everyone listening.
Good idea. So, scenario 1. A single person on SSDI. Their only income is their monthly benefit. Let's say it totals $18,000 a year.
They're in.
Easily. They meet the income test, they're included, and they should get that $2,000 payment automatically.
Okay, scenario 2. A retired couple, they file their taxes jointly. One spouse gets a $30,000 pension, and the other gets $45,000 in Social Security. So their total household income is $75,000.
They are also eligible. Their joint income is under the $100,000 cap. And this just confirms that the payment is aimed broadly at low to middle income households. The source of the income doesn't matter as much as the total amount.
What about an edge case? Someone who's mainly on Social Security, but also works part-time. Their combined income benefits plus wages hits, say, $95,000.
Still eligible. The threshold is defined as less than $100,000, so $95,000 is in.
And that's a key policy decision, isn't it? It's not just for the very poorest, but for that entire low-to-middle bracket that's feeling squeezed.
That's the key insight from Hassett's comments. That income cap is the one single defining factor.
And that focus, prioritizing a generous income cap over the messiness of benefit types or filing status, that offers predictability. That's exactly what the fixed income community needs.
It does. It basically gets rid of the months of speculation we saw before. Will Social Security recipients be forgotten, or will I need a special application? The commitment from the White House team seems to be use this $100,000 line as the simple test. If you're under it, you're in the pool.
Okay, so we've established the financial side looks solid, and we know who is supposed to get the money. Let's pivot to the really critical question of timing.
When does the check arrive?
Exactly. Hassett gave us a window. He said early 2026.
He did. He anticipates the president will formally bring the official plan to Congress in early 2026. But, we need to put that phrase under a microscope. What does early actually mean in Washington, especially with midterm elections looming?
This is where the politics and the policy calendar really collide, right? A $2,000 check is a massive political win if you can deliver it.
Huge. But if it's late, that messaging benefit is completely lost.
You can't campaign on something that hasn't happened yet.
Exactly. And the source material really points out this urgency. The administration needs this proposal out the door quickly so they can use it in their messaging for the midterms. If it gets introduced too late, Congress might just drag its feet and the political reward just evaporates.
So we can apply a kind of aggressive political logic to that vague early 2026 phrase. What's a more specific prediction for when this proposal will actually drop?
Realistically, I think the official proposal needs to land in Congress sometime before the middle of February, certainly before the end of February.
Why so early?
Because in Washington, the calendar just flips so fast. If they wait until March or April, they lose all the momentum. By March, the political cycle is already in full swing. Lawmakers are back in their districts campaigning.
They need that official document, the actual legislative language, on the table so they can start their messaging. So they can say to voters, we propose this and we have the money to pay for it.
I'd say a tighter window for maximum impact would be within the first 6 weeks of the new year. Landed in Congress in late January or early February. That gives them the most time for messaging and for the legislative process to actually start.
Okay, timing is everything. But even if it drops in January, how do they get it passed?
Yeah.
The Senate is famous for gridlock. You usually need 60 votes.
Right. The filibuster.
It feels like the opposition party would just block this to deny the administration a political victory.
And that is precisely why the key legislative tool here, and lawmakers are already talking about it, is reconciliation.
Ah, reconciliation bills.
It's the legislative magic that could make this $2,000 payment a reality, and a fast one, by bypassing all that traditional gridlock.
Okay, let's do a deep dive on reconciliation. It's jargon, But understanding it is, I think, key to knowing if this money is likely to show up.
It is. So reconciliation is a special accelerated process that's tied to the annual budget. Normally, like you said, you need 60 votes in the Senate to get anything major done.
You beat the filibuster.
Right. But reconciliation is different. Lawmakers have already signaled they're likely going to pursue at least 2 more reconciliation bills before early 2027.
And what's the huge critical benefit of using reconciliation for something like a $2,000 direct payment?
The benefit is, frankly, revolutionary in a divided Congress. It lets a single party push through legislation with a simple majority vote, 50 votes, plus the vice president's tiebreaker.
It completely bypasses the 60-vote requirement.
It effectively sidesteps the opposition party's ability to block it.
So if they have the votes within their own party, this thing can move forward no matter what the minority party thinks.
That's the whole strategy. But, and this is where it gets a little weedy, it's not a free-for-all. It has very strict rules governed by something called the Byrd Rule.
The Byrd Rule.
Right. And the Byrd Rule basically says that anything in a reconciliation bill has to have a direct, tangible impact on the federal budget. It can't be, quote, extraneous to the budget.
So how does a $2,000 check fit that rule?
It fits perfectly, because a direct payment is, by definition, a change in federal spending. It requires billions of dollars to be appropriated.
And that deficit reduction Hassett mentioned, the $600 billion, that provides the fiscal justification.
Exactly. Since the payment is purely a spending item, it avoids any procedural challenges under the Byrd Rule. It's not like some policy change that only has an incidental impact on the budget.
So this isn't just a possible way to pass it. It's probably the only way to pass something this big without a massive, time-consuming, bipartisan fight.
I think so. And it confirms the political angle. The source notes that using reconciliation means one party can take, quote, squarely placed credit for delivering the money.
Which goes right back to what you said. This is a midterm election issue.
It is. The party in power wants to deliver tangible relief before that campaign cycle really heats up.
So the whole conversation is now shifted. It's not can they afford it or will it pass? It's now when will they drop the proposal and which reconciliation bill will they attach it to?
The mechanisms are aligning, both the economic and the legislative ones, in a way we really haven't seen since the last major stimulus. The question for you, the listener, is no longer about possibility. It's about execution and timing.
Okay, well, the viability looks strong and the eligibility is pretty clear. We have to be responsible here. It's vital for managing expectations that we remind everyone this is still a proposal.
Yes. Not an approved payment.
It still has to get through Congress and be signed into law.
Exactly. We have to encourage critical thinking. While Hassett is confident and numbers look good, some of the most critical specifics for the fixed income community are still totally missing.
Let's detail what we don't know yet. First, back to that timeline. Early 2026 is a pretty wide window for people trying to plan their finances.
We don't know the exact week or month. Will it be the first week of January, aiming for a payment by April, or late February, pushing delivery into the summer? That detail matters, and we don't have official guidance on the logistics of the transfer itself.
We can assume direct deposit for most people.
We can assume, but it needs to be formalized. Will it be direct deposit, direct express cards, paper checks?
And this leads us to the most practical, real-world questions that we hear from seniors, the disabled, and low-income families. The questions about protections. Let's start with the payment schedule.
Right. The first missing detail is that specific distribution schedule. Previous rounds were staggered, so will these be staggered by benefit type? Social Security first, then SSI.
Or maybe by birth date, like they do with some of the regular payments.
Exactly. People born on the 1st through the 10th get paid 1 week, and so on. We need that granular schedule so people know when to expect the money.
The second big unknown, and this is financially huge, is the tax status. Is this $2,000 taxable or tax-free?
This is a massive detail. For low-income folks, having it be tax-free is everything. It ensures the full $2,000 is relief, and it doesn't accidentally push you into an unexpected tax bill next April.
Previous stimulus payments were structured to be tax-free, right?
They were either as tax credits or non-taxable rebates. We have to wait for the formal language of this new proposal to confirm it will be tax-free. If it were taxable, it could create a real headache for the very people it's meant to help.
Okay, the third area, and I would argue this is the most important detail for anyone on the razor's edge of poverty: protections against garnishment and the impact on other benefits.
This is a really complex area, and without these protections, this check could actually cause severe hardship.
So we need clarity on two fronts here.
Right.
Let's start with garnishment. Will this money be protected from debt collectors?
That's the question. Social Security benefits are generally protected from private garnishment, but a one-time lump sum payment can be treated differently unless the law explicitly protects it.
So if the $2,000 lands in your bank account,
A private debt collector could potentially seize those funds to satisfy a judgment for medical debt, credit card debt, whatever.
the previous big relief packages had language protecting the funds, didn't they?
They did. Strong, specific language. That language is absolutely essential to make sure the money provides relief and doesn't just get snatched by creditors. Without it, the money is vulnerable.
And the second, equally crucial area of protection is the effect on existing means-tested benefits.
This is life-altering for anyone on SSI or Medicaid.
Absolutely critical. We need to know if getting this $2,000 payment will mess up your eligibility for SNFP, food assistance, Medicaid, or subsidized housing. These programs have incredibly strict asset and income limits.
And let's walk through how that could happen. For a program like SSI, they look at two things: your monthly income and your total countable assets.
Okay.
If the $2,000 counts as income in the month you get it, it could push you over the limit for that month, reducing your benefit. But the bigger danger is if you save it,
If it's still in your account the next month.
then it becomes a countable asset. For SSI, the asset limit for an individual is just $2,000.
So if you already have $2,000 and you get another $2,000,
Your bank account balance jumps to $4,000, and you are instantly ineligible for SSI. And in many states, losing SSI means you automatically lose your Medicaid health coverage. It would be a devastating consequence.
that is the exact kind of unintended harm the legislation has to prevent. So what specific language are we looking for in the proposal?
We need to see an explicit disregard. The legislative text has to say that this $2,000 payment is to be treated as non-income and a non-countable asset for a minimum period, usually 12 months, for all federal means-tested programs.
Disregard clause.
That is the safety measure. Until we see the formal text of the proposal, we absolutely cannot assume those protections are in place, even if they were there last time.
That is a vital point. Finally, what about the application process? We know a lot of seniors don't file taxes and are wary of new government forms.
Well, the $100,000 income cap strongly suggests an automatic distribution based on existing data, but we still need that formally confirmed.
So we need clear official guidance on whether non-filers need to do anything at all.
Correct. The goal has to be a system that sends the money automatically. It reduces stress, and just as importantly, it reduces the risk of scams.
So your advice, in a nutshell, as we wait for this to drop in early 2026.
I'd say maintain a posture of cautious optimism and extreme vigilance. Only trust official announcements, the formal proposal text, or direct communication from the SSA, IRS, or VA.
Avoid speculation, avoid those sketchy websites claiming to get your payment faster.
And critically, avoid any call, text, or email that asks you for money or personal info to sign up for the $2,000. Scams thrive in these moments of anticipation. We have to wait for the verifiable black and white text of the law.
So what does this all mean? Let's summarize the core takeaways and connect all this political strategy back to your personal financial reality.
The biggest takeaway is that this $2,000 payment, this dividend check, has moved from being just, political talk to a near certain strategic proposal. It's backed by high-level economic confidence.
The size. It's a $2,000 one-time payment.
The target. It's aimed at households making less than $100,000. And crucially, that includes the vast majority of everyone on Social Security, SSI, and SSDI.
The mechanism. We expect an official proposal in early 2026, probably January or February, using the power of reconciliation to get it passed quickly with a simple majority.
And the encouragement. The White House is signaling that the money is there. It's available because of strong economic growth, a temporary surplus, and that big $600 billion drop in the deficit. The financial argument against it has basically been neutralized.
And here's where it gets really interesting for the long game. That dramatic shift in Hassett's confidence from doubt to certainty, it suggests this isn't just a viable proposal. It's a highly prioritized piece of political and financial messaging.
It's aimed squarely at mobilizing the voting base that relies on these benefits.
So the real deep dive now shifts. We'll be watching for when Congress appropriates the funds, and most importantly, whether that final legislative text includes all those mandatory protections.
The protections against garnishment And those critical disregards to protect benefits like Medicaid and SNAP, the viability seems proven. The execution of the protections is what we have to watch like a hawk. That's what will ensure this payment actually delivers dignity and breathing room.
This potential payment, it offers not just financial help, but really critical stability for millions of Americans who are struggling right now. So we strongly encourage you, our listener, to stay tuned. We will bring you immediate updates and we'll analyze the official text line by line as soon as it's introduced in early 2026.
And please consider sharing this deep dive with friends or family who also rely on fixed income benefits. Your questions and your feedback, they really help us focus our research, so please drop your thoughts below.
We'll see you very soon in the next deep dive, where we'll continue tracking this proposal from the White House all the way to the floor.
Welcome back to the deep dive, where we cut through the noise and deliver the essential facts you need. Today, we are going deep on a financial development that promises some very real, tangible relief for millions of American households. We're talking specifically about those of you relying on fixed incomes, Social Security, SSI, SSDI, a major potential payment that has really, it's shifted from a political whisper to something that feels like an economic likelihood.
That's absolutely right. I mean, the whole idea of a significant stimulus, or I think the administration is calling it a dividend check, has moved really firmly into the realm of the highly probable.
So it's not just talk anymore.
Not just talk. We now have confirmation from White House economic advisors that a $2,000 payment is not just possible, but highly likely.
$2,000.
And crucially, this comes with a timeline. They expect an official proposal in early 2026. This is no longer just, hopeful chatter.
Okay, let's unpack this. This is exactly what we do here. Our mission today is laser-focused. We're going to analyze the newest statements from the White House economic advisor, Kevin Hassett. He's the one providing the economic justification for why this is suddenly on the table now.
Right. The why is critical.
Exactly. Then we'll define that absolute, non-negotiable $100,000 income threshold for who qualifies. We have to address the worries of seniors and fixed income recipients head-on.
The eligibility question is always the biggest source of anxiety.
And then we tackle the legislative beast, the high-stakes political path, specifically something called reconciliation, that is required to get this money from the Treasury into your bank account.
Understanding the economics and, that legislative mechanism is just paramount here. This deep dive is really designed to give you clarity, to let you filter out the speculation and focus on the real, official milestones to watch for.
All right, let's jump straight in. The source of this newfound confidence seems to be that recent interview with Kevin Hassett. For most of the past year, this $2,000 payment felt like an idea the president was just sort of testing out.
A hopeful aspiration, maybe.
Exactly. So what did Hassett say that changed? What was the specific shift that suddenly confirmed the viability of this plan?
Well, what's fascinating is the sheer shift in certainty. And it's all driven by cold, hard numbers. The president's been talking about this $2,000 idea since July. But Hassett, as the chief economic advisor, he provides the technical confirmation that gives it gravity.
So this is the numbers guy saying, okay, we can actually do this.
Precisely. He openly admitted that over the summer he was very skeptical. He said he wasn't sure there was enough financial space, a check of that size, without, creating major fiscal risk.
And that distinction is key. When an official says there wasn't financial room, it means they were worried about the national debt or sparking more inflation.
Right.
So having the chief economic advisor publicly change his mind and sign off on it, that's totally different from just a political promise.
It's a world of difference. The pivot point is Hassett's current perspective. He now feels, and I'm quoting here, pretty sure that there is space for this payment. And he didn't just offer a prediction. He immediately tied this confidence to specific, measurable economic improvements.
Okay, and this is where we get to the core evidence, the why behind it all. What are those specific positive economic factors he cited? Why is this payment considered, financially responsible now and not 6 months ago?
He laid out 3 clear, really powerful indicators that have fundamentally changed the government's financial standing. First one, strong economic growth. He noted that the economy has had a couple of quarters of almost 4% growth.
Wow, 4% growth in back-to-back quarters is a very strong signal. But how does that translate into cash for relief checks?
Well, think of it this way. Economic growth isn't just a headline number. It means more businesses are profitable, more people are working, wages are higher. And all of that translates directly into higher revenues for the government
Through taxes.
through corporate taxes, income taxes, payroll taxes. The whole economic pie is getting bigger, so the government's slice gets larger without having to raise tax rates on anyone. That provides the first crucial cushion.
That makes perfect sense. Increased revenue helps the bottom line. So what was the second factor?
The second one relates to the immediate balance sheet. The government has actually been running a surplus for several months in a row.
Surplus, meaning more money came in than went out.
For that measured period, yes. It's a crucial, even if it's temporary, sign of fiscal health. When you're operating in the green, it immediately creates the opportunity for, extraordinary one-time spending measures, like these checks.
A surplus, after all the massive debt from the pandemic and recovery, that's a huge turnaround. It sounds like the country is sort of moving out of that emergency debt phase.
And the third point really provides the big picture context here. The overall federal deficit relative to last year is down by a massive $600 billion.
$600 billion, that's a staggering number. But let me play devil's advocate for a second.
Go for it.
Critics might argue that a $600 billion drop in the deficit is just, a drop in the bucket compared to the total national debt. Are they arguing this payment isn't really based on responsibility, but more on political timing?
And that's a fair question.
Yeah.
It highlights the difference between debt, which is the total, and deficit, which is the annual shortfall. Hassett is focusing specifically